Konoha, Harem Chat Group, I can make up the future. Chapter 001 Mew Mew's Harem Group is online. Ding! Congratulations on stepping into a huge pit in the vast sea of books. Friendly reminder, you cannot get out of the pit freely after entering it. You should make the best of it and go straight forward along the Cheyenne Trail. Don't hesitate, dawdle, go in and out. Ding! Complete the first sign-in here and you will get the lucky Halo Family Sharing Package, with a lucky value of max. Konoha, Ninja School. In the classroom, Mew Mew lay on the desk with a look of despair on his face. He was very happy to cross over to the world of Naruto. He was even happier to be in the same class as the 9 little strong men of Konoha. But he was not one of the 9 little strong men, which made him unhappy. He still had the body of an ordinary person before crossing over, and his identity was a cannon fodder civilian whose name did not appear in the original book. It would be better to go back to the furnace and rebuild it. When he thought of the battles that depended on blood in the later stage, Mew Mew chose to play badly. Defy fate and change destiny? Firmly believe that hard work can defeat genius? Please, this is Naruto, not a fairy tale world. System, give me a system. Otherwise, send me back. Mew Mew yelled in his heart. In this world where cute girls are everywhere, what's the point of living without strength and even the qualification to take a second look? I'm tired, destroy it. Ding! The strong will of the chosen one is detected, and the appropriate system is being searched for you. A slight sound in his mind made Mew Mew sit up in shock from his dying illness. I can still have one more shot. No, one shot is not enough. I am the chosen one, and I want to conquer the entire ninja world, and even all the famous beauties in the heavens and the worlds. Ding! The racial will of the chosen one exceeds 99.999% of the people in the world. The most suitable system is now activated for you. Ding! The system has been successfully activated, and the Harem Chat Group is here to serve you. Mew Mew's eyes suddenly lit up, and a light brighter than the sun flickered in the depths of his eyes. The Harem Chat Group sounded very impressive, and it was exactly what he wanted. System, tell me about your functions. Mew Mew couldn't wait to ask in his heart. Ding! This system will open a chat group for you that can communicate at any time in the sea of consciousness, and randomly pull female ninjas from this world into the group from time to time. All group members will be the host's harem reserve, so this group is called the Mew Mew Harem Group. When a member joins the group, the host can write a character for her and determine her future position in the harem. The host can make up a future segment related to the group members every day, with a time limit of 1 month in reality. This segment will officially take effect after the host pushes it to the group and become the real future. But please be aware that after watching the future clip, members may make choices that are contrary to the future clip, thus causing a butterfly effect. This cannot be prevented. Please be cautious when making up the future. The system introduction stopped here. Hey? That's all. Mew Mew roughly understood it and was quite satisfied with the system function. But what about his own rewards? How can he become stronger without rewards, and how can he keep those harem members in the group? However, Mew Mew soon discovered the blind spot, making up a future clip. This clip will become the real future. In other words, he only needs to make himself very awesome in the future clip, and then he will become a real awesome person. Whatever reward you want, just make it up yourself. Of course, it can't be too detached from reality, because this future clip must be related to the group members. If it is too outrageous, those members will make choices that are completely opposite to the future, and they may lose everything. This is why the system finally reminded him to be cautious. Ding! In view of the fact that the chat group is activated for the first time and the harem members are scarce, the first batch of people to join the group has been increased to 4. Ding! Randomly selecting people to join the group, please wait. As if sensing that Mew Mew understood the real unlocking method of the system, the system immediately opened the follow-up. This random selection is very confusing. Miu Miu suddenly felt a little worried. Would the system pull Cho, Koharu Yudatan, Nariko, and Orakai and the like into the group? But it doesn't matter. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, Miu Miu came up with a countermeasure as soon as possible. If the system really selects people it doesn't like to join the group, in the fabricated future, let them eat things like the slippery fruit and the anti-aging pill, and then some accidents will cause their personalities to change drastically. The appearance and personality have changed, and then let them change their names. This is a brand new human being. However, after thinking about it, it's better to just make them die, and death will be all over. Fortunately, the system is not so outrageous. When Miu Miu was thinking about it, the system finally completed the selection. Ding! The first batch of harem members have been selected, namely, Hareno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Hyaga Hinata, Tenten. Please host to write their personalities respectively. The first batch turned out to be Konoha 4 Flowers, directly completed stamp collection. To be honest, Miu Miu was a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt it was reasonable. The Konoha 4 Flowers are closest to his age and are also the easiest to contact at this stage. If the system gives him the entire Otsutsuki Kagaya in a month's future, Miu Miu really doesn't know how to write it. It's impossible to travel through time and space and go to the ancient times to study how to give birth to the Six Paths Sage, right? It seems that it is not impossible. Retracting his thoughts, Miu Miu began to seriously think about the character settings of the 4 Flowers of Konoha. As for the status of the harem, the Central Palace, the East Palace, and the West Palace definitely have nothing to do with them, and they are not yet able to shoulder the responsibility of managing the harem. After thinking about it, Miu Miu decided to give them the treatment of concubines. So he filled in the character settings, Sakura as the Sakura concubine, Ino as the flower concubine, Hinata as the white concubine, and Tian Tian as the Hua concubine. Ding! The host has misunderstood. This character setting is not for you to make a plan, but to write the future scene when they and you are married. Miu Miu's face suddenly turned into a big "this is so stupid. If you had explained it earlier, would I have been so stupid?" Miu Miu cursed in his heart, but thinking that the 4 Flowers of Konoha would soon become members of his harem, Miu Miu was still in a very happy mood, so he didn't bother with the system. After careful consideration, he understood what the system meant. This is to let him confirm whether the group members are married in a formal way, because harem members can also be extramarital or underground, and there is still one night. What are they doing now? So he remade it, in a huge manner in Konoha village. Miu Miu married the 4 Flowers of Konoha at the same time and held an extremely grand wedding. Several people looked like grown ups. All around were crowded with people sending blessings, but these guests were all blurred, one by one. None of them showed their faces. Then it was the wedding night, and Miu Miu beat 4 at once. But at the critical moment, the system suddenly interrupted his editing, reminding him that the capacity was full and the setting was past. Miu Miu almost slapped himself in the face. If he had known this, he would have started from the wedding night, since they were all married in a formal way. I can still watch it as a short movie, and study it with the 4 Flowers of Konoha in the future. Isn't this even more exciting? Ding! The character setting has been determined, and group members are being pulled. Ding! New members have been pulled successfully. Welcome Hareno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Hyaga Hinata, and Tian Tian to join Miu Miu Harem Group. Ding! The host is initially set to invisible state, and group members cannot detect it. If you want to go online, just notify the system. Members of Miu Miu Harem Group, 4 people. Chapter 002 The 4 girls of Konoha join the group. Hareno Sakura, who was in class, suddenly had a flash of light in front of her eyes, as if she saw the scene of her growing up and marrying the same man with 3 other girls, and then they entered the bridal chamber together. What Sakura paid attention to at the first time was not other things, but the man she married, who was not Sasuke. No. This is impossible. How could she marry a man other than Sasuke? Sakura's first reaction was that Naruto was playing a prank on her again. But after a closer look, she found that the man was not Naruto. Although he looked more handsome than Sasuke, with the same black hair and black eyes, Sakura couldn't help but be crazy for a while. But no matter what, this is not Sasuke after all. Fake, all fake. Sakura waved her fists and yelled, "What a joke! I will not marry anyone else except Sasuke." Having said that, she was somewhat uneasy. This situation has gone beyond the scope of a prank. If someone wants to harm her, she may not be able to resist. Of course, it is also possible that this is just an illusion. Ding! Harem Sakura joins the Mew Mew Harem group. Congratulations to Harem Sakura for becoming a member of the Mew Mew Harem group. Please consciously abide by the following group rules. 1. The interests of the group owner are above all else. Group members are not allowed to do anything that is not in the interests of the group owner, and are not allowed to do anything that goes against the will of the group owner. 2. The future fragments in the group are absolutely true, and are all predetermined futures, and there is no need to question them. 3. All members in the group are sisters, and they must live in harmony. They are not allowed to plot persecution or hurt each other. 4. Group members are protected by the system. When in danger, they can summon other members to help them. They can be summoned once every 24 hours, but they need the other party's consent. 5. Group members can get a buff effect. For ordinary members who have just joined the group, their talents, understanding, combat power, and other attributes will be plus 200%. The higher the loyalty and love for the group owner, the greater the buff, up to 1000%. 6. If you don't want to join this group, you can quit on your own, and the relevant memory will be cleared at that time. Harem Sakura. Yamano Ino, who was also in the classroom, had been bored and silently counted the time for get out of class to end. Suddenly, she also saw the scene of herself and 3 other girls marrying the same man in the future. Illusion. Ino was excited and immediately interested. This man is so handsome, but he looks a little familiar, as if he looks like that person. Is he what he looks like when he grows up? Do boys change a lot when they grow up? Or was it his own work? Ino glanced at the corner of the classroom without leaving a trace, and there was Mew Mew. But she didn't say anything and continued to watch the scene silently. The one who married with me, the one with pink hair must have a white forehead, and it's still so flat when she grows up. And the one with white eyes, is it Hinata? Wow, she's older than me, and she's so beautiful bright, really enviable. The last one. I don't know him. Ino watched with great interest, just watching it as a TV movie, not getting into it at all. Soon the wedding ended, and it was time to enter the bridal chamber. With a nervous and shy mood, Ino continued to watch with wide eyes. During the period, she secretly glanced at the other people around her, and found that they didn't pay attention to her, so she was relieved. The prelude made her blush and her heart beat faster, but she couldn't help but want to continue watching. Unfortunately, at the most critical moment, the picture was suddenly interrupted. Ino's expression froze, and her mixed mood made her want to curse. That is, considering the wrong occasion, she forced herself to hold it back. Ding! Yamanaka Ino joins Mew Mew Harem Group. Congratulations, Yamanaka Ino becomes a member of Mew Mew's Harem Group. Please consciously abide by the following group rules. 1. Before Ino could think about it, a crisp sound rang in her mind. It's a pity that she is not a time traveler and doesn't know what a system is, otherwise she would definitely think that she is the chosen one. At this time, she still thinks it is an illusion. But she didn't rush to break the illusion, at least this illusion is much more interesting than class. Harem Sakura. Suddenly, she saw the message sent by Sakura in the group, stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at Sakura's position. Then she saw that Sakura's face was full of astonishment and confusion, and also with anger. Is she also in an illusion? Is this illusion connected? Ino was a little surprised. This was a high-level illusion. It would be difficult for her to break it with her strength. Ino's heart moved, and she turned to look at Hinata behind her, and then she saw Hinata's unusual expression. Hinata's face was blushing, and there seemed to be heat steaming on her forehead. It was obvious that she was embarrassed. So, Hinata was also in this illusion. Ino remained calm and observed the entire classroom silently. But except for Sakura and Hinata, who were suspected to be in the same illusion, no one else showed any abnormal behavior, including the male protagonist Miu Miu, whom she suspected. Hinata Hyuga was also stunned for a while when she saw the wedding scene. But she didn't realize that there was a bride is her when she grows up. The bride is so beautiful that Hinata, who has always been self-conscious, dares not identify herself with her. Like Ino, she suspected that she was under an illusion and immediately used the method to break the illusion, but it was completely ineffective. In trepidation and fear, Hinata kept watching. Until the scene of entering the bridal chamber, she was so embarrassed that she turned into a steam princess and almost fainted. Fortunately, the picture stopped at the most critical moment, otherwise Hinata would have fainted for a long time on the spot. Ding! Hyuga Hinata joins the Mumu Harem group. Congratulations to Hyuga Hinata for becoming a member of the Mumu Harem group. Please consciously abide by the following group rules. 1. What does this mean? Hinata was unable to understand the meaning of the group announcement for a while because of the lack of oxygen in her brain. Even after seeing the message sent by Sakura in it, she still didn't react. At a certain training ground in Konoha, Tenten, who was training with Hyuga Niji, suddenly stopped moving and was almost hit by Niji's attack. What's wrong? Niji frowned. He was a little unhappy that his training was interrupted. Tenten shook her head and found with some confusion that there was an extra picture in front of her. In fact, she wanted to say it directly. There was no need to hide it in front of her teammates. But for some reason, she couldn't say the words that came to her lips. Maybe I'm a little tired. Sorry Niji, I need to rest. Tian realized that something was wrong and could only change the way she said it, but she was able to say it fluently. Tian also understood at this time. Although she didn't know the principle, she couldn't tell others about the scene she saw in front of her. Ningji seemed to be unable to see it. She had to study the specific situation herself. I hope it's just a prank by someone. Tian muttered to herself and found a quiet place to watch the scene. Chapter 003 Sakura Resists Punishment. Tian was much calmer than the previous 3. After all, she had graduated from the ninja school for a year and had performed many tasks. The previous wedding scene did not arouse her too many thoughts, but she was always looking for flaws in it. But after entering the bridal chamber, Tian still couldn't hold it back, and her pretty face turned red. It is impossible for a ninja to become a completely ruthless tool, and she is still a young girl who is full of yearning for love. Seeing that kind of scene, it is impossible to be completely indifferent. Fortunately, the scene did not last until the final stage, which made Tian breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, there was inevitably some regret in her heart. She had never seen this before and was really curious. Ding! Tian joins the Mumu Harem group. Congratulations to Tian for becoming a member of the Mumu Harem group. Please consciously abide by the following group rules. 1. Is this true or false? Tianation's eyes widened immediately. Because she is already a formal ninja, she is very sensitive to changes in strength. After the chat group sent out a prompt, she clearly felt that the power in her body had changed differently, and it seemed to be twice as strong. It is not known whether the other prompts are true or false for the time being, but this strength gain, it is indeed true. So when she saw the message sent by Sakura in the group, combined with the clues before and after, she had some guesses in her mind. Harem no Sakura. Tien, which one of the 4 brides are you? Harem no Sakura. Tien, don't be so shocked, this is Miu Miu's harem group, the group owner should be Miu Miu, who is also the groom in the picture. There are 4 people in the group now, I think they should be the 4 brides. In addition to you and me, the other 2 are also here. Yamanaka Ino. Hyuga Hinata. Tien, sure enough, my guess is correct. It is not known what this group is about for the time being, and it is also uncertain whether the video represents the future. But we should all be Konoha ninjas, and we can trust each other. Hyuga Hinata, sorry. I don't understand the situation. Yamana Ino, are you a Konoha ninja? Tien, as I said, we can trust each other. I am a graduate of the last ninja school, my name is Tien. I am in the 3rd squad of the team, and the leader is the Jonin Might Guy. If you have any questions, ask in the village, and you will soon find out. Yamana Ino, Might Guy. I think I know. Well, senior sister Tien, actually the 3 of us are classmates, and we are still in the ninja school. The graduation examination is tomorrow. Tien, so you all know each other? And you are together now? In the ninja school classroom, the 3 Ino looked at each other and were all surprised. Yamana Ino, that's right. Senior sister Tien, where are you now? Tien, I'm in the XTH training ground. Yamana Ino, is this considered a long-distance conversation? What kind of illusion can achieve this level? It's incredible. Tien, it may not be an illusion. I haven't figured out the specifics, so I can't make a conclusion directly. And although we can communicate remotely, we can't be sure whether the content of the conversation will be intercepted. If possible, I hope everyone can communicate face to face. Harem no Sakura, what a joke. How could I marry a guy like Miu Miu who has no characteristics, and be with others? Stop joking. What Miu Miu harem group, I'm quitting now. Ino, Sakura, wait. Ding. Warning, Harem no Sakura has violated the first rule of the group, and the group system is about to make a punishment. In view of the first offense, and the circumstances are not serious, the group system will give a small punishment and a big warning to warn others. Harem no Sakura. Before Sakura could exit the group chat, her whole body suddenly froze. At this moment, she seemed to have her soul out of her body, her spirit out of her body, and appeared in a closed space. After the chat group was activated, Miu Miu entered the peeping state. The system reminded him that he was invisible in the group, and if he wanted to go online, he just needed to tell the system. Miu Miu, who wanted to go online directly, gave up after seeing the group rules in the announcement. Those rules were biased in his favor. Once he went online, he would probably become the target of public criticism and there was no way to improve his favorability. It was good to just lurk quietly. The harem members didn't know that he was in the group, so they would be more relaxed when chatting. Maybe they could see some exciting things in the future, which would be more conducive to his completion of the strategy. He knew that women were more promiscuous than men when playing in private. But if there were men present, they would immediately act arrogantly, and they were completely different in front of and behind people. This Sakura really has no brains at all, or she was originally a Sasuke-loving brain, with nothing in her mind except Sasuke. Seeing Sakura's speech, Miu Miu frowned, and he really didn't like this Sakura at first. Seeing that she was about to leave the group chat, Miu Miu didn't care. It might be a pity that one of the 4 flowers of Konoha is missing, but it wouldn't matter if it was Sakura. But the next moment, the system punished her. The punished object was Sakura, and the punisher was Miu Miu, the group owner. When Sakura's spirit was pulled into a closed space, Miu Miu's spirit followed, but Miu Miu was still invisible and no one could see him. This closed space like the small room in the movie, was presented in the group chat in a live broadcast. In the room, there were all kinds of toys placed around. And the punished object Sakura was tied up in a big letter shape and couldn't move. Such a scene had a great impact on everyone. In the classroom, Ino and Hinata subconsciously looked at Sakura, but found that Sakura, who had a rich expression just now, was actually sleeping on the table. Ino used the heart-turning technique to quietly explore, and Hinata also opened her eyes, and then the two looked at each other and shook their heads. Sakura looked normal on the surface, as if she was really asleep. But only they knew that Sakura's mind was locked up by the group system. Tian, what's Sakura like now? Ino, her body is still here, and it seems that there is no change on the surface, but she suddenly fell asleep. Tian. When they encountered this kind of thing, although they were anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, the group system prompted a minor punishment, and Sakura should only suffer a little, and her life would not be in danger. In the closed space, Miu Miu looked around in surprise, and soon understood what he needed to do. It is worth mentioning that although Sakura's body was asleep in the outside world, Miu Miu was normal. At this time, he seemed to be divided into two minds, and the closed space was more like a consciousness space for him. Without the system prompt, Miu Miu walked slowly towards Sakura and smiled evilly. To be honest, from the beginning when he saw Sakura's resistance reaction, Miu Miu was very unhappy with her and wanted to do something. Now the opportunity has come, isn't it? The group system really understands him. Chapter 004 Group members have no secrets from Miu Miu. The specific process of punishing Sakura is difficult to describe in words. In the group chat, Tian, Ino, and Hinata saw the whole process clearly through the live broadcast. The faces of the three people became as if they were on fire. Hinata turned into a steam princess, with her eyes turned into curled eyes, and she was in a state of temporary unconsciousness. Tian, it's too scary. I don't want to be punished like this at all. This kind of punishment is not too traumatic to the body, but it is too severe to the spirit. The most outrageous thing is that the process of Sakura being punished has been recorded and put into the group file. The video indicates that Sakura violated the first group rule and was punished by the group system. This should be used to warn other group members, but it is very socially dead for Sakura. If that video is always posted, it will be her black history for the rest of her life, and she may find it difficult to get along in this group. Yamanaka Ino, it's a bit too exciting. Hinata was so excited that she fainted. It's so scary. Tian, so let's try our best to abide by the group rules. The first group rule, the interests of the group owner are above all else. Group members are not allowed to do anything that is not in the interests of the group owner, and are not allowed to do anything that goes against the will of the group owner. Tian, then what Sakura violated just now should be touching the interests of the group leader, or violating the will of the group leader. Yamanaka Ino, if it is just touching the interests, it is fine. But how to define violating the will of the group leader? If we don't understand what the group leader thinks, it's useless no matter how careful we are, right? Tian, let's talk about this kind of thing when we meet. Harem no Sakura, taught. In the classroom, Ino glanced at Sakura. She found that Sakura's consciousness had returned to her body, but she was still lying there pretending to be dead. I think the incident just now must have hit her hard. If it were Ino herself, she would also be ashamed, not to mention Sakura, who is more sensitive. Tian, don't mind it. We are all in the same boat now. We must work together and find a way to face it together. Just pretend that what happened just now never happened, and no one is allowed to mention it again in the future. With Sakura taking the mine for them, they actually have to thank Sakura. Yamana Ino, broad forehead, I didn't expect you to have this day, ha 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 ha. Tian. Harem no Sakura, pighead Ino, get out of here. Yamana Ino, I won't be stupid, leaving the group chat may be a betrayal to the group owner, and it should be punished, hu. Harem no Sakura. Tian, by the way, I just heard Xiaoying mention the name of the group owner, do you know him? Xiaoying just said, how could she marry a guy like Miu who has no characteristics? Tian suspected that it was this sentence that made Xiaoying be punished by the system. This system may be a little narrow-minded and can't stand any bad remarks about the group owner. So even when repeating, Tian tried to avoid saying these possible forbidden words. Harem no Sakura, humph. Sakura is just in love, not really stupid. After being punished, she temporarily abandoned her obsession with Suzuki, and her IQ rose sharply. Tian can figure out what she can figure out, and she thinks even further. No matter whether Mumu has any relationship with this harem group, it is certain that the guy will definitely be a great figure in the future, not as simple as it seems. If Suzuki had not been in my heart in advance, investing in Mumu now would be a good choice. Yamazaka Ino, he is also in our class. He has always been very low-key and his grades have always been in the middle. At first, I didn't even remember his name. Tian, okay, there is still some time before the end of get out of class. When you get out of school, we will meet and talk. I will wait for you at the dessert shop on the commercial street. Yamazaka Ino, okay. Harem no Sakura. In the classroom, Mumu secretly recalled the process of punishing Sakura before. Not to mention, Xiaoying's personality is a bit annoying, and her figure is also slender and thin, with no flesh on her body. But she is a girl after all, soft and cute, and the experience is definitely not bad. If this kind of thing can be experienced a few more times, he believes that Xiaoying's personality will soon change. Of course, Miu really hopes that others will also break the group rules, so that everyone can experience it, and it is also very good to make a comparison. Unfortunately, there is Tian who has been rolling in society for a year, which has saved them from a few basic minds. At this time, the group chat suddenly became quiet, and they were ready to avoid the system and go offline to communicate pass. Miu smiled. As long as they are still in the group rules will be effective for them. Whether online or offline. And Miu turned on the remote video surveillance. Sitting in the classroom, he could easily see the scene over there. The viewing angle can be adjusted in 3 dimensions, and the time is unlimited for 24 hours. It is not affected by time and space, barriers, etc., and you can watch it anytime and anywhere. You can stretch it at will within a 10-meter range, as far as looking at people 10 meters away, as close as a hair, and even pull the camera into the other person's body to see the organs, and it is not a problem to penetrate clothes. The most important thing is that no matter how strong the peeping person is, no matter how outstanding his perception is, he will never find it. The members of the harem group have no secrets for Miu. Ding! The host has one chance to make up the future every day, and the number will be refreshed at dawn the next day. I hope the host will make good use of this ability. After receiving the system reminder, Miu remembered that he had something to do. The previous personality is not the same as making up the future. After checking the time, he saw that there was still about half an hour before school was over, so Miu immediately started to think about it. Soon, he made up a future clip, and the system automatically converted it into a video. After observing it several times, he modified some minor flaws, and then the video was pushed to the group. Ding! The group system pushed a future clip, future video 1.avi, which has been saved to the group file. At this time, the bell rang, and it was time to go home. The 4 flowers of Konoha received a reminder from the group system at the same time. Ten was already waiting in the dessert shop on the commercial street, and he clicked on the video to watch it directly. And Sakura, Ino, and Hinata had just gathered together and were about to meet Ten. After receiving the system reminder, they also planned to watch the video first. The video started, and the first scene was the graduation assessment of the ninja school on the second day. The assessment content was the clone technique. Of the 27 students in the class, 26 passed it smoothly. But when it came to Naruto, the mysterious operation shocked the 3 girls of Sakura who were familiar with Naruto. Obviously, in the end, only Naruto failed the graduation test, and he sat alone on the swing outside the school with a look of disappointment. Chapter 005 Mew Mew's Blood Limit would release. Yamanaka Ino, can you really see the future? Tomorrow's test is actually the clone technique, which is surprisingly easy. Tien, it's just right to verify the authenticity of this video tomorrow, but is that Uzumaki Naruto really that bad? Harem no Sakura, humph, this is just an idiot who can only play pranks everywhere. His performance is completely expected. Hyuga Hinata. Tien, come to think of it, there was a similar idiot in our class. The video screen continues. The day after the graduation test, everyone gathered in the classroom. Unexpectedly, Naruto came with a forehead protector and a proud look on his face. In the fight, Naruto and Sasuke completed their first kiss achievement, which shocked everyone. Naruto was directly chased by almost all the girls in the class. Harem no Sakura, no. My Sasuke-kun. Yamanaka Ino, damn Naruto, I'm going to kill him. Hyuga Hinata. Tien, your class is quite interesting, much more active than ours. But I have to remind you that Sasuke's charm is indeed not small. But you must always remember that this is Mew Mew's harem group. In name, we all belong to Mew Mew. Tien is reminding them to be careful when speaking in the group. If you don't speak from Mew Mew's standpoint, be careful to be punished by the group system like Sakura before. This statement is hard for the other 3 girls to accept, but they have no ability to resist and must bow to reality, unless they don't care about being punished. But let alone Sakura, the person involved, even if they only saw Sakura's punishment process through the live video, they were all silent and absolutely didn't want to be punished. Sakura, who was suddenly whipped, was so depressed that her face turned purple. There was a lot of things I wanted to say to scold Naruto for licking Sasuke, but I held them back now. The video screen continued. Next, the 3-person team was divided into classes, Class 7, Class 8, Class 10, Mew Mew was in Class 9, forming a team with 2 other extras. The team leaders of each team took their subordinates away one after another, only the teacher of Class 7 was late. The camera turned to Class 9, Mew Mew's team leader was an ordinary jonin from Konoha, and after a brief self-introduction, he started the 1v3 battle mode. The jonin was not polite at all, and knocked down all 3 students in a few moves, judging them unqualified, and collectively sent them back to the ninja school to retake. Yamanaka Ino, what the hell? There is still an assessment after the class division? Only 9 of the 27 graduates can pass? Harem no Sakura, no way. I absolutely cannot be eliminated. I want to stay in Class 7. Hinata Hyuga. Tien, actually, I think you 3 don't have to worry too much. If only 9 people can pass, it should be the 3 teams you 3 are in. Yamanaka Ino, what do you mean? Harem no Sakura, really? Really? Great. Tien, Some things are hard to say, but I think it's pretty close. After all, she has graduated for a year, and Tien probably knows what a real ninja is like. It's not that all the 3 teams that Ino and the others belong to are from the ninja clan except Sakura, so they are given a back door. The main reason is that except for the 3 teams they belong to, the remaining civilian ninjas are all as featureless as Mew Mew. No features are cannon fodder, and letting them become ninjas will only lower the overall quality of the Konoha ninja group and reduce the task completion rate. Letting them go back to school to retake classes is also a way to temper their temper and strengthen their character. As long as they are strong enough, they will become ninjas sooner or later. As for those who are from the ninja clan, they have a higher vision than ordinary people since childhood, and they have their own family secrets. They are much better than many civilian ninjas who have been genin for many years, so they can naturally pass easily. Sakura might just be lucky to fill in the position, otherwise, if she only ranked first in cultural subjects, she might not be able to mix with people from the ninja clan. Tian might not understand it before, but after being a genin for a year and understanding the overall environment of ninjas, she can probably figure it out and understand the village's rules. However, Miu Miu actually failed the assessment, which was a bit beyond her expectations. How bad can a man who can marry 4 wives at the same time be? But now in the group, Tian dare not make any bad remarks about Miu Miu casually, lest he end up like Sakura. Sakura, Ino, and others are still worried about the high elimination rate, and they didn't notice this for a while. The video screen continues. Miu Miu, who was announced to be eliminated, was very disappointed. Unwilling to give up, he burst out with extremely powerful chakra on the spot, and suddenly used a strange ninjutsu to knock down the leader and 2 companions. This sudden burst of power seemed to be out of control, and it could absorb the opponent's chakra, almost sucking the 3 people dry. Fortunately, the Anbu patrolling nearby heard the sound and rushed over, stopped him, and brought him to the 3rd Hokage. After checking, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have come to some conclusion, with joy in his eyes. However, he did not explain it in public, but listed the matter as top secret, and asked everyone not to mention it again. Leaking the news is equivalent to betraying the village. Tian, as expected, he is worthy of being the group leader, and he is indeed different from ordinary people. This should be some kind of blood limit of his? Yamanaka Ino, what kind of ability is it? It is actually listed as top secret, which makes people want to know more. Hara no Sakura, Sakura, who was about to say something, suddenly shut up again when she thought of the group rules. But she still didn't agree in her heart. It was a devilish way at first glance, and it was definitely not a serious ability. Hyuga Hinata, I always feel that ability is very important to the village. Tia-nation, hey? Hinata, you can actually talk? But you think the same as me, the group leader will definitely be a very remarkable person in the future. Hyuga Hinata. Sakura saw their conversation and couldn't help curling her lips. It's nothing, she started calling the group leader, so flattering. The video screen continued. The 3rd Hokage waved everyone away, leaving only Miu Miu alone. After some verbal comfort and chicken soup, he asked Miu Miu to join the Anbu and prepare for intensive training. Miu Miu, who was eliminated in the assessment, was able to join the Anbu, which was a pleasant surprise for him, so he naturally agreed. The 3rd Hokage arranged him to work under an Anbu code named Tenzo. Tenzo checked Miu Miu's physique, nodded to the 3rd Hokage, and then took Miu Miu to a secluded place and began to help him with special training. It was not until this time that Miu Miu's ability was revealed. It was the same ability as the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, wood release. And that Tenzo was also a wood release master. He was teaching Miu Miu how to master wood release. Miu Miu's talent was very strong, or in other words, his talent in wood release was very strong. He could use it almost immediately after Tenzo demonstrated it. After a few simple familiarizations, his power surpassed Tenzo. In just a few days, all the wood release that Tenzo mastered was learned by Miu Miu. In a sense, Miu Miu's strength had surpassed Tenzo at this time. A powerful bloodline master, so terrifying. P.S. Future videos are generally simple flashbacks, and will not be described in detail. Details will be filled in when the plot happens. Chapter 006 Sakura is disliked by Miu Miu rewards for more. Yamanaka Ino. It's wood release. Just like the first generation. And do you feel that after activating wood release, Miu Miu suddenly became much more handsome? Although he can't compare with when he got married, he is much more handsome than now. Tia-nation, it should be the change in temperament caused by the improvement of strength. As the saying goes, appearance is determined by the heart. Tianatian, the group leader has such a strong bloodline and unexpectedly strong talent. I was just guessing before, but now I can be sure that he will definitely be a great man in the future. If I can really marry him in the future, I will be honored. Harem no Sakura, I admit that I was a little biased at the beginning, but it was not enough to change my mind. Yamanaka Ino, hehe, wide forehead, you can continue to hold on to your fantasy, I may have to change my feelings. Miu Miu is the real potential stock, since we will marry him in the future. If I pursue him now, I will definitely have an innate advantage. Harem no Sakura, tisk, how can you be sure that those pictures are the real future and not made up by someone? Not to mention that we don't know whether what we are watching now is true or not. Even if it is true, we can't conclude that the one about marriage at the beginning is also true, right? Yamanaka Ino, let's wait and see. Hyuga Hinata. The video screen continues. After a period of special training, Miu Miu officially became a member of the Anbu, and his Anbu mission started with monitoring Naruto. Why monitoring? The video didn't say, but Miu Miu obviously knew the reason. Team 7, led by Kakashi, began to complete various D-level missions. There were many accidents in the process, but it was also very boring. Miu Miu has been hiding in the dark, just watching silently. Occasionally, Kakashi would appear beside him and exchange a few simple words, indicating that Kakashi knew of his existence. The boring life flashed by, and Team 7 finally received a C-level escort mission that allowed them to leave the village. Miu Miu also followed behind secretly, and even had an additional ANBU teammate beside him. It can be seen that the village has increased its vigilance for Naruto's departure from the village. Yamakana Ino, no, who can tell me what's going on? Why is Miu Miu's mission so strange? Harem no Sakura, who knows, anyway, Naruto is a very strange person. Maybe the Hokage thinks that he is not reliable as a ninja, so he asked Miu Miu to clean up the mess for him in secret? Harem no Sakura, in comparison, what I care more about is that I don't know in the picture, but now I know that someone is watching in secret. When I carry out the mission, I will definitely feel uncomfortable. Yamakana Ino, wide forehead, why are you so lucky? Not only are you in a small team with Sasuke, but now even Miu Miu is protecting you in secret. No way. Then I will go to Team 7 and you to Team 10. Harem no Sakura, no way, lol lol. Tien, the village will definitely not waste its combat power in vain. Since the group leader is asked to monitor Naruto, there is a reason for doing so. Tien, the reason you said is basically impossible. If you think Naruto is not suitable to be a ninja, you should not let him pass the assessment at the beginning. There is no need to do so. Now you are wronging the group leader. Harem no Sakura. I just said it casually. Who cares about a guy like Naruto? As long as he doesn't bother me, it's fine. Tien, maybe Naruto has a special identity that no one knows about. Hyuga Hinata. The video screen continues. The mission of Wave Country begins. Team 7 was attacked by the Demon Brothers shortly after leaving the village. Fortunately, they were safe. Under Kakashi's questioning, the mission client confessed the truth, and the C-level mission became a B-level mission. Originally, they could have chosen to give up the mission and return to the village, but under Naruto's insistence on self-harm, the mission continued. When they set foot on the territory of Wave Country, Zabuza, the demon from Mist-Hidden Mountain, attacked. Kakashi was accidentally tricked and fell into the water prison technique. It was only because of Naruto, who was the last one, that he was rescued. Kakashi and Zabuza had a wonderful duel between water shadow ninjas, and Zabuza was defeated in the end. At that time, Miu Miu and his Anbu teammates discovered Bai, who was disguised as the Anbu of Mist-Hidden Mountain. The Anbu teammates wanted to deal with him in secret, but were stopped by Miu Miu. This was not their mission. A few days later, on the half-finished Cross Sea Bridge, Zabuza attacked again with Bai. Bai's ice escape blood inheritance brought great surprise to everyone. After special training, Naruto and Sasuke joined forces, but they were no match at all. When Sasuke was seriously injured and dying, Naruto went berserk as expected. A stream of red chakra condensed into the appearance of a demon fox, and Naruto's aura rose steadily, and his strength, speed, and other attributes were improved several times. Haku's ability had no resistance to this power, and he was beaten up by the rampaging Naruto, and almost affected Sakura and Dasna. At the critical moment, Mumu took action. First, he saved Sakura and Dasna, and then used wood release to easily suppress the power of the nine tails in Naruto's body, allowing him to calm down. As for Haku and Zabuza, they had nothing to do with Mumu. It was not until Mumu retired that the Anbu teammate reacted, but he was no longer a problem. The final plot development was the same as the original. Haku flashed to help Zabuza block the fatal blow, and his body was insulted by Cardo. Zabuza sacrificed himself to vent Haku's anger. The bodies of the two were buried together by Team 7 on the beautiful seaside. After the mission in Wave Country is over, on the way back, the three members of Team 7 are discussing the identity of the Konoha Anbu who suddenly appeared and saved them. Naruto insisted that it was Mew Mew. Although his reason was a little blurred at the time, his perception was very strong, but his words were questioned by Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura was arrogant and full of disdain for Mew Mew, which made Mew Mew who followed secretly dislike her. Kakashi, who knew the truth, also looked at Sakura with sympathy. The group returned to Konoha in a fight. The video ended here and the screen gradually went black. Wave Country. The scenes of the Kingdom of Waves mission did not last long, and the battle process was not fully presented. However, even if only a few simple scenes flashed by, several girls in the group could still feel the thrill. Ino, Sakura, and Hinata, who had not yet graduated from the ninja school, were even more frightened. Is it so dangerous to be a ninja and perform a mission? Although Tenten has been a genin for a year and has performed many missions, to be honest, they have never encountered an enemy of Zabuza's level. The Wave Kingdom mission was initially released as a C-level mission, but judging from the results, it is already an A-level mission. Not to mention a new genin team, even if a Chunin team went there, there is a high probability that they would never return. After watching this video, the girls in the group were speechless for a long time, and no one spoke for a long time. Thanks to 19,884 for the 1000 VIP points reward. Chapter 007. Who of you can let me summon? Yamano Ino, is this a real ninja? I think I thought too simply before. Harem Sakura, I suddenly got a little nervous. Do I really have the ability to complete such a mission? Yamano Ino, you are wrong, broad forehead. You are just a soy sauce. No, you are the one who drags the team down. Even Naruto's role is much greater than yours. The reason why this mission can be completed has nothing to do with you. Harem Sakura. Tia Nation, this mission is just an accident. As you can see, those boring D-level missions are the daily routine of genin. Even if you occasionally take on some C-level missions, there will generally not be too intense battles. Tia Nation, however, the life of a ninja is full of surprises. No one knows which will come first, tomorrow or death. If you are not fully prepared mentally, staying in the ninja school is also a good idea. Tia Nation's words made the chat group silent again. According to the normal plot development, everyone is gradually adapting to the rhythm of the ninja and slowly walking out of the comfortable circle of life. But now they have seen a high-level game between elite jonins. Even though the performance of the two elite jonins was a little lacking, it was beyond the girls' cognition. The reality was too different from what they expected. There was a gap in their hearts, and it was difficult to adjust for a while. Hyuga Hinata, Naruto, is it because of that power that you are being monitored? Mew Mew's would release can suppress that power, so Mew Mew is responsible for monitoring Naruto? Tenten, hey? Hinata, who usually keeps quiet, was the first to react. Ino, Sakura, you are all outdone. Yamanaka Ino. Hara no Sakura. Hyuga Hinata, that. I don't mean that. After watching such a battle and seeing the dangers encountered by Team 7, Hinata would of course be nervous and afraid. But the main reason is that she is usually nervous, so it is easier for her to stay calm in the tension. Yamanaka Ino, I was just sighing, but I was not afraid. After all, that was Team 7's mission, and it had nothing to do with me. I just wonder if a certain broad-forehead guy was scared to death. Hara no Sakura, hey? What are you talking about, pig-headed Ino? I'm scared. What a joke. Even if you're scared to death, I won't be scared to death. Yamanaka Ino, hehe, I noticed it. At the end of the video, someone was disliked by Mew Mew-kun. Hara no Sakura. She couldn't refute this, because she saw it herself. But Sakura was indignant. Won't Mew Mew marry her in the future? He should be the one to please her. Mew Mew was indeed not outstanding during his time at the ninja school. I just said a few honest words, why did he dislike me? Nation, Hinata's words just now should be correct. Mew Mew's mission in the Anbu is most likely related to Naruto's special power. You are all classmates, you should know more than me, didn't you know anything before? Yamakana Ino, I only know that everyone seems to hate him, and many adults have told their children not to play with him, but I don't know why. And I didn't have any contact with him before, let alone pay attention to these things. Yamakana Ino, speaking of which, the wide forehead should be the one who knows him best, right? After all, Naruto seems to like wide foreheads, haha. Hara no Sakura, pighead Ino, get out of here. You don't know him at all, I hate that guy the most. He always likes to play pranks everywhere and do annoying things. Who would pay attention to him? Hyuga Hinata. Nation, okay, there is no need to discuss this matter for the time being. It has little to do with us, and it's best not to mention it in front of others. Where are you now? I've finished 2 bowls of red bean soup. Yamakana Ino, ahem, I'll be there soon. Nation, by the way, does anyone want to try the summoning ability? Article 4 of the group rules states that you can summon someone to your side with the other party's consent. Who of you would like me to summon? The 3 people, Ino, who had just come out of the classroom, looked at each other and were a little hesitant. This involves the ability of time and space, which is somewhat dangerous. Do you really want to take such a risk just to try the ability? Finally, Ino said, let me do it. I usually practice the mind-turning technique, and I am used to turning .shift. The heart turn technique has nothing to do with the ability of time and space. In fact, she just saw that Sakura and Hinata were a little scared, so she took the initiative to take responsibility. Sakura and Hinata did not understand what kind of ninjutsu the heart turn technique was yet, but they were relieved when they heard it. Sakura said stubbornly, in that case, I'll give you a chance to show off. Little, be careful. Hinata pointed at her finger and wanted to say that she would replace Ino, but she really didn't have the courage. Yamano Ino, Senior Tenten, please summon me, I'm ready. Swish. As soon as Ino finished sending the message in the group, her body disappeared in front of Sakura and Hinata. The next moment, she appeared in the dessert shop on the commercial street, next to Tenten. Wow, so magical! Ino said in surprise, I didn't feel anything at all, it seemed like I just blinked and came here. Don't you feel the time and space shift? Tian looked at Ino carefully. This was the first time she met Ino, and they had communicated the most in the group before. But among Mew Mew's 4 wives, Tian only knew that Sakura was the pink-haired one, because she had seen the live video. She really didn't know which one was which between Ino and Hinata, but she had some guesses in her mind. Now seeing Ino's appearance, she matched them at the first time. Of course, the 4 wives of Miu Miu seen before were all grown up, and the Ino in front of her had just reached the age of graduating from the ninja school, which was very different from the video. Tian Tian senior sister. When Tian Tian looked at Ino, Ino also looked at Tian Tian, then shook her head and said, I also thought that I might not be able to adapt, but I didn't expect that I didn't feel anything at all. It seems that this ability is indeed no problem. Hara no Sakura, calling Pighead Ino. Please reply if you get it. Yamanaka Ino, hehe, wide forehead, please agree. Hara no Sakura, what? The next moment, Sakura was pulled to Ino's side. She blinked, suddenly reacted, and immediately raised her hand to hit Ino. Ino pig. You actually used that ability when I was not prepared, what if there is danger? Ino easily avoided Sakura's attack, and seeing her extremely angry look, she couldn't help but laugh and said, isn't this nothing? Just now you asked me to step on the landmine, and now I am just teasing you, and I am at a disadvantage in comparison. Sakura calmed down after hearing this. It was reasonable to say that what Ino said made sense. But the next moment, a smirk appeared on her face. She couldn't be the only one to be scared. Hara no Sakura, Hinata, agree. Hi ga Hinata, hey. So the next moment, Hinata was also summoned, with a confused look on her face. Chapter 008 Even Hinata betrayed. What happened to the 4 flowers of Konoha was seen by Miu Miu, both online and offline. It's a pity that he has no intersection with the 4 people now, so it's not easy to run to them directly. He can only take a look through the group chat. But it's almost time. My wood release ability is set according to Hashirama Senju. The huge life energy can promote my physical growth. In other words, although I am only 13 years old now, after the wood release is activated, I can quickly grow to 18 years old at any time. However, this ability cannot be used on others, the 4 flowers of Konoha can only wait for a while. I hope that in a short time, the harem group can add a few more mature group members. Miu Miu suppressed the commotion in his heart and began to ponder the gains and losses of the previous future video. Originally, he thought that after the video was sent out, the power he gained in it could be directly materialized in reality. But now it seems that he should wait for the timeline in the video to arrive before he can obtain the corresponding ability. So he has to wait 2 days before he can activate wood release. If he had known this earlier, he would have set it directly in the video and activated it on the same day. Of course, he also considered rationality and set it 2 days later. You can't just walk on the road and activate wood release for no reason. Hey? Miu Miu, who had been paying attention to the 4 flowers of Konoha through remote monitoring in the group chat, suddenly raised his eyebrows and raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. If that's the case, then maybe I can go around in front of them. Commercial Street, Dessert Shop. Through the summoning ability of the harem group, the 4 flowers of Konoha gathered together. Although this ability is abrupt, this is the ninja world. They suddenly disappeared on the road before, and suddenly appeared here, and did not attract special attention from others. The 4 of them introduced themselves and sat together to discuss in a low voice. Tian Tian took the lead in expressing his thoughts and said, I have verified it before. The gain effect on Rule 5 is true. I can now exert twice as much strength as before. Also, talent and comprehension have been strengthened. I am now learning new ninjutsu or new knowledge, and my efficiency is much higher than before. So, after we join the group, there are still many benefits. Talent, comprehension, and strength have been strengthened, and you can also use them anytime, anywhere. Summoning your sisters to your side is an extra layer of insurance. Sakura frowned and said, there are indeed benefits, but what about the disadvantages? Ino chuckled and said, what disadvantages are there? Even if you break the rules, it's just a little mental stimulation, right? Sakura's face changed on the spot when she mentioned this, and her whole face instantly turned purple. Tian quickly tried to smooth things over and said, okay, let's stop talking about this topic. What we should discuss now is how to view this harem group. According to the existing clues, the content in the future video is probably true. Then according to the picture we saw before entering the group. At this point, Tianation's pretty face was slightly red, and she couldn't continue. The other three women also thought of the wedding scene they saw at the beginning, as well as the bridal chamber, and their expressions on their faces couldn't remain calm. Ino was a little embarrassed to say, if that's the case, what should we do? Do we really have to be 4 people together? I always feel that I can't accept it. No matter whether the other things are true or not, I will never accept this. Sakura said firmly. I don't either. Hinata blushed and lowered her head to her finger. Tian waved her hand and said, don't worry. Judging from the picture, we will be at least 18 or 19 years old at that time, which is 4 or 5 years later. There is no need to think so far now. What I mean is that although I don't know how this harem group came about and who is behind it, it is obvious that its purpose is to get us close to the group leader. The better we treat the group leader, the more benefits we can get. The group rules are obviously biased towards Miu Miu, and Rule 5 is almost undisguised. The higher the loyalty and love for the group leader, the greater the gain, up to 1000%. 1000%, that's a 10-fold increase. The simple 10-fold increase in strength is already amazing. If their talent and comprehension increase 10-fold, there is no doubt that they will definitely stand at the top of the entire ninja world. Except for Sakura, the other 3 women are a little moved, that's the peak of the entire ninja world. Hey! Sakura saw their expressions and said anxiously. You guys won't be defeated just like that, will you? What if someone planned all this? Are you going to give it away for free? Sakura is a pure love-brained person. She doesn't care about strength or anything like that, at least at this stage. No matter how much the group chat gives, it can't stop her yearning for love. Tian blushed and said, it's not that we were defeated, but making friends with the group leader won't cause any loss to us, right? It can be regarded as an initial investment. Ino held her face with both hands and said with a little yearning, if Miu Miu-kun really activates wood release and becomes more and more handsome in the future, he will be much better than Sasuke. Even if it's given away for free, I don't mind. As we all know, the wood release of the first generation of Hokage defeated Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. Formula conversion means that wood release is stronger than Sharingan, which means that Miu Miu is stronger than Sasuke. She used to like Sasuke because she had no choice. Now she likes a man who is better than Sasuke. Is there anything wrong with her? Hinata said in a gentle tone, if it's just to make friends, I can do it. Ah! How come even Hinata betrayed? Sakura couldn't help but cover her head and wailed. But her movement attracted the attention of other customers in the dessert shop, and she immediately shrank her neck like a quail. It was really that punishment that left a big shadow in her mind. Sakura was still very reluctant to approach Miu Miu and please Miu Miu, but she didn't dare to be too tough. If there hadn't been that punishment, she would have quit the harem group regardless of everything. Even if the relevant memories were cleared, what would it matter? Just pretend that you never had it. The 3 girls looked at each other and seemed to have reached a consensus: take the initiative to make friends with Miu Miu. As for Sakura, they couldn't change her mind. Besides, if they really took Miu Miu as their target, the 4 of them were actually competitors. The fewer people competing, the more benefits they could get. Why should they care about Sakura? Miu Miu also showed a happy expression after listening to their conversations and understanding their thoughts. At this moment, he was swaying and slowly walking in from the door of the dessert shop. Boss, give me a bowl of fruit salad to take away, thank you. Miu Miu didn't look in the direction of the 4 flowers of Konoha, and walked straight to the front desk. His voice was a little loud, enough for the four flowers of Konoha to hear. == Thanks to O_O for the 588 VIP points reward. == Chapter 009 Ino and Tianatian's Little Thoughts. Although Tian had never seen Miu Miu, he had already known Miu Miu's true appearance from the future video, so he naturally recognized him at a glance. What made Miu Miu strange was that the four flowers of Konoha, who were chatting enthusiastically in private and wanted to devote themselves to him immediately, were collectively silent when they saw him, and they did not have the initiative to chat at all. Until Miu Miu finished buying dessert and turned to leave, he even deliberately delayed time and squatted down to tie his shoelaces. Oh, I forgot, Ninja wears the shoes had no laces, so Miu Miu could only pretend to brush off the dust on the surface of the shoes. But even if he did this, Miu Yesuwa still only looked at him secretly from the corner of her eyes, and had no intention of talking to him at all. Liar! Women are all liars! Miu Miu was secretly indignant in his heart, thinking that he had made a special trip in vain. Forget it, let's go home, there is no rush for this moment. Miu Miu was also a little lonely, without a friend to talk to, and no relatives at home. In this world, he was completely alone and had no sense of existence at all. I thought that with the harem group, he and Miu Yesuwa were already family. Sure enough, there was still no change, so I could only endure it for now. When he becomes stronger, someone will take the initiative to approach him to please him. What Miu Miu didn't know was that it was mainly because girls were thin-skinned. How could he have the nerve to do anything to him in front of his other wives? It was not until Miu Miu had left for a long time that the four flowers of Konoha gradually came back to their senses. Tenten coughed dryly and said, "We have roughly understood the functions of the chat group now. It can be said that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, so let's abide by the group rules for the time being. Even if we are accidentally punished, don't take it too seriously." Sakura's face darkened. Why did she bring her out to be whipped again? Ino laughed and said, "I think if anyone wants to leave the group, it's better to do it as soon as possible, otherwise it may be involved too much in the future, and it will become more troublesome to want to leave the group again." Sakura knew that this was still talking about her, but she just snorted from her nose without any expression. Just kidding, if she quits the group now, won't the losses she suffered before be in vain? Besides, she can see future videos in the group. As long as the authenticity of the video is verified tomorrow, she can avoid many risks and take the lead in advance by relying on future videos. Knowing all this and still quitting the group, she would be a fool. Since everyone has decided to wait and see, we will all be sisters in the future. Tian looked at the reactions of the girls and then said, "With this group, it is very convenient for us to communicate with each other at any time. We can communicate with each other at any time. It's getting late today, let's disperse now. It's the same if we talk about things in the group." Okay. Ino stood up and said, "I have something to do at home, so I really can't go back too late." Hinata nodded and said, "Nice to meet you all." Although everyone is a classmate except Tian, they all knew each other before. But only Sakura has a good relationship with Ino, and Hinata doesn't have much intersection with them. Now with the harem group, they are close friends than sisters. This feeling makes Hinata, who doesn't have much social circle, very happy. Okay, that's it for now. Sakura also expressed briefly. So the first gathering of the four flowers of Konoha was hastily disbanded, which seemed a bit hasty. Sakura walked towards her home without thinking too much. She didn't have high expectations for the harem. She just felt that she had suffered a loss in the previous punishment, and wanted to watch more future videos to make up for it. Hinata was happy to meet a few sisters, but she was also a little uneasy about the future. She didn't know what her future fate would be like with the addition of a harem. She was a little entangled in her mind, and walked home silently. But what they didn't know was that after leaving the dessert shop, Ino and Tenten went in two directions to chase Miu Miu. Ino's personality was originally wild. After weighing the pros and cons, she felt that it was the right thing to do to make friends with Miu Miu. Even if it was true as Sakura said, someone was behind the scenes, and it would be a waste of time, it didn't matter. Unless the video was all fake, and Miu Miu was just a nobody. Even so, you will know the answer in 2 days, and you can stop the loss in time. Contacting Miu Miu first now can give her an advantage, which is like sending charcoal in the snow. This investment is not a loss at all. As for Tian Tian, she has been a ninja for a year and her ideas are more realistic than Ino. Tianation's dream is to become an excellent female ninja like Tsunade. But she knows her talent very well, and dreams can only be dreams, which can never be realized. Now with Miu Miu and the Harem group, she has the possibility to change everything. Tian Tian hopes that the future video is true, and she also hopes that the maximum gain effect of the group system can really reach 10 times. If so, even if she takes the initiative to sacrifice everything, it is okay. It is precisely because Ino and Tian Tian have such ideas that they have hastily disbanded the party. They want to chase Miu Miu and build a good relationship in advance. However, because of their reservedness before, they don't know which direction Miu Miu went, nor do they know where Miu Miu's home is. After leaving the dessert shop, they can only rely on intuition to find him. It was still Ino's luck that she found Miu Miu first and almost ran into Miu Miu head-on. Miu. Mumu-kun. Originally, Ino was very excited, but after seeing Mumu up close, she seemed to think of something inappropriate for children and suddenly became shy again. Yamano-san. Mumu looked puzzled. But in fact, he had understood the little thoughts of Ino and Tian Tian through remote monitoring, and deliberately avoided meeting them. Mumu-kun, just call me Ino. Ino quickly regained her composure and waved her hand. Mumu nodded and smiled, then I won't be polite, Ino. Ino also smiled, pretending to be casual. Miu Miu-kun, are you going to buy dessert? Yes, I suddenly wanted to eat dessert, so I bought a fruit salad. Do you want to try it? Miu Miu raised the packed fruit salad in his hand. Is it okay? Ino had actually eaten a lot, and now he was just trying to get closer. Of course, no problem. Miu Miu smiled and said, my house is just in front. If you don't mind, come to my house and sit down. Okay. Ino agreed and said, speaking of which, we have been classmates for so many years, and the graduation examination will be tomorrow. I don't even know where your house is. It's a good opportunity to get to know the way. So Miu Miu led the way in front and walked home with Ino. Tian Tian had to give up for the time being. Anyway, there was a long time to come, and it would be difficult to get closer with too many people, right? Tian Tian looked around the commercial street, but didn't see Miu Miu. He stamped his feet and gave up helplessly. There was no choice but to go back and study the new technique. Chapter 010 Ino wants to listen to Miu Miu's story. My home is rather simple, I'm sorry for neglecting you. Miu Miu took Ino back to his home and said politely. His home was similar to Naruto's, just a small single room of more than 10 square meters. And it was in a civilian area, and the surrounding environment was not very good. However, the home was tidy, clean and tidy, and quite presentable. Ino took a quick look and frowned. Does Miu Miu usually live alone? She only knew that Miu Miu was from a civilian family, but she didn't know that he was so down and out. Yes. My parents died when I was very young. Miu Miu didn't care at all, as if he was talking about someone else's business, and said, I usually rely on the village for help. It's good to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. While speaking, he took 2 bowls, divided the fruit salad he bought into 2 portions, and handed the larger portion to Ino. Jingyi opened her mouth, but didn't refuse Miu Miu's kindness. At this moment, she was secretly thinking, Miu Miu's life is like this. It's not easy for a person. It seems that he needs to move around more in the future. Thinking so in her heart, but considering Miu Miu's self-esteem, Jingyi didn't say it directly. What does Miu Miu like to do? Jingyi ate fruit salad and asked Miu Miu's hobbies casually. Miu Miu also replied casually, "There's nothing I like. In addition to studying and practicing, I just wander around when I'm free. If I talk about hobbies, it's probably finding some random books in the bookstore to kill time." You also like to read books? What books? Jingyi suddenly became interested. When she has nothing to do, she also likes to read random books, but they are usually about growing flowers and various flower languages. Miu Miu nodded and said, "Yes, I like books like Golden Plum, Jade Grape, Young Bin Wang, Young Bai Ji and so on." Ah? Are there such books? I don't think I've heard of them. Jingyi was a little confused. The title of the book didn't sound very serious. Miu Miu explained, "It's just some stories." Stories? I really haven't read them. Jingyi said with a little curiosity, "How about you tell me a passage? I want to hear if I'm interested." Really? Miu Miu's expression was a little strange. Seeing Jingyi's insistence, Miu Miu had no choice but to pick a passage to tell. It can be seen that Jingyi wanted to cultivate the same interests and hobbies with him, and deliberately found some topics that Miu Miu liked to talk about. Since she wanted to listen, he would tell it himself. I hope she won't regret it. Then I'll tell you a passage from Once Encountered Wind and Cloud, I'll Become a Dragon. Miu Miu thought for a while and said. Jingyi nodded, with an expectant expression on his face. In fact, he frowned secretly in his heart, as the title of the book didn't sound serious. Miu Miu didn't care what Ino was thinking. He pondered for a moment and began to talk. Long Tao was a spy ninja. When he finished his spy work for several years and returned to his ninja village, he didn't make any achievements. He felt that he was not suitable to be a ninja, so he submitted his resignation and used the wealth he saved as a spy to open a car dealership. There are people who don't want to be a ninja, but go into business instead. Ino didn't understand this. Miu Miu smiled and said, "Everyone has their own ambitions. And he has some skills in doing business." He cooperated with a horse farm owner he met when he was a spy. His business is quite prosperous. His life is much more comfortable than when he was a spy. Ino nodded and said, "That's true. He runs his own car shop and cooperates with the horse farm owner. It's a strong combination. This man does have ideas. And ordinary people can live a good life as long as they have money." Her family is also in business, and she often helps to look after the store. She can easily understand what Miu Miu said. Although this beginning sounds ordinary and there is no expectation, Ino relaxed. At least it is not as improper as she guessed at the beginning. Miu Miu's expression flashed a strange look, and continued, "One day, when Long Tao went to the street, he saw several genin bullying a girl, so he went over to help." This paragraph made Ino interested. A hero saving a beautiful girl is a cliché. But it can be said that the fact that it has lasted for so long proves that it has always had a market. If it was just a genin, with Long Tao's ability as a spy, he should have been able to take care of it in minutes. Ino was looking forward to Miu Miu's next words. However, Miu Miu shook his head and said, "You guessed wrong. The result of Long Tao's intervention was that he was beaten up by those genin. Not only did he not help, but he was also ridiculed." Ah? Is he so useless? He can't even beat a few genin, so how did he become a spy before? Ino was a little dumbfounded. Miu Miu smiled and said, "You don't have to be very strong to be a spy. This kind of thing depends on ability. People with strong abilities can be spies even if they are just ordinary people. If you don't have that ability, even the shadow of a village can't do this kind of work." Ino agreed, "That's true. I taught you a little bit in school. What happened next? How did Long Tao save the girl?" Miu Miu coughed dryly and deliberately changed the subject. It seems to be getting late. Do you want to have dinner at my house? I'll prepare your portion as well. Go on. Ino slammed the table. She was eager to know the answer, so how could she tolerate Miu Miu's suspense? Okay. Miu Miu smiled awkwardly and continued, Long Tao couldn't beat those genin, so he had no choice but to reveal his identity. Although he is no longer a ninja, his business is good. He often issues high-value tasks in the village, and even the village leader has to give him face. Ino suddenly realized and nodded, although it's a bit embarrassing, this is indeed a solution. Ninjas need to perform tasks to make money, and they dare not offend the sponsor casually. Miu Miu shook his finger and smiled, you guessed wrong again. After knowing that Long Tao was the owner of the car dealership, those genin did hesitate for a while, but they did not completely compromise. Instead, they said that they could let Long Tao go alone. Genin, they have just become ninjas for a short time, and they are basically young people. They value face more. What about the girl? Ino seemed to be a little involved and began to worry about the bullied girl. Miu Miu didn't keep the secret and continued, in a hurry, Long Tao said that the girl was his girlfriend. The girl was smart and immediately cooperated, hugging Long Tao's arm to show intimacy. The ninjas hesitated again. If they were a couple, it would be impossible to let Long Tao go alone. But if they let both of them go, they would lose face. Ino couldn't help but frowned. This situation was really troublesome. She rubbed her forehead and said, if Long Tao was stronger, there wouldn't be so many problems. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the 10-chapter reading achievement and opening the second sign-in. If you sign in successfully, you can get a Peach Blossom card, and your Peach Blossom luck will be 100 times higher than that of ordinary people within a week. Chapter 011, Still a Stuffy Person. What was the result afterwards? Did Long Tao rescue the girl? Tell me. Ino saw that Miu Miu was silent again, and couldn't help but urge him anxiously. But how could she know that this was originally Miu Miu's on-the-spot modification, and the plot must be carefully thought out. And he also had to think carefully about how to say the next plot development. Originally, he wanted to say it more obscurely, but before he thought it through, Ino urged him. In that case, just say it more explosively. You asked me to say it. Miu Miu gave a I am passive expression, and then said quickly, for the sake of face, several genin didn't want to let Long Tao and the other person leave just like that, and they knew something about the girl and didn't believe that Long Tao and her were a couple. So one of them asked them to prove that the girl kissed Long Tao on the face in order to get rid of them. But this level obviously couldn't satisfy the genin. There was no way, the girl could only kiss him on the face, and she just wanted to leave as soon as possible, completely giving it up. Ino was a little surprised by Miu Miu's change of attitude, but now she finally understood. Of course, if it was just this level, it wouldn't be a big deal, just a slight blush on her face. Miu Miu did not give her time to digest it, and continued, although the girl has risked her life and offered her first hug and kiss, even so, several genin still feel that this level cannot prove that they are a couple. The genin who spoke before told them bluntly that unless the two can do some real intimate behavior between lovers, they will not believe it at all. The girl hesitated at this moment, and the genin continued to force her. If it cannot be proved, it can only be said to be fake. Since she is not Long Tao's woman, she may become their woman at that time. Ino screamed ah, obviously not expecting such a result, and the girl was forced into a dead end. Originally, Ino expected that someone else would intervene and save Long Tao and the girl. But this kind of plot is obviously impossible, otherwise how can the plot go on? Miu Miu glanced at Ino and continued, the girl was pressed by those genin step by step, and she had no time to hesitate. She had to choose between one and many, and finally chose Long Tao. At least he was a man with a sense of justice, and she felt good about him. But the girl had no experience, so she whispered to Long Tao to take the initiative. Long Tao asked again and again, making sure that the girl was mentally prepared, and then began to guide her. The following is a paid content. Miu Miu had read many books of this type in his previous life, and he could almost recite the relevant plots. However, he did not say it so directly, and used many more obscure words and sentences to replace it. Like, entering from the mouth, it is very narrow at first. But it is only then that people can pass through it. After walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly becomes clear. Jing Yi seemed to understand, but she also knew what the people in the story were doing. For a moment, her face turned red with embarrassment and her heartbeat accelerated. You teased me. I hate it. Without waiting for Miu Miu to finish his words, Jing Yi stomped her feet and ran away with her face covered. Seeing her cute reaction, Miu Miu immediately laughed and smacked his lips, feeling that he had not said enough. After all, he had only said half of the whole plot, and Long Tao and the girl had just entered the main topic. In fact, it was the first time that Miu Miu and Jing Yi had officially met, and he should not have said such outrageous things. But even if Jing Yi was angry and ran away, she did not say anything excessive in the end, leaving a lot of room. Miu Miu knew the reason very well, and he also knew that with Ino's personality, she would not care too much after calming down, or at least pretend not to care. If Ino was interested in him, this would promote the relationship between the two sides, and the next contact would definitely be closer than this time. With the harem group as a backup, Miu Miu would naturally be much bolder. Of course, this is only Ino, and it would definitely not work if he changed someone else. Even when facing Tian Tian, he had to restrain himself a little, and at most only talk about kissing and hugging. Miu Miu turned on the group chat remote monitoring, which was directly divided into 4 grids. Sakura was helping her mother cook, Hinata was eating, and Tian Tian seemed to be studying ninjutsu. After Ino ran out of Miu Miu's house, she ran all the way back home and locked herself in the room. Of course, this was not a problem for Miu Miu, and the camera followed her all the way into the room. After returning home, Ino got into the quilt and covered her head inside, but unfortunately Miu Miu could still see it. It can be seen that Ino was in a state of shame and anger at this time, and her emotions were difficult to calm down for a long time. There was a knock on the door from Ino's mother, asking her if anything happened and whether she could come out for dinner. "It's okay, Mom, I'm just a little tired, I'll come out after a rest." Ino barely controlled her tone and replied through the door. Ino's mother muttered outside, "Really, is she in the rebellious period?" Having said that, Ino's mother walked away quickly. It's normal for a daughter to have some secrets that she doesn't want to be known. As long as she's fine, there's no need to break the casserole and ask the truth. Bad guy, stinky guy, I didn't expect him to be such a person, I hate him so much. Ino cursed and vented with a pillow. She touched her hot face, pressed her still beating heart for a while, and felt a little at a loss. She didn't react so much to the bridal chamber in the video before, in addition to the fact that the video hadn't played the paid content, it was mainly because she was the only one who could see it and no one else noticed. Just now, she was face to face with Miu Miu, listening to Miu Miu saying things that could not be told to outsiders. The feeling of social death was no less than that of Sakura being punished. But Ino was Ino after all, and she gradually calmed down after a few minutes. Miu Miu-kun looks serious on the outside, but he is actually a sultry person. After calming down, Ino suddenly felt very interesting again. This was not a principled mistake, and Ino was not really angry or disgusted with Miu Miu. It was embarrassing, but the experience just now was really exciting. Ino felt that if she was really with Miu Miu in the future, her daily life would not be too boring. This is quite interesting. However, after being teased just now, she felt a little sticky and uncomfortable. Ino quietly avoided her family and ran to take a bath. So, Miu Miu's eyes lit up instantly. After waiting for so long, she finally waited until today to feast her eyes. It's a pity that Ino is still a little small now. A small scale is just to satisfy your craving. Finally, Mew Mew sighed in his heart again, and really hoped that the harem group would extract a few mature beauties as soon as possible. Oh no! It would be better to be 2 days later. After all, he still has to wait for the activation of wood release to borrow the huge vitality to promote growth first. Otherwise, he can't afford it with his current body. Chapter 012 Future Video 2 has been pushed. Mew Mew waited for the 4 flowers of Konoha to deal with their own hygiene problems one after another, which was really a feast for the eyes. As for the current situation of the 4 flowers of Konoha, he also made a scientific and rigorous comparison and made a data table. Ino was right about what he said, Mew Mew is indeed a reserved and flirtatious type. Otherwise, he would not have talked about that kind of topic with a girl the first time he met her. Of course, Mew Mew himself would never. I will admit that this is what Ino asked me to say. Today's experience made Mew Mew unable to calm down for a long time, and he was full of infinite reverie about the future. It's a pity that he had to wait until 2 days later to activate the wood release and reach the peak of his life. After calming down, Mew Mew tried to study ninjutsu. But he found that without the golden finger, his talent was a bunch of s. Except for the basic 3-body technique and basic shuriken technique, which were barely qualified, he couldn't do anything else. Mew Mew tried to climb trees on the wall of his house with chakra absorption. After practicing for nearly an hour, there was no progress at all. Every time he failed at the first step, and his chakra was exhausted. No, 2 days is still too long. Mew Mew couldn't stand the reality that he was a waste. In this way, he couldn't even hold his head high in front of the 4 flowers of Konoha. For the next 2 days, he had to keep a low profile. Fortunately, the ability to fabricate the future was refreshed in the early morning. Then he would patch it up, at least so that he could gain something in these 2 days. So Mew Mew simply gave up his self-cultivation and began to think about the content of the next future video. The ability to fabricate the future, as long as it is related to the group members, there are no other special requirements. The only limitation is that the time limit is only 1 month. But it does not have to be in the last month, but from the beginning to the end of the video, a total of 1 month. He can also fabricate a future video 10 or 20 years later, but it is not necessary now. If Mew Mew wants to change the status quo, he must work harder in the last month. Fortunately, there are not too many details in the last video, and I can add a lot of content. For example, to activate the wood escape in 2 days, I can completely activate the Sharingan early tomorrow morning, and then accidentally copy some useful ninjutsu. The Sharingan is the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan has been exterminated, and now only Sasuke is left. So even if I activate the Sharingan, I dare not let outsiders know. It makes sense. Mew Mew began to prepare for the content of the next future video around the central idea of activating the Sharingan. Time had unknowingly come to the early morning, and the whole village was silent. Except for a few patrolling Anbu who were on night duty, everyone else was asleep, including the 4 flowers of Konoha. Mew Mew had prepared a video draft and had been waiting for the refresh time to come. He had to send the video out before he could sleep peacefully. Ding-ling-ling. The alarm clock rang at 0 o'clock, and Mew Mew was instantly startled and broke out of his half-awake state. He turned off the alarm clock and checked the harem group consciously. His ability to fabricate the future was indeed refreshed. After a simple arrangement of his thoughts, Mew Mew decisively began to fabricate the future video. It didn't take long. Ding! The group system pushed a future clip, Future Video 2.avi, which has been saved to the group file. At the same time, the 4 flowers of Konoha who were sleeping all received the reminder. However, this little sound was not enough to wake them up, so no one clicked to watch it at the first time. Mew Mew was excited and had great expectations for tomorrow. He couldn't fall asleep for a while, so he opened it and watched it out of boredom. Although he was the creator, He had never seen the finished film before. The video starts, this time from Hinata of the Hyuga family as the first person's perspective. The time is the next morning from now. At this time, Hinata, who had finished breakfast, had packed up and was ready to go to the ninja school to take the graduation test. Before leaving, the lovely sister-in-law was waiting at the door to cheer her up. Hinata responded with a smile and touched her head. After that, Hinata went to greet her father, Hyuga Hayashi, and told him that there would be a graduation test today. Hayashi was indifferent to this and turned around to find Hanabi for training. Although Hinata had long been accustomed to her father's attitude, she was still very disappointed. She was in a bad mood and walked towards the ninja school with her head down. When passing through a forest, she unexpectedly saw Miu Miu being bullied by several people. Hinata, who was already ignored by her father, saw this scene, and the scene of her running away from home and being bullied by several people emerged in her mind, and she felt sympathy with Miu Miu. However, Hinata did not step forward to help, because she was also afraid. But to her surprise, Miu Miu's reaction was completely opposite to hers. Hinata just cried and apologized passively at the time, because she bumped into someone first. On Miu Miu's side, those people seemed to want to rob his living expenses and threaten him by preventing him from participating in the graduation examination. But Miu Miu did not compromise. Several people surrounded and beat him. He caught a person and beat him to death. If he couldn't beat him, he would scratch with his nails and bite with his teeth. The person he identified was injured more seriously than him. This cruelty not only did not scare those people, but aroused their ferocity. One of them picked up a brick on the ground and hit Miu Miu on the head, almost scaring Hinata in the dark to scream. Fortunately, they didn't dare to risk their lives. The brick was not heavy, it was just to scare Miu Miu away. Unfortunately, Miu Miu with blood on his face became even more ferocious, his eyes were red, and he finally scared those people away. They thought Miu Miu was really ferocious to the point of his eyes turning red, but Hinata, who was hiding behind a tree, discovered that there were 2 megatama in each of Miu Miu's red eyes. She recognized it, the Sharingan. When Hinata was shocked and at a loss, Miu Miu suddenly came to her. It turned out that he found Hinata when he activated the Sharingan. Miu Miu asked her to keep it a secret, but Hinata wanted to take Miu Miu to the hospital for examination. Because Hinata did not give a direct answer, Miu Miu was worried that she would reveal the secret of the Sharingan, so he directly held Hinata's face and kissed her. Hinata was stunned on the spot and could not accept that her first time was gone. Miu Miu didn't care about it and said that if Hinata dared to tell others that he had the Sharingan, he would spread the news that Hinata kissed him to everyone. Hinata's personality was indeed threatened, and she didn't dare to get angry. She was submissive and could only be sad in secret. After that, she went to school, which was basically the same as the previous Future video. Miu Miu didn't know what method he used to cover up the injuries on his body. Hinata was bullied by Miu Miu and was always worried about gains and losses. She was in poor spirits and did not get better even the next day. When the team gathered and the leader teacher Yui Kurane conducted a test and assessment on the 8th team, she performed very poorly. However, Yui Kurane did not blame her. Instead, she encouraged her gently and comforted her. Yui Kurane had heard about the Hyuga clan and thought that Hinata was like this because of the attitude of the Hyuga clan leader. She also took Hinata to meet Hyuga Hayashi. Unfortunately, Hayashi didn't even give Kurane face and completely ignored them. Chapter 013 Yui Kurane accepts a direct disciple. The video screen continues. Mumu, who was apprenticed by Tenzo, officially began to perform the Anbu mission. But he just squatted on Naruto day after day, but nothing happened during the period. Mumu didn't want to waste his youth like this. So he used a wood escape clone to squat and monitor Naruto, and kept in touch with the main body at any time through the wood escape seed to prevent any unexpected events. Miu Miu's real body is still hiding in the dark as an Anbu. Wherever someone performs ninjutsu, he will go there and secretly copy it with the Sharingan for reserve. During this period, he copied a lot of ninjutsu, but unfortunately they were all low level. And the most powerful Sharingan is illusion. Mew Mew learned that the leader of Team 8, Kurane Ui, is the strongest illusion master in Konoha, so he focused on Team 8. Unfortunately, none of the members of Team 8 practiced illusion, which also resulted in Kurane Ui's ability not having many opportunities to be used. Fortunately, Mew Mew still waited for the opportunity. Team 8 and Team 10 jointly received a sea-level bandit suppression mission. Although the two team leaders said that they would not take action, there are always accidents. Mew Mew followed them out of Konoha. The mission location was not far away, but their mission target seemed to know that there were ninjas coming to clear them out, so they built a fortress in advance. Not only was it strong, but there were also many traps. Under Shikamaru's coordination, the two teams of 6 genin attacked without any danger, and the bandits in the base were basically ordinary people, not enough for them to fight. When Mew Mew thought that they would return empty-handed this time, an accident really happened. Casualties are likely to occur in a multi-person melee. The 6 members of the two teams were all rookies who had never seen blood. Even though they tried their best to show mercy and knocked the enemy unconscious, they still accidentally caused a death. The 6 members almost vomited on the spot. At the same time, there were actually ninjas among the bandits, a total of 1 jonin and 3 chunins, who took this opportunity to kill them and used a killing move. Fortunately, they were all wandering ninjas, and their strength was not too strong. Asuma and Hong came out to block them immediately, and Mew Mew also took the opportunity to copy Hong's magic tree binding kill and Asuma's wind-style dust technique. Although Asuma and Hong blocked the enemy ninjas, the 6 little ones were in trouble. Facing those desperate bandits, even if they were just ordinary people, they began to be stretched and in danger. Asuma and Hong could not come to help in a short time, and the 6 little ones could not reorganize the offensive. When Ino failed to use the heart turn by force and encountered danger, Mew Mew still couldn't help but jump out to help. With Mew Mew's help, those bandits were easily dealt with, and Asuma and Hong also rushed over after dealing with their opponents. Mew Mew's appearance surprised them, but in fact Asuma and Hong had noticed it, and Hong even found that someone had been secretly paying attention to her recently. However, they did not sense Mew Mew's malice, so they never pointed it out. After Mew Mew knew the truth, he could only confess honestly that he wanted to learn illusion from Hong, but the two sides had no relatives and were embarrassed to speak, so they could only learn secretly. Because Mew Mew saved the 6 little ones, Kurane Ui had a good impression of him. And when Hinata opened her Byakugan before, she had already recognized Mew Mew's identity. Knowing him well, Kurane immediately agreed to teach him a few illusions as a thank you. Back in the village, Mew Mew used contact lenses to cover his Sharingan. While learning illusions from Kurane Ui, he secretly opened the Sharingan copy, so his training progress was faster than when he was learning would release before. Kurane Ui was moved by his talent and decided to accept Mew Mew as his personal disciple. The video ends here, and the screen gradually goes black. After watching the video, Mew Mew was generally satisfied. This time, in addition to interacting with Hinata and Ino, he also brought Kurane Ui with him. Just want to see if the harem will pull her in when they have an intersection. Although in this video, Mew Mew only activated would release before activating it. He had the 2 Megatama Sharingan, but did not learn any other ninjutsu. However, according to the original story, after the 2 Megatama Sharingan is activated, his chakra will increase and his skills will be much stronger. This is enough for him to be the best among the graduates, so there is no need to add more. Mew Mew thought that he would be able to activate the Sharingan soon, and he was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He just dozed off for more than 2 hours, and he didn't feel tired until he got up the next day. After packing up and having breakfast, Mew Mew couldn't wait to rush to the designated location. At the same time, the 4 flowers of Konoha also woke up one after another. Tien, good morning everyone. Yamanaka Ino, good morning. Broad forehead, it's time to get up at Harem Sakura. Harem Sakura, I got up a long time ago, unlike you who don't get up until you get enough sleep, you are really a pig-headed Ino. Yamazaki Ino, do you want to quarrel so early in the morning? Hyuga Hinata, there seems to be a future video in the group. Tien, hey? Really? Let me check it out. Yamazaki Ino, I wonder what future this video will reveal, I hope it's related to me. Harem Sakura, it must be my highlight moment. The four girls started watching this future video while taking care of their personal hygiene and eating breakfast. Yamazaki Ino, come on, wide forehead, stop being narcissistic. This is Hinata at the beginning, it seems that this video is mainly about Hinata. Hyuga Hinata, what a strange feeling. Tien, Hinata's family actually has such a cute sister, I'm so envious. Harem Sakura, why is Hinata's father so indifferent? It seems that he doesn't care about you at all. If it were me, I would have quarreled with him a long time ago. Hinata, your temper is still too weak. Hyuga Hinata, yes. I'm sorry. Yamazaki Ino, why are you saying sorry to her? Everyone's situation is different. Don't listen to what the wide forehead guy says. Sakura wanted to argue with Ino, but then she suddenly saw the video of Miu Miu being bullied, and Hinata recalled how she was bullied before. Harem Sakura, I said Hinata's personality is too weak, and she was bullied like this. I have remembered the appearance of those people, and I will teach them a lesson for you later. Yamazaki Ino, is that the point? The point is that Miu Miu will be bullied in a while, and we have to help. The video now is playing this morning. Tien, I didn't expect that the group leader would have such a side. It seems that he is bullied by them a lot. We really have to help. Harem Sakura, it's a good opportunity to confirm the authenticity of the future video. What Sakura thought in her heart was that a grown man was bullied like this, how pathetic. If it were Suzuki, he would have killed those guys with just a few punches and 2 kicks. So, she didn't go to help, but she wanted to watch the joke. However, she didn't dare to post these words in the group, for fear of being punished again. Chapter 014 Very good, the desire to survive is really strong. In the video, when Miu Miu caught a person and refused to let go, his ruthlessness scared the 4 flowers of Konoha. Yamanaka Ino, I can't afford to offend you, I can't afford to offend you. Tien, the group leader is indeed a material for the Anbu. Harem Sakura, I may have to be more careful when facing Miu Miu in the future. Hyuga Hinata, so powerful. Thinking so, they still didn't give up the idea of helping Miu Miu through the difficulties. The group rules have already said that the better they treat the group leader, the more benefits they can get. Until Miu Miu showed his Sharingan and scared away those little villains. Yamano Ino, this, am I seeing right? It's really that. Hyuga Hinata, Miu, doesn't Mumu-kun have wood release? Tianation, don't ask me, I'm completely dumbfounded. Harem Sakura. What on earth is that? You all seem to know it. Yamano Ino, Sharingan. The bloodline limit unique to the Uchiha clan, together with the Byakugan of the Hyuga family and the legendary Samsara Eye, are known as the 3 major eye techniques in the ninja world. Harem Sakura, Uchiha. The 4 girls all had a lot of doubts in their hearts, but they also knew that they couldn't give each other answers, so they could only continue watching the video, hoping that there would be answers in the video. But it was obvious that there was no explanation in the video, or it was not explained for the time being. Because the next moment, in order to keep the secret of the Sharingan, Mumu forcibly kissed Hinata and used it as a threat. Hyuga Hinata. Yamano Ino, wow! Miu Miu-jun is indeed a sultry man. Tien, I always feel a little envious. This is the first time for the group leader. Harem Sakura, he is so rude. Hinata, beat him up, beat him up hard. Ding! Warning, Harem no Sakura, please be careful with your words. Harem no Sakura. I was so scared that I thought I was going to be punished again. Sakura covered her somewhat flat chest and was almost scared out of her wits. The previous experience was not only broadcast live, but also recorded as a video and posted in the group. It was simply her nightmare. Harem no Sakura, think about it, it was just a kiss, and no piece of flesh was lost, it's no big deal. Hinata, forget it. Hyuga Hinata. Yamanaka Ino. Tenten. Yamanaka Ino, very good, you have a strong desire to survive. I said I wanted to see a certain broad-forehead man being punished again. Harem no Sakura. Get lost. After being interrupted by Sakura, the video screen has already come to the ninja school, and the girls also skipped this topic. But Ino and Tenten secretly made up their minds that they must not let Hinata succeed. Although it is not certain whether they will marry Miu Miu together in the future, Miu Miu's first time must be kept, otherwise they will lose too much. But in fact, Hinata resisted in her heart. Anyway, Miu Miu will activate the Sharingan and scare those people away, and even if she goes, she can't help. So, she still won't go. Hinata played the ostrich and decided to go to the ninja school and take a different route. This was the first time in the 2 future videos that one of them had an intersection with Mumu. However, the butterfly effect had already appeared before they knew it. In the video, they had already seen the graduation test in the previous video. After reviewing it this time, they had more trust in the content of the video. Then it was the 8th team test, and Hinata's performance was disappointing. Yamazaka Ino, to be honest, Hinata's performance was far worse than Mumu-kun, but her team leader never thought of eliminating her from the beginning to the end, and was so considerate to her. Hinata. How embarrassing. Tien, so I said, you 3 don't have to worry. Whether you can become a ninja depends on your overall level, not 1 or 2 tests. Harem no Sakura, I am really a genius. Yamazaka Ino. Where did you analyze it? In the video, Miu Miu hides his identity and uses his Sharingan to pick out other people's ninjutsu. While the girls secretly praise him for being smart and studious, they are also a little sad. This is a civilian ninja. There is no way to learn some ninjutsu. So they can only steal from others. When the 2 teams jointly went on a mission, Ino and Hinata, who were substituted in, were very nervous. They were looking forward to the future and were afraid that they would be embarrassed if they did not perform well. When they saw the bloody scene inside, even they outside the video began to feel sick. Only Tien, who had adapted to the life of a ninja, could sit still, while the others could not even eat breakfast. In the end, Miu Miu came out to save the situation, which was beyond their expectations. Yamazaki Ino, wow, my Prince Charming has appeared. If there is such a person in reality, as long as he is handsome, I may consider marrying him. Harem no Sakura, Ino Pig, your position is too unsteady. Yamazaki Ino, no. I am very firm in my position now. Harem no Sakura. Tia-nation, why haven't I met the group master yet? I haven't even met him. It's so unfair. Hinata Hyuga, Miu Miu actually became a disciple of Teacher Hong. I'm a little envious. She just joined Ui Hong's team. Although she called Teacher Hong, she was just a subordinate or a student. Disciples are different. That's inheritance. The relationship is much closer. Tia-nation, Hinata, I thought about it. Since the group master can solve the problem by himself, there is no need for us to join in the fun. Otherwise, it may affect the activation of the group master's ability, and we may be discovered if we are too close. Tia-nation, so, just like in the video, Hinata, you can go alone. But can you turn on the video function in the group so that we can respond at any time in case of accidents? Yamanaka Ino, that's what I mean. We will stay nearby at that time, but not close. Hinata Hyuga, She didn't really want to agree, because she had already decided to take a detour and set off early, and was now on the way to the ninja school. But Hinata was the kind of person who would not easily refuse, and she was in a dilemma for a moment. But before she could think about it, she suddenly let out a low cry of awe, and accidentally transmitted it through the group chat voice. Hinata Hyuga, Yamanaka Ino, what's wrong? Tionation : The next moment, Hinata's group chat video was opened. Through the video screen, the other people in the group soon saw that in a corner of the village, Miu Miu was surrounded by several people just like in the video just now. Yamanaka Ino, this is not the place in the video, and the time is wrong. Tionation: Hinata, what happened? After finishing breakfast, they also rushed to the place where the accident happened in the video. They haven't arrived yet, but they are told to change the place? Even the time didn't match. Hinata was silent for a moment, and had to tell the truth and explain in the group. She didn't want to be kissed by Miu Miu without knowing why, so she left home early and took a detour. But she didn't expect that she would encounter this incident on the way. Is this fate? Chapter 015 My poor Miu Miu. Miu Miu himself also ignored it, because he went out early, and when he arrived at the scheduled location, he didn't run into those people at all. I'm early. Miu Miu slapped his forehead. Did he create a butterfly effect for his future video? There was no other way, he could only wander around and wait until the time was almost right before going over. As a result, not long after wandering around, he was bumped into by those people in another corner, and then he was surrounded by them. Hey, isn't this Miu Miu? When will you pay us back the money you owe us? If I remember correctly, the living expenses were just issued 2 days ago, right? There were a total of 4 people who surrounded Miu Miu, all of whom had extra looks. Some were fat, some were thin, some were tall, and some were short. Although Miu Miu traveled through time with his body, he also had memories of living in Konoha for more than 10 years. In his memory, these people were also students of the ninja school, but they were basically no different from a group of hooligans. They have been held back for several years. They are already 15 or 16 years old but still haven't graduated from the ninja school. They like to do things to bully boys and girls when they have nothing to do. People like Miu Miu, who have no background and no strength, are their targets. They say that Miu Miu owes them money, but in fact it is blackmail, the kind that can never be repaid. According to his original character, Miu Miu chose to remain silent in the face of these people, lowering his head and preparing to bypass them. Do you want to be beaten? The extra Sude stepped sideways in front of Miu Miu, threatening with his fist as big as a sandbag. You pretended not to see us when you saw us, thinking that we can let you go? Aren't you a little too naive? The other extras laughed. Hand over the money quickly to avoid physical pain. We don't want to embarrass you, but your attitude makes it difficult for us. Don't be lucky, either pay the money obediently. Or let us beat you up and take the money away. The extras had no intention of letting Miu Miu go. Miu Miu received a subsidy of 1,000 taels every month, and he had to hand over 500 taels to them, leaving only the other half to live a tight life. 500 taels was a little less, but at least he wouldn't starve to death. This was also the bottom line of those extras. But if Miu Miu resisted, they might grab 200 or 300 taels more, and Miu Miu's life would become even more difficult. I won't give it to you. Miu Miu's expression was cold and his eyes were calm. Yo-ho! Extra A raised his eyebrows and said, You've grown wings, kid? How dare you talk to your father like that? Extra B said with a smile, You don't think you can become a ninja after today, and even speak with confidence, right? Others couldn't help but laugh. They had been held back for several years, and they knew the ins and outs of this even better than Tian Tian. With Miu Miu's level, it was impossible to get recognition, and he would have to go back to the ninja school. Dragon Armor seemed a little impatient. He waved his hand to let everyone approach Miu Miu and sneered, "Don't talk nonsense. If you don't pay today, don't even think about participating in the graduation assessment. I'm Shu Daoshan." Miu Miu's expression changed, and his face was ugly, but he still said stubbornly, "I won't give you money again, never. You are asking for death." Dragon Armor's dignity was challenged, his face sank, and he immediately punched Miu Miu in the stomach. When Hinata came, it was just when Dragon Armor attacked Miu Miu. At this time, Miu Miu was ready to dodge, but as soon as his body moved, he was immediately held down by the shoulders by the two dragon suits next to him. Bang! A powerful punch hit his stomach, and Miu Miu couldn't help but scream. After all, he was an ordinary person. An ordinary person punched him, and he almost vomited his breakfast in pain. At this time, Miu Miu couldn't help but regret it. He didn't have a masochistic tendency. How did the future he set become a masochism? Okay. In order to give the Sharingan a reasonable way to activate, you can't let someone die around you, right? Just some physical pain, this degree is already very light. Miu Miu took a deep breath, and looked at the dragon armor with a hint of ferocity. Even if it was a plot set by himself, the beating was real, and this account must be settled. Because he knew the result in advance, he was naturally more willing to go all out. While everyone was not prepared, Miu Miu struggled to break free from the two hands holding him and rushed directly to the dragon armor. Miu Miu never resisted before, even if he was stubborn, he would be honest after being beaten. So those extras never thought that he would be uncharacteristic today, not only resisting, but also fighting back. Dragon Armor was stunned by the ferocity that suddenly appeared in Miu Miu's eyes, and the next moment he was thrown to the ground by Miu Miu. Miu Miu raised his fist, and with all his strength, he punched the other person in the face with one punch left and one punch right. "Ah! You are looking for death." Dragon Armor was a little slow to react, and by the time he reacted, he had already been hit by 4 or 5 punches. But his age was there, and he pushed Miu Miu away with a little force. "Why are you still standing there? Beat him! Beat him hard!" Dragon Armor covered his swollen face and roared in anger. The other dragon suits finally came to their senses and immediately surrounded Miu Miu and punched and kicked him. Miu Miu felt like he was being kicked around like a ball, and his whole body was spinning. He screamed in pain all over his body. But his brain was still clear, and he wanted to try to use the substitute technique. Unfortunately, his level was not good enough, and he couldn't use it at all during the continuous beating. So he took advantage of the break of the extras and suddenly rushed towards the extras. According to the reaction in the video, he scratched with his nails and bit with his teeth, holding on to the extras tightly without letting go. Even when the extras behind caught up, they punched and kicked again, even more vigorously than before. Miu Miu still didn't let go, but grabbed the extras even harder. Miu Miu was obviously more ruthless, attacking the opponent's vital points. But the extras were older and worried that they would hurt Miu Miu if they used too much force, which would be difficult to explain if the news got out, so they were a little restrained. That is, they had more people and could barely control the situation. But in this mutual harm, Miu Miu didn't suffer too much. Hinata was dumbfounded in the corner. The video she watched before was already very shocking. Now she was at the scene in person, and she was so scared that she was silent and even forgot to breathe. Yamanaka Ino, damn, these people are damned, my poor Miu Miu-kun. Tien, Hinata, what are you still standing there for? Help quickly. No, you can't help, otherwise the group leader's Sharingan may not be activated. Oh, I'm so angry. Harem no Sakura, it's really exactly the same as in the video. Hyuga Hinata, I'm a little scared. Hinata didn't want to be so cowardly, but she was really scared now, and she couldn't help even if she wanted to. At this time, Ino, Tien, and Sakura had all arrived nearby. But in order to avoid their own intervention, which caused Miu Miu to be unable to activate the Sharingan. They couldn't get too close. Ino and Tian Tian were almost anxious, but they could only stare blankly here. Chapter 016 Sharingan, finally activated. Asshole, you dare to resist and hit me. Dragon Armor finally got rid of Miu Miu's restraints, grimacing in pain, and kicked him while cursing. With a dull bang, Miu Miu was kicked hard in the stomach. That is, Dragon Armor still had some rationality, controlled the strength, and did not kick the bones. Even so, Miu Miu still felt that this kick seemed to displace his internal organs. However, just when Dragon Armor was about to kick again, he found that he could not retract his feet and was once again held tightly by Miu Miu. Using the strength of others beating him, Miu Miu flipped Dragon Armor to the ground. Dragon Armor's head hit the ground heavily, but fortunately it was land, so he only felt dizzy and had some skin scratched. Seeing that Dragon Armor suffered such a big loss, Miu Miu still wanted to rush over and beat him like before. The second extra looked around, picked up a brick from the side, and hit Miu Miu on the forehead with gritted teeth. Also he held back, but the brick still made Miu Miu see stars and a streak of blood flowed down his forehead. The first extra took the opportunity to stand up, originally wanting to fight back, but was dumbfounded when he saw this situation. Do you want to kill him? The first extra glared at the second extra with some anger. The second extra was also a little scared, but still said stubbornly, he didn't hold back on you, and I held back. The first extra didn't say much, after all, it was to save him. However, Miu Miu's behavior today was really beyond their expectations, and if they continued to fight, something might happen. No. It's already happened now. The first extra had already thought of retreating, but it was a bit embarrassing to leave like this. But at this moment, Miu Miu felt comfortable. After the bricks came over, a sharp pain came, as if the Ren and Du meridians were suddenly opened. A strange energy came from nowhere and gathered towards the two eyes. The next moment, Miu Miu's somewhat drowsy brain became clear, and his vision changed from high-definition mode to blue light ultra-clear. He found that he was very calm at this time, and everything around him seemed to be slowed down. He even had the illusion that he could kill people with his eyes. The Sharingan was finally activated. Although Miu Miu himself could not see, he had made a judgment, and the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. Wait, what's his expression? The second extra was originally a little uneasy, and when he saw Miu Miu's eyes suddenly turn red, he couldn't help but scream. The red eyes, the blood on his head, and Miu Miu's cold and ruthless face with an evil smile were really scary. Miu Miu's performance today was already cruel enough, and at this time he looked like a ferocious beast to them. I will kill you. Miu Miu lowered his head, and a low and hoarse voice came out, adding a bit of coldness. And at this time, he also exuded a cold aura, with a feeling of being dormant and ready to bite people at any time. Several extras were shocked by Miu Miu's sudden change, and they didn't dare to take another step forward. Today, I'll let you go first. Dragon Armor swallowed nervously, signaled to the other extras, and then turned and ran, running faster and faster, and the more he ran, the more panicked his steps became. Swish! Miu Miu raised his head, and 2 Megatama appeared in each of his red pupils. At the same time, he also found a small group of Cha hiding in a corner not far away. So he paused, and in a flash, he was in front of Hinata. Tian Tian, Ino, let's each take one side and stop them. Yamanaka Ino. No problem. Those who dare to bully my Miu Miu-kun, we must not let them go just like that. Harem no Sakura, when did I become your Miu Miu-kun? Tian Tian and the other two had gathered together and reached an agreement in private. After those extras who bullied Miu Miu ran away, they would go to block them. Tian Tian and Ino mainly wanted to vent their anger for Miu Miu, and secondly to please Miu Miu and get possible rewards from the group system. Sakura was mainly for rewards, and secondly to vent her anger for Miu Miu. Although she is a love-brained person, she also has a sense of justice in her heart. After obtaining the buff effect of the group system, even Sakura, who only knows the 3-body technique, can easily beat those extras. At the same time, they also saw that Miu Miu had arrived in front of Hinata in Hinata's live video. Yamanaka Ino, Hinata, you have to stick to your heart. Nation, a girl's first time is very precious and cannot be lost easily because of such a thing. Although they thought about stopping it at the scene, they were worried that it would interfere with Miu Miu's activation of the Sharingan, so they could only interfere with Hinata's heart through group chat. Sakura rolled her eyes, but she thought about it and decided not to speak. Anyway, no matter what the result is, it has nothing to do with her. Miu Miu is not her type. Hinata didn't have the heart to pay attention to the group chat at this time. When Miu Miu suddenly came in front of her, the first picture that emerged in Hinata's mind was the scene of being threatened in the future video, so her whole face turned red. Miu Miu-kun. Hinata said hesitantly, I'm passing by, don't worry, I won't say anything. While speaking, she also took 2 steps back and covered her mouth with both hands, looking like she would never let Miu Miu succeed. Miu Miu felt secretly amused. If he didn't know about the future video, wouldn't he be more suspicious after seeing Hinata's reaction? Swish! Miu Miu quietly used the hypnotic ability in the Sharingan. Hinata was originally weak in character, and she was on guard against Miu Miu's sudden kiss. She just wanted to leave immediately after explaining clearly. She never expected Miu Miu to hypnotize her, or she never thought that Miu Miu would use the power of the Sharingan on her. Under the effect of the hypnotic eye, Hinata became sluggish, put down her hand covering her mouth, and took the initiative to walk towards Miu Miu. So without any surprise, Miu Miu came forward to hug Hinata's small body, lowered his head and kissed her. When the two came into contact, the hypnotic ability was lifted, and Hinata also regained clarity. After Hinata reacted, her brain was confused for a moment, and then her eyes widened. The whole person turned red in an instant, like a shrimp thrown into boiling water. Hinata resisted the feeling of fainting and tried hard to push Miu Miu away. But his body was weak and he couldn't use any strength. He could only keep punching Miu Miu's chest with his fists. Yamanaka Ino. Tien. Harem no Sakura. The 3 girls had just stopped the extras, and before they had time to speak, they were stunned by the scene in the video, and their faces were all red. It was the same video, but before it was a future video, that is, the future that has not happened yet and may change. But now what I see is a live video, something happening in real time. The feeling is completely different. Chapter 017 Miu Miu is actually eating gigolo. What do you want to do? The extra looked at the 3 girls who were blocking him, and he was in a state of being frightened and subconsciously alert. But soon he relaxed again, there was no danger here. Looking at you, it seems that you came to us specifically. Do you want to play with your brothers? The extra looked at the 3 girls and grinned. His expression was a bit like Zhu Beiji. Extra B rubbed his hands and said, "You blushed when you saw us, and you stood there in a daze. It seems that you want to play something wild with us. But there are 4 of us here, why don't you bring another sister?" "Yes, one less, we don't have enough to share." Extras C and D also laughed. The 4 of them are now a little bit fierce, and they will never admit that they were scared away by a little snake just now. It just so happens that a few little sisters came to the door by themselves, so let them vent their anger. Tien and Ino looked at each other and shouted almost in unison, "Beat them!" While shouting, the 2 had already jumped high, and each kicked extra A and extra B in the face, and turned around and kicked extra C and extra D in the face. Seeing the live broadcast screen from Hinata, in addition to shyness, they also felt angry. It's gone. Miu Miu's first time is gone. They will never have another chance. The 2 of them didn't use ninjutsu, just fists and feet, one of them caught 2, and they hit each other with fancy punches and kicks. Sakura's reaction was just a little slow, and then she found that she had no target. Tenten and Ino each took 2, but they were not enough for them. "You don't look like a woman at all." Sakura couldn't help but curl her lips, but she didn't try to grab the head. After all, she still didn't feel a sense of belonging to the group chat, and she was thinking that she would leave the group sooner or later. She wouldn't really stay to be Miu Miu's harem, as I said. At this time, Sakura put love first, and didn't care about strength at all. On the other side, Hinata finally recovered, raised her hand and slapped Miu Miu with a soft fist. But at this time, Miu Miu had been reborn. After activating the 2 Megatama Sharingan, all aspects of her body attributes were greatly strengthened. He sensed Hinata's action at the first time, condensed chakra in his hand, easily grabbed her wrist, and dissolved her attack, but also let her go. It's enough to taste the delicate flower a little. If it's too much, it will easily affect the growth of the flower. This is a secret between the 2 of us. Miu Miu closed the Sharingan, looked at Hinata and said, "Although I'm sorry to use such a rude method, only in this way can I feel at ease. As long as you don't say it, I won't say it." Hinata's face was full of shame and anger. She had deliberately avoided it. Why did it end like this? Is it really like what Brother Niji said, that fate cannot be changed? Hinata suddenly felt a little confused. If fate is predetermined, does it mean that we just need to follow the future video? Hinata was dumbfounded and didn't respond to Miu Miu. She walked towards the ninja school as if she had lost her soul. Miu Miu frowned when he saw her like this. It seemed that the reaction was bigger than in the future video. Did he go too far? Because he was worried about Hinata's condition, Miu Miu didn't bother to check his own situation and followed behind silently. Fortunately, no other accidents happened. Hinata arrived at the ninja school smoothly except that her condition was a little wrong. Miu Miu didn't follow directly. Although he successfully activated the Sharingan, he was beaten up before. Fortunately, they were all flesh wounds, which were not difficult to deal with. Miu Miu went home to change clothes and used makeup, one of the 4 evil arts, to cover the wounds on his face before returning to school. During this period, Tian and Ino also severely taught the 4 extras a lesson, beating them so hard that even their mothers couldn't recognize them. "Why did you hit us?" Dragon Armor asked with a pig-like face. Until now, they didn't know how they offended these ladies. Although she was 2 or 3 years younger than them, she was surprisingly strong, just like a real ninja. Ino stepped on him, and when he screamed, he said condescendingly, "Stay away from my Miu Miu-kun in the future, okay? If you dare to bully him again, I will beat you up every time I see you." The faces of several dragon suits changed slightly, and they realized that it was because of Miu Miu. Dragon Armor cursed in his heart. He didn't expect Miu Miu to be a gigolo, no wonder he was so tough before. "I don't dare, I don't dare." Dragon Armor waved his hands repeatedly. At this time, he had recognized Ino's identity, the daughter of the Yamanaka clan. With her protection, Dragon Armor really didn't dare to attack Miu Miu again. On the contrary, he was very envious. "There is one more thing," Tian added, "you have robbed a lot of money in the past, robbed Miu Miu-jun's money, right? 1 tael counts as 1 tael, and return it all." "Ah? But..." Dragon Armor's face changed instantly. After such a long time, the money he robbed was thousands of taels, if not tens of thousands. How could he have so much money to pay it back? "No buts." Ino put force on his feet, and Dragon Armor screamed again. Ino said coldly, "You have to pay back as much as you robbed, and you have 3 days to pay it back. If I find out that 1 tael is missing, even if I don't make trouble for you, the Yamanaka clan will not let you go, do you understand?" Ino is not the kind of brainless and reckless naive person. Facing such a small gangster with no background, the name of the family is still very useful. Sure enough, after hearing about the Yamanaka clan, dragon armor, and others could only agree with a bitter face. What can they do? Try to raise money. Yamanaka Ino, Hinata, how are you doing? Did Mumu-kun do anything to you later? Tien, Hinata, you've made a fortune. The group leader is a sentimental person. He said that he would definitely compensate you in order to keep the Sharingan secret. I'm really envious. Not only did you take the group leader's first time, but you also made him owe you a favor. Hyuga Hinata. Harem Sakura, you two are really enough. Do you think everyone is like you? Unlike Ino and Tianation's envy and jealousy, Sakura is more aware of being Mumu's harem because she rejects being a harem of Mumu. She knows Hinata is also resisting. Harem Sakura, Hinata, don't worry about them. These two people are already in the late stage of being crazy about love. There's no hope. I understand the pain in your heart, but since it has happened, there's nothing we can do. We can only try to avoid the same thing from happening again next time. Yamanaka Ino, Tisk, aren't you also in the late stage of being crazy about Suzuki? No, it's the late stage of being a dog licker. What qualifications do you have to say about us? I just chose a better one. Tianation, Xiaoying, put away your little thoughts. Let me remind you, read the group rule 3 before speaking. Harem Sakura. Okay, she did have the intention of creating an opposing camp. If Tian hadn't reminded her, she might have been punished later. Chapter 018 New harem member quota +1 Miu arrived at the classroom a little late. Irika arrived almost as soon as he entered the classroom. It was a pity that I didn't see the famous scene where Naruto and Suzuki kissed. But seeing many girls in the class full of jealousy and expressions that looked like they wanted to eat Naruto, Miu knew that this incident still happened. What surprised him was that although Sakura also looked indignant, she seemed to be much more restrained than in the original book. So, the harem group still worked. Ino was lying on the desk with a bored look on her face. When she saw Miu, her eyes lit up and she seemed to want to go over and say something, but she held back in the end. She snorted in a Tsunderum manner and turned her head away from Miu. Just now I remembered that she was angry with Miu yesterday and ran away. She should be angry now and wait for Miu to coax her. It's a pity that Miu didn't realize it at all. He walked straight past Ino without even saying hello, which made Ino very angry. Asshole, bad guy. I've spent a lot of energy to vent my anger for you. Ino bit her collar so hard that she almost tore her clothes apart. Miu ignored Ino and glanced at Hinata again. He found that although she was still a little depressed, her condition had improved a lot, so he was relieved. In fact, Hinata found that Ino and Tenten envied her in the group chat and wanted to replace her. Her originally depressed mood suddenly eased. Listen, today is the day of your graduation test. Sit down. Irika walked to the podium and knocked on the table to quiet everyone down. Great, I must do a great job and let you all see my strength. Suzuki is nothing at all. Naruto seemed to have just learned that he would have a graduation test. Hearing Irika's words, he immediately stood up and cheered. But what greeted him were many people's disdainful and contemptuous eyes. Suzuki couldn't stand it and cursed the last one. Naruto, sit still. If you interrupt me again, I will disqualify you from the exam. Irika roared. Naruto was startled and quickly covered his mouth and sat down, indicating that he would not speak casually again. Irika did not have time to argue with him and announced to the students in the class, the topic of the graduation exam is the clone technique. When your name is called, go to the next classroom in order. Clone technique. Naruto's eyes widened, his expression gradually became terrified, and a big drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Ino, Sakura, and Hinata were all excited at the same time, and looked at each other, but said nothing. Sure enough, the content in the future video is true. They can get future information by joining the group chat. Ding! The number of new members in the harem group +1, and people are being randomly selected to join the group. Please wait for a moment. At this time, Miu Miu unexpectedly heard the system prompt and was stunned. Adding new members at this time? What is the opportunity to increase the number of places? Miu Miu always feels that it seems a bit too casual. When to add new members, it should not all depend on the mood of the system, right? However, Miu Miu is looking forward to the next person to join the group, and it would be best if a more mature one comes. In the classroom, Irika has gone to the next room and called out the names through the loudspeaker on the podium. Because it is just a test of clone technique, it does not take too long, only a few minutes for each person, and the queue is also fast. While waiting, the system sent another reminder. Ding! The new member of the harem group has been selected. It is Uzumaki Kori, please write a character for her. It turned out to be Kori. Miu Miu was stunned again, feeling a little disappointed. If I remember correctly, Kori is the same age as them, and is also a small bud that has not grown up. However, thinking of Kori's experience, Miu Miu's expression became serious again. At this time, Kori seems to be in dire straits. If the system hadn't mentioned it suddenly, Miu Miu would have forgotten it. Rescue. We must rescue her from the huge pit in Kyuzagakure village in advance. But for now, we have to compile Xiang's character first before we can let her join the group. Miu Miu couldn't help but ponder. Before, the 4 flowers of Konoha had a wedding and a bridal chamber. Why not start directly from the bridal chamber this time? Miu Miu actually wanted to challenge the bottom line of the group system and try to see if he could play the paid content. Soon he thought of a more interesting plot and submitted it directly to the group system. Ding! The character has been determined, and new members are being pulled in. Ding! The new member has been pulled in successfully. Welcome Uzumaki Xiang to join the Miu Miu harem group. At the same time, the 4 flowers of Konoha also received system prompts. Ding! Uzumaki Kori joins Miu Miu harem group. Congratulations to Uzumaki Kori for becoming a member of Miu Miu harem group. Please consciously abide by the following group rules. 1. When the system prompted, the 4 flowers of Konoha all saw a wedding scene similar to the one they saw before joining the group. They can also see the character CG video that Miu Miu prepared for Kori. In the video, it is Kori during the Shippuden period. Red hair and red eyes, wearing black framed glasses. The upper body is a light purple short-sleeved jacket with a black navel-bearing shirt underneath. The lower body is black short shorts with a pair of black stockings. Her skin is fair and tender, and she looks clean and tidy. She is a very attractive woman. Tian, new member? What does that mean? Who is this Uzumaki Xiang? Yamanaka Ino, I don't know her. She is not a classmate of ours. I thought there were only 4 of us in this group, but new people are joining. Hareno Sakura, in other words, there are more than 4 women in Miu Miu. You guys, he. Yamanaka Ino, maybe she just likes Miu Miu-kun in the future, but she doesn't necessarily have to be related. Tian, we have to find out her identity first. At Uzumaki Xiang, newcomer, come out and speak. At the border between the land of grass and a small country, a war is breaking out between the 2 countries. Xiang is brought to the battlefield as a human-shaped pill. Whenever someone is injured, they will run over and bite her. Xiangqi was numb, sitting there like a walking corpse. Suddenly, a picture appeared in front of her. This picture can be seen by the naked eye, but it is not within her perception, and there is no chakra fluctuation. This strange scene slightly attracted Xiangqi's attention. Then, the picture showed her grown-up appearance, which also increased her attention. Miu Miu-jun. The Xiangqi in the picture had a relatively quiet expression at first, and became a fangirl the next second. She spoke in a coquettish voice, twisted her body into a wave shape, leaned towards a boy in front, and then hugged the other's arm tightly, constantly squeezing into her arms. We agreed that as long as I complete that practice, you have to accompany me today. What is this? Xiangqi's eyes fluctuated slightly. She recognized herself in the picture when she grew up, but that her was completely different from her now. Now she is full of despair, and her heart is gradually dying. And her eyes in the picture are full of hope and light. Chapter 019 We must take the initiative. Yamazaka Ino, damn, this woman is so shameless. Tian, although I am also very angry, Ino, be careful not to violate the group rule 3. Harem Sakura, Senior Tian, you shouldn't remind her. Yamazaka Ino, wide forehead, you are also violating the rule 3, understand? Forget it, you study first, it's my turn to take the exam. Hyuga Hinata. At this time, Xiang's eyes slightly recovered a little bit of spirit, but she didn't notice the existence of the chat group. She stared at the picture in front of her carefully and found that it seemed that no one except herself could see it. Is this a revelation of the future? Who is that Miu Jun? Xiang was lucky and hoped that the picture in front of her was the real future. If she can live so freely in the future, even if she is suffering and miserable now, she can grit her teeth and stick to it. In the picture, facing Xiangqi's coquetry, Miu smiled calmly, and a huge 1,000-hand Buddha suddenly rose behind him. Then give it a try. Miu took his hand out of Xiangqi's arms, jumped onto the Buddha's head, hugged his arms and said condescendingly, use your ability to break it for me. This 1,000-hand Buddha is at least hundreds of meters high, and Xiangqi was shocked as soon as it appeared. But she soon came to her senses and gritted her teeth secretly, for Mu Jun, I will definitely break it no matter what. Xiangqi eliminated distracting thoughts, and the only thought in her mind was to break this 1,000-hand Buddha. Xiangqi clenched her fists tightly, exerted all her strength, and shouted loudly, Vajra blockade! As she shouted, her momentum exploded. Several golden chains flew out from behind her, then quickly stretched out, and tied up the 1,000-hand Buddha in a few swishes. The golden chain tightened with all its strength, squeezing the 1,000-handed Buddha and making a crunching sound. This is not enough. Miu stood there calmly, and the situation around him had no effect on him at all. Ah! Xiangyu naturally couldn't give up like this, and she let out a hysterical scream, almost using all her strength. The diamond seal is indeed an ability that can easily suppress even the 9-tailed fox. After Xiangyu's full-strength burst, the 1,000-handed Buddha finally couldn't bear it. Bang 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 bang! The 1,000-handed Buddha was squeezed and exploded in many places, as if there were many landmines buried in its body, exploding everywhere, and soon turned into a pile of broken wood chips. Miu also fell from the sky and reached out to hug Xiangyu, who fell down due to exhaustion. Xiangyu showed a happy smile on her face and said weakly, Miu Jun, I did it. Great! Miu rubbed her head a few times and gave an affirmative expression. Xiangxi laughed, hugged Miu, buried her head in his arms, and took a deep breath. The smell of Miu Jun is so fascinating. Xiangxi's face was intoxicated, then she raised her head and looked at Miu with watery eyes and said, Miu Jun, do you still mean what you said? Our agreement? I have done it. Of course, as long as you don't regret it. Miu smiled slightly. Xiangxi's pretty face blushed slightly, and she mustered up the courage to raise her head and said, Miu Jun, love me. Miu did not respond immediately. He freed his hands and went around to Xiangqi's back, slapping her hard. Wood release, 4 pillars family technique. A wooden house rose up beside them, and Miu picked Xiangqi up horizontally and slipped into the house. The scene quickly turned to the room, where Miu and Xiangqi had rolled into a ball, gradually moving in an indescribable direction. Xiangqi's face flushed, but her eyes were full of envy. She knew her own character very well. Since she would make such a choice, it meant that Miu was worth it. Will I really be so strong in the future? And there are no teeth marks on my body. Xiongqi's eyes began to flash with a strong light. At the same time, Ino, who was taking the graduation test, was distracted by watching the video. As a result, when she saw the scene in the room, which was even more outrageous than the wedding night of Konoha Shiwa and Miu Miu, her hands that were making seals couldn't help but tremble, and even the chakra output was greater. Oh no! Ino's face changed, and it was too late to concentrate. Bang! 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 So, a large number of Ino's clones appeared in the classroom. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of them, filling the entire classroom. Fortunately, ordinary clone techniques have no entity, which can be seen but not touched, so there was no bloodshed. However, Irika and Mizuki, who were acting as invigilators, were so scared that they almost jumped up from their chairs. This exaggerated number of clones stunned them, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Ordinary clone techniques do not consume much, but even if Irika and Mizuki come, they may not be able to fill the classroom with full output. Now Ino, in terms of chakra volume alone, has reached the level of Chunin. I can only say that she is worthy of being a child of a big family. Irika suppressed his shock, nodded and smiled. It seems that you have really worked hard for the graduation examination. To be honest, your performance today, Ino, really surprised me. If you pass the exam, come and get your genin forehead protector. Thank you, teacher. Ino breathed a sigh of relief and secretly felt fortunate. Fortunately, the chat group added a buff effect to her, and her chakra control level has also improved a lot. Otherwise, the little mistake just now may have failed the ninjutsu. Hara no Sakura, Why do you let me see this kind of thing? No, I want to wash my eyes. Tian, my heart hurts. The group leader doesn't want me anymore. Yamanaka Ino, I almost failed the exam, but compared to that, losing Miu Miu-kun is still more painful for me. Hyuga Hinata. The second half of the CG video was not fully displayed in the end. It can only be said that half of it was shown, with a kind of half-hidden haziness, just like some restricted movies. But even so, for the four flowers of Konoha who have never experienced anything and seem to understand but don't understand at this age, the impact is very huge. Several girls couldn't recover for a long time. When it was Sakura and Hinata's turn to take the exam, they were completely out of shape. Fortunately, because of the chat group buff effect, they could easily pass it even if they just dealt with it casually. Girls of this age are more concerned about men and women, but ignore the strength shown by Miu Miu and Xiang Yu. Yamanaka Ino, no. That thing must not be allowed to happen. Even if it happens, she must be at the forefront. Tian, support Ino. We will all be the wives of the group leader in the future, how can we let women outside succeed? Yamanaka Ino, so we have to take the initiative to make Miu Miu's attention on us. Tian, that's right, take the initiative. Hinata Hyuga. Hara no Sakura, enough, you two, are you too immersed in the drama? Sakura felt that she was the only one who was sober among the four of them. Although Hinata didn't say anything, Sakura also noticed her from time to time. Since being kissed by Miu Miu, Hinata has also become strange. Uzumaki Kori, what is this? Thanks to 15,204, for the 1,000 VIP points reward. Chapter 020 Uzumaki Kori's changes. For the four flowers of Konoha, marrying Miu Miu when they grow up was a difficult thing to accept at first, not to mention that four people were marrying the same man at the same time. But for Kori, it was a good opportunity to get out of the abyss of despair in Kusagakure village. So the four flowers of Konoha would be entangled and resisted at first, doubting the authenticity of the video content. As for Xiang, she sincerely hopes that the content in the video is true. When she sees the future, she and Miu Miu are truly in love, and she can't hide the happiness on her face. Her heart is full of yearning, envy, expectation, desire, and other emotions. With hope, her whole mental outlook is different. Although she still lets those Kyuzagaku ninjas treat her as a human pill without any resistance. But before, she was dead in her heart, but now she wants to live. She wants to witness the future. Even if she will die in the end, she will hold on until she meets Miu Miu. Psychology changes occurred, naturally, and soon she found the chat group of Miu Miu's harem in her consciousness. Seeing the messages from the 4 flowers of Konoha, Xiang was a little confused. She was smart and reacted immediately. The 4 girls in the group seemed to have seen the scene she just saw, and they were full of hostility towards her. Uzumaki Xiang, what is this? Xiang subconsciously asked her own question, and the next moment, the chat group exploded. Yamakana Ino, you are called Uzumaki Xiang? You are the woman who seduced Miu Miu-jun just now? Tian, do you know what first come first served means, and what is a married man? Tian, look, the 4 girls here are all Miu Miu-jun's wives in the future. Yamakana Ino, it is a crime to contact Miu Miu-jun privately without our permission, do you know? Hareno Sakura. Hyuga Hinata. Hareno Sakura, you two should be more restrained. Do you want to read the group rule 3 again? Hareno Sakura, no, why should I remind you? She should just sit there and watch the show, waiting for someone to make a mistake and be punished by the system. That way she wouldn't be the only one, and wouldn't be so embarrassed in this group anymore. Unfortunately she reacted too late, the reminder had already been sent out. Ino and Tenten suddenly woke up and didn't dare to rush like that again. Yamanaka Ino, it was a close call, thank you for the reminder from Broad Forehead. But I still have to say that I don't agree with this. Tenten, that's right, thank you for the reminder from Broad Forehead, I don't agree with this either. Hareno Sakura, Tenten, you've also learned bad things. You weren't like this at the beginning. Tenten, haha, /awkward. I'm a little excited now. Hyuga Hinata, I think we should still live in peace. Everyone is still young, what's the point of quarreling over these things now? Although they don't know Xiang's age or which village she is from. But they know that Miu Miu is the same age as them. Maybe it's okay to talk about love, but if he wants to do bad things, he can only say that he has the will but not the ability. Yamazaka Ino, okay, give Hinata some face. At Uzumaki Xiang, come out and talk, introduce yourself first. Tian at Uzumaki Xiang, come on, who are you? Where are you now? Xiang was already confused. She just joined the group and didn't understand many things. How could she react to receiving so much information at once? Especially Ino and Tianation's open hostility towards her made her more cautious and didn't dare to talk casually. Xiang didn't reply, and studied the harem group in silence. She first flipped the chat history up. Maybe it was because the harem group had just been activated not long ago, and the chat history of the 4 flowers of Konoha in the past 2 days could be seen. After reading the chat records, Xiangqi had a general understanding of the function of this group. Then she couldn't wait to open the group file, which had 3 videos, 1 of Sakura being punished and 2 future videos. Xiangqi was very interested in the video of Sakura being punished, which turned Sakura into a quail every time it was mentioned. Xiangqi was essentially a woman with a darker heart than Ino. It was just that her experience in Kyuzagakuer village suppressed her nature. Even so, it couldn't stop her gossiping heart from burning at this time. Soon, Xiangqi began to appreciate the process of Sakura being punished. She blushed and felt short of breath, and her brain was congested. I didn't expect that this group would play so perverted. If I was punished like this, would I be sorry for Miu Miu-jun? Although I was not allowed to enter, I was also taught a lesson. No. I must abide by the group rules and keep my body pure for Miu Miu-jun. Xiangqi opened the group announcement and memorized the group rules to prevent accidental mistakes in the future. The 5th rule of the group says that you can get a buff when you first join the group, so I have already got a buff. Kori hadn't noticed it before, but now she feels it carefully and finds that it is true. All attributes have been greatly enhanced, and even the amount of chakra has doubled. The Uzumaki clan has a lot of chakra, and now it has become even more terrifying. No wonder the fatigue and pain in the body have been reduced a lot after the group system was activated. Kori thought it was a psychological effect caused by her hope before, but now she knows that it is the credit of the group system. If that's the case, then I can start practicing the secret technique left by my mother. Kori's eyes flashed with brilliance. Talent and comprehension are both enhanced, and practice will be twice the result with half the effort, and progress will be rapid. If she is lucky, she may be able to escape the control of the hidden grass village by herself. If she can practice the diamond seal in advance, what is the hidden grass village? It will be her amusement park at that time. However, Xiang quickly suppressed her restless heart. Now she was still a human pill on the battlefield, and the timing was not right. So she turned her attention to the chat group and watched the 2 future videos. She finally got to know 3 of the 4 flowers of Konoha in the group. There was also Tian Tian, but she didn't appear in the video, so she didn't know him yet. But from the group records, she already knew what kind of person Tian Tian was. The 4 people were all Konoha ninjas, and 3 of them, like Mumu, had just participated in the graduation examination of the ninja school. Mumu-kun. You are really charming. Xiang looking at Miu Miu in the video, she was completely stunned. Through the chat records, she already knew that the content in the future video was true. So, what she saw before with Miu Miu was also true. And now that she has joined Miu Miu's harem group, she is recognized as Miu Miu's woman. The biggest problem now is when can she meet Miu Miu. Uzumaki Kori, hello, sisters, I am Kori, I am 13 years old, and I am now in Kusagakure village. Please give me more advice in the future. After understanding this harem group, Kori has completely put her mind at ease. In this place, as long as you don't violate the group rules, you can do whatever you want and be your true self. Chapter 021 Miu Miu wants to help Kori get revenge. Kori's attitude made it difficult for Ino and Tenten to speak ill of each other. Especially after being reminded by Sakura, they didn't dare to speak too aggressively, otherwise it would be easy to violate the group rules. Yamanaka Ino, are you a Kusagakure ninja? I didn't expect that this group can even allow people from other countries to join. Tian Tian, if that's the case, will there be more new members in the future? Yamakana Ino, no way. 5 people are already a lot, Miu Miu-kun. Well, if it's Miu Miu-kun, all the girls who have come into contact with him may be conquered by his charm. Tian Tian, my heart hurts so much, is the group owner going to be divided into so many parts? At Yamakana Ino, help me introduce the group owner later, I want to meet him today. Yamakana Ino, actually, I'm not very happy, if I can have Miu Miu-kun alone. Tian Tian, too much. We are good sisters in the same camp. Yamakana Ino, okay, we agreed to be in the same camp, we have to help each other, and we must not betray each other. Tian Tian, I swear, if I betray, let me be severely punished by the group system. Harem Sakura, do you want to do this? What a big lie. Uzumaki Kori, that. Actually I'm not a Kusagakure ninja, I'm just a sojourner here. I'm from the Uzumaki clan, if that incident hadn't happened, I should be considered a member of Konoha. Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki. Yamanaka Ino, what do you mean? Tian Tian, I heard that the Uzumaki clan used to be the ninja of the Uzashigakure village in the Whirlpool country, and they have been friends with Konoha for generations, and they are allies. The wife of the first Hokage was from the Uzumaki clan, as for what happened later, I don't know. Tian Tian, now the name of the Uzumaki clan is rarely heard in the ninja world, it seems that the clan was exterminated. Harem Sakura, by the way, Naruto's last name is also Uzumaki, is he related to this Uzumaki clan? Uzumaki Kori, I also saw that future video, I'm not sure about Naruto's identity. Because the symbol of the Uzumaki clan is red hair, but his is golden. Yamana Ino, if that's the case, then why are you in Kusagakure village? Has the Uzumaki clan really been exterminated? Uzumaki Kori, yes, our country is gone, and there are not many clansmen who survived by chance. They are all scattered all over the place, basically relying on others for support, and their situation is not very good. Hyuga Hinata, so pitiful. Tenten, so what's your situation now? If you have any difficulties, we can help you as appropriate. Yamana Ino, okay. Once you join the group, you are your sisters. Although I don't want to share Mu Mu-jun with so many people, I always feel that if I want to be with Mu Mu-jun, I have to accept this kind of thing. Hyuga Hinata, I can help too. Harem Sakura, compared with them, my ability is average, but if there is anything I can help with, just let me know. The four flowers of Konoha are kind-hearted people. When they learned about Xiang's situation, they couldn't help but feel compassion. Uzumaki Xiang, thank you, thank you. Xiang's eyes were filled with tears and she was very moved. With just a few words, her heart was filled with warmth and she was more hopeful about the future. This harem group is the turning point of her life. Xiang felt that from this moment on, her life was completely different. Although the four flowers of Konoha were hostile to her at first, their attitudes changed after she lowered her posture and treated them honestly. Xiang couldn't help but look at the third rule in the group announcement: all members in the group are sisters. Sisters. A very beautiful word, which Xiang had never dared to think of before. Unfortunately, if she could join this chat group earlier, maybe her mother would not have died. Uzumaki Xiang, I'm okay now. If there is a need, I will speak up. Xiang didn't tell them the truth in the end. It's not that it's hard to talk about it. It's mainly because through chat records and future videos, she already knows that the four flowers of Konoha are the same age as her. 3 have just participated in the graduation examination of the ninja school. And 1 has only been a ninja for 1 year. Such strength is not enough to change Xiangqi's current situation. Speaking out will only make them uncomfortable. Xiangqi now regards the four flowers of Konoha as her own sisters from the bottom of her heart, and doesn't want to affect their mood because of her own affairs. While the girls were chatting happily, the graduation examination of Konoha Ninja School had ended. It's over. Just like in the future video, 27 people in the class took the test, 26 passed, and only Naruto was eliminated. At the gate of the ninja school, many parents came to pick up their children. Knowing that their children had successfully passed the test, they praised them and their faces were full of joy. Only Naruto looked downcast, sitting alone on the swing outside, enduring the criticism of some people. Ino quietly turned on the live broadcast function in the group so that Tian and Xiangqi could also see the scene. Yamanaka Ino, I didn't notice it before, but now it seems that Naruto is quite pitiful. Hyuga Hinata. Harem Sakura, okay, I won't say bad things about him in this situation. But according to the content in the future video, Naruto finally passed the test. How did he do it? In both future videos, there are scenes of graduates gathering and dividing into classes, but neither of them explains why Naruto was able to get the ninja forehead protector. Tianation, he is just not good at clone technique, but according to Naruto's later performance in the future video, he is definitely qualified to become a genin. So, the school should have arranged a special test for him, and then he passed it. Just like the team where Tian is, there is also a Xiao Li who can't do ninjutsu or genjutsu. Logically, he can't pass the graduation test of the ninja school. But Xiao Li's physical skills are outstanding, and he finally graduated as an exception. Kaneko, who is in Kusagakure village, didn't say anything, but when she saw this scene, her eyes were full of envy. Naruto just didn't pass the test and was ignored. Kanako didn't even have the opportunity to go to school, and now he is still being treated as a human-shaped spiritual medicine on the battlefield, and anyone can take a bite. Compared to that, she is much worse than Naruto. After leaving the ninja school, Mew Mew didn't join in the fun at the school gate, nor did he squat at the place where Mizuki fooled Naruto. Since Yang joined the harem group, he was not in a good mood. He had deduced from the original storyline that Kaoru was now being taken to the battlefield by the Kyuzagakuer ninja. It was also during this period that many tooth marks were left on her body. It was not until the joint Chunin exam of Konoha began that Kaoru's situation improved a little. Mew Mew could not change this situation because it was happening. Even if he had absolute power now and rushed to Kyuzagakuer village, he could not eliminate the tooth marks on Kaoru's body. Unless time and space were reversed. This can only be solved later by finding a way to solve it from the future video. And what Mew Mew is considering now is that he must rescue Kaoru as soon as possible and then give Kyuzagakuer village a hard blow. Kaoru's revenge and the revenge of Kaoru's mother will be avenged by Mew Mew. Thanks to Demon King CWK for 588 VIP points reward. Chapter 022 Sister-in-law Hanabi misunderstood. Ah! Where is the group leader? Ten shouted frantically on the streets of Konoha. She had just said in the group that she wanted Ino to introduce her to Mew Mew. But the two had already walked around several streets and still couldn't find Mew Mew. Ten complained to Ino, "You guys left school together, how come you didn't notice where the group leader went?" Ino also said helplessly, "I'm looking for him with you, aren't I? How could I know that he left so soon and didn't go home?" Ino knew that Mew Mew didn't have many social circles, so now except trying his luck on the street, he really didn't know where to look for him. But at this time, Mew Mew was not on the street. After coming out of the ninja school, he walked forward casually while thinking about how to rescue Xiang. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a relatively secluded grove, and it seemed that he was being followed. If it was the previous Mew Mew, he really couldn't find a tail hanging behind him. However, he opened the 2 Megatama Sharingan in the morning, even if he hadn't studied it carefully, all aspects of his attributes and senses were greatly enhanced. The person following him was not professional, so he was easily discovered. Mew Mew secretly used the Sharingan to observe, and was stunned after confirming the other party's identity. It was her. Unexpected, but reasonable. Mew Mew suddenly quickened his pace and left the place in a few flashes. The person following him was stunned for a moment, and with the help of the tree trunk, he poked out a little head and looked around. "Are you looking for me?" Mew Mew's voice came from behind her. "Ah!" The latter was frightened and screamed, and immediately shrank behind the tree trunk. How could she have expected that in just a short moment, Mew Mew had circled around and came behind her? Mew Mew looked at her with a funny face, but he was not in a hurry to get close. There was no way, this little girl was too thin-skinned, and she would turn into a steam princess at any time. "Hinata, what do you want to do by following me?" Mew Mew asked from a distance. Yes, the person who followed him all the way like a nympho was Hinata. That. Hinata lowered her head, facing her fingers, and said hesitantly, "I didn't. Because of what happened in the morning." Mew Mew revealed her thoughts, and said, "I said before that I'm sorry for being rough with you, but that was the best way to keep a secret in a hurry. Now that I think about it, I am indeed a little sorry for you. After all, you didn't mean it." Hinata opened her mouth, and the little anger left in her heart suddenly thought disappeared. She was not a fussy person. Facing Mew Mew's sincere attitude and the existence of the harem, she could not take the initiative to hurt Mew Mew. In this case, how could she blame him? "Otherwise, I will be responsible for you." Before Hinata could think of what to say, Mew Mew spoke again. "Hey!" Hinata was a little confused and didn't quite understand what Mew Mew meant. Mew Mew smiled and said, "Let me be your boyfriend, or you be my girlfriend, so that our kiss before will become reasonable. Girlfriend, kiss, kiss. Hinata's face turned red in an instant, and she instantly turned into a steam princess, her eyes turned into curled eyes, and her body fell backwards uncontrollably. This personality! Miu Miu was immediately at a loss for words. I haven't said anything more explicit yet, but Hinata can't hold it anymore. How can I date someone in the future? Miu Miu sighed secretly in his heart, and flashed to Hinata's side to support her. Stop! Let her go! However, at this moment, a delicate cry sounded, and then a figure rushed towards them quickly. Miu Miu turned his head and saw a little loli in a kimono. She was agile and quick. When Miu Miu saw her and recognized her identity, the other party had already rushed in front of him, jumped high, and slapped Miu Miu with one palm. Isn't this my sister-in-law Hanabi? Her personality is indeed much stronger than her sister. Miu Miu secretly praised, picked up Hinata and quickly retreated, avoiding the attack of my sister-in-law. I told you to let her go. Hanabi missed the attack and was a little surprised, but she didn't stop at all and immediately chased after them. Miu Miu found that someone else came not far away, and it seemed that he was also from the Hyuga clan. In order to avoid misunderstanding, Miu Miu let Hinata go after avoiding another attack from Hanabi, and let her fall to Hanabi. Sister! Hanabi could only support Hinata and gave up the pursuit. Miu Miu stepped back a distance and looked at little Hanabi with interest. Hanabi was only 7 years old at this time, her appearance had not grown up yet, and her body was very thin, she looked like a little girl with yellow hair. The 2 attacks she had just made on him were indeed powerful. If Miu Miu had not activated the Sharingan, he might not have been able to beat her. Miss Hanabi, what happened to Miss Hinata? A girl with white eyes in a maid outfit hurried over, her face a little anxious. Her name was Hyuga Natsu, a member of the Hyuga branch family, and also a maid of the main family, responsible for taking care of Hanabi. I went out with Hanabi just now, but I didn't expect Hanabi to run away in the blink of an eye, and I almost lost her. I finally caught up with her and saw this scene in front of me. If something happened to Hanabi and Hinata, she would definitely be severely punished. Fortunately, Hinata recovered at this time and woke up slowly. Hanabi's anxious expression relaxed a little, and she asked hurriedly, Sister, how are you? Hanabi. Hinata's reaction was a little delayed, and she asked curiously, Why are you here? Hanabi helped Hinata steady herself, then turned to Mumu vigilantly and said, Sister, did that guy bully you just now? Hanabi saw Hinata hiding from Mumu from a distance, and then Mumu seemed to say something, and Hinata fell down. She subconsciously regarded Mumu as a bad guy who wanted to bully Hinata, and immediately rushed over, so fast that Hinata couldn't catch up at all. Ah! Hinata followed Hanabi's gaze to Mumu, and immediately remembered what Mumu had said to her before. And couldn't help but let out another exclamation, and her pretty face flushed again. Is that so? Hanabi misunderstood again and rushed towards Mumu again. This time, she used her soft fist directly, and gritted her teeth and shouted, You dare to bully my sister, I won't forgive you. Miss Hanabi! Hinata exclaimed, but she was a step too slow to stop Hanabi. She also thought that Mumu bullied Hinata, but Hanabi was too young. If she encountered such a thing, she should report it and let the family handle it. But Hinata was not a ninja. At this time, Hanabi had already made a move, and she couldn't stop it even if she wanted to. Facing Hanabi's fierce attack, Mumu didn't dare to block it casually without opening the Sharingan, and could only continue to choose to avoid it. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Is this little girl so fierce? She didn't even give people a chance to explain. Chapter 023 Hinata's group level is upgraded. Hanabi, stop it! Hinata quickly came to her senses and hurriedly called for Hanabi to stop. During this period, Hanabi threw 3 soft punches, forcing Mumu to stagger and almost fall. Fortunately, Hanabi obeyed Hinata's words. Although she was still a little angry, she quickly retreated. Damn it, the time for her golden finger to be activated was too short, and she was actually bullied by a little girl. Mumu secretly remembered this account and would take revenge when she had the chance. Just drag her to the group system space and punish her more severely than Sakura. As for whether Hanabi will join the harem group, Mumu has no doubt at all. Oh, oh. All the famous beauties in the ninja world are me. Sorry, Mumu. Hinata blushed and greeted Mumu. Apologizes, Hanabi is still young and impulsive. I hope you don't bother with her. Sister. Hanabi said a little unhappy, it was obviously he who bullied you first. It's not like that, Hanabi. Hinata quickly explained, you misunderstood, Mew-Mew-kun is my classmate, it was just an accident. Is that so? Hanabi tilted her head, still a little skeptical in her heart. However, since her sister said so, Hanabi, who was obsessed with her sister, finally chose to believe it. Okay. Hanabi shrugged and apologized to Mew-Mew, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. Mew-Mew smiled a little. Now he is not strong enough, and the Sharingan cannot be used openly, so he can only bear a little loss. Of course, the other party is only a cute little guy like Hinata and Hanabi. Try it with a big guy who picks his feet? Mew-Mew will definitely find a way to scatter the other party's ashes. Just when Mew-Mew was about to be polite and show his magnanimity, Hanabi added, you and my sister are classmates, which means you have graduated from the ninja school today, right? This is your level? Too weak, too weak. She had obvious disdain on her face, and without waiting for Mew-Mew to reply, she turned around and took Hinata's hand and said, Sister, let's go home. There is no need to have too much contact with such a weak person. Mew-Mew's face was instantly dark, and he gritted his teeth secretly. He even thought about whether he should risk using the Sharingan and teach this little girl a lesson. But in the end, he still forced himself to endure it. It's not urgent to teach little Hanabi a lesson, it can be done in a few days. But if the Sharingan is exposed, it is easy for him to not even stay in Konoha. Hina can be trusted. After the little Hanabi has taught her a lesson, he can keep it secret through Hinata. But there is another Hyaganatsu at the scene, this is definitely not fooling, and he has no means to control people now. Hinata wanted to speak, but was forcibly pulled away by Hanabi, so she could only turn back and give Mew-Mew an apologetic expression. However, after Xiao Hanabi's disturbance, Hinata's shame was reduced a lot. She secretly wondered whether what Mew-Mew said just now was true or false, and whether he really wanted to date her. If Mew-Mew was serious, should she agree? In theory, there was no emotional foundation between the two. But if the target was Mew-Mew, Hinata would always think of the wedding scene she saw before joining the chat group. And she had deliberately avoided Mew-Mew in the morning, but the same thing happened as in the future video. This made Hinata begin to be biased, and fate could not be changed. Since she would marry Mew-Mew sooner or later, if she got along with him earlier, would she be able to get the benefits of the chat group earlier? Ding! Congratulations to group member Hyaga Hinata, the level was increased from LV1 to LV2. The gain effect was increased from 200% to 250%. Just then, a prompt sound came from the chat group. Yamanaka Ino. Tien, Hinata, what did you do? Hareno Sakura, how did it suddenly upgrade? Hyaga Hinata, hey? I don't know either. Hinata was a little confused. She could clearly feel that when the group system issued a prompt, the power in her body increased a lot without warning. However, Hinata has always been a weak character. No matter how strong she is, there is no change on the surface. As for why she suddenly upgraded, she has some guesses. This matter must be related to Mew-Mew. Although she had contact with him in the morning and kissed him, she was passive at that time and had resistance in her heart. Not only did the relationship not get closer, but there was even some estrangement. But after the incident just now, Hinata let go of her grudges and was still thinking about whether to date Miu Miu. Such an obvious change means that her relationship with Miu Miu is much closer than before. So, this is the reason why she upgraded? Yamana Ino, honestly, were you with Mumu-kun just now? Tian, we couldn't find the group leader anywhere, but we didn't expect that Hinata, the most honest one in the group, would steal our home. Woo, so sad. Hyaga Hinata, I didn't. Uzumaki Kori, we are all sisters, so we should talk it out. I think we should integrate the clues and find out the reason for the level increase, so that we can have a direction for the level increase in the future. Yamana Ino, oh, okay. Hinata, tell me the truth, I will never blame you. Tian, Kori is right, leveling up is still the most important thing. Hinata, tell me. Harem Sakura, Hinata, you know me, I will definitely not blame you, but I also want to know how to level up. Hinata Hyaga, I just met Mumu-kun, he said he would take responsibility for what happened this morning. After that. No way, Hinata is not a person who will lie. Being fought by the girls, she could only tell the truth. Result. Yamanaka Ino, you are with Mumu-kun after all. Hinata, you disappoint me so much. Tianation, Hinata, did you really steal the house? You are the person I trust the most. Hinata Hyaga. Harem Sakura, that's enough, you too. Hinata didn't do anything wrong. Have you considered her feelings when you said that? Uzumaki Kori, at least you are in the same village and can meet Mumu-kun at any time. I envy you the most. Yamanaka Ino, it's just a joke, Hinata, don't take it seriously. Tian, I was joking too. If you really want to be with the group leader, you must accept everyone. But I'm not mentally prepared for this now. I just want to get to know the group leader first and improve my strength. Hinata finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw them say that. Just now, she was really scared. She thought Ino and Tian were going to have a falling out with her. Hyaga Hinata, I think that if you want to level up, you should have contact with Mumu-kun. The better the relationship in reality, the higher the level. Well, this is my personal guess. Yamanaka Ino, I obviously also contacted him yesterday, and we had a very happy chat. Why didn't I level up? It's really unfair. Tianation, Ino, you? Yamanaka Ino, oh, I accidentally let it slip, hehe. Chapter 024 The content of the sealed book. Miu Miu saw the conversation in the chat group clearly through the screen. After all, he is the group owner, and he has much more information than the girls in the group. Hinata was able to level up because she got closer to him and began to recognize Miu Miu from the bottom of her heart. Ino also contacted him yesterday, and it seemed that they were talking and laughing on the surface. But in fact, Ino's attitude towards Miu Miu was still the mentality of a family daughter facing a commoner. She took the initiative to approach Miu Miu. To put it nicely, she wanted to establish a good relationship in advance and help him in times of trouble. To put it bluntly, isn't it just a charity from the proud to the frustrated? Of course, Miu Miu would not have any opinion on Ino because of this. After all, the two sides were not familiar with each other. If there was no interest involved, how could Miu Miu let these girls approach him on his own initiative? Seeing that Tian was also trying to get close to him, Miu Miu was not in a hurry to meet her. It was getting late now. In a little while, Naruto would go to the Hokage building to steal the sealed book. Having read the original work, Miu Miu knew very well that the sealed book that Naruto got was probably fake. It might also be that the important forbidden techniques in it were all sealed, and special techniques were needed to decrypt them. Therefore, even if he snatched the sealed book from Naruto, Miu Miu knew that he would not get much benefit, but would put himself in danger and be noticed by the third generation. But it was the sealed book after all, and it was the sealed book in Naruto's hands. It was a rare opportunity. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of seeing more forbidden techniques, Mew Mew wanted to try it. At worst, it would be nice to have multiple shadow clones. When he turned back, wood release was activated, and the amount of chakra exploded. Multiple shadow clones could be used as a cheat. Of course, he couldn't just run over and tell Naruto to show him the book of sealing. Fortunately, Mew Mew had already thought of a solution before. He first found a place to solve the dinner problem, and then caught a few nocturnal birds in the woods and controlled them directly with the Sharingan. Use the Sharingan to control low IQ creatures and let them read the book of sealing. When he turned back, Mew Mew would use the Sharingan to copy what they saw. With Naruto's current level, a few small animals approaching would definitely not attract his attention. As for the Sandame, he would definitely not be able to see the problem only through the crystal ball. Perfect. The plan went according to plan, and Mew Mew had already returned home early. The several nocturnal birds controlled by him were divided into several directions, staring at the Hokage building remotely without blind spots. As long as they waited for the target to appear, they would follow, and Mew Mew didn't have to worry about these. Unfortunately, the Sharingan is not a mind-turning technique. Even if he controls a few nocturnal birds, Mew Mew cannot use them for remote monitoring. He can only wait for news at home. The main reason is that his current strength is too weak and he has no means. Even if he has the Sharingan, he may not be a match for Iruka and Mizuki. Not to mention that there are still a large number of Anbu active in the dark. If Mew Mew dares to approach the restricted area now, he will be exposed at any time. For a better life in the future, it is better to hide when it is time. However, there are too few entertainment projects in this world. Mew Mew doesn't even have a TV at home. In boredom, he can only turn on the remote video function of the group system and secretly take a look at the private life of the 4 flowers of Konoha, which is quite enjoyable. As for Zyonki, Mew Mew has not seen even a glance until now. He is afraid that he will see some pictures that will make him lose control of his emotions. Soon. Mew Mew murmured, "Wait for the refresh in the early morning, and the next one will be arranged for you. Hold on for a few more days." Mew Mew sincerely sympathizes with Zyonki's experience. So he would definitely spare no expense to get Zyonki out of the sea of suffering as soon as possible. With his chaotic thoughts, Mew Mew finally got back the night birds he controlled. It was impossible to monitor remotely before, but after the night birds came back, he could read their memories through the Sharingan. Because Mew Mew did not intervene, the plot still developed the same as the original. Naruto sneaked into the Hokage building in the dead of night, and soon stole a huge scroll and ran to the woods to study it. Several night birds approached quietly, just as Mew Mew expected. In that case, Naruto didn't notice it at all. So the contents of the sealed book were also picked up by those night birds from many angles. Ah! It's really like this. Through the memory of the night birds, Mew Mew also saw the contents of the sealed book clearly. As he expected, there was only one multiple shadow clone technique, and the rest were all in a sealed state. However, because he had expected it, Mew Mew was only slightly disappointed. At least with one shadow clone, his strength could be strengthened. It was not difficult to practice this ninjutsu through Sharingan replication, and Mew Mew mastered it in a few moves. It's just that his chakra is limited now, and he can only split 2 shadow clones at most, and it can't last too long. Fortunately, the wood release can be activated tomorrow, and then he will fly into the sky. The sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. In the follow-up of the memory of the night birds, what happened to Naruto was basically the same as the original. Mew Mew has watched the anime many times and is very familiar with the plot. Now, it is a different experience to watch it as a live-action movie. After finally making it to the early morning, the group system prompted that the ability to fabricate the future was refreshed. Miu Miu was refreshed and finally became excited again. Kaoru, from now on, I am your Prince Charming and the hero of your life. Miu Miu was excited and began to transform the content he had conceived during the day into a future video through the group system. Soon, the production was completed, and the missing parts were checked and pushed. Ding! The group system pushed a future clip, Future Video 3.avi, which has been saved to the group file. At the same time, the 4 flowers of Konoha and Kaoru who were far away in Kyuzagakure village received system prompts. Tien, it's this time, I didn't miss it this time. Yamanaka Ino, hehe, you can be slow in eating, but you must be the first to watch the future video. Harem no Sakura, woo, I'm so sleepy, why do you have to push it in the middle of the night? Hyuga Hinata, I don't know whose future this time is about. What surprised Mumu was that the 4 flowers of Konoha were all waiting, only Xiang was absent. When I was monitoring remotely before, I clearly saw them go to bed. However, Mumu quickly realized that it seemed that the push time of Future Video 2 last time made them notice it. So they went to bed earlier and waited until this time to get up and wait. Sure enough, those who can leave traces in the original plot are not easy to deal with. And with a few beautiful girls watching the video with him, Mumu will not be so lonely tonight. Soon, everyone in the group clicked on the future video. Future Video 3 started playing. Chapter 025 Future Video 3, Kyuzagakure Battlefield. In the video, Mumu was summoned to the Hokage's office. It turns out that the 3rd generation knew that he used a clone when performing the task of monitoring Naruto, so he prepared to give him another task. Based on the above clues, it can be inferred that the timeline in front of us is during the D-level mission of Team 7. We probably have to wait for Mumu to finish this mission and come back, and then take over the joint mission of Team 8 and Team 10, and then Team 7's mission in the Land of Waves. The mission that the Sandame gave to Mumu was not mentioned in the video. Soon Mumu retreated, and a few figures came into the office. They were Team 3 led by Might Guy, and Tenten's team. Tenten, hey? It's finally my turn to appear. I've waited for so long and finally waited until today. I've dreamed for so long and finally. Ahem, it looks like Mumu's mission seems to overlap with mine. We should have some intersections, right? Yamakana Ino, I'm not happy. I'm ahead of you. Is it true that the later you appear, the earlier you will come into contact with Mumu? Harem no Sakura, it should be just a coincidence. Don't forget that Hinata has already come into contact with Mumu this morning. Yamakana Ino, don't mention this to me. My Mumu-kun's initial stability is gone. Hinata Hyuga. The video screen continues. The mission received by the Kai class is because the Konoha Joint Chunin exam is about to begin. As messengers, they escort relevant documents to the grass country Kyuzagakure village to discuss matters related to the Chunin exam. The Kai class is in the open, and Miu Miu is in the dark. But it is obvious that the Kai class does not know the existence of Miu Miu, and Miu Miu seems to have another mission. Soon, under the leadership of Ching Chun Ji and the protection of the passionate Xiao Li, the Kai class set off for Kyuzagakure village, and Miu Miu followed in secret. Yamanaka Ino, Kyuzagakure village? It seems to be where Xiangqi is. Tien, Xiangqi has just joined the group, and she is about to meet the group leader? Suddenly she is not so happy. Harem no Sakura, at least Xiangqi is much more normal than you. I really want to see Xiangqi's living environment and see what kind of person she is. Hinata Hyuga, I have never left the village before, but now I can see foreign countries through videos. It feels very strange. Yamanaka Ino, no, I think you said something about the Chunin exam just now? Tianation, this is an exam for Genin to advance to Chunin. As long as you pass the exam, you can become a Chunin. You all just graduated. It doesn't matter much. Tien, This kind of exam is held twice a year, and a team of 3 must sign up to participate. Our team should also participate in this exam. Tian, however, the Chunin exam is usually held within our village. This kind of exam held jointly with other villages is the first time I have seen it. I think it will be very lively at that time. If it were in the past, Tian would be a little nervous when she learned that it was a joint Chunin exam. But after joining the chat group, she had a double buff effect. With the improvement of strength, she is naturally more confident. Even if it was a joint Chunin, she was not afraid at all. Harem no Sakura, what a pity, I missed such a lively scene, but who made us just become genin? Senior Tian, remember to live broadcast the whole process when the time comes. Tian, no problem, it's not bad to give you some experience. Yamanaka Ino, our current strength does not necessarily mean that we can't participate in the Chunin exam, right? Don't forget that everyone has a buff effect. Hinata has even increased to 250. Hinata Hyuga. Harem no Sakura, Ino, are you a pig? Didn't I hear from Senior Tenten that a team of 3 must sign up to participate? Harem no Sakura, if it was my team 7, with the genius Suzuki and the number 1 unexpected Naruto, I could give it a try, but you know the situation of your team better. Yamanaka Ino, a salted fish, a fat pig. Kill me. The video continues. The group arrived at Kusagakure village without any delay or accidents on the road. The Kai team completed the docking with the leader of Kusagakure village step by step, and the other party also said that they would send a team to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exam. The Kai team's mission ended here, and they could return to the village. However, they found that the atmosphere in Kusagakure village was very strange. Everyone was very wary of them and urged them to leave as soon as the mission was completed. Gaibon pretended to leave, but hid his identity halfway and ran back. Ninjas should focus on their missions and not make unnecessary changes. But in special cases, they can be dealt with specially. Who knows if Kusagakure is planning something that is bad for Konoha? Since we have seen it, we should investigate it clearly. However, before they returned to Kusagakure, they were stopped by Miu who was following them secretly. Miu told them that Kusagakure was at war with the neighboring country, and it was normal for some people to be wary of them. Miu asked Gaibon to return to Konoha as soon as possible and not to meddle in other people's business. Might Guy, who always acted on the instinct of a beast, had a rare moment of intelligence and pointed out that Miu came to investigate the war situation. Then he said that he was too young and it was too dangerous for him to go alone, so he asked Gaibon to temporarily serve as his guard. Miu refused. He was an Anbu. How could he hide if he found a guard? But he couldn't resist being dragged to the border by Kai and Xiaoli, without giving him a chance to object. Yamakana Ino, Tian, are your teammates and teachers so weird? I've learned a lot. Harem no Sakura, those thick eyebrows, green tights. I feel so disgusting. Tian. So embarrassing. Hyuga Hinata, there's a war going on in Kusagakure village, isn't Kori? Harem no Sakura, yep. Kori didn't mention it before. Yamakana Ino, probably because she didn't want us to worry, and she's the same age as us, at most a genin, and can't play any role in the war. Harem no Sakura, that's true, I hope she wasn't affected. Yamakana Ino, Tian, what are your teachers going to do to Miu-kun? Tian. I don't understand it either. Hinata Hyuga, I have a bad feeling. The video continues. The scene changes and Mumu and Kaiban have appeared at the border of Kusagakure village, which has long been reduced to a scorched earth. The Kusagakure village and the neighboring country ninjas are ready to fight each other, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, and they attack each other non-stop, a very primitive way of war. But the destructive power of ninjas is much greater than that of ordinary people, and there are all kinds of ninjutsu and detonating tags, which have blown up almost no intact land around. The battlefield is full of blood, limbs, and corpses, which makes the three little Kaibans feel sick. Muumu's situation is also not good, but he has been mentally prepared. He has used the Sharingan in advance to give himself a psychological hint, so that he sees the scene in front of him like watching a TV movie. Later, Miu found out that the reason why Might Guy insisted on coming together was to train the psychological endurance of several subordinates and to do special training for the Chunin exam in advance. Chapter 026 Perfect Rescue of Kanazawa. Hara no Sakura, in the middle of the night, show me this. Yamanaka Ino, hiding in the quilt and trembling, Tien, sleep with me at night, if you agree, I will summon you. Tianation, I refuse. Although I am also scared, but what teacher Guy said is right. As a ninja, you must get used to this kind of thing. Now I can't stand it just through the screen. Wouldn't it be worse if I were there in person? Hinata Hyuga. Hinata really wanted to say, otherwise I will sleep with you Ino. But she really couldn't say such words. As a result, before she could muster up the courage angry, Ino suddenly changed the subject again. Yamazaka Ino, Tien is right, for Miu-Kun, I must overcome myself. But it would be nice if I could summon Miu-Kun. Hara no Sakura, do you still want to sleep with Miu? Yamazaka Ino, what's wrong with that? I'm his future wife, it's reasonable and legal. Anyway, his crime tools can't be used now. Ino muttered in her heart, at most she would be touched a few times. If she sacrificed this, she could also improve the group level, so why not? Of course, Ino was used to talking nonsense in the group chat. If she really encountered such a thing, it was still unknown whether she could sacrifice it. The video screen continued. Miu was sent here by the third generation to investigate the details of this war and the damage on both sides of the war. Since Kaiban temporarily became Miu's guard, he naturally had to help record the investigation. Then not long after, they found that many wounded soldiers on the Kyuzagakuer side quickly recovered and returned to the battlefield after retreating. At first, I thought there was some particularly powerful medical ninja in Kyuzagakuer village. With in-depth investigation, I finally found the incense that was used as a human-shaped pill. Yamanaka Ino. Tianation. Hara no Sakura, WTF. Hyuga Hinata. The four girls were so shocked that their heads were buzzing. The video screen continued. After seeing this scene, the three little ones in Kai's class almost couldn't help but rush out to kill people. Fortunately, they were stopped by Miu, and Kai also stopped them in time. Now rushing out may save people, then what? Their identities were exposed, and intervening in the war of another country, if there is no suitable reason, is equivalent to declaring war. Although Konoha doesn't need to be afraid of these two small ninja villages, Kai's team can't represent Konoha after all. Besides, even if they really want to save people, they have to find out the situation and understand the other party's identity and situation before making a decision. Kai recognized that Kori was a member of the Uzumaki clan through her red hair and abnormal chakra constitution. When no one was around, they quietly approached Kori and asked her about the situation. But at that time, Kori was dead silent and turned a deaf ear to their questions. After hiding his identity, Miu secretly captured a Kyuzagakuer ninja and interrogated him. He learned about Kori's past and the tragic experience of Kori's mother from the Kyuzagakuer ninja. This made everyone in Kai's team very angry, and Tien even shouted to bring Kori back to Konoha. But this is definitely not the way to go. If we forcibly take Zyonki back, Konoha will be in the wrong, and Zyonki will never be able to show her true face again. So, if we want to save Zyonki, we must think of a way to have the best of both worlds. Hara no Sakura, human-shaped pill? How can they say such things so calmly? Are they human? Yamanaka Ino, I am so angry. How can there be such assholes in this world? Tian, they are not human, they are beasts. Xiangqi's mother was just bitten to death by them, and Xiangqi was immediately replaced. I can't imagine how desperate Xiangqi must be. Harem no Sakura, no, I really can't accept this. Let Xiangqi summon us tomorrow. Tian, calm down. We can't do anything by ourselves. Let's see how the group leader will deal with it in the video first. Hinata Hyuga, Cory is so pitiful. The video screen continues. I want to join the ninjas of the neighboring country and help them win the war. After thinking for a long time, Miu Miu decisively told Kaiban and others about his decision. Kaiban was stunned by Miu Miu's words, and then he heard Miu Miu talk about his plan. He wanted to cause as much damage to the hidden grass village as possible and then lose the war. Borrowing the name of helping the neighboring country, after the neighboring country wins, when negotiating war compensation, he will ask for Cory. After that, through a model similar to money laundering, Cory changed hands several times and finally joined Konoha. But Konoha needs Kai, an elite jonin, to guarantee in front of the Sandame, so that Cory can be brought back to the village without worries. Kai has no objection to this, but he thinks that it is difficult for Miu Miu alone to influence the direction of a war, unless he, an elite jonin, is added. Elite jonin in such a small country and village is definitely a nuclear bomb level existence. However, Miu Miu did not agree. After all, Kai's name is still very famous in the ninja world. And it is easy to be exposed. Miu Miu was originally a member of the Anbu, and hiding his identity is his specialty. In order to reassure Kai, Miu Miu privately showed him his wood escape ability. Kai was sure that he would not be in danger even if he failed to complete the mission, so he let him go alone. Of course, Kai's team is not incapable of doing everything. They hide in the dark and secretly trip up the Kyuzagakure village. Without revealing their identities, they try to cause damage to the Kyuzagakure village. Because the Kyuzagakure village abused Kagura so much, everyone was afraid of him. They all have no good feelings, so there will be no psychological burden when they do dirty work. Miu Miu changed his identity and joined the Linguo camp, using earth escape and water escape to cover up wood escape, killing a large number of Kyuzagakure ninjas. And under his command, the Linguo ninjas began to use strategies to kill a large number of Kyuzagakure ninjas. With three-pronged approach, the Kyuzagakure side was quickly defeated and raised the white flag to surrender. The Linguo ninja village did not break its promise and forced the Kyuzagakure village to help Miu Miu get Xiangyu. Yamanaka Ino, nice. You are worthy of being my Miu Miu, happy ending. Tianation, strong, intelligent, handsome, and full of justice, is there any man more charming than the group leader? I feel like I have fallen. Harem no Sakura, this time I also stand with Miu Miu, it is really amazing. Hyuga Hinata, Xiangyu is free, so happy for her. Yamazaki Ino, come to think of it, it's no wonder that Xiangqi will be so obsessed with Mumu-kun in the future. Her tragic fate was reversed by Mumu-kun, and she has practiced such a powerful technique in the future, which is probably also due to Mumu-kun's help. Tianation, well, now that you mention it, I can't object to her being with the group leader. Yamazaki Ino, one thing is one thing, rescuing Xiangqi is imperative, but the matter with Mumu-kun must be treated separately. Tianation, that's right, the group leader can only be mine. Yamazaki Ino. Chapter 027 Earth Escape and Super Range Earthquake. The reason why Mumu brought Kaiban in this plot is that he wanted to be fair. 3 of the 4 flowers of Konoha have appeared in the future video, only Tian has not, so she must be included. Secondly, it is no problem to bring Kakashi back to Konoha for temporary residence, but Miu Miu's own weight is not enough to give her a resident certificate. Even if he has wood release, he has not grown up after all, so he has to find someone with enough prestige to help speak and guarantee. There are not many people who can help in this matter, including the heads of several major families and several elite jonin. After thinking about it, the most suitable first choice is Kakashi and Might Guy, and Asuma is half. Combined with the first reason, Mew Mew naturally chose Might Guy. At this time, the video screen continues. After teaching the Kyuzagakure village a lesson and rescuing Kakashi, the members of Kai's team finally feel comfortable. After that, under Mew Mew's arrangement, several people carried out a big cleanup of Kakashi's identity. They first pretended to be Kyuzagakure ninjas and kidnapped Kakashi from the Rinkoku ninja village secretly without telling the Kyuzagakure village. The ninjas of the neighboring country caught up with them. And the two sides had a melee, but Zyonki slipped away quietly. During the period, she threw down several bodies of Kyuzagakure ninjas picked up from the battlefield, and they couldn't find any loopholes. On her way to escape, Zyonki was unfortunately kidnapped by the wandering ninja and sold to the human traffickers, who sold her to the territory of the Land of Fire. At first, Zyonki pretended to be weak and looked for an opportunity to escape when no one was prepared. While being chased, Zyonki happened to meet Kaiban on his way back. Kaiban saved Zyonki and brought her back to Konoha after learning about her fate. At that time, Konoha will make a statement to Kyuzagakure and the neighboring country, saying that Zyonki is a descendant of Konoha's ally, and Konoha wants to keep her and give her a small compensation. The Kyuzagakure and the neighboring country lost their people themselves, and Konoha was in the right position, so they naturally couldn't say much and could only admit the loss. Tien, so amazing, you can calculate to this extent, you are worthy of being the group leader. Yamanaka Ino, so from now on, Zyonki is a member of Konoha? She has this relationship with Mumu-kun, and it feels like she is closer than us. Tien, saving Zyonki is imperative, but she can forget about having any relationship with the group leader. Yamanaka Ino, why does this sound so familiar? Should I add that Mumu-kun can only be mine? Harem Sakura, it feels good, as long as Zyonki doesn't continue to stay in Kyuzagakure village and be exploited. Hyuga Hinata, yes. The video screen continues. Mumu's plan was completed smoothly, and after contact and confession, Zyonki's eyes lit up, and naturally she cooperated with their actions. On the way, Tien and Zyonki became sisters. Although neither of them had seen Mew Mew's true appearance, they had a great impression of him because of his performance. Especially for Zyonki, Mew Mew gave her a new life, so even if Mew Mew wanted to make some excessive demands on her, she would not refuse. The group returned to Konoha smoothly. Kai reported the mission according to the words agreed with Mew Mew at the beginning, concealing the fact that they had made trouble for the Kyuzagakure village and assassinated the Kyuzagakure ninja. The rest was basically the truth. Mew Mew also concealed the fact that he helped the neighboring country ninja to attack the Kyuzagakure ninja village, and then proposed to the third generation to keep Zyonki and Kai and the three children of Kai's class would act as a guarantor together. It is reasonable to leave a member of the Uzumaki tribe in the village without causing too much trouble. The third generation naturally had no reason to refuse, and quickly arranged an identity certificate for Zyonki. Xiang's residence was arranged next to Mew Mew's house. It was a civilian area, so it was easier to arrange, and this was also Xiang's own request. During this period, Tien took Xiang to the Konoha hospital and asked someone to help her remove the tooth marks on her body. However, the Konoha hospital could only slightly reduce the "it cannot be removed." And tell them that if Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, is still there, there may be a way. Kaoru herself is quite open-minded. It is her greatest luck to be able to escape from the abyss of Kyuzagakure village. Since Kaoru used to be a human-shaped pill in Kyuzagakure village and had no systematic training. After coming to Konoha to live, she was arranged to be an auditor at the ninja school and first studied systematically for a period of time. The video ends here, and the screen gradually darkens. Yamanaka Ino, the time in this video is relatively short, only a few days before and after, but it is very refreshing to watch. Tia Nation, does Kaoru have the best relationship with me in the village? It seems that I have to prepare and entertain her well later. Harem no Sakura, is your treat it serious? Kaoru is already miserable, don't really bully her. Hyuga Hinata, now there is a chat group, and everyone is a sister. Tien, don't worry, I was just joking, I'm not a bad person. Yamanaka Ino, actually you can be a bad person, we don't mind, wide forehead, don't you think so? Harem no Sakura, Pighead Ino is right. Senior Tien, you are so careless, it's better to break the group rules. Ba, I accidentally let it slip again. Hyuga Hinata. Tien, Sakura has your punishment video posted there, no matter how many new members join in the future, I'm afraid there won't be a second one who makes a fool of himself. Harem no Sakura. I'm so miserable. I've become a negative example. It's simply Harem no Sakura's miserable fate. Sakura kept wailing in her heart, secretly determined to find a way to guide others and let them taste the taste of being taught by the rules. Hinata Hyuga, hey, is there more to the video? Yamazaki Ino, what? Tien, are you saying there is more to the video? Wasn't the screen black just now? I turned it off. Yamazaki Ino, me too, I'll check again. Harem no Sakura, I turned it off too. Hinata Hyuga, it seems to be an Easter egg, Mumu-kun, he left a clone in Kusagakure village. The girls quickly opened Future Video 3 again and dragged the progress bar to where the black screen was just now. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the screen lit up again. Video screen. After Mumu and Kaiban left Kusagakure village and rushed back to Konoha, a human-shaped piece of wood suddenly extended from the trunk of a big tree on a high mountain outside Kusagakure village. The next moment, the wood became angular and soon became like Mumu. Kusagakure village. Miu looked far in the direction of Kusagakure village, his eyes behind the Anbu mask were somewhat cold. It's not enough to just make you lose the war. Let me collect some interest for Zyonki and her mother first. Earth escape, super range earthquake. Miu pressed his hands on the ground, and with the naked eye, an extremely huge amount of chakra flowed from his body into the earth, spreading rapidly towards the Kusagakure village not far ahead. An invisible force was sweeping, as if an ancient giant beast was about to wake up underground. Boom boom. Chapter 028 No one loves no one and cries. Boom boom. A huge roar came from below the Kusagakure village, like a dragon turning over, the entire Kusagakure village began to turn upside down. The Kusagakure ninjas were completely stunned. Before they could react, a large-scale earthquake began inside the village. The ground cracked and collapsed, and the buildings broke and collapsed. The wailing, screaming, and cries for help were endless. That is to say, they will not surpass Shinra, otherwise Miu will have to carry rice for them. The leader of Kusagakure saw that someone had used a large-scale earth escape technique, but it was useless. He was powerless to stop it, and Kusagakure did not have a barrier that could intercept such ninjutsu. After the disaster, the entire Kusagakure village was in ruins, with countless casualties. There were not many people who could survive. At the same time, Miu's clone who performed the ninjutsu also turned into a pile of wood because of the exhaustion of chakra. The video ends here completely, and the progress bar has reached the end. Harem no Sakura, is he, venting his anger for the mother and daughter of Kori? Isn't it too cruel? Yamazaki Ino, what are you talking about? No one in Kusagakure village is innocent. Tien, Ino is right. Even if some people didn't bite Zyonki's mother and daughter, they didn't stop this from happening. They are totally accomplices. Yamazaki Ino, Miu-kun is so manly to fight for his beloved. But why isn't that beloved me? I'm so angry. Harem no Sakura, you can't be called a beloved, at most you are a disaster. If you want Miu to fight for you, why don't you experience Zyonki's experience first? Yamazaki Ino, I'll find Mew Mew-kun tomorrow and let him bite a few times to try? Harem Sakura. Tien Tien. Hyuga Hinata. Harem Sakura, no I've been talking nonsense with you. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Hyuga Hinata. I'm going to sleep too. Good night, everyone. Tien Tien, let's all sleep. We'll talk tomorrow. Good night. Yamanaka Ino, good night, good night. I'm going to find my Mew Mew-kun in my dream. Mew Mew, who has been peeking at the screen, feels that the chat between these girls is really interesting. It's a pity that he can only watch and can't join. Otherwise, it would definitely be more interesting. System, can I change my vest to join the group chat? Mew Mew's heart moved and suddenly thought of this idea. Ding! If a new member joins the group and the host chooses to reject it, he can use the other party's identity to join the chat group. Reject? Why should I reject it? That means I'll have one less wife. You can eat one less bowl of rice, but you can't lose a single hair of your wife. When Mew Mew heard that he had to reject the new member before he could use the vest to join the group chat, he immediately got angry. This is his Achilles heel. Mew Mew is planning to complete the stamp collection of the entire ninja world. How can he miss one? Is there no other way? Mew Mew asked again. There are only 5 girls in the group now. When they chat, Mew Mew often has the urge to join. When the number of people increases in the future, this feeling will definitely be stronger, right? But he can't log in with his own identity. If the girls know that he is also in the group, it will be impossible to maintain the current style. The best way is to open a vest. Ding! There is no other way. Mew Mew was speechless for a while. A broken system, a rotten system. It can't even fulfill a small wish of his own. How dare it say that it is the most suitable system for him? Of course, thinking so, Mew Mew has no intention of changing the system. Even if he can only peek at the screen, it's actually not bad. At worst, when he has enough power to do whatever he wants in the future, he will confront them. Uzumaki Kori, Uzumaki Kori, Mumu-kun. 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 Uzumaki Kori, love you, love you, love you so much. Uzumaki Kori, can we meet in a few days? Great. Early in the morning, before dawn, Kori started bombarding the group chat. The message prompts were light but continuous, waking up everyone in the group. Tien Tien, what's going on, so noisy? Hyuga Hinata, Kori is so excited, maybe she has finished watching the future video. Yamanaka Ino, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious, let me sleep quietly for a while. Harem Sakura, it's over, another person has fallen. I am the only sober person in the group now. Hyuga Hinata, actually, I also. Harem Sakura, shut up, you are the first one to betray me. Hyuga Hinata, hey. Tien Tien, Hinata is a hypocrite, don't forget that you are the first idiot. Hyuga Hinata. Uzumaki Kori, I'm sorry for waking you up, but I was too excited. Yamanaka Ino, I understand, I will turn on Do Not Disturb next time when I go to bed, it's my own fault. Tien Tien, yes, you don't have to have any psychological burden, I forgot to turn on Do Not Disturb. Harem Sakura, that's right, the person who is wrong is not you, but the whole world. Hyuga Hinata. Uzumaki Kori, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Yamanaka Ino, what can you do wrong? It's nothing more than wanting to be with the one you love, and there's nothing bad in mind. My brother loves you the most. And almost let the whole Kusagakure village be buried with you for you. Yamazaki Ino, unlike me, I can't sleep in peacefully, no one loves me, I cry. Tien Tien, Jingbeo, you call me over, and I will love you. Tien Tien, you really came. Stop it, don't do it randomly. Wait, I can't do it there. Hara no Sakura. Uzumaki Kori, oh. Hyuga Hinata, I feel so shy. Yamazaki Ino, it feels good, it feels good. Senior Tian Tian, you are a senior sister, but you are not even older than me. Tian Tian, nonsense. I am obviously a little older than you. Yamazaki Ino, this is your illusion, or I will use a ruler to measure it. Tian Tian, get out. Anyway, I am just a little older than you. Hara no Sakura. Uzumaki Kori. Hinata Hyuga, actually. Yamekatsu Ino, Hinata, go away. Tenten, Hinata, shut up. Hara no Sakura, Hinata, you have nothing to do with it. Hinata Hyuga, no, I want to say. Yamekatsu Ino, no, you don't want to say it. Tenten, you don't want to say anything. Hara no Sakura, Hinata, be good, sleep a little longer. Yamekatsu Ino, it seems that a flat brother sneaked in? Tenten, what? Yell, I'm not the youngest. Hara no Sakura. Uzumaki Kori, it will grow. Yamekatsu Ino, Kori? It was also flat in the entrance CG, and the wide forehead was also, you won't grow up. Wow, haha, it's comfortable, it's really comfortable this time. Uzumaki Kori. Hara no Sakura. Tian Tian, I feel comfortable too, Jingbeo, hug me, let's sleep for a while. Tian Tian, I'm not asking you to kiss me. Get out of here, I want to go home, I don't love you anymore. Chapter 029 Sakura, you've grown up too. Mew Mew, who had been peeking at the screen and using remote monitoring, was furious, and he couldn't calm down after enduring for a long time. No choice but to run to the bathroom to comfort himself and practice the art of fighting with both hands. Unfortunately, there are no mobile phones, no networks, and no resources in this world. It's really uncomfortable to do this, and it took a long time to deal with it. Then he remembered that this was completely a psychological effect, and his hardware was not up to standard at all. Mew Mew was injured. It was a pain that made it hard to breathe. It was the biggest challenge to a man's dignity. Oh no, I'm not a man, just a happy and sunny little boy. Thinking of this, Mew Mew finally felt comfortable. After tossing for so long, he didn't feel like taking a nap. He washed up, moved his hands and feet, and studied the Sharingan. Influenced by online novels in his previous life, I always think that the Sharingan is awesome. When making up the future to gain abilities, the first thing I thought of was it. But in fact, if it doesn't grow to the eternal eye, this thing is just like that. And because the Sharingan is a forbidden J, it can't be used openly at all, and the disadvantages outweigh the advantages, so he switched to wood release at the beginning. Although it was restored in the second future video, it is still useless now. I think it's better to wear glasses to cover it up like in the video. I can't really throw it in the warehouse to collect dust. Like yesterday when I met my sister-in-law, if I had a pair of glasses to cover my eyes, I would have hit her buttocks until it was swollen. How could I tolerate her being so arrogant? Fortunately, he can awaken wood release today, and his future is bright. Mew Mew hummed a little song while enjoying breakfast, handmade urinary pills, crystal shrimp dumplings, egg skin steamed buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. Before crossing, he was a Cantonese, especially liked tea and snacks, and he also learned to make a lot of them. Basically, he can make whatever is sold in the tea house, and the taste is very authentic. Coming to the world of Naruto, the only thing that makes him nostalgic for his previous life is this appetite. After eating and drinking, he unknowingly arrived at the time for the graduates to gather. No accidents happened on the road this time, and Mew Mew arrived in the classroom early. Mew Mew. Have you had breakfast? I wanted to bring you some on the way, but I didn't expect you to be here already. I brought a lot, why don't you eat here? As soon as Miu Miu entered the classroom, Ino arrived right after him, and she didn't shy away from other people at all, and came directly to Miu Miu, showing quite enthusiasm. Seeing that she was slightly out of breath, it was obvious that she ran over to catch up with Miu Miu. I heard that she also went to her own house? Miu Miu was a little surprised, but not too surprised. After all, he was the leader of the harem group, the future man of all group members. Last night, the future video 3 was released, not to mention that a few little girls would be shocked. Even Miu Miu, the fabricator, felt very proud. It was completely reasonable for Ino to behave like this. Thank you, Ino. Miu Miu smiled slightly and took the breakfast from Ino. Although he was already very full, how could he refuse a girl's intention? Seeing Miu Miu eating without hesitation and praising her cooking skills, Ino really showed a happy expression. This was a loving breakfast she made with Tian Tian, and she wanted to get closer to Miu Miu by conquering his stomach. It is worth mentioning that although Ino summoned Tian Tian to her home, her ability could not send people back. So when Tian Tian came out of Ino's room in the morning, Ino's parents were quite surprised. Of course, girls always have their own little secrets, and Ino's parents did not ask about it, and were fooled by them in a few words. Would you like to eat something together? Seeing Ino staring at him, Miu Miu felt a little uncomfortable even though he was thick-skinned, so he picked up some and handed it to Ino. It was originally a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Unexpectedly, Ino nodded and said okay, and took a bite without hesitation. This made Miu Miu stunned for a moment. He knew that Ino was an extrovert, but he didn't expect her to be so casual. Delicious. Ino swallowed the food whole and said vaguely. Miu Miu couldn't help but smile and reached out to help her wipe the oil stains from the corners of her mouth. This time it was Ino's turn to be surprised, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. You take your time to eat, I'll go back to my seat first. After all, she was an inexperienced little girl, and she couldn't hold back the slightly intimate actions. Fortunately, there were not many people in the classroom, and everyone was busy with their own things, so no one paid attention to them. Because Ino kept secretly looking at him, Miu Miu had no choice but to force himself to finish the breakfast in his hand, and his belly was swollen. And when he saw Miu Miu finished eating, Ino showed a happy expression again. Unconsciously, there were more and more people in the classroom, and Ino couldn't talk to Miu Miu anymore. After all, Miu Miu was just a little transparent in the class, and the two had no intersection before. If Ino acted very familiar with Miu Miu at this time, he would definitely it attracted a lot of attention, and I would have to spend a lot of time explaining it. Soon, Naruto also came, and many people were surprised by his appearance. No way, Naruto, why are you here? Aren't only those who have passed the graduation exam allowed to attend the briefing? Damn it! Naruto, who was looked down upon, pointed at his forehead and said angrily, "Look, what is this? Hey? Whose forehead protector did you steal? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" Naruto slammed the table and said excitedly, "Am I, Naruto, the kind of person who steals and cheats? I learned a super powerful ninjutsu, and I also saved Teacher Irika. This was given to me by Teacher Irika himself." Ha ha ha. Don't brag. You also saved Teacher Irika. Who do you think you are? Maybe I stole it from someone. We'll know when everyone gets together. The classroom suddenly burst into laughter. No one believed Naruto's words at all. They just regarded him as a clown. Miu Miu looked at those laughing people with pity. I'm afraid that after today, many people will know that they are the clowns. Naruto, who was regarded as the last and the clown by them, started to rise straight from this moment. He became stronger and stronger, and his name became more and more famous, until he saved the whole ninja world, which made them far behind. Those who looked down on Naruto had to be sent back to school to study again, and it was uncertain whether they could become genin. Same people have different fates, no matter which world, fate is always so bizarre. One day, someone you looked down on from the bottom of your heart will far surpass you and leave you behind. At that time, you can only brag to your friends around you about how you played happily with him in the past. With great emotion in his heart, Miu Miu just acted as a bystander, witnessing this classic scene. Soon, Sakura walked in quietly from outside and chose a seat where no one was sitting. She didn't act crazy about Sasuke like in the original book, nor did she point fingers at Naruto, which was very strange. "Sakura, you have grown up too. I just realized that Naruto and Sasuke kissed in this paragraph. I mixed up the tot. How come no one noticed?" Chapter 030 The Will of Fire that takes advantage of every occasion. The classroom was noisy. Although many people doubted the origin of Naruto's forehead protector, they had no right to decide whether Naruto could stay. After making fun of him, they ignored him. No one believed Naruto no matter what he said, and he was so angry that his forehead was about to smoke. The four flowers of Konoha were chatting happily with Xiang in the chat group, and they didn't pay any attention to the situation in the classroom. When Ino mentioned that they were waiting for the class division in the classroom, and the situation was exactly the same as in the future video. "Uzumaki Xiang, I really envy you guys. Can you start a live broadcast for me?" The girls now knew about Xiang's situation and felt very sympathetic towards her. Naturally, they would not refuse this small request. Thinking that they would be divided into classes and leave with their team teachers, Sakura, Ino, and Hinata all started live broadcasts, so that they could pass on information to each other. At this time, Irika just came to the classroom, and everyone quieted down. Some of them looked at Naruto with a playful look, waiting for him to be driven out by Irika. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Irika's eyes swept over Naruto, and there seemed to be a trace of relief in his eyes, and he had no intention of driving him out at all. "From now on, you are independent ninjas." Irika walked to the podium, like an old father watching his grown-up children going out for a trip. He was full of emotion, but he couldn't help but remind him, however, "You are still newcomers among the genin. The real test is still behind." Some of the more emotional students couldn't help showing sadness on their faces. "Teacher Irika, I will come back to see you when I have time," one of the students couldn't help but say. Irika smiled with relief and was about to speak when another student stood up. He pointed at Naruto and shouted, "Teacher Irika, Naruto was eliminated in the exam yesterday. I don't know whose forehead protector he stole to sneak in today. Should we kick him out first? We are all excellent students who have successfully passed the exam. How can we sit with such an eliminated last-place student? Our status is completely lowered." He was the one who laughed the loudest when making fun of Naruto before. Although he was born a commoner, he always had a sense of superiority for no reason, that is, the legendary ordinary man. After Irika came in, he had been waiting to see Naruto make a fool of himself, but Irika didn't even mention it and actually talked about other topics. In this case, let him take the lead. This way, Naruto can't get away with it, right? As he finished speaking, several students who were unhappy with Naruto also echoed him. "That's right, why should the eliminated last-place person sit here? I think we should first find out where he stole the forehead protector from, and then punish him severely. Anyway, I don't want to be with him sitting together, it feels like even the air is polluted." Some neutral students frowned when they heard this. Are these guys too arrogant? Uzumaki Kori, that's too much. It seems that no matter where you are, everyone can't live in harmony. Yamazaki Ino, no, this chat group is fine. Harem Sakura, really? Hasn't someone always planned to take Miu Miu for himself? Tian, don't worry. I will keep an eye on her, and Jinbei won't succeed. Harem Sakura, Jinbei. You two have a good relationship after sleeping together. Yamazaki Ino, someone is jealous. But there is no way, a certain wide forehead had a chance, who told you not to cherish it? Hara no Sakura, humph. I don't want it. While several girls were chatting enthusiastically, Naruto, who was squeezed by a burst of pressure, was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. I've already said that the forehead protector was given to me by teacher Iruka himself, and it was not stolen. Now that everyone is here, do you see anyone who has lost their forehead protector? Naruto shouted angrily. Who knows? Maybe you got it from someone else, not necessarily someone in our class. A student said sarcastically, completely ignoring Iruka, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Enough! Iruka shouted, angrily, in my eyes, you are all just a bunch of rookies. In the eyes of the truly powerful, you are not even cannon fodder. Who is nobler than who? You are already arrogant before you officially become a ninja. If you act like this, you won't survive for a few days after leaving Konoha. Iruka rarely got angry, and scared the students in the class. Those who spoke loudly just now were now silent. What they didn't know was that a group of Jonin and elite Jonin gathered in the Hokage office building at this time. They were the teachers who led the class after the division. At this time, they were watching the whole process in the classroom through the crystal ball of the third generation. The Jonin who were assigned to those bear students frowned. Such a loser can also graduate. Let them see what the cruelty of the ninja world is. The third generation was very pleased. Iruka's performance made him quite satisfied. He couldn't help but sighed. Through precepts and deeds, the will of the ancestors is conveyed to the next generation. This is the will of fire. Where the leaves of Konoha fly, the fire will also continue. The flames will illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. Through this experience, I'm sure they will have a deeper understanding of the word ninja. Iruka has inherited the will of fire and is indeed the most suitable teacher. The Jonin were stunned. They really take advantage of every opportunity to promote the will of fire anytime and anywhere, right? What happened at the ninja school, what does it have to do with the will of fire? But who can blame him for being the Hokage? Hokage is right. The third Hokage is really amazing. I'm really far behind. I didn't even think of this. A series of flattery made the third Hokage feel refreshed, just like drinking an iced soda in the hot August. Naruto passed my extra assessment to obtain the graduation qualification and forehead protection. Although it seems a bit like a backdoor, the content of his assessment has increased the difficulty, so don't be unconvinced. After shocking all the students, Iruka explained a few words, then waved his hand and said, "Don't talk about this matter anymore. Naruto's graduation assessment has been verified by the third generation. When the third generation becomes even greater, you can question this decision." After Iruka said that, what else could the students say? The students who had been dancing happily before felt uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. But they could only keep silent. Afterwards, Iruka began to announce the class list, which was basically the same as the original. It also verified once again the authenticity of the future video in the chat group. Mew Mew, who was assigned to the 9th team, had a dark expression at this time. Because his two teammates were the ones who took the lead in despising Naruto before, and the other one was the first to agree. When editing the future video, I just picked 2 extras at random. Anyway, they were all cannon fodder, and it didn't matter who they were, but I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Mew Mew had a hunch that the reason why their team leader sent them away in a few seconds was probably related to what happened just now. And Mew Mew was completely implicated. Chapter 031 No Right to Refuse. The 9th team, Nakamura Takushi, Mew Mew, Ma Tonga, follow me. As the teams left one by one, it was soon the turn of Team 9 where Mew Mew was. Mew Mew almost couldn't hold back when he heard the names of his 2 teammates. Nakamura Twashi? Toilet Lid? What kind of names are these? What's the point of putting himself between the two? Forget it, they are just two insignificant extras anyway, so I don't want to bother with so much. Miu Miu's team leader is also just an extra jonin. He belongs to the kind of existence that can be easily killed by a strong person passing by in the original book. Under the leadership of this jonin, several people quickly came to a secluded training ground in the village. Nakamura Takushi and Ma Tonga both seemed very excited. They thought they were already recognized ninjas now, and their faces were full of eagerness to try. The jonin said with a sullen face, "My name is Baiye, Konoha jonin, responsible for your genin assessment. If you pass my assessment, you can become a formal genin. If you fail, you will go back to the ninja school to retake the course." "Good guy!" Miu Miu exclaimed. Just now it was Nakamura's shit and toilet lid, and now there is another bastard, it's just too much. Wait. Unlike Miu Miu's weird focus, Nakamura Takushi and Ma Tonga Aiza were anxious when they heard that there would be another assessment. Nakamura Takushi said excitedly, "Why? Didn't we have the assessment yesterday? Why do we have to take the assessment again?" Ma Tonga Aiza followed and said anxiously, "And if you fail, you will go back to school to retake the course, then what are we working so hard to graduate for?" Baize glanced at Miu Miu and found that he had nothing to say, so he said coldly, "Listen carefully, passing the graduation exam only means that you can leave the ninja school, but it does not mean that you are qualified to become a ninja. Among the 27 graduates, only 9 people can be recognized as genin, and the rest will be sent back to school for training. Also, you only have the right to accept the test or give up, you have no right to refuse. I will give you 10 minutes to prepare, and then the 3 of you will have actual combat training with me. I will judge whether you can become genin based on your performance. Now, those who want to give up can bring it up, and then go back to the ninja school. When the countdown is over, the test will start directly, and it will be too late to give up then." Baiye finished what he wanted to say in one breath, not giving them a chance to interrupt. After he finished speaking, he put an hourglass next to him. Turned around and shut up. "Damn it! Nakamura Takushi cursed, Teacher Irika didn't tell us that there was a test. Now it's completely forced, without any psychological preparation, it's strange that we can perform well." Ma Tonggaze also said with a bitter face, "What should we do? Should we give up? This jonin teacher seems to be very difficult to get along with. Will he be cruel to us during the actual combat test? Give up? How is it possible?" Takushi Nakamura gritted his teeth and said, "It's so hard to get to this point. Can you give up without even trying? And if you give up this time, what about next time? Don't you still have to pass the assessment before you can become a ninja?" Ma Tonga Aiza thought about it and agreed. "If you go back to school to retake the course, you will have to graduate again. After graduation, you will have to take the assessment again. In the end, won't you still be back here? Maybe this assessment is not as difficult as we thought. There must be a trick." Takushi Nakamura thought for a while and said, "And he just said that there are 9 people who can be recognized as genin, and the pass rate is 33.33%. It's a little low, but it's not completely impossible. Besides, my usual grades are in the top 8 in the class. If you count it as 9 people, I will definitely pass it. But I'm outside the top 10. Ma Tonggaze panicked when he heard it. The two of them huddled together and whispered, but Miu Miu ignored them and just waited quietly for the countdown to end. Anyway, he already knew the result and just wanted to go through the motions, so his attention was basically on the chat group. At this time, except for Class 7 who were still waiting in the classroom for Hitaki Gogo to arrive, Ino and Hinata's teams had already met their leading jonin and introduced themselves. The two teams did not continue Konoha's traditional bell-grabbing exercise, and neither of the two teachers was that kind of formality. People who are ideologists have fully understood their students' abilities before leading the team. As Tian Tian said, they were all selected. So at the beginning, Yui Kurane and Asuma had already told them frankly that they would have an all-out battle to gain a deeper understanding of the students' abilities through actual combat, so that they could act together in the future. They didn't mention any assessments or eliminations. After they finished these preludes, the countdown on Miu Miu's side was over. Nakamura Takoshi and Ma Tonga seemed to have reached a consensus. Seeing them glance at Miu Miu from the half-hidden eyes, Miu Miu knew that they were trying to plot against him. Miu Miu sneered inwardly, but didn't care too much. With his preparedness, his physical fitness after opening the Sharingan was enough to beat the two of them. If they dare to attack him, don't blame him for sucking them dry later. Swish! At the moment the countdown ended, Baiyi, who was not paying attention to this, flashed between the three people. Without any warning or prompt, Baiyi attacked the three people at the same time. He punched Nakamura Takoshi and Ma Tonga with two fists, and kicked Miu Miu. Bang, bang, bang. Three muffled sounds followed, and Nakamura Takoshi and Ma Tonga were almost simultaneously screamed and knocked out. Although Miu Miu raised his hands to block, he was still kicked back a distance by the opponent's huge force, and his hands were numb. Baiyi looked at Miu Miu with some surprise, and then, without waiting for Nakamura Takoshi and Ma Tonga to protest, he said coldly, "I told you before that when the countdown ends, the assessment will start directly. In the end, except for Miu Miu, you two have no defense at all. If I were the enemy people, you have already died just now. You can't be a ninja with this level. Now I will give you one more chance. If you are still so unbearable, I don't need to say more." Nakamura Takoshi and Ma Tonga looked at each other, gritted their teeth and took out a few shurikens from their arms, and threw them at Baiyi in two directions. But they did not avoid Miu Miu. Two shurikens would hit Miu Miu before hitting Baiyi. Baiyi's original dodge suddenly slowed down by half a beat. Miu Miu knew that he wanted to see his reaction first. In fact, it was easy for Miu Miu to dodge these two shurikens, but he didn't want to continue playing with them here. So he pretended to be scared and didn't react at all. Chapter 032 The Novice Gift Package is finally here. Baiyi frowned, his figure flashed, and all the shurikens were easily knocked away by him. Then his figure flashed several times in succession, accompanied by the screams of Nakamura Takoshi and Ma Tonga. Bang bang! Soon, Nakamura Takoshi and the other were thrown in front of Miu Miu, their bodies stacked together. Miu Miu looked over subconsciously, and felt that Baiyi had appeared in front of him and punched him. Miu Miu just wanted to end this farce quickly, but he didn't want to be abused. If the other party is a cute girl, it's okay to be bullied, at most you can get revenge later. But forget about this big guy. Baiyi punched Miu Miu in the stomach, and wanted to throw him to Nakamura Takoshi and the others. But the result was a bang, and Miu Miu's body turned into a wooden stake. Konoha-style substitution technique. Baiyi turned his head and looked not far away, where Miu Miu's figure reappeared. He seemed a little surprised and said, "The timing is good, but why didn't those shurikens react before?" Since he could use the substitution technique to avoid his attack, there is no reason why he couldn't avoid those slower shurikens. Miu Miu pretended to scratch his head and said, "I was not mentally prepared just now, so I reacted a little slowly." Baiyi didn't think much about it, turned his head and looked at Nakamura Takoshi and the others who had already climbed up from the ground, and said coldly, "Very good, you even attacked your companions, you really opened my eyes." Although the two were a little flustered, they had obviously thought of an excuse. Nakamura Takoshi retorted, "Ninjas should put the mission first, right? We have been taught in school." Baiyi waved his hand and interrupted, "Here, I am the one who makes the rules. The weak have no say, so don't tell me anything. Your behavior makes me very dissatisfied. In my opinion, you are not even qualified to go back to the ninja school to retake the course, and you should never become a ninja in this life. So, you are eliminated." After saying that, no matter how ugly Nakamura Takoshi and the others looked, he looked at Miu Miu again. He also said with a cold face, "Your performance really surprised me a little. You are barely qualified to become a genin. It's a pity that you were dragged down by your teammates. If you want to become a ninja, the prerequisite must be a 3-person team. Even if I let you pass, it's useless, so you should go back to the ninja school to retake the course. Luck is also part of strength. I hope you can find the right teammates next time. Now, disband." After Baizai finished speaking, he turned around and left without any hesitation. "Wait a minute!" Nakamura Takushi shouted unwillingly, "You are deliberately targeting me. I don't accept it." Baizai stopped and turned around, still looking at the other party with an expressionless face, as if giving him a chance to speak. Nakamura Takushi said with indignation, "Since school, both teachers and ninjas around us have told us that the ninja world is cruel. Many times, in order to achieve the goal, we have to do whatever it takes. And the necessary sacrifices are worth it. I know that the behavior just now is indeed a bit unkind, but the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. If we can succeed, others will only see our victory. And the power and speed you used on me and Gezi are obviously much stronger than those on Mumu. Our performance is not as good as Mumu, this is your problem. If you insist on eliminating us, I will choose to appeal." Nakamura Takushi seemed to want to use this reason to force Baya to compromise, and Matanga Izi also stood beside Nakamura Takushi with a firm face, indicating that he would stand with him. Baya waited for him to finish, and a sneer appeared on his face. "Are you done? I originally left some room for you because you are just children, but it seems that you don't want it." A graduate student who is not even a ninja threatens him, a dignified Konoha Jonin? How naive! Baya flashed in front of Nakamura Takushi and the other man again, and without saying a word, he raised his fist and started beating them, making them scream. Miu Miu was speechless watching this farce. How could he have met such a group of young masters? The Jonins are not like seniors at all, and they only act according to their own likes and dislikes. The students don't know their own position, they are stupid, and they dare to fight with the Jonin without strength. I can't stand it, I can't stand it. In boredom, Miu Miu felt an inexplicable feeling in his body, as if he was going to explode from the inside. Here it comes, my novice gift package is finally here. Miu Miu reacted immediately, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Although the Sharingan was powerful, the help it brought him in the early stage was almost zero. It could only be used as a life-saving trump card at critical moments and could not be used at will. At least when he used this before the ability is justified, it cannot be exposed to the public. And even if it is justified, you have to be careful of the covetousness of Orochimaru and others, and you have to have the strength to protect yourself. This is also because he did not consider it carefully at the beginning. It would be better to get some other abilities earlier. However, this is also human nature. You can make up your own abilities. Of course, you can make up whichever ability is good. You won't know whether it is practical until you get it. This also reminds Miu Miu that when making up abilities in the future, you should still be more practical. Of course, although wood release is also a sealing ability, it cannot be used casually in front of people, but the situation is obviously different. Awakening wood release, the third generation will become his biggest backer, and this ability does not need to worry about the emergence of conspiracy theories at all. The elderly third generation has not much time left, and he also wants to train a successor as soon as possible. Back to the point, Nakamura Takushi and Matanga Izi are still being beaten by Baya. I don't know how much hatred and resentment there are. In an instant, they have swollen into pig heads. On the surface, Miu Miu was disappointed because he was eliminated. Because of the scene in front of him, he was irritated and his expression gradually became ferocious. Enough! Miu Miu could no longer suppress the power that was about to break out of his body, and he suddenly roared with this force. Along with it, an extremely huge and strange energy gushed out. It was a huge amount of life breath and chakra mixed together, causing the energy to become chaotic and difficult to sense clearly. At this time, the entire space seemed to be solidified by this energy. Even a senior ninja like Bai Yi became sluggish. He was horrified and prepared to take the Chunin Takushi and Ma Tonga away from the place. No matter how much he disagreed with these two guys, they were children after all. Bai Yi just wanted to teach them a profound lesson, not to really destroy them. When encountering danger, he should take care of the younger generation first. He still has this awareness. Unfortunately, Bai Yi's reaction was very fast, but not faster than Miu Miu's ability. A bunch of things that looked like soil but not soil, like wood but not wood broke out from the ground and quickly tied them up tightly. It has a strong ability to absorb chakra. The more chakra you have, the faster it will be absorbed. The moment Bai Yi was tied up, his whole body became weak and his chakra began to pour out. His face changed drastically. The more he struggled, the tighter he was tied. He didn't even have the strength to call for help. On the contrary, Nakamura Takushi and Ma Tonga didn't feel so strong. However, they had just been beaten and their brains were still dizzy. They didn't even realize that they were tied up. Thanks to today for 1000 VIP points reward. Chapter 033, Ino and Hinata's outstanding performance. Bai Yi, Nakamura Takushi, and Ma Tonga Aiza were tied up, and their chakra was continuously absorbed and turned into nutrients for those things, and would not flow directly into Miu Miu's body. Of course, for Miu Miu at this time, their chakra amount has become insignificant. If Miu Miu's chakra before was only the amount of a drop of water, then now it is a lake, and it is a large lake. It is amazing that such a huge amount suddenly came out from nowhere, but it did not burst him. Although Miu Miu was a little uncomfortable at this time, he felt like bathing in a hot spring pool, and he couldn't help humming with comfort. That was the life energy warming his body, changing and strengthening his physique. He took a look at the things that tied Bai Yi and others, which were as black as the S-type monster, and could not be recognized as would escape at all. However, he knew very well that this was only because the ability had just appeared and he could not control it well, which led to the difference in the nature of the change, thus making the appearance different. But in essence, this is also wood release, a low-quality wood release that is like being weathered for many years. Miu Miu also knew that over time, it would easily cause irreversible damage to Bai Yi and others. The two sides had no hatred, and he did not want to get a bad reputation for losing control of his ability and hurting his companions in the village. But now his body was washed by huge energy, and he could not control it freely, nor could he let go of Bai Yi and others. Fortunately, when he fabricated the future, he had already left a backup plan. The huge energy explosion here soon attracted the attention of the patrolling Anbu nearby, and several people rushed over to check the situation. Is it Bai Yi's senior ninja who is testing those graduating students? What happened? Is there such a strong person among the students? He actually defeated Bai Yi's senior ninja. No, it seems that the ability is out of control, save people quickly. Several Anbu were obviously confused for a while when they saw the situation at the scene, but they quickly reacted and rushed forward to rescue. Ah! These things can absorb chakra, don't touch them with your hands. One of the Anbu ran fast, and as soon as he touched those inferior wood escape techniques, his body became weak and a large amount of chakra was absorbed. Fortunately, his situation was different from that of Bai Yi and others, and he was able to speak out in time to remind his teammates. With his reminder, the other Anbu naturally would not touch them casually, or throw ninja tools, or use ninjutsu, and quickly destroyed those inferior wood escape techniques and saved Bai Yi and others. The Anbu whose chakra was absorbed was also rescued and took a photo. He patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, looking frightened. What kind of ability is this? It seems that it has just been awakened, and the user cannot control it freely, but it has such great power. This matter must be reported to the third generation to deal with it. A seemingly leading Anbu collected a piece of inferior wood release fragment and said to the others, "You guys send Baya and the others to the hospital for treatment, leave 2 people to clean up the scene, and I will take this student to see the 3rd generation." Yes. Several Anbu worked together and soon dispersed. The leading Anbu looked at Miu Miu. At this time, after Miu Miu's ability exploded, he entered a short period of weakness. Although he did not faint, he could not stand steadily. The Anbu held him and said, "You heard what I said just now. I will take you to see the 3rd Hokage now, and he will make the decision. But don't worry, this is just an accident. You didn't do it on purpose, and you won't be punished for it. But you have to figure out the principle of your ability and be able to control it freely. You may not be able to contact others during this period. Don't be fooled by the fact that many novels describe Konoha as very dark, with all kinds of conspiracies, targeting and hostility. Whether it is true or not, at least on the surface, Konoha is a warm big family. Miu Miu just lost control when he just awakened his ability, and he didn't make any mistakes. Although this ability is strong, it won't attract covetousness before it is figured out. Naturally, the Anbu will not have obvious hostility towards him, and everything is official." Miu Miu expressed his understanding and said weakly, "Sorry to bother you, senior. Apologize to Mr. Baya and the others for me. Don't worry, they won't blame you." The Anbu nodded and took Miu Miu to the Hokage building. Soon, the Anbu took Miu Miu to the Hokage's office, told the Sandame what happened before, and handed over the inferior wood release fragments he brought before. The Sandame looked at Miu Miu with some surprise, and he still had some impression of him. But he only knew that he was a mediocre civilian, and he didn't expect that he could awaken such a powerful ability. "Don't worry, kid, I know the matter clearly. You didn't do it on purpose, and no one will blame you." The Sandame comforted Miu Miu with a kind face, and then looked at the inferior wood release fragments in his hand. Although the title of the strongest Hokage of the Sandame is somewhat unworthy of the name, the professor of ninjutsu is real. This is. It didn't take long for him to analyze the composition of the fragment, but he was still not sure and didn't dare to believe it. If it was really that ability, it would be a great blessing for Konoha, and they could also take this opportunity to call Tsunade back to the village. "Child, let me see your physical condition." The Sandame couldn't sit still when he thought of this, so he stood up and came to Miu Miu, trying not to scare him with a kind and gentle expression, and then checked his physique and chakra attributes. Miu Miu originally planned to use the ability of wood release to get into the sight of Konoha's high-level leaders and let the Sandame become his backer, so he would naturally not resist. He stood there honestly, cooperating with the Sandame's actions. But his attention turned to the chat group. The 3 girls all opened live broadcasts. At this time, Sakura's Team 7 was still bored in the classroom waiting for their team leader Jonin to come. And the 8th and 10th teams were both practicing actual combat with their Jonin teachers. Since Ino and Hinata both joined the group chat and gained the group system buff, their performance was quite eye-catching. The 3 little ones in the 10th team where Ino was originally, except for the family's secret technique, their own skills were mediocre, and their physical skills were also quite poor. Only Koji could make a relatively powerful attack relying on his body. Unfortunately, because of his body, his movements were quite clumsy when he didn't use the family's secret technique. Not to mention Shikamaru, who was a salted fish and didn't want to move more when he didn't have to. In this case, Ino directly became the main force of the 3 little ones, completely attracting Asuma's firepower. Under the premise that Asuma let the water go, the 2 of them actually fought evenly. The 2 companions were stunned, and Asuma was also shocked, and almost got injured accidentally. Is this really Ino? When did she become so powerful? Shikamaru's IQ of 250 said that he couldn't figure it out at all. Did you use a forbidden technique? Koji ate a few bites of potato chips and hesitated, like the Akimichi clan's 3-color pill. Shikamaru rolled his eyes at this. Who the hell would take a banned drug when participating in a trial? Chapter 034 Chicken Soup and Expectations for the Sandame. Ino's performance was already surprising enough, but Hinata was even better than her. In any case, Hinata's combat power was stronger than Ino's, and her group system gain was 50% higher than hers. Hinata, who looked weak and delicate, was not liked by Kaiba and Shino at first, and they all thought she would drag them down. As a result, when the three little ones attacked Teacher Hong together, Kaiba and Shino soon couldn't keep up with the action. Hinata opened her eyes directly, and the soft fist bagua palm that she couldn't use before, this time she easily played 36 palms. And she also had a feeling that as long as she tried harder, she could even play 64 palms. Such strength can already be compared with Shippuden, but it just lacks some maturity. After Hinata attacked, Kaiba and Shino assisted from the side, and actually forced Kurane to be a little flustered. Anyway, Kurane is better at illusion, and her physical ability is relatively poor. Hinata and Kaiba can be said to be powerful physical ninjas. Shino's close-range ability is a little poor, but his insect assistance ability is indeed a bit abnormal. So it didn't take long for Kurane to use her own illusion and knocked Kaiba and Shino down directly. Hinata, on the other hand, was in a stalemate with her for a long time. Harem no Sakura, wow, so boring. Although I have watched the future video and know that my team leader has a poor sense of time, this is too outrageous. If we wait any longer, the sun will soon set. Uzumaki Kori, Sakura, even if your teacher arrives, he will just ask you to introduce yourselves, right? The survival exercise of grabbing the bell will not start until tomorrow at noon. Harem no Sakura. Harem no Sakura, why? Why did you assign me such an unreliable teacher? Tenten, just be content. Although I haven't seen Kakashi, I know that he is very powerful. He is the man that our teacher Kai always talks about. Harem no Sakura, that green watermelon rind? After hearing what you said, I want to change teachers even more. Uzumaki Kori, the gain effect of the group system is really strong. Ino and Hinata can now fight with the Jonin in close combat, and they don't seem to be inferior. If the gain effect can be maximized, I don't know how strong it will be. Harem no Sakura, tisk, it's just that their teacher is not serious. I won't be worse than them if I change. Maybe she is a little worse than Hinata, but Sakura believes that she will not lose to Ino. Mumu, this is your name, right? The voice of the Sandame drew Mumu's attention back from the group chat. Miu Miu looked at the Sandame with some doubts, and found that his examination had come to an end. He had a thoughtful expression on his face, as if he had come to some conclusion, but he was not completely sure. Yes, Hokage-sama. Miu Miu looked respectful, as if he admired the Sandame, the Hokage, very much. The Sandame was secretly satisfied, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Don't be so reserved, everyone in the village is my family, just treat me as your own elder." "Thank you for your kindness, Sandame-sama, I'm just a small person." Miu Miu's body relaxed a little, but the admiration in his eyes became more enthusiastic. The Sandame smiled and said, "No matter how strong or great a ninja is, they all grew up from small people. You don't need to belittle yourself. As long as you can control the power just now, you will soon become a powerful ninja." "What exactly is that power?" Miu Miu pretended to be puzzled and said, "I was just unwilling to be eliminated by Teacher Baiye, and it was not a problem of strength. I had a rage in my heart that I had nowhere to vent, and then suddenly that power appeared in my body. I didn't want to hurt Teacher Baiye and Takushi. I tried my best to control it at that time, but that power almost sucked them dry. That power doesn't feel like a good thing." The Sandame seemed to feel the entanglement in Miu Miu's heart, patted him on the shoulder again, and said with emotion, "What a good boy, from you, I see the inheritance of the will of fire from the predecessors." The corners of Miu Miu's mouth twitched slightly. In his memory, he had listened to the Sandame's speech on the will of fire several times during his time in the ninja school. Would he come again now? Fortunately, the Sandame did not take the opportunity to promote the will of fire this time, but waved his hand to the Anbu who sent Miu Miu over, saying, "You can leave first." Regarding Miu Miu's ability, it is listed as the village's top secret. Inform everyone who sees it that this matter must not be leaked at all. Leaking the news is equivalent to betraying the village. Also, clean up all traces of the previous training ground. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Anbu. It was actually the top secret? What exactly is that ability? However, as an Anbu, he knew what to ask and what not to ask. He bowed his head and said yes and prepared to leave. By the way, the Sandame suddenly said again, "Call Tenzo over." Yes. The Anbu responded again and left the place with a flash body technique. After the Anbu left, the third Hokage turned to Miu Miu and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. I'm not sure if your ability is what I imagined, so I won't talk about it for now. Someone will come to check and confirm it for you later. But don't worry, no matter whether it is the ability I thought of, what is certain is that your ability must be very strong. As long as you use it well, you will definitely become a very powerful ninja and the backbone of Konoha ninja in the future. But I hope you understand one thing, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. While having great power, don't forget your original intention. Protect the people around you and protect Konoha, the common home of everyone. And you will also become a hero admired by everyone, just like the fourth Hokage, respected by everyone." "Can I really do that?" Miu Miu was flattered and said in fear, "Please third Hokage, don't worry, Master Dai, I will definitely use my abilities to protect everyone and will never let you down. I believe you." The Sandame looked at Miu Miu with a look of relief. What a good child, I didn't notice him before. If Miu Miu really awakened would release, he might grow to the level of Master Shodai. If Konoha has another strong man like the Shodai to protect it, it will be worry-free for decades to come. Then even if he retires from the position of Hokage, he can be completely relieved. But before that, he has to determine Miu Miu's bloodline background first. I hope it is really related to the Senju clan. In this way, he can train Miu Miu wholeheartedly before abdicating and make him into the shape he wants. Chapter 035 Joining the Anbu directly under the Hokage. When Konoha was first established, the first and second generations did a lot to break down the barriers between clans and integrate everyone into the big family of Konoha. They hid the surnames of the Senju clan and dispersed them all in the village. No longer confined to their own clan, but married with all ninja clans, including civilians. This is why the name of Senju is no longer heard in later generations. Even the direct grandchildren of the first generation, Noes and Tsunade, no longer have the surname of Senju. The Senju clan was not exterminated, at least in the time when Miu Miu traveled through. There are still many Senju bloodlines in the Naruto world. Others may not know that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, can be verified at any time through the resident files. Miu Miu left a hidden line in the future video. Although it was not stated explicitly, the trust shown by the third generation to Miu Miu from beginning to end proved that the third generation did not doubt his identity at all. Not long after, an Anbu knocked on the door of the office and walked in after getting permission. Third generation, the captain of the sixth team of the Anbu, Tenzo, is here to report. The other party saluted respectfully to the Sandame. As soon as he opened his mouth, Miu Miu recognized his identity. The only would-release master in Konoha, at least in public. The Sandame called him over, and the purpose was self-evident. Sure enough, the Sandame quickly explained Miu Miu's situation to Tianzang and asked him to come over for inspection and verification. Tianzang seemed very surprised and cautious. He walked in front of Miu Miu and said, "Relax, I'm just checking it out briefly, it won't have any impact on you." Seeing that Miu Miu had no obvious resistance, Tianzang reached out and put his hand on Miu Miu's belly. To be honest, Miu Miu was actually very uncomfortable with being done this by a man. But in order to live comfortably in the village in the future, this discomfort must be endured. Fortunately, Tianzang's action did not last too long. He just transmitted his own wood-release chakra into Miu Miu's body and circled around, and then quickly took it back. After that, he nodded to the Sandame and said, "It's a huge breath of life, which I have never seen before. It can be confirmed to be wood release without a doubt. And unlike my ability that is similar to the secret technique obtained by implanting cells, his is the self-awakening of his innate constitution. It is now in a fully activated state. With a little training, he will soon be able to control it freely. Although I am not sure whether it can reach the level of the first generation, if compared with me, the strength is probably more than 100 times mine." Although the Sandame had expected it and was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp after hearing what Tenzo said, and soon couldn't control his ecstasy. The strength is more than 100 times that of Tenzo. So does it matter whether it can reach the level of the first generation? Tenzo is just an experimental subject, implanted with a small number of first-generation cells, thus obtaining a low-profile version of wood release. Even so, he already has the strength of an elite Jonin. If he is 100 times stronger than him, no, to be precise, the strength of wood release is 100 times stronger, which is more terrifying than 100 times stronger strength. The future Miu Miu is definitely qualified to become the strongest cage, even surpassing the cage. He was so ecstatic that he couldn't help but want to do hundreds of somersaults in a row, but the Sandame still hit it well. He is the Hokage, and he can't lose his composure in front of his subordinates. It's already very good to be able to reach this level. After all, the first generation is a special case, and not everyone can be compared with him. Throughout the history of the ninja world, only that person back then could compete with him. The Sandame pretended to be reluctant to accept it, then turned to look at Miu Miu and said gently, "Miu Miu, I'm going to let you join the Anbu, and the Hokage will be directly under the Anbu, what do you think?" "Me? Is it okay?" Miu Miu looked surprised and seemed a little unconfident. The Sandame chuckled and said, "Have you forgotten what I told you before? It may be a little lacking now, but as long as you control your own power, the Anbu will not be difficult for you. I have higher expectations for you, and I also hope that you can take over my position in the future and protect my family in the village." Although Miu Miu was still a little unconfident, he was excited by the Sandame's words. He said with a firm expression, "Sir, I will definitely work hard." The Sandame smiled and nodded, then turned to Tenzo and said, "In that case, I'll leave this child to you and you will train him. This is a top priority, so you must do your best to give him perfect control." "It's an honor." Tenzo agreed without hesitation and said, "It's great to witness a ninja with a true wood release bloodline. It is my honor to be the first person to be born. And in the process of teaching him, I may also gain a lot. After all, Miu Miu has a complete version of wood release Kekkei Genkai, while he has a low-end version of wood release secret technique. The first generation of wood release conquers the world, and Yamato wood release is for greening." Although this sentence has not been spread yet, Tenzo himself has self-knowledge. By teaching Miu Miu, he can also feel how powerful the real wood release is up close. So, after Miu Miu said goodbye to the Sandame, he followed Tenzo and left. After the office was quiet, the Sandame slowly walked to the door, locked the door, and put down all the curtains on the windows. "Ah!" The mature and steady Sandame suddenly cheered and did 10 backflips in a row, and then his excitement slowly subsided. It was mainly because he was too old and his waist couldn't support him, otherwise he would have to do hundreds or thousands of backflips today. The Sandame smoked a cigarette and leaned back in a chair, imagining how powerful and high-spirited he would be in the ninja world if he controlled a ninja as powerful as the first generation. Who knows, he could use Miu Miu's ability to unify the ninja world and firmly establish his name as the strongest Hokage, engraved in the history of the ninja world. However, after the activation, the third generation immediately took the resident files and began to check Miu Miu's genealogy. On the other side, after Miu Miu followed Tianzang away, he soon came to a more hidden base. He was brought in directly by Tianzang after avoiding others, and soon arrived at one of the rooms, without seeing the situation outside clearly. Tianzang took out a set of Anbu clothing and a matching fox mask. From today on, you are a member of the Anbu, belonging to the 6th team, and this is your equipment. When entering and leaving the base, pay attention to concealing your identity, and never easily reveal your public identity. In the next period of time, I will give you special training so that you can control your own power in the shortest time. After saying these words, Tianzang paused for a while, giving Miu Miu some time to digest, and then said, "Do you have any questions?" Chapter 036 Together for a Lifetime. Miu Miu was taken to the base of the Anbu team, but he was just given a brief introduction to the basic situation. After he said it was okay, Tenzo asked him to go back and rest and get ready. Starting tomorrow, they will enter a high-intensity training phase. After Miu Miu received the Anbu equipment and left, he found that the 4 flowers of Konoha were basically idle. Ino and Hinata had finished the actual combat, and both of them were highly recognized by their respective team leaders, asking others to take them as their goals and not slack off. Yui Kurane even planned to go to the Hyuga clan with Hinata to explain Hinata's situation to Hyuga Hayashi so that her treatment at home could be improved. But after considering it, Hinata refused. She wanted to continue to improve her strength, wait for the right opportunity to make a splash and let her family take the initiative to look at her with new eyes. Now with the group system buff effect, Hinata is no longer as self-deprecating as before. Especially after the battle with Teacher Hong, the whole person looks more confident. Sakura, when Miu Miu went to the Anbu base, waited for Kakashi. Then they introduced themselves to each other, and Kakashi said a few words and let them disband. Other teams will start their mission tomorrow, and only they will start the bell-grabbing exercise tomorrow. Sakura complained about this countless times in the group. Tian, Jingbeo, my mission is over, I'm coming to see you now. Yamanaka Ino, okay. I'll wait for you at the dessert shop. Tian, okay, I'll be there in a few minutes. Harem Sakura, what are you guys trying to do? 2 girls dating? I feel like your relationship is getting weird now. Uzumaki Kori, no, they bought some desserts and snacks, and they want me to taste Konoha's delicacies. I'll summon Ino later, leave some things, and then Tian will summon her back. Harem Sakura, too much, you didn't even call me for this kind of thing. Yamanaka Ino, who you are a selfish person, but you didn't think of blaming me. Harem Sakura, you are the selfish person, your whole family is selfish. Hyuga Hinata. Uzumaki Kori, I appreciate everyone's kindness, really, you don't have to do anything for me. Anyway, I said in the future video that I can settle down in Konoha in a few days, and it won't be too late for everyone to get together then. Tian, don't be angry, Sakura. Today, Ino and I will deliver desserts, and tomorrow you and Hinata can deliver something else. As long as the 2 of you team up, there will be a coming and going, and there will be an in and out. Harem Sakura, that's true, but there is indeed a problem with you two. You have already divided the team privately. Pighead Ino, you are the selfish person. At Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hinata, well, I'm fine. Yamanaka Ino, hehe, I'm not angry, wide forehead, you are just jealous of my good relationship with little Tian. I will bring Xiao Tian to Miu Miu Jun's house for dinner later, so you can continue to be jealous. Harem Sakura, little Tian. Hyuga Hinata, free food. Tian, Jingbeo, stop talking nonsense, hurry up, I'm here. Yamazaka Ino, I'm coming. Harem Sakura, humph, it's too late to shut up now. Do you want to go to Mumu to level up? I'll go too. Hyuga Hinata, I want to go too. I just want to apologize to Mumu-kun. Hanabi treated him like that last time. Tian, Jingbeo, it's all your fault. Yamazaki Ino. I wouldn't have talked nonsense if I had known. Uzumaki Kori, are you going to go to Mumu-kun? Can you do a live broadcast so I can watch? Seeing this, Mumu couldn't help but feel moved. Are the four flowers of Konoha coming to find him together? This is not bad. Today's house will be lively. Thinking about it, Mumu went back and bought some more vegetables. Since they are here to eat for free, they must be well prepared. Mumu is not a licker. If the other party approaches him and pleases him, he will simply return the favor in other ways. Both sides give and take, and the good impression is raised. After awakening the wood release today, Mumu's temperament has improved, his appearance has been optimized, and even his height has jumped up by 20 centimeters. From the original 1.5 meters, he has directly increased to 1.7 meters. Only his face is still a little immature, otherwise he would have been a big boy. Mumu is not sure whether the first generation of wood release has this effect. Anyway, he can use the future video to trigger the effect he wants at will. With the improvement of his physical fitness, Mumu's crime tools also responded. This is what Mumu wants most, but the specific effect still needs to be verified in actual combat. Soon, Mumu returned home after buying vegetables and began to prepare dinner. Ino rejected Asuma's invitation to dinner, although it is more likely to send food to Zionki, but part of the reason is to come to him. Even if there is a purpose, Miu doesn't mind. There is a saying that it's not the intention but the deeds that count. As long as they treat me well and don't betray me, that's enough. Why think so much about the rest? Uzumaki Kori, wow, thank you so much. I'm so touched. Ino, Tenten, Sakura and Hinata, I'm really happy to meet you. I feel so lucky. Uzumaki Kori, I don't know what you think. What I think is that no matter what happens to everyone and Miu-kun in the end, it would be best if we can be together for the rest of our lives. Hyuga Hinata, I'm happy too. Harem Sakura, don't worry. I won't compete with you for Miu. We will always be fine. Yamanaka Ino, that's hard to say. Miu's charm will only grow. But I agree that we can compete, but we should never become enemies. Tenten, since you are so emotional, I'll be emotional for once. As the eldest sister of all of you, I will be responsible for maintaining the relationship between sisters in the future. Uzumaki Kori, I have no objection. Hyuga Hinata, I also hope to have a sister. Harem Sakura, I don't care, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Yamanaka Ino. Yamanaka Ino, I have an objection, I object. Why should you be the eldest sister, just because you are older? Tian, Jingbeo, don't struggle, now it has been passed by 4 votes, even if you object, it's useless. From now on, I am the eldest sister in the group. Yamanaka Ino, I am older than you. Tian, nonsense, I am obviously a little older than you. Hyuga Hinata, actually, I. Yamanaka Ino, Hinata, go away. Tian, Hinata, shut up. Harem Sakura, Hinata has nothing to do with you. Hinata Hyuga, no, I want to say. Yamazaki Ino, no, you don't want to say it. Tianation, you don't want to say anything. Uzumaki Kori, why do I feel so familiar? I seem to have dreamed about this scene. Harem Sakura, no. It just happened once this morning. The author copied and pasted it. Yamazaki Ino, haha, 2 Ping brothers sneaked in. Harem Sakura. Uzumaki Kori. Chapter 037 Group to eat at Miu's house. It wasn't long before the 4 flowers of Konoha came to the door. Ino? Why are you here, and everyone? Seeing the 4 girls outside the door, each with their own merits, Miu Miu pretended to be surprised. Jingyi took Tianation's arm and said with a smile, Mumu-kun, we are here to eat at your house. You won't be unwelcome, will you? Mumu was stunned for a while, and quickly opened the door and said, how could that be? Come in. Several beautiful women came to see me together. If others knew, they would be envious. How could I not welcome them? It's mainly because I was not mentally prepared. I was shocked. I wondered if you had come to the wrong place. Hehe, it's not like I haven't been here before, how could I recognize the wrong place? Jingyi laughed and gave Mumu an approving look. She was very happy to be called a beautiful woman. Jingyi greeted others and said, everyone sit wherever you want. The place is quite narrow. Please forgive me for not being polite. Mumu. Sakura complained, come on, you are talking as if this is your home. You don't think you are the hostess here, do you? You, get out. Jingyi was so depressed that she couldn't help but said, you are so beautiful. 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 You are so beautiful, her face flushed. She could say anything in private, and she could say anything bold. But now she was in front of Miu Miu, how could she say it so bluntly? Even if she thought so in her heart, she shouldn't say it out loud. Tian Tian ignored the two people who were playing around and walked straight to Miu Miu and said, hello, Miu Miu, my name is Tian Tian. I am a senior sister who is 1 year older than you. I have been a genin for a year. We have a good relationship in private. Today was supposed to be a party to celebrate their becoming ninjas, but I don't know why we couldn't find a suitable party place after searching around. Then we thought about choosing one of them to get together at their home, but it's not convenient for all of us to get together at home. Then Jingbeo. Ino thought of you. I'm really sorry for not saying hello to you in advance. If we disturb you, we will leave now. Tian Tian acted generously and took the bags that they brought with them and said, in fact, we all brought a lot of delicious food. We didn't really want to take advantage of you. Tianation's excuse was very lame. He couldn't find a suitable party place, so he ran to Miu Miu's house? What kind of excuse is this? Considering the time was short and the girls were still young, it was enough to have a reasonable excuse. Miu Miu didn't point it out, and said happily, Tian Tian, senior sister, it's a pleasure to meet you, and everyone, it's my honor that you can come. Like Ino said just now, everyone can sit anywhere, just treat this place as your own home, no need to be restrained. Usually I'm alone at home, it will be much more lively with you coming, I'm so happy, how can I not agree? Ino said proudly, I told you, Miu Miu is a very approachable person, he will definitely not mind. Sakura pouted and said, he doesn't mind so you won't be polite, right? Fortunately, I reminded you just now, otherwise I still plan to start with it. Jingye was a little embarrassed. He raised his hand and hit Sakura. He was so annoyed you do nt speak, no one treats you as dumb. He was also a classmate, he didn't catch me. Miu Miu smiled, your relationship is so good. Who has a good relationship with her? After saying, then you sit and chat for the sky first, and I go to deal with these. It happens that I am also going to start dinner. Every day, I quickly said, I'll help you. Jingyi also hurriedly got up, I'm here to help. Sakura and Hina will naturally sit up and get up. Miu Miu waved his hand and said, no, these things are very easy to handle. We will have hot pot later. These are just right. You sit down and it will be done soon. That being said, Tian Tian still insisted on helping. For hot pot, you only need to wash and cut the vegetables, mix the hot pot base, and wait for the water to boil. With the physical fitness of a ninja, these things can be done quickly. With Tianation's help, other people's intervention will only get in the way. Mew Mew, are you too tall? Tian Tian almost let it slip. Although this was her first contact with Mew Mew, she saw him in a dessert shop the day before yesterday. And she also saw Mew Mew through Ino and others' live video broadcasts these 2 days. So she was very surprised by the changes in Mew Mew after he awakened the wood release. Although it was the same in the future video, after all, it was separated by a screen, and there was no close contact to feel so deeply. Now Mew Mew is no longer a little transparent, but a handsome guy. Mew Mew stretched out his hand and compared it. He was only half a head taller than Tian Tian. He smiled and said, "It's okay, boys of this age grow faster. I'm just a little taller than you." Tian Tian complained, "I'm a year taller than you. But you're a girl, too. It's normal for girls to be shorter than boys." Mew Mew didn't dwell on this topic and quickly changed the subject, saying, "It should be okay if you cut it into thin slices." "No problem." Tian Tian made a gesture. She is very good at using knives. With the cooperation of the two, all the ingredients were prepared in a few minutes. On the other side, Ino and the others were also talking about Mew Mew's image changes in the chat. "Yamanaka Ino, Mew Mew-kun looks really handsome now. Is appearance related to strength? If I practice harder, can I become the most beautiful woman in the ninja world?" "Harem no Sakura, forget about it. With your foundation, you can't become the most beautiful woman even if you improve a few levels. I am different. Yamanaka Ino, go to bed early at night and have a good dream. There is everything in the dream. Uzumaki Kori, I envy you guys for having dinner with Mew Mew-kun. I have to endure it for a few more days, Hinata Hyuga, hey. Uzumaki Kori, oh. Yamanaka Ino, tisk, it's just a dish, I thought you did something shameful." In order to let Kori quench her thirst, they all turned on the video live broadcast. Not only can she see the situation in the kitchen from the living room, but she can also hear their conversation. If Tian Tian really wants to take the opportunity to do something to Mew Mew, Ino will definitely be the first to rush in to stop her. Yes, this is the best girlfriend. Chapter 038 Challenge Fireworks again later. "Wow, this is delicious, Mew Mew, you try it too." Ino took a bite of the beef slice, showing an exaggerated expression, and then handed the remaining half to Mew Mew's mouth. Mew Mew did not dislike it, and opened his mouth to finish the remaining half. "How is it? It's delicious, right?" Ino looked at Mew Mew with a smile. The pretty face was slightly flushed, and it was not clear if you didn't pay attention. Mew Mew smiled and nodded, saying, "It's really good, the taste is quite authentic. The ninja world may have special breeding methods, and the taste of this beef is indeed better than the world before crossing." Ino wanted to say more. Sakura suddenly slammed the chopsticks on the table and scolded, "That's enough. There are others here. And now we are having hot pot. Don't make it seem like you cooked the dish." Ino has long been accustomed to Sakura's temper. She was not angry at all when she heard it, but made a face at her and said with a smile, "I am happy, what does it have to do with you? Mew Mew-jun didn't say anything to me, why are you in a hurry? Are you jealous? Who is jealous of you? You are affecting my appetite now." Sakura rolled her eyes, but was very angry. Tian Tian tried to smooth things over, saying, Okay, it's rare for you to come to Mew Mew-jun's house for dinner, so don't quarrel all the time. Can you two restrain yourself a little? If Mew Mew-jun dislikes you, I won't help you." She also gave a cryptic look while saying this. The meaning was obviously that if Mew Mew stayed away from them, don't blame her for enjoying Mew Mew all by herself. Hearing this, Ino and Sakura really restrained themselves a lot. Even Sakura wanted to get along well with Mew Mew and improve the group level. At first, it was just because of the picture of marrying Mew Mew when she grew up that made her feel resistant to Mew Mew. But after getting to know him for a few days, plus Mew Mew's performance in the future video, Sakura didn't say that she had fallen in love with someone else, but at least she liked Miu Miu more and more. Miu Miu smiled and said, "It's okay, I know you are all joking, and quarreling won't affect your relationship. It's actually quite enviable to have such a good friend." When the girls heard this, they immediately thought of Miu Miu's situation. "I have been alone since I was a child. I don't have any classmates to talk to in school, and I don't have any relatives or friends." The girls are kind and emotional. They secretly decided that even if they didn't want to improve the group level, they could spend more time with Miu Miu when they have time. Ino said directly, "You don't have to envy us. I am also your good friend now. Don't forget that I didn't get angry when you said those things to me last time." Miu Miu couldn't help but laugh and nodded, "That's right. I have to thank Ino for being generous. I was just joking with you last time. There is a secret." The girls looked back and forth between the two of them with some suspicion. But the two obviously didn't mean to explain, and they didn't ask any more questions. They could only say that they were all good friends now. Speaking of which, Ino and the others have passed the Jonin assessment and officially become genin. "Is everything going well for you, Miu Miu?" Tian Tian soon talked about other topics. They had already seen the answer from the future video, but they had to listen to Miu Miu himself, otherwise what if he let it slip in the future? However, Sakura secretly complained in her heart, she hadn't taken the test yet, that unreliable teacher Kakashi. Miu Miu hesitated for a moment, pretending to be embarrassed, saying, "Actually, I was eliminated, but for some reasons, I was specially recruited into the Anbu. Sorry, I can't go into too much detail about this." The girls all expressed their understanding and didn't care. Tian Tian even said, "In that case, you are better than us. Not just anyone can enter the Anbu. I remember our team's Jonin teacher said that he had applied to join the Anbu before, but was rejected. He was already a Jonin at that time." "Ah? So strict." Sakura was a little surprised, and then sighed, "So, Miu Miu is really amazing." Miu Miu smiled shyly and said, "No, it's just a coincidence." Several people chatted while eating hot pot and drinking drinks, and more than 2 hours passed unknowingly. After eating some fruit after dinner, the night deepened, and there was silence outside the house. It was time for the girls to leave. While everyone else was packing up, Hinata, who had been very quiet, quietly came to Miu Miu and whispered to him to apologize for what happened last time. "Don't worry, I'm not angry, and I don't blame her." Miu Miu smiled. When Hinata breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly changed the subject and said, "But please tell your sister a message for me. I will challenge her again in a while. She said I was too weak, and I must prove myself." "Ah." Hinata didn't expect Miu Miu to be like this. She was a little confused, not knowing whether she should agree to it. She knew that Miu Miu had awakened wood release, and in order to help Xiang Yu, he almost made the entire Kyuzagakure village sacrifice to the gods. How could Hanabi be an opponent with such strength? 100 Hanabi together would not be enough for Miu Miu to beat. Miu Miu saw her embarrassment and worry, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't really hurt her, just playing." It can be seen that she is a very playful child, but the rules of a family like yours should be very strict, right? Hinata nodded subconsciously and said softly, "Well, my father is very strict with us, and we are basically training at ordinary times. Only when I am alone with him can I see the smile on Hanabi's face." At this point, Hinata also realized that Miu Miu meant well, so she smiled and agreed to his request. Not only Hanabi is a sister control, Hinata herself is also a sister control. Soon, the girls cleaned up the house and left together. Originally, Miu Miu wanted to be a gentleman and send the girls home one by one. After all, it was really late, and many families had turned off the lights and went to bed. But several girls unanimously refused. They were all ninjas now, and they were in their own village. They could get home in a few minutes, so there was no need to bother Mumu. Of course, if they were alone, Mumu would ask to send one of them home, and they would definitely agree. But now that 4 people were sending together, 3 of them could only go through the motions, and the last one left was the winner. In this way, even if it was just for the harmony between sisters, Mumu could not agree. Mumu did not insist on this, and it was just right to leave some time for him to think about what content to make up in the next future video. I have been busy all day and haven't calmed down to think about it. At the same time, after leaving Mumu's house, the 4 flowers of Konoha had already started chatting with Zyonki in the group. Except for Zyonki's envy and jealousy, the other girls seemed very excited and happy. After this contact tonight, the group level of Ino, Tian, and Sakura has been upgraded to LV2. Hinata also upgraded again, reaching LV3, with a 300% gain effect. Chapter 039. Let's do something exciting this time. Yamanaka Ino, wow! The level has finally been raised, I feel full of strength now. Tian, is this the effect of gaining 250? The change is so obvious. Harem Sakura, I've made a profit, it seems that I really need to maintain a good relationship with Miu. No, I want to be a good friend who can share life and death. It's best to let him be my male bestie, hehe. Uzumaki Kori, jealousy makes me split apart, why wasn't I born in Konoha? Cry. Hyuga Hinata, isn't it not good for us to do this? I always feel like I'm taking advantage of Miu-kun. Miu, who was peeping at the screen, nodded secretly. Hinata is still the most conscientious. As expected of the one with the highest level at present, she is aware. Yamanaka Ino, what are you talking about, Hinata? We will all be Miu-jun's wives in the future. The stronger we are, the higher our survival rate will be when we go on missions. This is to help Miu-jun protect his future wife. How can it be considered as taking advantage of her? She is so proud. Ino is definitely so proud. Miu silently made a note for Ino in his little notebook. Tian, I don't have the slightest intention of taking advantage of the group leader. We have indeed benefited from the group leader, and I am grateful in my heart. So if the group leader wants to make excessive demands on me, I will definitely not refuse. I hope you can be consistent in your words and deeds. Miu once again made a note for Tian in his little notebook. Harem Sakura, they are just talking nonsense. Unlike me, they really regard Miu as a good friend. There is no need to calculate the benefits so clearly between good friends. As long as Miu needs help, I will definitely be there at any time. Then you will be my maid for 2 months, and by the way, you can go to the system space to be punished a few times. Miu knew that Sakura was also talking nonsense, so he continued to make a note in his notebook. Yamakana Ino, okay, no more jokes. At Uzumaki Siang, I just quietly packed some, and no one has touched the chopsticks. Summon me now and I'll send them to you. Yamakana Ino, don't say I don't take care of you. These were all cooked by Miu-kun himself. I took great pains to hide them. If I get caught, I won't be able to see Miu-kun. Yamakana Ino, but after such a long time, the taste must not be that good. If you don't like it, I'll keep it for myself. Uzumaki Siang, I'll summon you now. Harem Sakura, wow, is Pighead Ino so considerate? I never noticed it before. Hyuga Hinata, sorry, I didn't expect to do that. Yamakana Ino at Harem Sakura, was I not considerate to you before? You were the one who insisted on snatching Suzuki from me, and said that we would no longer be sisters, but competitors. Have you forgotten this? Yamanaka Ino, but forget it, Suzuki is given to you, now I just want to get the approval of Miu-kun. Harem Sakura. So embarrassing, I seem to have completely forgotten about this matter. Sakura covered her face with shame. After competing with Ino for a long time, she seemed to have really forgotten her previous kindness. Ino has always been a gentle and considerate good girl. Sakura said those hurtful words because of her stubbornness and because she didn't want Ino to give in because of her consideration. But now looking back, was the decision at that time really right? Is it really worth it to distance yourself from your best friend for a boy who doesn't like you and doesn't even bother to look at you more? If it weren't for the chat group, Sakura wouldn't be able to sit with Ino now. It was also because of the chat group that Sakura gradually got rid of her emotional and liking brain and began to analyze things rationally. Sakura sighed secretly and had to find an opportunity to make some compensation, otherwise she wouldn't be able to get over it. Of course, Ino didn't need her apology. It was useless to apologize directly. She had to think of a way to move her. Sakura pondered this matter secretly and fell silent in the chat group. Ino thought that her words hurt Sakura, and she also felt guilty, so she could only remain silent. Uzumaki Kori, woo, I am so touched. I thought you had forgotten me, but I didn't expect you to leave so much for me. Really, I am crying. In fact, not only Ino left some hot pot meat dishes for Kori, but Tenten and Sakura also left fruit snacks. Although Hinata didn't think about it at the time, before Ino was summoned by Kori, she also gave Kori her uneaten snacks that she was going to take home for Hanabi. Kori had never experienced human warmth before, and the little kindness of a few girls really moved her to tears. Now she can not only give everything for Miu Miu, but also for the sisters in the group. Ino and the others comforted Kori for a while before she slowly calmed down. Soon, they returned to their own homes and began to deal with their own hygiene issues, and the chat group gradually quieted down. While watching the cracked paid content with remote monitoring, Miu Miu was thinking about future video 4. In fact, Ino and the others secretly left food to take away, and Miu Miu knew it. At that time, I thought they wanted to linger on the taste of Miu Miu's own hands, but I didn't expect that they left it for Xiang. Well, Miu Miu admitted that he underestimated them a little. It has only been a few days since the chat group appeared, and it has indeed changed a lot of things, and the future will definitely become better and better. But when I thought of future video 4, Miu Miu hesitated again. Will it be edited directly to the future? Then it will be the time for the Chunin exam. If the capacity of a Chunin exam is used, it can be broadcast in 2 episodes at most. The previous written test, the Death Forest and the preliminaries are 1 episode, with the transition period of 1 month in the middle, and the third game and the Konoha collapse plan are only 1 episode. This damn first part before Shippuden is about to end. Miu Miu can now make up a future video every day. If the progress is too fast, wouldn't it be that the future video will have finished playing the 4th Ninja World War when the Chunin exam has just started? What can be played in the future? It must be controlled. And as time goes by in reality, Miu Miu will definitely have many different ideas. If the future is completely defined now, it will be difficult to patch it when you think of a good idea in the future. Flooding. It's time to start flooding. Miu Miu quickly made a decision that the progress of the future video can't be too fast, and the length of the flooding should be reduced. Hehe, let's do something a little more provocative. But we also need to mix in some useful information. Well, let's just select some clips from the Chunin exam. An exam can be divided into several sessions, or even more than 10 sessions. It doesn't matter if the time limit is less than a month, as long as the content is rich enough. I have a good idea, which can lay a foreshadowing for my future harem, so that they can go from understanding to getting used to it and then accepting it. This time, let's do something more exciting. I guarantee that they will all be unable to hold it after watching it, he. Chapter 040 Death Forest Scroll Battle. Ding! The group system has pushed a future clip, future video 4.avi, which has been saved to the group file. After midnight, the group system pushes future videos in a timely manner. Yamanaka Ino, sure enough, it's still this time. Tien, it seems that there is one every day, which is great. Harem no Sakura, these future videos seem to be related to the sisters in our group. I hope this time is about me. Hyuga Hinata. Uzumaki Kori, I didn't miss it this time, hehe. The girls simply made a bubble, and quickly clicked on the video, eager to watch it. Future video begins. It starts with a wide forest, surrounded by tall trees and dense jungle. There are rivers, towers, various poisonous insects and beasts in the forest, which looks extremely dangerous. Suddenly, several figures passed through the forest quickly, and their faces could not be seen clearly, leaving only a few shadows. In the forest, from time to time, there were sounds of ninja tools colliding and ninjutsu blasting, and occasionally screams. Harem no Sakura, hiss. What is this place? I feel a little nervous for some reason. Hyuga Hinata, it feels like something big is going to happen. Tia Nation, it seems to be a training ground? But I'm not sure, it's a bit bloody. Yamanaka Ino, why bother with so much, I want to see Mew Mew-kun. Uzumaki Kori, I want to see Mew Mew-kun too. The video continues. After the flashback, a bird's eye view of the map suddenly appears, and a female voice narrates in the video. The 44th training ground is surrounded by more than 44 locked entrances. There are rivers and forests in the training ground, with a tower in the middle. The entrance is about 10 kilometers away from the tower. You will challenge the limits of survival in this limited space. There are no restrictions on weapons, ninjutsu, and means. The goal is the scroll battle. You must collect the 2 scrolls of Book of Heaven and Book of Earth. There are 78 people left, that is, 26 teams. Half of the teams carry the Book of Heaven, and the other half carry the Book of Earth. Each team has a scroll of Heaven or Earth. And to pass the exam, 3 people must hold the 2 scrolls of Book of Heaven and Book of Earth at the same time and reach the central tower. The narration disappears, and the scene returns to the woods again. A large number of blood-sucking leeches fell from the sky and landed on several ninjas passing by. With a few screams, several people triggered the traps on the ground. The screen flashed, and several people had fallen in a pool of blood. Then, 3 figures walked out from behind the trees nearby. It was Team 8 where Hinata was. The 3 little ones easily touched the corpse and got the scroll. The screen flashed again, and Hyaganiji was robbing people with a pretentious face. The opposing team naturally chose to resist, and then they were knocked down by Team 3 one by one, and quickly got the scroll. The screen continued to flash, where Team 7 was. Suzuki used fire escape to solve an opponent, Naruto used violent soldier flow to solve an opponent, and Sakura solved an opponent with a heavy punch, and also got the scroll. The screen continued to flash, and Koji hid in the bushes and trembled, and Shikamaru desperately pressed Ino's head, with horror on his face. Yamanaka Ino, battle for the scroll? What is this? It seems to be an exam. Is it the Chunin exam? Tenten, it should be, but with this kind of rules, 2/3 of the people will be eliminated in one exam. I didn't expect it to be so cruel. No wonder everyone fought so hard. Harem no Sakura, such an exam. Fortunately, it has nothing to do with us newcomers. Hyuga Hinata, even if I just watch, I feel so nervous. Uzumaki Kori, I am a little nervous too, but fortunately I am not there. Yamakana Ino, no future, we all have group system gains now, and the opponents are just a bunch of noobs, it's a piece of cake. Harem no Sakura, wow, this is Hinata's Team 8? They also participated? And it's so easy to get the scroll. Hyuga Hinata, is that really me? Tenten, we really participated, too, so easy. Yamakana Ino, Sakura's Team 7 also participated? They performed well, but it's a pity that they are violent girls. Yamakana Ino. Harem no Sakura, wow, newcomers are here. What's wrong with the violent girl? She's much stronger than your Team 10. Yamanaka Ino, no, this is definitely fake, I don't believe it. Harem no Sakura, be careful not to violate group rule 2, the future clip is absolutely real, no need to question. This time I'm kind enough to remind you, I'm happy. Tian, I didn't expect that all of you who just graduated would take this exam, and in the future trajectory without the group system gain, it was really beyond my expectations. Tian, Jingbao, don't worry about it, that's just the original future, now we have the group system gain, it must be different. Tian, and isn't Shikamaru in your team very smart? For him to have such a reaction, I'm afraid he encountered a special situation. The video continues. As Tenten said, the camera moves away from Team 10. Less than 10 meters outside the bush where they are hiding, several rain ninjas are crushed into pieces by Gaara with sand. Gaara is expressionless and continues to walk towards the hiding place of Team 10. Not far behind Team 10, Team 8 is also hiding nervously, as if they are hesitating whether to help them. When Gaara is about to reveal Team 10's hiding place, Mumu suddenly appears with Kori, still wearing ordinary clothes and without an Anbu mask. Mumu seems to have participated in this Chunin exam. As a normal Konoha genin, one of his teammates is Kori, and the other is unknown for the time being. Gaara did not fight with Mumu. He seemed to realize that Mumu was a tough opponent and was ready to leave this battle for later, so he gave up killing people and left with Temari and Kankuro. Yamanaka Ino, I was scared to death. That guy looked like a ruthless killing machine. Even with the buff, I felt it would be hard to survive him. Fortunately, there was Mumu-kun. But isn't Mumu-kun an Anbu? Uzumaki Kori, I remember that I had just joined Konoha not long ago, and was still an auditor at the ninja school, right? I actually took part in the Chunin exam. I tried it, and I'm with Mumu-kun. It's awesome. Harem no Sakura, okay, I take it back. It's no wonder that Team 10 is so scared when they meet this kind of person. Yamanaka Ino, let me clarify, it's Koji and Shikamaru who are scared. Harem no Sakura, didn't you just say that you were scared to death? You're scared even through the screen, how can you stay calm when you meet him in real life? Yamanaka Ino. Tenten, this guy should be from the Sand Village. He's really a bit too strong, and he's too murderous. He doesn't look like a genin at all. If you meet him in real life, everyone should be careful and try to avoid him. Chapter 041 Mumu and Red Bean are poisoned. Gaara appears, and the look in his eyes that seems to regard everything around him as livestock scares the girls. Fortunately, although the reason is unknown, Mumu also participated in this Chunin exam. With Miu Miu's protection, nothing should happen to them. Even in reality, Miu Miu and them didn't have any emotional foundation at that time, they could only be considered acquaintances. But in the future, they will all be Miu Miu's women, Miu Miu should take the initiative to protect them, right? The video screen continues. When Team 8 and Team 10 met Gaara, Team 7 also had a problem. Naruto was swallowed by a big snake, Sasuke and Sakura were killed by a very strange person's eyes, and the scene was a one-sided beating. Although Naruto had a flash of inspiration, the violent soldier Flow solved the big snake and scolded Sasuke awake, but his will could not change the reality of insufficient strength. Soon, Naruto's nine tails chakra was sealed, Sasuke's neck was planted with strawberries, and the newly collected Heaven and Earth scroll was also burned by the other party. Sakura dragged her body and barely brought back Sasuke and Naruto. Seeing that they didn't know whether they were alive or dead, she was so panicked that she cried and had no idea what to do next. At this time, Miu Miu, who was protecting Ino and Hinata, happened to pass by here with Xiang Xian. After understanding the situation, he left Xiang Xian to help, and he followed the traces alone to track the enemy. He judged that the enemy might not be a regular genin, and might have hidden his identity and sneaked in, so he planned to investigate the intelligence first. Surprisingly, Xiang Xian could use medical ninjutsu to heal Naruto and Sasuke's injuries and comfort Sakura. Both of them were not in danger of life, which made Sakura feel relieved. Sakura didn't want to be a burden anymore, so she asked Xiang Xian for medical skills. Xiang Xian didn't hide it for herself. I didn't expect Sakura to be quite talented in this aspect. Harem no Sakura, so scary, is this really the exam for Genin to Chunin? Let's not talk about the one playing with sand just now, what's going on with this? I feel it's scarier than Zabuza. Yamazaki Ino, Sakura, just be thankful. You are fine even when you encounter such an enemy. You have Suzuki protecting you in front and Mumu-kun comforting you in the back. You are luckier than me. Harem no Sakura, when I think about it, it is true. And I also learned medical ninjutsu from Kori. Am I good at medical ninjutsu? Then I should find a way to learn it in advance so that it can be useful when the time comes. Uzumaki Kori, I don't know medical ninjutsu at all. I should have learned it in Konoha, right? But at most, I have only been in Konoha for more than half a month, and I am still an auditor at the ninja school. How did I learn medical ninjutsu? It seems that I am very proficient in it. Yamazaki Ino, maybe because your physique is special and you have the ability to heal, it is easier to learn medical ninjutsu? Maybe you came into contact with medical ninjutsu by accident and learned it in a short time. Isn't it the same for Mumu-kun? Nation, there are too many details that are not described clearly here. I can only wait and see whether they will be mentioned in the future videos. Tian, but based on the clues in front of us, this Chunin exam is unusual. Not only are there many masters, but there will be other changes. Everyone should be really careful. Hinata Hyuga, I wonder if I can also learn medical skills. Hinata's personality is destined to not like fighting. She would rather be a medical ninja with little combat power, hiding in the back to assist teammates. The video screen continues. Mumu followed the traces of Orochimaru's departure and soon chased to a giant tree. He happened to see Hongdu stopping Orochimaru. He wanted to die with Orochimaru without knowing his own strength, but was easily avoided. Mumu took advantage of his unpreparedness and suddenly launched a sneak attack, and even used the power of wood release, which made Orochimaru suffer a great loss. Orochimaru luckily escaped with the great snake-style substitution technique, but his chakra consumption was huge and his body became weak. He dared not continue to wander around. He recognized that Mew Mew used wood release, which was very interesting. He wanted to leave something before leaving, but he only took out a handful of poison, threw it at Hongdu with a weird smile and left. Mew Mew felt that he had an extraordinary physique and should not be afraid of poison, so he dodged to help Hongdu block it. But the poison spread directly when it came into contact with the air, and both of them were hit at the same time. Hongdu felt it and his face changed drastically. He wanted to stay away from Mew Mew, but finally gritted his teeth and took him to a nearby cave. Harem no Sakura, this guy is called Orochimaru? Just like his name, he is a snake player. It feels so disgusting. Tian, this name. Yamanaka Ino, little Tian, do you know him? Tian, do you know who is the strongest female ninja in the ninja world? Her name is Tsunade, and she is the granddaughter of the first generation of Hokage. She is very powerful and the most powerful medical ninja. The dream is to become a ninja like Tsunade-sama in the future. Harem no Sakura, what does this have to do with Orochimaru? Tenten, Tsunade-sama was active in the Second Ninja World War, and made a great name for herself, known as one of the three ninjas. Harem no Sakura, could it be? Tenten, that's right, the three ninjas are composed of three ninja teams of equal strength, Tsunade-sama is one of them, and this Orochimaru is also one of them. Harem no Sakura, a ninja who became famous in the Second Ninja World War, which is decades ago. Why would such a veteran strongman hide his identity and sneak into the Chunin exam to bully us genin? Yamanaka Ino, and if he is in the same team with the granddaughter of the first Hokage, then shouldn't he be one of us? Why would he be so cruel to the Konoha ninja? Tian, I once looked up Tsunade-sama's information because I admire her. Of course, I also investigated the 3 ninjas who are as famous as her. Tian, it is said that Orochimaru once competed for the 4th Hokage, but failed. Some people say that he was resentful, and some people say that he violated some taboos. The specific situation is not clear, but he finally defected. Harem no Sakura, Rebel Ninja. Tian, and he is an S-level Rebel Ninja. So when you meet him, you must be careful. Harem no Sakura, when you say that, I don't even dare to take the Chunin exam. Yamanaka Ino, wait, that guy poisoned Mew-Mew-kun. What are they doing? Harem no Sakura, it seems like. Who is that woman? She actually took advantage of Mew-Mew's poisoning? Tian, no, she was also poisoned. She should be trying to find a way to detoxify. However, Tian was obviously deceiving herself. The video screen continued. Mumu was poisoned more deeply than Hongdu, and his consciousness seemed to be a little blurred. Hongdu wanted to keep a distance from him at first, but for some reason, she took him to a nearby cave. Soon, a blushing and heart-beating sound came from the cave. Although the light was insufficient, the shaking of the figure could roughly see what was going on. At the same time, several Anbu were searching separately because they were worried about Hongdu's safety. A female ninja wearing a dog face mask and with flowing purple hair happened to find the traces left by Hongdu before and found the cave all the way. Chapter 042. There is actually a second one. Yamanaka Ino, is this detoxification? Is there such a detoxification? Tian, damn it, the group leader is still so young, how dare she? Uzumaki Kori, woohoo, I thought I was Mew-Mew-jun's first woman. Harem no Sakura, this is to detoxify, but it's just that kind of poison. I never thought that Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, would do such a thing. Isn't this a bargain for Mew-Mew? Yamanaka Ino, you bastard broad-forehead, are you gloating? Don't forget where this is. You are also one of Mew-Mew-jun's harem. Harem no Sakura, tisk, it's useless for you to be so excited. You can't interfere with what is happening. Tianation, who said no? That's just a future video. It hasn't happened yet. Yamanaka Ino, yell. We must stop it when the time comes. Try our best to stop it. Mew-Mew-jun's first woman must be me. Harem no Sakura, don't forget the group rules. Rule 1, the interests of the group owner are above all else. Rule 2, the video clips are all predetermined future. Rule 3, oh well, that woman is not a member of the group, and it has nothing to do with Rule 3. Yamanaka Ino, humph, anyway, as long as I help Mew-Mew-kun detoxify, I can do it too. As long as I replace that woman, it won't be considered a violation of the group rules. Tianation, Jingbeo, you are still young, you can't control it, let me do it. Yamanaka Ino, I'm older than you. Tianation. But as Sakura said, no matter how excited they are, it's useless, and they can't change the content of the video at all. The video screen continues. Hongdu's poison is not as deep as Mew-Mew's, and she is still semi-conscious. At the beginning, she can actively help Mew-Mew detoxify, but it didn't take long before she lost herself under the strong impact. But soon, she gradually woke up again. Her poison slowly eased, and after enjoying it, it gradually became painful, and she couldn't hold on. Hongdu wanted to escape, but her whole body was sore and weak, and she was completely controlled by Mew-Mew. Fortunately, at this time, a female Anbu followed the traces they left just now and found this place. Hongdu coaxed her in with words, letting her take over temporarily, and Hongdu could take the opportunity to breathe. The female Anbu who came had flowing purple hair, and naturally it was only Uzuki Yujeo. At first, she thought Hongdu was injured and asked her to come in to help, but she didn't expect that she was controlled as soon as she entered the cave and didn't have time to check the situation. Knowing what she was going to do, Yujao resisted immediately, but she had a partner. Hongdu persuaded her earnestly. She didn't want to do this, but there was really no way. The poison in Miu Miu's body must be cured, because he controlled the wood escape. Just that's why Hongdu sacrificed herself, but she didn't expect that she couldn't solve it completely by herself. Xian also knew the importance of the wood release master, and her importance to the village, to some extent, even surpassed Jinkraki. As the Hokage's direct subordinate, she had to sacrifice herself to save Mumu under such circumstances. While she was hesitating, the trace amount of toxins left in the air in the cave began to take effect in her body, and Mumu was also making moves on her, so Xian finally failed to maintain herself. Unfortunately, even Xian couldn't completely help Mumu remove the toxins, and Hongdu had to take over. The incident had already happened. If the task could not be completed, their sacrifice would be in vain. In order to remove the toxins from Mumu's body, the two of them took turns 3 times, and finally Mumu calmed down. And the two of them collapsed completely. Yamanaka Ino, There's actually a second one. Tionation, crying, it's so painful to watch this, my heart hurts. Harem Sakura, to be honest, this poison is too strong. At Yamakana Ino at Tien, are you sure you can solve this problem if you change? Yamakana Ino. Tionation. They are just talking nonsense, how can they really help Miu Miu detoxify in this way? At least not at this stage. Not only because of age issues, but also because their relationship with Miu Miu has not reached that stage. Uzumaki Kori, it doesn't matter, let me do it when the time comes, I have a better physique. And as long as I can save Miu Miu, it doesn't matter if I break down. Yamakana Ino, can't it be solved through medical ninjutsu? Tionation, this method is generally the only way to detoxify this poison, there is no antidote. If you don't want it to happen, I'm afraid you can only stop it in advance, but I'm not sure if this is considered a violation of Group Rule 1. Tionation at Group System, can you answer this question? Unfortunately, the group system was silent and did not respond. It seems that the system prompt will only be triggered at certain times, and it does not exist at other times. Harem Sakura, you should accept the reality. It is definitely against Rule 1 to prevent it from happening. This violates the interests of the group owner and makes him lose 2 women. Yamanaka Ino. Tionation. Harem Sakura, by the way, is there one less person in the group? At Hinata, are you still there? Harem Sakura, it seems that she fainted. As expected of Hinata. The video screen continues. I don't know how long it took, but Miu Miu woke up first. He has memories of what happened before. Miu Miu used the life energy brought by his wood release to help Hongdu and Xian warm their body cells and help them recover. The 2 girls woke up soon, but they were still very tired, but they had recovered their ability to move. Mumu took the initiative to express his attitude. No one wanted this to happen, but since it has already happened, he will do his best to compensate the 2 girls. The 2 girls can directly raise any requests to him. Xian had a blank expression on her face and left without saying anything. This was just an accident. Saving Mumu was also her duty as an Anbu. She would not hate Mumu for this, nor would she ask Mumu to do anything for this. However, this incident still had a great psychological impact on her. Xian decided to break up with Hayate when she returned. She was no longer pure. Hongdu, on the other hand, was carefree and did not take this matter too seriously. She asked Mumu to treat her to more meatballs when he returned, and there was no need to have too much psychological burden. All this was voluntary. Hongdu left soon. She had to report the matter of Orochimaru to the Sandame. As for what happened with Mumu, there was no need to say more. But she had to investigate Mumu's matter. This was her first man. After the 2 girls left, Miu Miu cleaned up the traces in the cave. His expression looked very guilty. He was determined to find a way to compensate them after the Chunin exam was over. Chapter 043, Xiang Yu wants to become Tsunade's apprentice. When the video played the detoxification content before, the girls kept refreshing their moods. In fact, it was not entirely because they felt uncomfortable seeing Miu Miu with other women. The main reason was that the video content was too explosive. It was too shocking for girls of their age. Didn't you see Hinata diving? They needed to divert their attention and let others know that they were not watching the video seriously. It was a bit like covering one's ears and stealing a bell. But at this time, after the detoxification content was played, the group chat fell silent. As for what their moods were, only they knew. The video screen continued. The screen changed, and the subsequent content of the Chunin exam was not played. Outside Miu Miu's house, Hongda dragged Xian, who was wearing ordinary clothes and not wearing an Anbu mask, over. Hongda actually had the key to Miu Miu's house, and opened the door herself and pulled Xian in. Inside the house, Miu Miu personally cooked a table full of delicious food, waiting for them. Xian was speechless. Hongda was so active in bringing her here, but Miu Miu didn't let her eat until she completed this task. Miu Miu sincerely wanted to help the Death Forest. Lin Jidou apologized to Xian for the matter and said that he could compensate her in any way. Xian has become very haggard recently because of this matter, but she still did not accept it. She just said that she had never blamed Miu Miu and did not need any compensation. But she was willing to stay for dinner, firstly to make Miu Miu stop worrying about this matter, and secondly because Hongda would not let her leave. After talking it out, Hongda started to eat without caring. The food made by Miu Miu was too much for her appetite, and there were also her favorite beef balls and crystal dragons. Xian also learned that Hongda had contacted Miu Miu several times after the Chunin exam preliminaries, and was easily won over by the food made by Miu Miu. For this reason, Hongda even ate young grass and became Miu Miu's girlfriend. If it weren't for Xian who hadn't been dealt with, Hongda had already planned to let Miu Miu move to her place. Xi Yan was speechless. It was fine that Hongda was bribed by the food, but she wanted to drag her along. However, after listening to Hongda's explanation, she quickly understood, but did not accept it. It turned out that since the detoxification, Miu Miu's body seemed to have problems, and from time to time he would have the same situation as when he was poisoned. Although the degree was relatively mild, it was unbearable. Hongda became his girlfriend to help Miu Miu relieve the situation. But she could not satisfy him alone, so she thought about reproducing the situation at that time and asking Xi Yan to help. But this time Miu Miu was just unbearable, and his life was not in danger, so Xi Yan refused. She was not as careless as Hongda and did not take it seriously. Even if it happened once, it did not mean that she could do it unscrupulously for the second, third, or even countless times. Because that first time, Xi Yan was already uncomfortable enough, how could she agree to a follow-up? But what Xi Yan didn't expect was that Hongda secretly kept the poison and cultivated it. That was used by Orochimaru for experiments to breed snakes, and the effect was very powerful. Hongda diluted the poison and secretly put some in Xi Yan's food. When Xi Yan found it, she couldn't control it anymore. So it was logical that the incident in the cave of the Death Forest was repeated again. This time it was Miu Miu's turn to detoxify Xi Yan, but it was obvious that the life energy in Miu Miu's body was too huge, resulting in a physique that was not like a human. If Miu Miu was barely restraining himself, the two of them together could only be said to be very reluctant. So in total, Hongda's plan only completed part of the progress bar. After the incident, the three of them were a little silent. Hongda also knew that her actions were not very kind, and kept apologizing and acting like a spoiled child to Xi Yan. But Xi Yan was indeed a little sad. She was actually betrayed by her own friend. But Xian is not the kind of person who cries and loses her temper. Under Hongda's tantrum, she really can't bear to break up with him. In the end, Mumu persuaded her with emotion and reason, and Xian let it go. In fact, Xian once asked the Sandame about Mumu. The Sandame told her that Mumu was the hope of the entire Konoha future, and he would protect Mumu at all costs until Mumu could bear the burden. Because of the words of the Sandame, and because it happened again for the second time, Xian finally hesitated, not knowing whether she should continue to help Mumu relieve the pressure. Hongdu suggested at the right time that Xian should move in with him, but she would never plot against her again. Every time Mumu needed to relieve the pressure, Hongdu would take the initiative to go first, and when he couldn't hold on any longer, Xian would come to help. The scene changed, and the three of them were already living together, and they also pooled money to buy a big house. The daily life is quite harmonious, playing and kissing each other. Xian's face smiles more and more, and her personality gradually becomes lively. The screen gradually goes black, and the video ends here. Yamakana Ino, that's it. Why do I feel like a happy ending? Nation, after watching this video, I feel empty and lost, but I don't know why. I actually accept that the group leader is with them, I can't figure it out. Hareno Sakura at Yamakana Ino at Tian, don't be silly, you are just temporarily obsessed with lust, you don't really love Miu, at least not now. Hareno Sakura, after watching this video as a pure passerby, I also feel very emotional. But I only have one thing to say, Miu deserves all this. Of course, I will never get involved in the future. Yamakana Ino, so you say, Miu will have so many wives in the future, will it be related to this poisoning? Nation, it feels very likely. It was just a sequelae, but it gradually became a habit. His physique was far superior to that of ordinary people because of the awakening of wood release, and one or two people would be unable to resist. Thinking about it this way, it becomes reasonable. Uzumaki Kori, Miu-kun is so pitiful. He still has such a big sequelae after being poisoned. I must concentrate on practicing medical skills in the future. Uzumaki Kori at Tian, you said before that Tsunade-sama is the strongest doctor in the ninja world. Healing ninja? Can you tell me about her situation? I want to find Tsunade-sama to be my apprentice and learn the strongest medical ninjutsu. Tian, The records about Tsunade-sama in the village are mostly about her performance in the Second Ninja World War, and she used medical ninjutsu to save many injured patients. Tian, but there are almost no records about her in recent years. I only know that she is now traveling in the ninja world and not in Konoha. I don't know the rest. Chapter 044 Red Bean joins the chat group. In this future video, the real plot only occupies half of the content of the Death Forest, and the rest is all spam. The plot of the Death Forest lasts for 5 days, and half of the content is about 2 days to 3 days. The loss ratio is not large, Miu is quite satisfied. It was originally a small test, and now that he has probably figured out the routine, Miu can also shorten the time ratio. After all, he can post a future video a day, but the video content can last for a month. If he doesn't control it, he will soon have no content to post. Of course, this is only for the original plot trajectory. If it is just a random fabrication, there is a lot of content, but it is hard to say whether it is attractive. While Miu was thinking about the details of this future video and how much impact it would have on him when it really happened, the group chat gradually became quiet. It was late at night, and the girls couldn't hold on any longer and began to fall asleep. Miu thought about it for a while and prepared to go to bed. He was looking forward to starting the road of strengthening wood release tomorrow. Ding! The number of new members in the Harem group +1, and people are being randomly selected to join the group. Please wait for the host. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded, which made Miu stunned for a moment. No, why is it so unexpected again? Is it really up to the system's mood to add people? Miu secretly complained in his heart and wanted to ask the system for clarification, but the system was busy selecting new people at this time and had no time to pay attention to him. Forget it, if there is really a pattern, I will be able to see it sooner or later. If there is no pattern, it's useless to ask. Ding! The new member of the harem group has been selected. It is Mitarashi Red Bean. Please ask the host to write a character for her. Soon, the system prompt sound came again, and Mew Mew was stunned again. Red Bean? Here she comes? Could it be related to the future video he just posted? Mew Mew thought it was very likely, but the last time he tried to add Yui Kurane, the system did not respond. And there are 2 female protagonists in the future video this time, but only one was added. This system is really casual. But Mew Mew is too lazy to think about it for the time being. If Red Bean joins the group, it will be just what he wants. Since she is the first woman in the future he made up, then she will also be his first woman in reality. Isn't this a link between the past and the future? It makes sense. Thinking of this, Mew Mew was excited and immediately began to think about Red Bean's appearance CG. The CGs of several girls in the group are the first time in their lives, but Red Bean's has been presented in the future video just now. It's meaningless to do it again now. Then, let's set a highlight moment that belongs to her personally. This is really not in the original book, so I can only make it up myself. After a while, Mew Mew finally finished editing, submitted, and pushed. Ding! The character setting has been determined, and new members are being pulled in. Ding! New members have been pulled in successfully. Welcome Mitarashi Red Bean to join the Mew Mew Harem group. At the same time, Miesuwa and Zionki received system prompts. But because of Zionki's screen explosion last time, now the girls are used to turning on the Do Not Disturb function when they sleep. So at this time they are still in their dreams, and no one is woken up. On the other side, Hongdu, who was pulled into the Mew Mew Harem group, was also sleeping soundly. She didn't realize that from this moment on, her life had taken another path. Mew Mew took a look with remote monitoring and was somewhat speechless. This is the first one who didn't cause any waves after joining the group. Of course, Mew Mew is also in the group. So when the system prompted, he could already see the CG of Red Bean's appearance. In the video, in a forest, Red Bean and Orochimaru met again, which was very similar to the scene in the Death Forest before. Oh? Is it you this time? Orochimaru still looked injured and was escaping. Although he was a little surprised by Red Bean's interception, he didn't care much. Red Bean clasped his hands together, and several red eye shadows quickly appeared on his face. This time, I'm not using the forbidden technique you taught me. In the surprised eyes of Orochimaru, Red Bean's momentum exploded, which made Orochimaru feel pressured. This is... Orochimaru was stunned for a while, then he stretched out his long tongue to lick around, grinning and said, "Interesting, you actually learned the fairy art. But think about it, it's not surprising that you can learn the fairy art with a physique that can withstand the Heaven's Curse Seal. After all, the Curse Seal I gave you is itself a different kind of fairy art. I'm just curious about one thing, your fairy art is different from the aura of the 3 holy places, could it be that you found the 4th holy place in the ninja world?" Red Bean said coldly, "This matter has nothing to do with you, you just need to know that I will completely solve you here today." Haha. Orochimaru chuckled, "Students are better than teachers, and teachers should feel gratified, but it's too early for you. Then give it a try." Hongdu didn't want to say more to him, and her hands jumped towards Orochimaru like long snakes. It looked a bit like Hidden Snake Hand, but there was no snake flying out, but Hongdu's own arms were stretched. If they had to describe it, it would be the same as Luffy, if they knew who Luffy was. Hidden Snake Hand. Without saying a word, Orochimaru raised his hand and threw out several long snakes. However, as soon as those snakes touched Hongdu's hand, they were immediately crushed to pieces, and blood was spilled all over the sky. Orochimaru was not in a hurry, secretly analyzing the situation. He felt that after Hongdu opened the Sage Mode, a special aura appeared on the surface of his body, and it was this aura that strangled his snakes. It felt a bit like the change in the nature of the wind escape, and the power was at least at the level of S-level ninjutsu. Interesting. Orochimaru chuckled and jumped high to avoid Red Bean's fist attack. Although I'm not very good at fire style, it's enough to test it out. Orochimaru was in mid-air, quickly made a few seals, and blew out a large ball of flame from his mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique. A C-level ninjutsu, performed by Orochimaru who is not good at fire style, is as powerful as an A-level ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is fast and urgent, and it is stuck on the way Red Bean is chasing. Red Bean can either give up the pursuit and evade, or can only use the special aura on her body to bear it. However, with Orochimaru's understanding of Red Bean's character, he believes that she will not let him down. Sure enough, let alone Red Bean's confidence in herself, even if she doesn't, she can't avoid it at this time. So she is not at all. He hesitated and rushed towards the fireball. As we all know, fire escape restrains wind escape. Fire can burn wind, and wind will only fuel the fire. Of course, this is only relative. And the special aura on Hongdu's body is not wind escape. So Orochimaru's fireball technique was smashed to pieces by Hongdu, leaving no trace on her body, and her aura did not decrease but increased. Chapter 045 Hongdu broke into the house and committed a crime. Go to hell. Orochimaru was surprised that Red Bean's aura was rising instead of falling. Red Bean suddenly accelerated and came to him, punching him in the face with force. With a bang, Orochimaru was punched hundreds of meters away, breaking countless trees. Orochimaru, vomiting blood, was still analyzing in his heart that the power of this punch was at least as heavy as two Tsunade. If it weren't for his special physique, he would have ascended to heaven on the spot. Even so, Orochimaru was definitely not feeling well at this time. He shed a layer of skin and quickly escaped from the ground. Damn, he actually ran away. Red Bean sensed for a long time but couldn't find Orochimaru, so she could only angrily exit the sage mode. Mew Mew fell from the sky and landed beside Red Bean, hugged her waist, and chuckled, I told you a long time ago that when it comes to saving lives, Orochimaru is the most powerful in the ninja world. If he could be solved by strength, he wouldn't be alive now. But at least I beat him so hard that he fled. He didn't even dare to show up and say anything harsh. Hongdu hugged Mumu and kissed him hard on the face, giggling, I know his character. If he is sure of winning, he will definitely be nonchalant and say sarcastic things. He ran away without saying a word like now, it must be because I can threaten his life. If he stays, he will really die. Good Mumu, good husband, I really love you, the ability you taught me is amazing. Mumu smiled and said, then you just thank me verbally. Then how about this? Hongdu's hand began to slide down, entering a kind of verbal thanks that was not pure. This latter part was not long, but it was more high definition than any of the previous ones. Not only can we clearly see the verbal dispute between the two, but the details are also portrayed vividly and meticulously. It's a pity that the chat group was silent, and no one accompanied Konoha to watch this CG. Forget it, go to bed first, and see their reactions tomorrow. Mew Mew raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and his face was also full of expectation. Hey, it's time to get up, it's dawn. The next day, Mew Mew was woken up with a confused look on his face. When someone quietly touched the bedside, his first reaction was naturally to be alert and vigilant. But when he saw who it was, he was completely stunned. Mitarashi Red Bean. I just made up a story about her future last night, and she also joined the group. But who can tell me why she appeared in my house? Mew Mew subconsciously looked outside the door. Well, good, the door lock was pried open. So this is burglary? At this moment, Mew Mew's eyes became dangerous when he looked at Red Bean. Red Bean seemed to have no self-awareness at all. Standing in front of the bed, he said bluntly, you are called Mew Mew, right? I heard that you are very good at making meatballs, so I came to you to buy some for breakfast. You should not mind, right? Meatballs. Miu Miu reacted after a little thought. Hongdu must have read the content in the group after waking up, and then made a different choice from the other girls, and directly found an excuse to break into Miu Miu's house. Maybe it's not an excuse, after all, in the future in video 4, the meatballs made by Miu Miu are indeed very popular with Hongdu. After watching the content in the video, it is understandable that she can't wait to taste it in real life. After all, the difference between foodies and food cannot be measured by common sense. Don't ask me where I got the news. Hongdu seemed to know that her behavior was suspicious. She put her hands on her waist and said in an unreasonable manner, "Ninjas have many strange abilities, and intelligence gathering is also what I am good at. I'm asking you one question now, are you willing to help me make meatballs? I'll give you money." Hongdu bared her teeth, as if she would beat anyone if Miu Miu dared to refuse. But Hongdu was originally big and round. At this time, she stood in front of Miu Miu with her hands on her waist. The swaying vibration made Miu Miu almost want to help. "Sister." Miu Miu looked away a little, spread his hands, and said, "Are you going to let me help you make meatballs here? I'll give you 2 minutes to wash and change clothes." Hongdu patted Miu Miu's shoulder, gave him a look of "you're smart," and turned to walk towards the hall. Miu Miu was speechless. What's going on so early in the morning? I knew Hongdu was a tiger, but I didn't expect him to be so fierce. I would have changed my target earlier. Miu Miu took the time to look at the chat group. Among the 5 girls, only Hinata had woken up. Then she sent a string of ellipses and nothing happened. Through remote monitoring, Miu Miu found that Hinata's face was swollen and red, and her eyes were curled up and she was lying on the bed. Very good, Hinata fainted all night after watching the second half of the future video last night. Just woke up and saw Hongdu's appearance CG, and fainted again at this time. The remaining girls were still sleeping. They went to bed late last night, and it was still early now. It was not even 6 o'clock, and the sky was not bright yet. "Hey, what are you still dawdling about? I'm still waiting for your meatballs." Hongdu seemed to see that Mumu was not moving, and she urged loudly outside. Mumu didn't know what Hongdu was thinking at this time. It must be true that she wanted to eat meatballs, but what else? To test me? No. Mumu didn't even change his pajamas, put his hands behind his head, and walked out of the room yawning. "Are you bargaining with me?" Hongdu appeared behind Mumu, leaned close to his ear and sneered. "I don't know you." Mumu's face did not change, and he didn't care about Hongdu at all. He went straight outside to pour a glass of water. Before he could drink it, the cup was snatched away by Hongdu. Hongdu finished drinking and grinned, "My name is Mitarashi Hongdu, I am a special jounin in Konoha. You can call me Sister Hongdu. Now we know each other. Do I have to help you make meatballs just because I know you? You are so weird." Miu Miu said with dissatisfaction, "You pried open my door early in the morning, disturbed my sleep, and asked me to help you? Who do you think you are? I am your wife." Hongdu said silently in her heart. However, this cannot be said directly. If you say it, people will definitely not believe it, and you may even be scolded. Hongdu originally saw that Miu Miu had a good personality in the future video, and thought that a simple communication would bring them closer. Now it seems that Miu Miu is very grumpy when he wakes up, and he may mess it up. So, Hongdu immediately changed his strategy and said in a coquettish voice, "Then how can you help me make it? I really want to eat the meatballs you made by yourself." "Stop it." Miu Miu got goosebumps instantly. "I was about to take a nap, but I woke up all of a sudden. I won't do anything you say anyway, and I'm going to complain to the 3rd generation." Miu Miu didn't fully understand Hongdu's purpose, and he refused to give in. As a result, Hongdu lost his patience, grabbed it hard, pursed his lips, and said with a dangerous look, "Make a meatball that satisfies me, or I'll take your meatball." Mew Mew took a breath, and his chakra almost burst out. But he soon calmed down again. Group members can't take the initiative to hurt the group owner, so why should they be afraid of her? "No," Mew Mew said provocatively, "if you want me to make meatballs, you can eat my meatballs first. Thanks to you loyal Lu Yun for the reward and ticket for urging more." Chapter 046 Move in with me. In the past, Hongdu might not understand what Mew Mew meant. It is true that she is outgoing and unrestrained, but she basically doesn't pay much attention to anything except food. Even though she has entered the period of being an older single woman, she is still a novice in some aspects and her reaction is relatively slow. But who told her to just finish watching the video? Whether it is the future video or her appearance CG, all of them have been popularized. So when she heard Mew Mew's words, she immediately had an image in her mind. She couldn't help but secretly spit. It seems that there is a reason why Orochimaru would give him that kind of poison. However, Hongdu did not object to this. After watching the video and the chat records in the group, she basically believed the authenticity of the video content. Since it will happen sooner or later, it is not a loss to experience it in advance in exchange for the meatballs she likes. "As long as I eat your meatballs, you will make meatballs for me, right? This is simple." After Hongdu finished speaking, he acted without hesitation. Now it was Mew Mew's turn to be confused. "No, is it really so direct?" "Well, this woman, I am afraid she doesn't realize it most of the time, but she is a woman. And she followed Orochimaru when she was a child and witnessed many things that violated common sense. It is not surprising that she can do such a thing." Originally, Mew Mew just wanted to squeeze Hongdu to test her real intention. Now that things have come to this, he might as well lie down first. After Awakening would release yesterday, Mew Mew's physique has become different. And under his intentional promotion, the direction of physical growth is also biased. Adding to the guidance of future videos, Mew Mew's physical condition at this time is stronger than many people who are good at this. Although Hongdu tried it for the first time, she may not have any concerns in her heart, and her growth speed is very fast. After a few simple operations, she quickly entered the proficiency period, and the whole process did not even make Mew Mew feel any discomfort. For a long time, Mew Mew's body stiffened for a moment, and the whole person collapsed. Hongdu swallowed a few times and smacked his lips. "It tastes okay. But I still want to eat meatballs more." This scene almost made Mew Mew stand up again. "I have already done what you asked. Is it your turn to fulfill your promise next?" Hongdu cleaned up simply and looked at Mew Mew with expectant eyes. Mew Mew was speechless again. This woman, is she crazy about meatballs? Wait. Mew Mew didn't break his promise after all. She has shown the greatest sincerity. Mew Mew won't refuse to pay for just a few meatballs. In addition, in order to save time in the morning, he would prepare some in advance at night and put them in the refrigerator. It didn't take long for Mew Mew to prepare breakfast for 3 people. I thought it was already a lot, but he only ate half of it himself, and the rest went into Hongdu's stomach. Looking at her unsatisfied look, I'm afraid she can eat twice as much. It tastes great, much better than the 3-color meatballs. This is definitely the most delicious meatball in the ninja world. I also like this crystal dumpling. Hongdu said whatever she thought without any scheming, looking like a naive little girl. She also skewered a few of them with bamboo sticks to take away and save for later. Looking at her like this, Mew Mew was a little upset because of her abrupt behavior early in the morning, but now it has dissipated. He even thought that this woman was actually quite cute. It's time to go on a mission after eating and drinking. Hongdu patted her belly and stood up, saying to Mew Mew, "Your house is too small and too bad, and the location is not very good. Do you want to move in and live with me? As long as you make meatballs and dumplings for me every day, I won't charge you rent." Aren't you worried about rumors when a single man and a single woman live together once? Miu Miu couldn't keep up with Hongda's train of thought, but he liked such a direct and beautiful sister. Hongda waved her hand and said, I'm not that hypocritical, and as long as you have the ability, do whatever you want to me. For her, it seems that as long as there are meatballs to eat, everything else is unimportant. No wonder she becomes a fat ant when she reaches the stage of Bobulet and Ran. Okay. I'll move over when I come back in the evening. Come and help me, and I'll make some more for you that you haven't eaten before. Miu Miu agreed immediately. Why refuse this good thing when you don't have to pay any price? As for whether living with Hongda will affect his subsequent harem? Will it? Anyway, Miu Miu is not worried at all. As a time traveler, he also has the golden finger of harem group. When getting along with women, he should be dominant. Let those women pursue him in return, instead of him trying every means to get others' favor. Therefore, just do what you want, don't consider other things. Now he wants to do it, so he does it. Frank? Hongda seemed to appreciate Mumu's style of doing things, and nodded, I will come to help you move after I finish my task today. As long as you satisfy my appetite, I can satisfy yours at any time. After that, she left in style. At the same time, the girls in the harem group also got up one after another. They had long been accustomed to saying hello in the group as soon as they woke up, and then they saw that there was another sister in the group, or the woman who got the first kill in the future video yesterday. They didn't know Hongda's identity yet, but they only knew that she was Orochimaru's former disciple. After Orochimaru defected from Konoha, her situation should not be very good, so she had such a strong hatred when she saw Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. They expressed sympathy for Hongda's experience, but they must stop her from getting the first kill of Mumu. Yamanaka Ino come out and speak. Newcomers introduce themselves first, and then come to greet the sisters in the group. Even if you are a special ninja, you are still a junior in this group, you must understand the rules. Tien I am the eldest sister in the group, Ino is the second sister, Hinata is the third sister, Kori is the fourth sister, and you are the youngest. Uzumaki Kori, hey. Hareno Sakura, what about me? Where did you put me? Tien, didn't you say that you wouldn't get involved? Then you must exclude it. Hareno Sakura, what does that have to do with this? No matter how it is ranked, I will be ranked before Ino. Quite energetic. Hongda couldn't help but smile when she saw the message in the group, but she didn't mean to reply at all. Please, she is a special jonin, how could she hang out with a bunch of brats? They usually come into contact with different things, so how can they have any common topics? And their thoughts are very obvious, Hongda saw through them at a glance. Want to stop me from contacting Mumu? Unfortunately, she not only came into contact, but also ate 2 meatballs first. The meatballs and dumplings made by Mumu are really delicious. I can't live without them anymore. Hongda bit off the last dumpling in her hand, still feeling a little unsatisfied. But then again, I feel that after eating Mumu's meatball, my body has become lighter inexplicably. Hongda moved her hands and feet, a little surprised. This time she was not referring to the meatball made by Mumu, but the meatball she ate before letting Mumu make meatballs. Chapter 047 Tianzang was conquered by a sentence. After a long time of tossing and turning in the group chat, Red Bean never showed up, and the girls gradually fell silent. Hinata also woke up in the middle, but she didn't dare to watch those videos again. Fortunately, they were all little girls, so they watched them and didn't dare to mention them in the group. And next, the team that Ino and Hinata were in would start the first mission of their lives. Sakura still had a bell-grabbing test, but she had already watched the future video and knew Kakashi's bad taste, so she naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to go there and wait early in the morning. She ate and drank enough at home first, and brought 2 breakfasts to Naruto and Sasuke. Unfortunately, Sasuke didn't appreciate it at all, and warned them that if they violated the rules, they should stay away from him and not implicate him. The last 2 breakfasts were eaten by Naruto. People ate it. Naruto didn't care about any rules. This was brought by Sakura. Even if Kakashi punished him, he had to finish it. Seeing this, Sakura's favorability towards Sasuke dropped a few points unconsciously. Although she couldn't say she liked Naruto, she didn't show her disdain on her face like before. Sakura was a person who had witnessed the future. She felt that she was the most mature one in the 3-person team at this time. When she looked at Naruto and Sasuke, she felt a little like an adult looking at a child. Mew Mew took a quick look at the situation of the women through remote monitoring and quickly retracted his gaze. Today he was going to start practicing wood release, and he was still very much looking forward to it. After changing into the Anbu equipment, Mew Mew quickly came to the detachment base, and Tianzang was already waiting there. Not bad, not late. Tianzang nodded and said, as a ninja, it is very important to abide by the rules. Many times, no matter how unreasonable the superior's order is, as a subordinate, you must execute it unconditionally at the first time without any doubt. If you want to be the one who makes the rules, you must be stronger than anyone else, so strong that everyone has to listen to you. Tianzang's words are very realistic, but they are also true. No matter which world or industry, the law of the jungle is the law of the jungle. Understood. Mew Mew responded. Tianzang did not say much, and quickly took Mew Mew to a hidden training ground, and said, from today on, I will give you special training until your strength reaches the level I recognize. Train at least 10 hours a day. If you want to train more, you can, but your physical condition must allow it. If you force it, it will be counterproductive. But I see that your life breath is surging, and your physical strength should recover quickly, so you don't have to worry too much about this aspect. Mew Mew nodded to show that he understood, and then said, then where do we start practicing? Teacher Tianzang. Tianzang was obviously stunned for a moment, pretending to be calm but couldn't hide his excitement and said, what did you call me? Teacher Tianzang. Mew Mew smiled secretly and pretended to be surprised, if you want to teach me how to practice, then I must call you teacher, right? Mew Mew knew that Tianzang was actually a very empty person. He needed recognition from others, needed others to be aware of his existence, and even wanted others to rely on him. It was mentioned more than once in the original book that after he led Team 7 on several missions, he had the idea of replacing Kakashi in his heart. It was not because he liked Team 7 so much, but mainly because he found his position in Team 7. Tenzang was an experimental subject and was very sensitive. But he had been staying in a place like the Anbu, and he had almost no interpersonal relationships. The more he lacked something, the more he wanted it. What's more, the ninja world was originally a sick world. A small setback could rise to the point of destroying the world. This was already the norm for Tianzang. Mew Mew just called him teacher and directly hit that point. Ahem. Tianzang coughed twice, barely suppressing the excitement in his heart, and then took off the mask on his face under Mew Mew's gaze. In this case, I can't hide it anymore. Tianzang revealed his true face and said to Mew Mew, I used to be an experimental subject, and was injected with the cells of the first generation. Fortunately, I survived and mastered the ability of wood escape. I don't remember my experience before becoming an experimental subject. Later, I joined the root organization with the code name Ji. After that, I became a direct member of the Hokage's Anbu. Tianzang is my code name in the Anbu. Tianzang briefly introduced his identity and experience, and then put on the Anbu mask again, and then said, more specific details involve some secrets, which I can't share with you for the time being. Say more. But since you call me teacher, I will definitely do my best to teach you. Although my wood release is limited in power, it is far from being comparable to the first generation, and it is also much worse than you. But after all, I have used wood release for more than 10 years, and I still have some experience to pass on to you. Good guy, Miu Miu exclaimed. He just called him teacher, and Tianzang said a lot, almost telling him what kind of inner storage he wore today. Is this what they call a scholar dies for his friend? I'm a waste of learning, I'm a waste of learning. Next, let me help you test the nature change of chakra. Tianzang took out the test paper and taught Miu Miu how to use it. It was soon confirmed that Miu Miu's current chakra attributes were water and earth. It was not beyond Tianzang's expectation. After all, wood release was formed by the fusion of the two properties of water and earth. Although Miu Miu had awakened wood release and had used it by chance yesterday. But when he tried it again later, he always felt that something was missing. The wood release he used was still the same as when he had just awakened, like a low-quality wood that had been weathered for many years. Tianzang told Miu Miu that this was because Miu Miu had not yet mastered the changes in the properties of earth and water. If you want to use the authentic wood style, you must be proficient in using these two nature changes. So in the next period of time, Miu Miu must first learn these two nature changes. Earth style and water style are both mainly for defense and attack. Earth style can control soil, and water style can control water flow. To practice the nature change of earth style, you need to insert your hands into the soil and use chakra to continuously control them to move, splice, and combine them into various shapes. The larger the amount of soil that can be controlled and the wider the range, the stronger the nature change. Similarly, water style is also achieved through the same. There is no shortcut. These two abilities can only be acquired through constant practice. Practice makes perfect. Miu Miu was not polite. In front of Tenzo, he used hundreds of shadow clones to practice at once. They practiced for half an hour each, then removed the shadow clones, summarized their experience, and continued to clone. The biggest difference between Miu Miu and Naruto is that Naruto can only use the body memory method, and occasionally he can grasp the trick. But Miu Miu is different. At least his cultural subjects are qualified and he knows how to analyze with his brain. Just like Sasuke practicing Chidori, he must first learn the nature change of lightning release only took 1 month. If he also had a lot of chakra to support the shadow clone training method, 30 shadow clones would only take 1 day. Of course, the shadow clones must be released and accumulated experience before they can be superimposed, and there is a loss ratio. 30 shadow clones are not enough, 50 will be enough. Miu Miu's cultural studies are not worse than Sasuke. He only used hundreds of shadow clones twice, half an hour each time. It takes an hour to learn and master a nature change. So after 2 hours, Miu Miu mastered both water escape and earth escape. Chapter 048 This is the real wood escape. This method can only be used by people like you with huge chakra. Tenzo was stunned to see Miu Miu master water escape and earth escape so quickly. He couldn't help but sigh, but your own talent is also extremely amazing. Even if you don't use shadow clones, it only takes a few days at most to master a nature change. Maybe this is the natural wood escape physique. It's not difficult for you to control ordinary nature changes. If you want to control a change of nature, ordinary people can't do it without a month or so. Like Uchiha Itachi practicing fire escape, he can use it at a glance. After all, it's just a special case. At this time, Miu Miu stood there, with his palms turned upward, and chakra condensed in his palms. There were many soil particles churning on his left hand, and many water droplets swaying on his right hand. Seeing this, Tianzang said, "Now you can use wood escape by combining the two changes of nature. You have to figure out the specific proportion yourself. My wood escape is different from yours, and the data will definitely be different. Telling you will only mislead you." Miu Miu nodded and tried to combine the chakras on his 2 hands. Soon he felt that the 2 different chakras blended with each other, just like water seeping into the soil, and the process was unexpectedly smooth. But as more and more chakras were fused, Miu Miu began to lose control. Release your chakra now, otherwise it will be out of control. Tianzang let out a low shout. Miu Miu immediately followed his instructions and directed his chakra to the ground next to him. The next moment, a dark charred tree suddenly sprang out from the ground and quickly grew into a big tree. It's a pity that there were only trunks and branches, no leaves. And the tree was dark, as if it had been struck by lightning. Tianzang walked over and checked for a while, and judged, this is because the nature of the water has not changed enough, and the amount should be increased a little more. On the contrary, if the nature of the water changes too much, the ground may become concrete, and no trees will grow. But you can use it successfully for the first time, even if it is of inferior quality, it is already very powerful. Tianzang couldn't help but sigh again, thinking back then, he spent quite a long time to master the most basic application of wood release. Miu Miu, now with the progress, I'm afraid it will be completed within today. Miu Miu pondered for a while, and used 100 shadow clones again. Each shadow clone was used once. Of course, none of them succeeded, either too much water or too much soil, but it was much better than Miu Miu's first use. Afterwards, Miu Miu lifted the shadow clone technique, and instantly he summed up a lot of experience. At this time, because of the repeated use of shadow clones, plus so much experience accumulated, his mental impact was also very great, and Miu Miu couldn't help showing a tired look. You are too anxious. Tianzang reminded, the shadow clones are used too frequently, and your consumption will also have a cumulative effect. It's better to let them practice first, and then lift them when it's almost time. Your original body can also take the opportunity to rest more and have a buffer time. But Miu Miu didn't answer, closed his eyes and felt it carefully for a while, and then the corners of his mouth rose. No way! Seeing Miu Miu's expression, Tianzang's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell him, you have control now? Soon, Miu Miu told him the answer. Would release. Miu Miu clapped his hands and let out a low cry. Then, a young bud broke out of the ground in front of him and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became a towering tree. The trunk required at least 3 people to hug, and it was more than 10 meters high. The treetops were densely filled with leaves. Tianzang saw this scene and couldn't help but gasp. It really worked. And the effect of the first use was even the degree that he had to use all his strength to achieve. Is this the real wood release? Tianzang murmured. It has to be said that he was hit. What he had practiced for more than 10 years and was best at was defeated by a novice in his first attempt. This feeling would not be good for anyone. Fortunately, Miu Miu became his student, and the better he was, the more proud he was. Thinking of this, Tianzang felt much more comfortable. Oh, no! Miu Miu soon sat on the ground with a tired face. He used multiple shadow clones many times in a row, 100 each time. The amount of chakra consumed is unimaginable, but Miu Miu's current physique can still bear it. The main thing is that when removing the shadow clone, a large amount of information hits the brain at the same time. Not to mention that Miu Miu is a normal person, even the computer CPU may burn out. No wonder multiple shadow clones are listed as forbidden techniques, not just because it consumes chakra. If you don't have a strong brain capacity, it's easy to be driven crazy. Today's progress has exceeded imagination, it's okay to rest for a while. Tianzang patted Miu Miu with a look of relief and said, I thought it would take at least a few months to train you, but now it seems that you will be able to become a master in a few days. Miu Miu grinned and said, this is all thanks to the teaching of teacher Tianzang. If I rely on myself to explore, it may take months or even years to reach the current level. Although this statement has a bit of a deliberate flattering taste, it is indeed true. Miu Miu has read the original work and knows that wood release is a fusion of the changes in the properties of earth and water. But I didn't expect that the reason why his wood release was so inferior was because he hadn't mastered the changes in the properties of earth and water. This alone might come to your mind at any time, and it might hold you back for life. Now that Tianzang told Mumu directly, Mumu didn't have to take many detours. So Mumu really wanted to thank Tianzang. When Tianzang heard this, his face hidden behind the Anbu mask showed an extremely useful expression. Ahem. Tianzang coughed dryly and said, I was entrusted by the third generation, so I should do my best. And if your ability can grow, it will be very important to the village. What's more, since you still call me teacher, I can't hold back. I'm afraid that my ability is limited and I can't teach you too much. According to Mumu's performance today, Tianzang felt that he would be emptied by Mumu in a few days. Of course, even so, Tianzang was enjoying it. So, when Mumu was resting, Tianzang took the initiative to buy him a drink. Mu also took this opportunity to turn his attention to the chat group and took a quick look at the chat records during his absence. There was no useful information. Ino was complaining that the D-level mission was too boring, and Sakura was complaining that Kakashi was really like the future video and had not come yet. Hinata enjoyed this slow pace, while Kori expressed her envy of them. As for Tenten, she didn't seem to have any big missions recently. She was doing D-level missions like Ino and the others, and then practicing on her own. Mu used remote monitoring to check on Hongdu again. It seemed that she was just patrolling the surrounding areas of Konoha, but she was together with Xian, which cheered Mu up. Chapter 049 Hongdu's self-assertion. In the woods outside Konoha village. Why have you been following me? Uzuki Xian, who was squatting on the treetops with an Anbu mask on her face, said to Hongdu beside her speechlessly. Today they were in charge of the daily patrol of the woods outside the village. Hongdu was in the open, while Xian was in the dark. Of course, she was a secret sentry. But half an hour ago, after Xian was discovered by Hongdu, no matter where she went, Hongdu followed her. How could she be a secret sentry? Hongdu did not answer directly, but looked Xian up and down, and praised, from this point of view, she is indeed a very good woman, but a little bit fierce. She also supported herself in front of her, and was somewhat proud. Xian's face was full of black lines, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She growled in a calm voice, "What are you doing here? If you have nothing to do, don't disturb me on patrol. What if there is an emergency? Do I need to remind you of this kind of thing?" Hongdu took a bite of the three-color meatball in her hand, and a look of disgust appeared on her face. She sighed secretly in her heart. After eating Mu's meatballs, eating three-color meatballs is simply tasteless. Sure enough, she still has to think of a way to let Mu make more meatballs for her so that she will never have to worry about food. Originally, she was planning to let Mu live in her house, and then fulfill her wife's duties in exchange for Mu's meatballs. Anyway, for her, that kind of thing would happen sooner or later, and she didn't care so much. But after leaving Mu's house, she bought some three-color meatballs and found that she was not used to them. So she began to worry. According to Mu's stubborn personality in the morning, if only Hongdu was used as a bargaining chip, it would not be convincing enough. No matter how heartless Hongdu was, she knew that things that were too easy to get seemed cheap. But she really couldn't package herself to be more valuable, so she set her sights on Xian. If she packed Xian and gave it to Mu, this bargaining chip should be enough, right? Hongdu was a person who did what she thought, which was why she approached Xian at this time. She was thinking about how to pack Xian. Seeing that she remained silent for a long time and looked at him with some ill intentions, Xian shuddered for no reason. "Okay, I can hide from you even if I can't afford to offend you. If you like to stay here, I'll give you this position. I'll go to patrol somewhere else." Xian didn't give Hongdu a chance to react and used the body flash technique to leave. This time, Hongdu didn't chase after her and continued to bite the three-color meatball with a look of disgust. "Although I can't make the poison used by Orochimaru, there are places where I can buy it with similar effects." Hongdu murmured to herself in a low voice, how about thinking of a way to poison Xi Yan? Anyway, I did the same thing in the video, and she became a good sister to me afterwards. As long as Miu Miu is happy, he can handle this relationship well by himself, so I don't have to worry too much. Besides, Xi Yan likes that Ji Feng, who looks like he is going to die at any time. Xi Yan is better off with Miu Miu than with him. He is the only would-release blood successor after the first generation. Xi Yan should thank me when the time comes. Well, that's it. Go buy medicine now. After speaking, Hengdu left a clone on the spot to continue patrolling, and the main body went back to the village. This scene was perfectly received by Miu Miu through remote monitoring. Miu Miu didn't know what his mood was at this time. He was happy, expectant, and speechless. Xian's figure and appearance are beyond words, absolutely stunning, and Miu Miu naturally wants it. If Hengdu took the initiative to give it to him, Miu Miu would definitely not refuse. It's just that if the plot really develops like this, it's a bit dramatic and too disrespectful to Xian. However, Hengdu didn't discuss it with him in advance. This is her own decision, and Miu Miu has no reason to intervene. Well, let it go. Miu Miu quickly made a decision and pretended that he knew nothing. Swish! At this time, Tianzang came back and handed a bag to Miu Miu. Here you go. Replenish your energy and water first, and rest enough before continuing the practice. Tianzang seemed to be worried that Miu Miu would be eager for quick success, so he reminded him. Miu Miu opened the bag and saw a bottle of drink, some barbecue skewers, meat, and vegetables. Tianzang saw the surprise in Miu Miu's eyes and said with a smile, "You just consumed a lot of energy. Eating more meat will help you recover faster, but it will be more nutritious if you eat more meat and vegetables." Miu Miu felt amused in his heart. This Tianzang seemed a little cute. "Teacher Tianzang, you bought too much. I can't finish it all by myself." Miu Miu didn't mention the money to him, but gave some to Tianzang. Tianzang didn't consider himself at first, because he didn't consume any energy just now. He just moved his lips to point out Miu Miu, and most of the time he was watching from the side. So what he bought was just enough for Miu Miu to replenish his energy. Miu Miu's words were obviously not true, and Tianzang subconsciously wanted to refuse. But seeing Miu Miu's firm eyes, as if he meant if you don't eat, I won't eat either, the words got stuck in his throat when they were about to come out of his mouth. "Okay, really?" Tianzang tried to suppress the warmth in his eyes, trying to make his tone seem calm, and then complained, "How can you not finish such a small amount of food when you are still growing? Forget it this time, I will help you share some, but you can't do this in the future, you must eat more." Miu Miu just smiled and nodded, without expressing his opinion. After resting for about half an hour, the practice continued. Tianzang did not teach Miu Miu new knowledge, but asked him to continue to practice develop the basic wood release technique and use it skillfully. Miu Miu also knows that if you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. Lay a good foundation now so that you can master more advanced abilities later. There are still 100 shadow clones, performing wood release continuously. The trees cast by wood release, if they continue to consume chakra, will increase their strength. After reaching a certain level, these trees can become real trees. But if you withdraw the chakra output before reaching that point, these trees will soon wither and turn into light spots and dissipate. Miu Miu is now practicing wood release technique, not planting trees, and of course he will not waste chakra meaninglessly. So from a distance, you can see a very magical scene. Where Miu Miu is, dozens of big trees always appear inexplicably, and then they wither quickly, and then dozens of big trees appear again, and they wither quickly again. Miu Miu is not tired of this boring and monotonous practice, which lasts for a whole day, and it is still done by 100 shadow clones together. Except for a short break at lunch, he never stopped. He was so diligent and calm, never complained, and never slacked off, which made Tianzang, who was with him the whole time, very happy. Tianzang could foresee that it would not take too long for Miu Miu's name to be heard throughout the ninja world. And this person was his student, brought up by him personally. Chapter 050 What on earth did you do? While Miu Miu was practicing selflessly, at the third training ground, Team 7 finally waited for Kakashi, who was late. What surprised Kakashi was that after he finished explaining the rules and announced the start of the exercise, the three little ones of Team 7 did not hide and wait for the opportunity as he expected, but surrounded him together. Come on! Let's fight it out! Naruto faced Kakashi carelessly, with his hands folded in front of him, as if he had already won. Kakashi's face suddenly turned black, and he glanced at the three little ones, and immediately made a judgment in his heart. However, he did not show any emotion on his face. Instead, he looked helpless and speechless, and sighed, I say, have you forgotten what the most basic thing about ninjas is? Are you going to confront me head-on like this? Or is there something wrong with your brain? The problem is your hairstyle. Naruto roared and rushed directly towards Kakashi, and Sakura and Sasuke also supported him with a vigilant look. Kakashi put his hand in his pocket, causing Naruto to stop vigilantly. As a result, he took out a book of Intimate Paradise from his pocket and said leisurely, one of the ninja tactics, the key to physical skills, let me teach you well. What are you daydreaming about? Come on! That! Naruto said in a daze, why are you holding this book? After Kakashi explained that he was just curious about the subsequent plot in the book, Naruto immediately felt insulted and rushed towards Kakashi fiercely again. It's a pity that he was as fierce as a tiger, but his record was a fool. Naruto's all-out close combat was easily blocked by Kakashi, who was reading a book, and finally he was circumvented and hit by a fierce 1,000 years kill. Sakura and Sasuke, who were supporting but never took action, turned into white smoke and disappeared when Naruto was hit by the 1,000 years kill. Sure enough, it was a shadow clone plus transformation technique to attract my attention. Kakashi glanced at it from the corner of his eye and understood it. Although Naruto's behavior made him feel stupid, this tactic was worthy of recognition, but the person who executed it was not very reliable. That idiot! Sakura and Sasuke, who had been hiding for a long time, saw this scene and cursed in their hearts. Before Kakashi arrived, Sakura had used the foresight from the future video to remind Sasuke and Naruto that they should work as a team during the assessment. After understanding each other's abilities, under Sasuke's arrangement, Naruto first used the Shadow Clone plus transformation technique to attract Kakashi's attention, while Sasuke and Sakura hid in advance to find the opportunity to attack. As a result, Naruto was exposed just at the beginning. The two shadow clones used for coordination stood there stupidly, just watching Naruto fight Kakashi alone. Anyone who saw it would think there was something wrong. Fortunately, Naruto is still the same Naruto, and did not give up. He quickly used the human wave tactic to surround Kakashi. Although the plan cannot keep up with the changes, the current situation has also achieved the effect that Sasuke wanted. It's just that the previous transformation technique was exposed, which made Kakashi prepared in advance, and he would definitely be wary of Sasuke and Sakura hiding in the dark. While Naruto's many shadow clones attacked Kakashi, Sasuke threw out several shurikens and launched from the blind spot, attacking together with Naruto's shadow clones. As expected, it still failed, and was noticed by the prepared Kakashi. Second ninja tactical experience, ninjutsu. Kakashi jumped back and used the river behind him to launch a water escape technique, killing a large number of Naruto's shadow clones while blocking Sasuke's shuriken. Fire escape technique, Great Fireball technique. Before Kakashi could stand firm, Sasuke jumped out from the dark and attacked Kakashi's face with extreme output limit. At the same time, Sakura also rushed out from another direction, throwing out several kunai to block the space where Kakashi could dodge. The cooperation between the two surprised Kakashi, but of course he couldn't do anything to him at this level. Kakashi quickly formed a seal and pressed his hands on the ground. Several earth walls with dog heads carved on them rose from the ground, blocking the attacks of Shizuke and Sakura. Damn! Is this a jonin? Shizuke cursed inwardly. Kakashi's reaction was too fast, and the ninjutsu he used was not something he could break at this stage. While he was distracted by the dog-headed earth wall, Kakashi had already launched a sneak attack from underground. With a heart decapitation technique, Shizuke was dragged underground and buried, leaving only a human head outside. Sakura looked anxious and ran to Shizuke without any cover, wanting to rescue him. This behavior disappointed Kakashi, who directly blocked Sakura. The third ninja tactic, illusion. Sakura collapsed, but Kakashi became alert. Sakura, who was hit by the illusion, quickly turned into an illusion and disappeared. This was just an ordinary clone technique. Sakura's real body had taken the opportunity to approach Kakashi and started a close combat with him with Kunao. Even Kakashi was surprised by her agile speed and fierce power. The close combat ability shown by Sakura was far inferior to Naruto, and even Shizuke could not match it. And Sakura had a very accurate grasp of the timing. Once she found that she could not avoid Kakashi's attack, she would use the substitution technique in advance and attack Kakashi again from another direction. The substitution technique was used very flexibly by Sakura. I am afraid that Danzo would be ashamed to death if he saw it. At the same time, Naruto also took the opportunity to rescue Shizuke. After that, the three little ones officially surrounded Kakashi, and the three of them joined forces to besiege him. Kakashi was relieved and no longer used powerful moves. He just dealt with the three little ones. Until the three of them collapsed from exhaustion, they didn't hurt Kakashi at all. During this time, only Shizuke touched the bell with his finger. However, their performance has won Kakashi's recognition, and he directly announced that they passed the assessment. Team 7 was officially established and will start the first mission of the team tomorrow. Great, great! Naruto jumped up and down with joy. Just now he was half dead from exhaustion. But in just a few minutes he was fully revived. This physical strength made Sakura and Shizuke envious. Although there is a 250% buff effect of the group system, my performance is still not as good as Shizuke and Naruto. Sakura felt a little disappointed. With the buff effect, her melee ability has indeed been strengthened a lot, but it's a pity that she can't do anything except the three-body technique. Shizuke can perform fire escape and has superb shuriken technique. Naruto has superb physical strength, and the human wave tactics give Kakashi a headache. So in the melee just now, Sakura was still the one who played soy sauce. No. I don't want to be like in the future video, where I can only watch helplessly when I encounter danger. Sakura's eyes quickly became firm. I want to go to the hospital to learn medical skills, and also deepen my relationship with Miu Miu to improve the group level. Hey, just say whatever you want to say. We have known each other for a long time. You have never been this kind of shy character. What happened today? After finishing a day's task, Xian was called home by Hongdu to have dinner together. Hongdu's face clearly showed that something was wrong, but she kept beating around the bush. Xian didn't want to play dumb with her anymore, so she just showed her cards directly. Hongdu didn't care either, and laughed, "Don't worry, eat first, and talk after you finish eating." Hongdu specially ordered a table of good dishes outside just to entertain Xian. Xian didn't buy it, and said coldly, "If you don't explain clearly, I dare not eat this meal." "Oh, just eat first, I'll tell you after you finish eating, I promise it's definitely a good thing." Hongdu took the initiative to pick up some food for Xian. There was no way, Xian could only sigh and eat a few bites with a helpless look. But soon, she felt something was wrong and her eyes widened. "What on earth did you do?" Ding! Congratulations on reaching the achievement of reading 50 chapters and starting the third sign-in. Successful sign-in can get a wealth card. After activating the wealth card, there will be 10 opportunities to double your assets, which will be triggered at irregular intervals and without time limit. P.S. The content will be put on the shelves from the next chapter. Naruto. Chapter 051. A surprise prepared for you. What on earth did you do? After Xian noticed that there was something wrong with her body, she stood up with a look of disbelief. However, because of the big movement, it accelerated the blood circulation, which made her brain sink and she fell back weakly. At this moment, Xian's face was a little pale, and she couldn't help but start to think wildly. She was sure that the person in front of her was Hongdu herself, but why did he drug her? What kind of malice did he have? Oh, I told you it's a good thing, don't worry. Hongdu smiled, walked over and touched Xian's face, and praised, I didn't expect your skin to be so smooth and white after being exposed to the wind and sun all day. He will definitely like it. Xian's heart skipped a beat. What does this mean? Who is he? Hongdu, you attacked your companions. Are you planning to betray the village? Xian was a little panicked, but still forced herself to ask harshly. 953. Unfortunately, Hongdu didn't take it seriously at all, and continued to laugh. Okay, okay. I won't hurt you, and you will have to thank me in the future. Now you can sleep first, and you will know what happened when you wake up. Hongdu's hand patted Xian's body lightly. Xian wanted to say something else, but her eyes rolled and she fell down. If it was just because of the future video, I would definitely not do this. Hongdu restrained the smile on her face, looked at Xian who was sleeping, and sighed faintly. But for many reasons, this should be the best result for you. Even if you will blame me and hate me later, it doesn't matter. After Hongdu finished speaking, she quickly sorted out her mood, put Xian in her room first, locked the door, and then set out to help Miu Miu move. She was not a sentimental person. Since she had made a decision, she would not drag her feet. Miu Miu finished his practice and took the time to check the chat group on the way home. Harem no Sakura, hehe, I passed the test successfully. And it was based on strength and wisdom, not luck like in the video. From now on, I am also a real genin. Hyuga Hinata, congratulations, Sakura, keep it up. Uzumaki Kori, that's great, although I'm envious, I'm happy for you too. Harem no Sakura, thank you Hinata, thank you Kori, love you, mwah. Yamanaka Ino, you just avoided the thunder in advance because you watched the future video. What's the difference between you now and you in the video? If there is no system gain, there is no difference at all, there is nothing to be proud of. Harem no Sakura, Ino pig. Do you have to say something to spoil my fun when I'm proud? Tia Nation, I think Jing Bao is right. System gain not only enhances our strength, but also improves our talent and understanding a lot. We must know how to use this advantage. Yamanaka Ino, that's right, just like me, in just a few days, I have mastered the family secrets, and now I will start practicing more advanced abilities. Tian, I have also developed several more powerful techniques recently, and when the Chunin exam comes, I will definitely be able to make a splash. Hyuga Hinata, I have also mastered some new abilities. Uzumaki Kori, in that case, I actually learned a secret technique in the past 2 days. If it weren't for the group system gain, it would take a long time to master it. Harem no Sakura. So, after showing off for a long time, the clown turned out to be me? Sakura can be said to be the one with the least foundation in the group. In fact, even if she wants to work hard, she has no direction. It was the last future video that reminded her that she could learn medical ninjutsu. But it was only a day later, and she didn't have time to act. As a result, the others quietly mastered the new ability, and she didn't reveal any news before, but she came out to slap her in the face when she was most proud. Are there any sisters like this? Sakura almost fainted in the toilet, and suddenly felt that passing Kakashi's test was not good enough. Miu Miu simply glanced at their chat content, smiled knowingly, and didn't think much about it. At this time, he had returned home, and to his surprise, the whole house was emptied. "You are back a little late. Don't look, I moved all your things to my house for you, and I took the initiative to throw away some of the old ones that should be eliminated." Hongdu sat on the windowsill, swinging her 2 long white legs, holding a string of 3-color meatballs in her hand, biting them with disgust. Miu Miu didn't care much about this, and there was nothing shameful in his things. "Hey, when will you make me some more meatballs?" Hongdu swallowed the last one into her mouth, sighed and came to Mumu's side, looking depressed and said, "After eating your meatballs, I can't even eat 3-color meatballs now. You have to be responsible for this, so it's better to make more and keep them at home." 0. Mumu said with a smile, "What kind of meatballs are you talking about?" Hongdu was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted, without any hesitation. She reached down and lightly grabbed it, smiling and said, "Any kind is fine. Speaking of which, this is much more delicious than the 3-color meatballs. And I don't know if you have discovered that it has a strong breath of life. After I ate it this morning, some of the hidden injuries on my body seemed to be healed, and my body has improved a lot." "Oh." Mumu raised his eyebrows, not surprised at all. Yes, this function is set in his future videos. It's just that he didn't say it clearly, and he didn't expect Hongdu to find it so quickly. Just simply eating it will have the effect of beautifying and repairing old injuries. If it is with Miu Miu, the effect is comparable to Tsunade's 100 healings technique. It can even be said that except for not having the physique that can heal wounds without seals, the other effects are stronger than the 100 healings technique. Tsunade only maintains a young appearance, but after being with Miu Miu, she can truly regain her youth. Under the irrigation of the huge breath of life, the quality and quantity of chakra can be improved, and the physique will become even better, lifespan can be extended. For Miu Miu, it is just the loss of some wood releases life breath, which can be replenished by resting, even if it consumes chakra. With this setting, it can add another chip for the future harem, and 3.2 is also the biggest chip. Eat this meatball later, I have prepared a surprise for you at home, you will definitely like it. Don't forget to make more meatballs and dumplings for me when the time comes." Hongdu simply tested Miu Miu's attitude and let go. He didn't continue to push forward, but tried to please him in another way. Miu Miu had been concentrating on practicing wood release before, but he didn't pay attention to what Hongdu did later. He knew that this matter was related to Xi Yan. Did he convince Xi Yan? Whether it's a surprise or not, I'll tell you. Miu Miu said calmly, "If I'm really satisfied, I'll consider making another batch for you. But if you're not satisfied, it will be difficult for you to eat meatballs in the future. Hey, I promise you'll like it." Hongdu patted her chest without any worries. From the future video, she has seen Miu Miu's love for Xi Yan. Chapter 052. These are two situations, big sister. Miu Miu followed Hongdu to her home, which is a single-family building near the commercial street, belonging to a prime location. The small building has 2 floors, each floor is about 100 square meters. There is only a spacious hall on the first floor, which is used as a place for occasional gatherings and activities, and is usually idle. There are 2 rooms on the second floor, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom with a balcony. The decoration style is relatively simple, which is in line with Hongdu's temperament. Miu Miu doesn't have high requirements for the house. As long as it is comfortable to live in. I put all your things in the guest room. Hongdu put her head on Mumu's shoulder and teased, "Of course, if you want to live in the same room with me, I can accept it as long as you give me meatballs often." This is not the first time she has expressed her attitude, which shows that her obsession with meatballs is beyond imagination. Perhaps even if she becomes Mumu's woman, Mumu's position in her heart will hardly surpass meatballs. "Didn't you say you prepared a surprise for me? Where is it?" Mumu did not answer directly, but changed the subject. "So anxious? Don't you want to eat something first? Hongdu, as a gift, was not in a hurry. Mumu shrugged and said, 02 I have eaten before. If you have nothing to say, I will tidy up the room first. After finishing the training, Tianzang treated him to a big meal at his own expense, just like in the original book when he wanted to get closer to Team 7, a table full of good meat and dishes, which could not be finished at all. Miu Miu thought it was interesting. Tianzang was really funny. He only called him teacher and praised him a little, and he was so sincere to her that he wanted to give her all the best. It can be said that Miu Miu's weight in Tianzang's heart may have surpassed that of the Sandame. Of course, this is without damaging the interests of the village. Okay, since you are so anxious, just follow me. Hongdu saw that Miu Miu was not fooled at all, and she was very bored. Originally, she wanted Miu Miu to ask her actively, but it was a pity that this little man was too difficult to grasp. Hongdu simply lowered her posture. Anyway, she had lost the initiative from the beginning. Hongdu pulled Miu Miu to her room, and soon Miu Miu saw Uzuki Yujao lying on the bed, in a coma. Because Yujao had finished work, she did not wear the Anbu mask on her face, and changed the Anbu clothes she wore all year round in the original work. At this time, she was wearing a pink kimono skirt, which was tied up with a satin string in the middle. It was not completely closed, revealing a white undershirt inside. Perhaps because she was lying flat, it was not very big, so it looked a bit flat. Because the lower body was covered by the skirt, it was not visible whether she was wearing anything or not. Only the slender, straight, and white long legs could be seen. Xian's appearance was indeed amazing, especially the long flowing purple hair, the gorgeous red eyes, and the white skin. When Miu Miu saw her for the first time, his heart was a little rippled. Hehe, it looks good. Hongdu said with a smile, I took a lot of effort to deal with her. You can do whatever you want to her next. There will definitely be no big trouble. Miu Miu did have an urge to pounce on her, but he still forced himself to hold it back. Miu Miu looked at Hongdu speechlessly and said, Who do you think I am? And Hongdu said that there would not be too much trouble, which means there will definitely be trouble. I was expecting her to do something so that I could get Xian unexpectedly, but this is the result? Miu Miu really believed her lies. Do you really think I'm so stupid? Hongdu chuckled in his ear, I have a way to make her take the initiative. At this point, she suddenly kissed Miu Miu and even took action. Miu Miu was stunned for a moment, really not knowing what Hongdu was doing. But since a beautiful woman took the initiative to deliver herself to his door, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Based on the principle of not taking the initiative and not refusing, Miu Miu became completely passive. Soon he noticed that Hongdu did something to Xian, and Xian slowly woke up. Just looking at the way she looked, she just regained consciousness, and her ability to move was still limited. At this point, if Miu Miu still didn't react, he would be really stupid. It had already reached the stage of real swords and guns at this moment. Miu Miu suddenly pushed Hongdu away. Under the latter's stunned gaze, he took a deep breath for a long time before he could barely calm down his anger. I thought you would like it. Hongdu didn't understand what Miu Miu meant for a while. Miu Miu sighed lightly, but he couldn't blame Hongdu. You will only put me in an unfair position if you do this. Miu Miu pinched Hongdu's face lightly and said, I know you mean well, but you can't do this. I am also a person with principles and bottom lines. I won't force anyone, even you. If you don't want to, I will still make meatballs for you to eat, just as rent for living here, so you don't have to do this. After that, he didn't care what Hongdu thought, and injected his wood escape chakra into Xi Yan's body. After the chakra went around, the huge life energy cleared the negative state in Xi Yan's body, or purified it. It works. Miu Miu said secretly. He just tried this method, but he didn't expect it to be as he expected. The reason why the first Hokage Senju Hashirama could heal his wounds automatically without making hand seals is because the wood release chakra possesses a huge amount of life energy. This energy itself can heal wounds automatically and remove abnormal conditions. It has nothing to do with ability, it is simply a characteristic of the attribute, an innate buff. So Mew Mew can do this as long as he has mastered wood release. Sure enough, Xi Yan quickly recovered her ability to move, turned over and jumped up from the bed. Her first reaction was to kick Hongdo. Fortunately, Hongdo was prepared, and she jumped to the side with a smile, avoiding Xi Yan's kick. Because Xi Yan was wearing a short skirt kimono, which was a style that didn't close together, her foot was raised high. From Mew Mew's angle, he could see everything. It was translucent white with a little lace pattern. This made Mew Mew, who was in the prime of his life, feel hot in the nose, and he almost bled. Fortunately, he was also a person who had experienced storms in his previous life, so he wouldn't be embarrassed so easily. He just took the opportunity to record it with his Sharingan, and then immediately closed it so that no one would notice. Then he looked away, posing as a gentleman. Mitashi Anko. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll never let you go. Xi Yan shouted angrily. Her attention was on Anko, and she didn't notice Mew Mew's little movements. She was so angry about Anko's behavior. Anko was obviously stunned for a moment, and complained in a low voice, "This reaction is wrong, is there something wrong with the future video?" Mew Mew's face was suddenly black, he knew what Anko meant. In the future video, Xi Yan always said nothing with a cold face after the incident, and then left in silence, but now she was directly furious. Mew Mew wanted to say, "Please," after being succeeded, there was also a near success. These are two different situations, big sister. Chapter 053 Xian, I'm doing this for your own good. Mitaki Red Bean, either tell the truth or we go to the third generation to argue now. Xian stared at Red Bean with a cold face, clenched her silver teeth, and looked like she wanted to eat her. Although she also noticed that there was another boy present, and it was this man who saved her with special chakra. But Xian was not grateful. In her opinion, Mew Mew and Red Bean were in the same group. And what the two had just done made her feel humiliated. The two kissed in front of her, just to trigger the feeling in her body, and then actively add to it. The drug that Red Bean gave her not only made her feel weak all over, but also actively hallucinated. Mew Mew cleared that state for her, which could only be said to be a stop at the edge of the cliff. Red Bean smiled awkwardly and looked at Mew Mew subconsciously. She knew that if she told the truth, it would only arouse Xian's greater anger. Originally, if she had gone on according to her script, it would be like the future video, and she would have been able to make Xi Yan surrender with a little more persuasion, at least Hongdo herself thought so. But now she gave up halfway, and it would not be persuasive enough to say that again. Sister Xi Yan, don't be angry first, at least there is no irreparable mistake now, right? Mew Mew sighed lightly and could only speak. He actually didn't want to clean up the mess for Hongdo, the tiger girl, but these two were the women he liked, and he couldn't really let them make the relationship awkward. Xi Yan looked at Mew Mew with a cold face, "So, do you want me to pretend that nothing happened? And who are you? What role did you play in this matter?" "My name is Mew Mew, I just joined the Anbu, and I am a subordinate of Teacher Tianzang." Mew Mew said, "Even for Teacher Tianzang's sake, can you please calm down first, let's talk it out." Xi Yan was slightly stunned, and didn't expect Mew Mew to be a member of the Anbu. Maybe it was because Mew Mew was sincere, and Xi Yan knew that Hongdo's character was always unreliable, and sometimes she would do things that were hard to understand. So in the end, she still suppressed her anger and went to the living room with Mew Mew. Mew Mew hesitated for a moment, and said in a measured tone, "Actually, you probably know why Sister Hongdo did this." Xian didn't respond with a cold face, just waiting for Mew Mew's next words. However, a trace of surprise flashed across Hongdu's face. How did Mumu know? She didn't tell anyone about this. And according to her understanding, Mumu was a new graduate this year. Why could he reveal Xian's name and identity? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. The next moment, I heard Mumu say, you also know that Sister Hongdu loves snacks such as meatballs. Except for necessary tasks, she basically eats meatballs. It just so happens that I know some unique secret recipes that can make some snacks that are better than those on the market. In order to let me make them for her, she sacrificed her appearance to please me and even asked me to move to her house. Xian believed what Mumu said. This is something Hongdu can do. But what does this have to do with me? Xian interrupted Mumu directly. She just wanted to know what Hongdu was plotting against her and why she betrayed her. As for the rest, Xian had no interest at all. Mumu explained, because I have a special physique, she can't satisfy me alone, and she is worried that I will not be happy and will not make meatballs for her, so I want to find someone to share the burden. At this point, Hongdu's eyes widened. This is indeed her concern. But she learned about it from the future video. But the reality is that she only ate Mumu's meatballs in the morning, and the two have not made any substantial progress. How did Mumu come to this conclusion? But soon, Hongdu found the answer himself. Mumu can't see the future video, and doesn't know the content inside, but Mumu knows his own physique. The reason for saying this may just be to find a reasonable reason to prevaricate Xian. Xian also widened her eyes were glazed, and her whole face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is true that she has a boyfriend, but apart from training together, there is no other contact between the two of them. After all, they are all ninjas, and they have their own things to do, and they are not allowed to touch each other's bodies too much. So, Xian is still a virgin, how can she listen to such explicit words? But Mumu has no self-awareness in this regard. Without waiting for Xian to continue asking questions, he continued, in addition, women who are with me will also be affected by my special physique and get great benefits. Sister Xian also knows that Sister Hongdu is more open-minded and is not very shy about matters between men and women. The reason why she did these things to you, in addition to wanting to find someone to share the pressure, is also to let you get benefits from me. The original intention is good, but it just ignores your feelings. Hongdu actually didn't know what benefits Mumu said she could get from being with him. But what Mumu said was indeed most of her thoughts. So after Mumu finished speaking, she nodded repeatedly and said, yes, that's it. Xian, I'm doing this for your own good, not to hurt you. Today I saw Jai Feng near the hospital and happened to hear his conversation with the doctor. Jai Feng's illness is very serious, and the doctor is advising him not to be a ninja, saying that going on like this is just wasting his vitality. His body can only rest for a long time, and he can't work hard or exert himself. Maybe he can live a few more years this way. You won't get anything from being with him, and it will also consume his energy and your own energy. But if you are with Mumu, you don't have to worry about this. Hongdu's words almost made Mumu give her a thumbs up. Her train of thought was indeed rather strange, but according to her personality, it was completely understandable. Sure enough, Xian also accepted this reason. At this time, she didn't know whether she should be happy to have such a friend who cared about her, or continue to be angry that she made random guesses on her own initiative. My business is none of your business. Finally, Xian still put on a cold face and shouted in a deep voice, Ji Feng's disease can definitely be cured, I believe in him. Xian waved her hand and stood up, saying coldly, since nothing irreversible has happened, and for Mumu's sake, I won't bother with you this time, but there must be no next time, otherwise I will never let you go. After saying that, without waiting for Hongdu's response, he flashed away. However, Mumu knew that what happened today had a great impact on Xian. Whether it would affect her relationship with Moonlight Gale, Mumu was not sure, but it would definitely leave a thorn in her heart, which might explode one day. For the sake of Moonlight Gale's body, she would also take the initiative to keep a distance from him. Although Hongdu did a stupid thing, in the end, it was a good thing for Miu Miu. Ah! I'm so annoyed, how could things turn out like this? Hongdu grabbed her hair in annoyance. Chapter 054 Special Jonin? Is it very powerful? Ah! I'm so annoyed, how could things turn out like this? Hongdu grabbed her hair in annoyance. Miu Miu glanced at her speechlessly, and said unhappily, how dare you say that, isn't this all your fault? I really don't know what you think, a dignified Konoha special Jonin, can actually do such a stupid thing. It's all because of the future video, otherwise why would I choose to drug her? Hongdu muttered in a low voice. It was because she saw in the future video that Miu Miu was poisoned and she and Xian Togather. But Xi Yan didn't react too strongly, and she really lived with them in the end. So Hongdu took it for granted that as long as she replicated the future video, the result would be the same. But she didn't think that the video was an accident, and Miu Miu was in danger at the time, not what he thought. And this time, it was Hongdu who took the initiative to design it. The starting point is different, how can the direction be the same? However, at this time, the matter is over, and Hongdu didn't think about it anymore, and turned around and rode on Miu Miu. Looking down from a high position, he grinned and said, you still know that I am a special ninja of Konoha? You are a rookie who just graduated from the ninja school, and you don't give me any face at all. I have lost enough people today, and I have paid a lot for you. This matter can't be solved without 10 strings of meatballs and 10 baskets of crystal dumplings. Hongdu was a little angry at this time, and didn't want to pull with Miu Miu anymore, so she wanted to threaten him directly through violence. Miu Miu was lying flat on the sofa. Looking up from below, the scenery from this angle was really good. And at this moment, Hongdu's reaction made him feel a little cute. However, as a man, it was impossible for him to be bullied by a woman. Tian Gang was the opposite. How could this be? Special Jonin? Very powerful. Miu Miu chuckled, and his chakra burst out, easily pushing Hongdu away. Hongdu was caught off guard and fell diagonally backward. As a result, before she fell, Miu Miu turned over and did a Dragon Phoenix inversion. What do you say now? Miu Miu sat on Hongdu and said with a little pride, Special Jonin is nothing great. Looking from above, the scenery from this angle is also good, and it has a different taste. Your chakra is so strong. Hongdu was really surprised. Of course she knew that Miu Miu had awakened would release, but according to the content of the future video, it had only been awakened for a day, right? So Hongdu didn't take Miu Miu seriously at all, even now, she just regarded it as a momentary carelessness. No matter how strong your chakra is, you are just a genin. Hongdu was aroused by the desire to win, snorted lightly, and also burst out the chakra in her body. Although the amount is not as large as Miu Miu's, she is a special jonin, and the quality is far from that of genin. Unfortunately, this is just what she thought. Originally, she wanted to compete with Miu Miu through chakra burst, but it didn't work. Miu Miu still sat steadily on her. How is it possible? Hongdu tried several times but it didn't work. I saw Miu Miu looking at her with a smile on his face. Letting her try there. In that case, what about this? Hongdu didn't give up, raised her right hand, and several snakes jumped out of her sleeves in an instant. Hidden snake hand. The snakes released suddenly can be used to attack or bind. Hongdu naturally didn't want to hurt Miu Miu, so several snakes were divided into several directions and coiled towards Miu Miu. Hongdu also took advantage of this moment to push her body forward, preparing to break away from Miu Miu's control. As a result, Miu Miu put his hands together, and several vines flew out from his body, tying up the snakes that were wrapped around him. Facing Hongdu's counterattack, Miu Miu used his legs to push his hands in front of her and pressed Hongdu back again. Ouch! Hongdu's upper body, which had just been raised, collapsed again. In addition, the key part in front of her was pressed, and she couldn't help but let out a cry. No matter how carefree her personality is, she is a girl after all, and she will always react. Even if she ate Mumu's meatballs in the morning, Mumu didn't touch her at that time. Now it can be said that it is the first time in her life. A strange feeling spread throughout her body, making Hongdu instantly become soft and weak. The snakes summoned by chakras soon disappeared. But Miu Miu did not retract the vines, but controlled them to tie up Hongdu. At this time, Hongdu was weak and had lost the power to resist. She lay down and said, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect that you just graduated 2 days ago, but you have such strength. And this ability, is it would release?" Well, as expected of a special Jonin, he still has the acting skills he should have, and he really pretends to be so serious. Miu Miu chuckled and said, "It is indeed would release, and you can't break free with your strength. Today, I have been practicing the basics all day, but it is not in vain." Although Miu Miu does not know any powerful ninjutsu at this time, his basic attributes are no worse than those of a Jonin. Powerful blood limit, huge chakra, plus amazing physique. This does not include the Sharingan. If an ordinary Jonin does not have any special means, he can't last a few rounds in front of Miu Miu. If Miu Miu can control a few more conventional ninjutsu, he can compete with elite Jonin. If he had another hidden trick, he could even fight against the cage level. No way, the setting of the Naruto world is so unreasonable. In the early days of Shippuden, Naruto was at best a Jonin, not considering the power of the Nine Tails. After coming back and learning the wind-style Rasen Shuriken, he could fight against the cage level. Uchiha Obito, the last one in the class, barely passed the Chunin exam. In the end, he defeated the Jonin right away just because he opened the 2 Megatama Sharingan. Even the 4th Hokage was defeated by him when he opened the Manjiki. A talented person can reach the peak as long as his ability is activated. So, if you want to defeat a genius by hard work, you can only live in a dream. Hongdu tried a few times and found that even if she tried her best, she couldn't break free from Miu Miu's restraints, so she gave up quickly. "You are worthy of being the man of my future, Mitarashi Hongdu, you are really amazing." Hongdu licked his lips, not at all hit, but with an admiring look on his face. "You know, Miu Miu is just at the age of graduating from the ninja school, and there is still a lot of room for growth in the future." "Hey, Miu Miu." Hongdu let Miu Miu's hand still pressed there, and asked with a little curiosity, "You just told Xian that being with you can get great benefits. What is that benefit? Want to know?" Miu Miu leaned over and chuckled, "Then I'll tell you now." Describing it with words is pale and powerless, so Miu Miu simply put it into practice and proved his words with actions. Originally, Miu Miu had been tempted several times today and was already full of anger. Now that the time is right, it must be Hongdu who bears it. Chapter 055 The group leader is omnipotent. It must be said that Hongdu's character is really good. Dare to think and dare to do, and dare to try. Although she is a little shy, this does not affect her actions at all, but adds some fun. Especially this Huniu is not only fierce in character, but also strong in body. Miu Miu is really happy. Before crossing, not to mention killing countless people, she is also experienced. But all added up, the experience he gave him is not as wonderful as Hongdu alone. Miu Miu, who had no emotional foundation for her at first, couldn't let go of her after all the tossing and turning. So even though she was still holding on to her breath and yelling for meatballs, Miu Miu still got up to make them for her and fed them to her with his own hands. Time had unknowingly come to the middle of the night. Looking at Hongdu, who was beside him and fell asleep with a satisfied look on her face, Miu Miu couldn't help but smile. People live their lives to constantly pursue a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. And Miu Miu has now taken the most critical step, and every step in the future will be very stable. It's not the peak, but better than the peak. For him, This world has expectations, but no suspense. A quick look at the chat group showed that several girls were still waiting for the future video to refresh in the early morning. However, they were not chatting at this time, and seemed to be working hard to improve their strength and study ninjutsu. From the chat records, it was learned that after Sakura was hit before, she went directly to Konoha Hospital before it got dark. She learned the simplest healing technique there, and was also working overtime to practice it. So Mew Mew started to think about the next future video. He was busy all day today and still had no idea. It had been decided before that the next few episodes would be just a little bit of daily life and extra episodes. Of course, daily life and extra episodes are inseparable from women, but unfortunately the few in the group are too young, and it is not interesting to interact with them. Hongdu has been taken, and the next one is Mao Yuzian. Mew Mew thought about it for a while, but couldn't find a way for the time being. After all, the matter with Xian was already in the last video, and adding some extra episodes would inevitably be a bit superfluous. But if Xian is not added, Mew Mew doesn't know when the group system will wait to add her to the group, which is really uncomfortable. Forget it, change direction. Mew Mew shook his head and reorganized his thoughts. Soon he chose his target Zahihong. After all, there are only a few famous women in Konoha, and it was mentioned in the previous future video that Mew Mew became her disciple. Rebelling against the master and the disciple, this is a very exciting and interesting story. It can also be used to improve his Sharingan ability, killing two birds with one stone. Oh yes, there is another person who can also be pulled out to show up at this opportunity. After organizing the thoughts, it is much easier to make up the content. It didn't take long for Mew Mew to think of everything he should think of, and even did a review in advance. Just in time, it was early in the morning and the refresh time came. Ding! The group system pushed a future clip, Future Video 5.avi, which has been saved to the group file. The group system pushed it on time again. And the girls stopped their work and began to turn their attention to the chat group. Harem no Sakura, it's finally here. If it doesn't come again, I won't be able to hold on. Yamanaka Ino, it's so funny. No one asked you to wait. If you can't hold on, go to bed. You can still watch it tomorrow, right? Harem no Sakura, humph, I won't let you get ahead, even if you watch the video. Tian, everyone should pay attention to their health and combine work and rest. With the group system's buff effect, we can be one step ahead of others, so there's no need to work too hard. Hyuga Hinata, well, health is the most important thing. Uzumaki Kori, it's a pity that you are not from the Uzumaki clan. I don't need to spend too much time resting. Even if I consume a lot of energy, I can recover quickly in a short time. Yamanaka Ino. Tian. Harem no Sakura, Kori has also learned bad things. Uzumaki Kori, hey? No, okay, I said the wrong thing. The girls didn't either, they held on to it, because they couldn't wait to open the future video and watch it. The video begins. In a training ground in Konoha, the three members of Team 8 are undergoing special training, mainly Hinata and Kaiba teaming up to fight against Shino. It's not because Shino is so strong, but only Shino entered the third round of the Chunin exam among the three-person team, and Hinata and Kaiba were eliminated. Shino is preparing for the Chunin exam and actively asked Hinata and Kaiba to help. He knows that his weakness is that he is too weak in close combat, and Hinata and Kaiba are helping him to strengthen his close combat ability. Hyuga Hinata, oh? I was eliminated. Tenten, don't worry, Hinata, that was just the original future, and now we have all become stronger. Yamanaka Ino, that's right, even that featureless broad forehead knows how to work hard, what reason do you have to give up? Believe in yourself. 0 Please give me flowers. Harem no Sakura, Inobora, are you implying something to me? Yamanaka Ino, isn't this obvious? Harem no Sakura, damn it, just wait for me. Hyuga Hinata, everyone stop arguing, I won't give up so easily. The video continues. In another open space in the training ground, Yui Kurane is teaching Mumu illusion. Karina quickly came to the conclusion that Mumu's attainments in illusion were almost surpassing hers, and it only took half a month, and there were a few days of interruption due to the Chunin exam. Karina said that she had nothing to teach Mumu, and she decided to pass on the illusion scroll left by her family to Mumu. Originally, she planned to bring it to Mumu the next time they met, but at Mumu's request, Kurane took Mumu to her home. Mumu saw a photo of her and Kurama Yakumo at Hong's house. When asked, Hong was in a low mood and told Mumu about Yakumo's situation. Mumu expressed sympathy and pity for Yakumo and revealed to Hong that he knew wood release. He also told Hong that his wood release had a huge amount of life energy, which might be used to help Yakumo improve his physique. Mumu himself was not sure, so he just tried it, but this was already a huge surprise for Hong, and she wanted to try it as long as there was a chance. Yamanaka Ino, Mumu-kun is really outstanding, the best in every aspect, so charming. Tian, I always have a feeling that the better the group leader is, the farther he will be from us. Now I have begun to feel that I am not worthy of him, what should I do? Yamanaka Ino, don't you still have me? If you are not worthy of him alone, can't we be worthy of him together? If not, there is still Kori and Hinata. Uzumaki Kori, I will be satisfied even if I can only watch Mumu-kun from afar. Hyuga Hinata, hey? Teacher Hong had a student before? So pitiful. Harem Sakura, this girl looks like she is 1 or 2 years older than us. But, she is indeed very pitiful. Yamanaka Ino, don't worry, since Mumu-kun knows about it, she can be saved. Tian, that's right, the group leader is omnipotent. Harem Sakura. Next. Chapter 056 Mumu becomes a brutal warrior. Video continues. Hong can't wait to take Mumu to Satomi Jayaka Villa, which is the sanatorium where Yakumo is. However, in such a large sanatorium, besides Yakumo, there are only the Anbu responsible for monitoring and guarding around. When Mumu saw Yakumo, she was hiding in a dark corner, drawing the image of Yui Kurane on the drawing board. It seemed that she cared about Kurane very much, but when she saw Kurane, her eyes were calm and without any emotional fluctuations. She also cooperated very well with Mumu's physical examination, and the whole person looked more like an emotionless robot. Mumu tried to use his wood escape chakra to warm Yakumo's body cells, which did make her feel much more comfortable, but it was not easy to improve her physique with this method, and it might take decades. However, Mumu was able to alleviate Yakumo's condition, which made Kurane 953 very happy. And after this, Yakumo also showed some closeness to Mumu. At Mumu's request, he and Kurane took Yakumo out to relax, which also made Yakumo have a faint smile on his face. From that day on, Mumu would come to accompany Yakumo almost every day, using wood release chakra to help her warm up her body cells, and at the same time he was thinking of a way to solve the problem once and for all. After all, Yui Kurane was the leader of Team 8, and she could only come with Mumu occasionally. And most of the time Mumu was alone. Although Yakumo could not be cured for the time being, her complexion was getting better day by day. This attracted the attention of the Kurama clan, who thought Yakumo's illness was about to heal, and wanted to take her back to serve the Kurama clan. It happened that Yui Kurane came with Mumu that day, and in order to stop the Kurama clan, Kurane and Mumu fought with them. But Yakumo was stimulated and activated Ito in her body, pulling everyone into the illusion space controlled by her. Yamanaka Ino, Kurama clan? I don't think I've heard of this family before. Tian, I haven't heard of it either. Harem Sakura, didn't I say it, it's a small declining family. Hyuga Hinata, I heard a little bit, it is said that when they were at their best, even Uchiha couldn't compare to them in illusion. Uzumaki Kori, will this Yakumo be our sister in the future? Yamanaka Ino, hey? It seems possible. Tian, don't do it. The group leader has been divided into many parts. Harem Sakura, I don't know if Yakumo is it, but that Uzuki Ujo must be. Oh, no, she's just your sister, it has nothing to do with me. Yamanaka Ino, if you say so, why don't you leave the group as soon as possible? Harem Sakura, I don't want to marry Mumu, but that doesn't mean I can't be good friends with him. Yamanaka Ino, but this is a harem group. Tian, okay, stop arguing. The group leader and teacher Hong seem to be in danger. That Yakumo is not that simple. The video screen continues. The ability to control the five senses is quite abnormal. In an instant, except for Hong and Mumu, all the other members of the Kurama clan are dead. The reason why Hong and Mumu didn't get into trouble at the first time is because Yakumo wanted to keep them for the last. Yakumo, whose mind was controlled by Ito, is full of malice towards the whole world and also expresses hatred for Hong. Yakumo has no gratitude for Mumu. She just wants to devour Mumu's power and take it for herself, so that she can have a healthy body. Hong tried desperately to persuade, but Yakumo easily wiped out her lower body through the drawing board. In the illusion space, Yakumo is the creator. As long as the energy is sufficient, he can modify any setting at will and reflect it in reality. Mumu opened the Sharingan, but he could not escape from this illusion space. He could only barely fight against Yakumo's ability, and saved Yui Kurane and let her recover. Karina and Yakumo were very surprised that Mumu had the Sharingan. Yakumo laughed strangely and made fun of Mumu for being the same as her. They were all monsters who could not see the light and would be abandoned by the village once exposed. Karina also felt a little sad. The two disciples she accepted were not normal people. But she cared more about character. Mumu was willing to risk exposing his Sharingan to save her, which touched her a lot. When fighting against Mumu's Sharingan, Yakumo could only barely gain a little advantage, but she knew that her foundation was not as strong as Mumu's. As long as the stalemate continued, she would definitely lose. She remembered the joke they had made before. Yakumo was worried that Mumu would really have to spend decades to help her warm up her body, which would delay Mumu. Mumu smiled and told her that if it really took decades, then let Yakumo become his wife. Yakumo, who was controlled by Ito, knew that he had lost the opportunity to devour Mumu's body, so he made a second choice and said that as long as Mumu was willing to become her husband and wife, he would let the two of them go zero. In addition to Yakumo's own obsession, he also wanted to use this method to obtain some life energy from Mumu and strengthen himself. Mumu refused, of course, and Hong also said that this would hurt Yakumo. But in order to make Mumu submit, Yakumo wiped off Hong's clothes and put her in various seductive postures to fuel Mumu's anger. Hong was ashamed and angry, but she could do nothing. Mumu could only guarantee Hong's life safety and could not stop Yakumo from doing such things. Hong saw that Mumu was very uncomfortable, and under the mental shock, she was increasingly no match for Yakumo. So she decided to sacrifice herself and let Mumu rescue Yakumo. Mumu saw that Hong was determined to die. If he really agreed to Hong's request, she might commit suicide afterwards. Under Yakumo's step-by-step pressure, Mumu simply agreed to Yakumo, wanting to take the initiative. Mumu transformed into a brutal warrior and pounced on Yakumo, but it was actually Ito. Yamanaka Ino, this Ito is so hateful. How could there be such a thing in Yakumo's body? Tenten, there are too many strange things in the ninja world. Ito's is actually not too strange. But she treats Mumu like this, so angry. Hinata Hyuga, Teacher Hong. Harem Sakura, this kind of plot is starting to lean towards that aspect again. It can't be something related to Mumu, it's all related to that kind of thing, right? Is it some special physique? Yamanaka Ino, ah. Mumu-kun is actually with that kind of thing, I am so angry. Tien, damn Ito. Hyaga Hinata. Uzumaki Kori, oh, even someone as strong as Mumu-kun is restricted in that illusion space. This ability to control the five senses is really beyond the scope. Uzumaki Kori, although it is fine as long as Mumu-kun is not in danger, I still can't accept this kind of thing. Mumu was threatened, and in order to protect Yui Kurane, he would rather sacrifice himself and be with a monster like Ito. Several girls felt very uncomfortable, but this time they were more accepting than before. Even though Hinata didn't faint this time, she just didn't dare to look at the video straight in the eye. Chapter 057 Hinata, you didn't faint? Subscribe. The video continues. Hong was fixed in a shameful position, and could only watch the scene in front of her. Her face was full of grief and anger, and she couldn't help but cry. She felt guilty and distressed towards Miu Miu. If she hadn't brought Miu Miu to Yakumo, this wouldn't have happened. In her opinion, although the man in front of her had Yakumo's face and body, he was a monster after all. Miu Miu's sacrifice was too great. And it was to protect her. She, as a teacher, was useless. Of course, seeing her disciples doing this kind of thing, Hong would inevitably have some physical reactions, which made her even more ashamed and angry. What was unexpected was that in the process of selflessness, Yakumo's own consciousness awakened. In the consciousness space, she and Ito were separated. This was also the first time Yakumo knew of Ito's existence. She stood there in a daze, completely unable to accept it. Hong took the opportunity to call back Yakumo's sanity and ask her to intervene, at least to save Mumu. But as Ito began to obtain part of Mumu's life energy, Yakumo's physique gradually strengthened, and Ito was also strengthened. Mumu himself was not affected at all. His life energy was almost inexhaustible. He took advantage of the psychological blow caused by this incident to upgrade his Sharingan to 3 Megatama. The Sharingan with 3 Megatama is not comparable to the 2 Megatama. Even if Ito was strengthened, he was suppressed by Mumu in the illusion space. When Yakumo regained his sanity, he quickly helped Mumu suppress Ito. It was just because Ito and Mumu had that kind of thing, Yakumo didn't kill Ito directly in order to take care of Mumu's feelings, but only sealed it temporarily. Back to reality, Hong immediately cared about the situation of the two disciples, forgetting that his clothes were still erased and reflected in reality. When she noticed the strange looks from the two disciples, Miu Miu had a strange impulse, and Hong was embarrassed and hurriedly looked for something to cover herself. Unfortunately, there was no clothes for Hong to wear at Satomi Hill Villa, so she could only use curtains to cover herself up, and Miu Miu went to her house to find a set of clothes. Yamazaki Ino, this result is too hard to accept. Tien, in fact, Ito is just Yakumo's inner demon, without a physical body. From this point of view, the group leader is not a failure. Yamazaki Ino, then how do you explain that Yakumo's physique has improved? Tien. Harem Sakura, I have a feeling that Yakumo will join the harem group in the future. Even Teacher Hong. Hyaga Hinata, Teacher Hong is not okay. Harem Sakura, hey? Hinata, you didn't faint? Your acceptance ability has improved, which is a cause for celebration. Hinata Hyaga. Uzumaki Kori, I feel okay, there is almost no real loss, and Miu Miu-kun also used this opportunity to evolve his Sharingan. Apart from feeling a little uncomfortable, the gains are greater than the costs. Yamanaka Ino, as expected of Kori, if you say so, I can accept it more. Tianation, that's all I can think of. I didn't expect the group leader to be so popular, and various accidents have led to the current result. What do you think? Is it also an accident that the four of us marry the group leader at the same time? Yamanaka Ino, if it is an accident, a certain wide forehead may be unavoidable, and this is not a result that can be controlled by subjective consciousness. Harem Sakura. For some reason, Sakura felt less resistant when she thought about marrying Miu Miu by accident. Perhaps after watching the videos these days, she has gradually accepted the fact that she will become one of Miu Miu's harem in the future. As a result, she is not as obsessed with Sasuke as before, and she thinks of him less and less. The main reason is that Mumu is too good, and he will definitely stand at the top of the ninja world in the future. Such a man is hard to come by. Which woman would not seize the opportunity if she meets one? As for Sakura, she cannot take the initiative yet, but if she passively accepts it, she can accept it with peace of mind. The video screen continues. Since that incident, Yakumo has recovered her normal physique. She is not strong, but she is healthy and can still use some of her abilities. However, she cannot strengthen her physique through training like others. It seems that she can only maintain the status quo, and it will slowly weaken as time goes by. So the best result can only be to marry Mumu and become Mumu's person, so that she can continue to strengthen. But since that day, Mumu has never come to Satomi Hill Villa again. Yui Kurane occasionally comes over and says that Mumu has been avoiding her. Hong is an adult after all, and has experienced too much cruelty in the ninja world. Although she was ashamed and angry about what happened that day, she quickly adjusted her mentality. No one knows what she thinks in her heart, at least on the surface, there is no change. It can't be said that there is no change at all. After that incident, she subconsciously stayed away from Asuma who had been pursuing her. If nothing unexpected happened, Hong might never get married in this life. Under Yakumo's request for help, Hong took the initiative to look for Asuma. Mumu. I couldn't find him during the day, so I waited in Mumu's house until dark before I saw Mumu coming home. At this time, Mumu hadn't moved to Hongdu's place yet, but he had also been in contact with Hongdu several times in private. But in the past few days, Mumu didn't even care about Hongdu. Mumu seemed calm on the surface. But Hong could feel that he was still very uneasy inside. So she tried her best to persuade him and gave examples to reason with him. Although many things in reality are hard to accept, they have to be faced when they happen. There are too many cruel things in the ninja world, and Mumu's situation is nothing at all. Mumu rarely got angry with Hong. In Hong's opinion, he was still too young and couldn't get over it. She brought the topic to herself. Even if something like that happened that day, she could still face Mumu and Yakumo calmly. But Mumu retorted that her situation was completely different from his. Mumu did that kind of thing with Ito in front of her and Yakumo. Zahi Hong could feel the pain in Miu Miu's heart, and she felt bad too, because Miu Miu was trying to save her. Perhaps because she felt guilty about Miu Miu, or perhaps because she was too excited, she asked Miu Miu to do that to her, so that she would feel better. And Miu Miu seemed to have lost his usual calmness and really accepted it. He said that as long as Teacher Hong didn't regret it, he could give it a try. Hong actually regretted it right after she finished speaking, but in order to prevent a genius disciple like Miu Miu from being ruined, she felt that sacrificing her body was actually a win, so she didn't take back her words in the end. Hong was very uncooperative at first because of her discomfort, but she didn't resist. But gradually the atmosphere was right, and she gradually became proactive. She found that by doing this, her heart was actually very calm, without any resistance, and subconsciously she actually recognized Miu Miu more, recognizing that he was her man. It was just that due to the relationship between the two sides, Hong didn't dare to admit it at all. Chapter 058 I just want to become stronger. Yamakana Ino, no way? Teacher Hong really became our sister? Harem Sakura, I'll tell you. I feel that women who come into contact with Miu Miu will eventually become his wife. Tia Nation, I'm used to it now, it's not surprising to me at all. Yamakana Ino, but no matter what, you must occupy the most important position in Miu Miu's heart. Harem Sakura, hey, it's already like this. Don't you guys recognize the reality? Yamakana Ino, you're the one who doesn't recognize the reality, right? Tia Nation, Xiaoying, I'm not saying anything bad about you, if you really don't want to be Miu Miu's woman, no one will force you. But this is Miu Miu's harem group, you have to recognize your position. Yamakana Ino, that's right, you always say you're not Miu Miu's wife, and you still want to convince us? But you keep staying in the group. While enjoying the benefits brought by the chat group, you're not willing to pay. Harano Sakura. Uzumaki Kori, actually, I also want to say that everyone in the group should have decided on Mumu-kun, right? Hyuga Hinata, hey? Tia-nation, you should think it over carefully. If it's just for face, then there's no need. Following the group leader, the future will only get better and better. Except for the fact that there are many women, the group leader has almost no shortcomings. Tia-nation, if you really don't want to be involved with Mumu-kun, leave the group as soon as possible and draw a clear line. Otherwise, even if you regret it later, it's your own business. In my opinion, it will only doubt your character. Yamanaka Ino. Tia-nation's words are what I mean. Sakura and Hinata, you'd better think it over. Sakura has always been rebellious. After being told this by Ino and Tian, she almost got so angry that she left the group directly. But staying in the group these days has gradually made her realize her ordinariness. There are 6 people in the group now. Excluding Hongdu, who has not shown up, among the remaining 5 girls, she is probably the worst in terms of background and qualifications. Even if you don't want to admit it, the fact is the fact, and it has been shown in many aspects. Not to mention, if she quits the group now, how can she compete with Ino and other girls in the group in the future? Only to Ino, Sakura doesn't want to lose to her the most. This has nothing to do with the quality of the relationship. Perhaps it is a habit that has been developed from competing since childhood. So facing what Tian said to Ino in the group, Sakura can only remain silent. In fact, she hasn't thought about it yet. But Tian is right. She keeps shouting that she doesn't want to be Miu Miu's woman, but she stays in the group and doesn't leave. She can't pass the test of character. Next, it's time to think about it. Is her own future more important, or is the unattainable Suzuki more important? And Hinata fell silent all of a sudden. At this time, she is more curious and yearning for Naruto, but it's not love. After staying in the group for a few days, her feelings towards Naruto faded a lot. Her situation was completely different from Sakura's. Sakura could be said to be eating from the bowl and looking at the pot, but Hinata was not mentally prepared. She was already weak in character. At the age of 13, how could she consider who to marry in the future? It was really difficult for her to choose Miu Miu now. But she also agreed with Tia-nation's words, either she decided to be with Miu Miu or leave the group. I really want to become stronger. Hinata murmured to herself. After asking myself, I soon came up with the answer. The video screen continued. Yui Hong acted impulsively and did something that could not be undone. Although she did not regret it in her heart, she and Miu Miu were master and apprentice, which was not accepted by the secular world, so she was a little entangled for a while. Fortunately, after this incident, Miu Miu's emotions stabilized a lot, and he felt guilty about her. Yui Hong saw this and did not regret it anymore. Moreover, things had already happened, so we should look forward. This was what she said at the beginning. Hong asked Miu Miu to keep their relationship secret, but she did like and enjoy the feeling of being with Miu Miu, so she did not draw a clear line with Miu Miu. In private, she was still Miu Miu's woman. On the surface, Hong asked Miu Miu to be with Yakumo, because only in this way could Yakumo be cured. Hong and Yakumo had discussed this matter, and Yakumo agreed. Of course, Yakumo definitely didn't know that Hong came to persuade Mumu, but she ate Mumu before her. Under Hong's persuasion, and in order to cure Yakumo, Mumu reluctantly agreed to this matter and went to Satomi Hill Villa with Hong. However, after seeing Yakumo, Hong left without saying a few words, leaving the place to Mumu and Yakumo. Yakumo received Hong's eye signal, and her whole face turned red like an apple. However, Mumu didn't do it too directly. He took her outside for a walk first to relax her mood, and asked about Ito's problem. As long as Yakumo's body is fine, Ito will not be able to make trouble again, so there is no need to worry in the short term. And when Yakumo follows Mumu, there is no need to worry about this problem in the future, and he can also draw spiritual strength from Ito. Yakumo can be regarded as the Ito Jinchuriki. The two chatted and laughed for a long time. Yakumo had a great liking for Mumu, and they got together naturally in the evening. Afterwards, Mumu confessed his affair with Hong. Unexpectedly, Yakumo didn't mind at all, and was even very happy. Yakumo now cares most about Mumu and Hong. She will only be happier if the three of them can be together forever. The screen flashed, Mumu hugged the shy Yakumo on the left, and hugged the helpless Hong on the right. It was obvious that the three of them had completely accepted each other. The screen gradually went black, and the video ended here. Yamanaka Ino, another happy ending? I'm really used to it now. Tien, the group leader is a different existence, different from anyone in the history of the ninja world, otherwise we wouldn't have joined Mumu's harem group. Uzumaki Kori, that's right, yes, Lee, Mumu is the best man in the whole ninja world, and he deserves the best. Yamazaki Ino, Kori, when you say that, it seems like we are not worthy of Mumu-kun. Uzumaki Kori, but that's the fact, I think so myself. Tionation, although that's the fact, you don't have to say it so bluntly, we will become better and better. Hyuga Hinata, well, come on, everyone. Yamazaki Ino, hey? Hinata, have you made up your mind? Tionation, good job, I really didn't see you wrong. Hinata kiss, Mua. Go. Hyuga Hinata, I just want to become stronger, I don't want to be the same as before. Yamazaki Ino, we are all the same. Tionation, that's right, only by following the group leader can we see higher and farther scenery, and our efforts are not in vain. Hyuga Hinata, well. Chapter 059 Mew Mew's amazing background. In the chat group, Hinata has determined her attitude. She will follow the footsteps of others and firmly regard Mew Mew as the only one in the future. Maybe a little hasty in terms of feelings, but the gains for the future are definitely huge. With the release of future videos one by one, Mew Mew's status in their hearts has also risen. More and more women are involved with Mew Mew in the video, and the girls soon reached a consensus that as long as they have time, they will show their presence in front of Mew Mew and win his favor. Sisters should not compete with each other, but help each other and cooperate with each other. Their goal is to try to leave a sufficient position in Mew Mew's heart for all the girls in the group before Mew Mew has his first woman. If they were not too young, they would even want to fight for Mew Mew's first time. After reaching this consensus, the girls finally went to bed contentedly. But one of them had insomnia, the excluded Sakura. Sakura of course saw the conversation in the chat group, but she had been lurking quietly since Tenten and Ino talked about her. Rationally, she should make the same choice as Hinata, as this is her best chance to get rid of her civilian status. However, everyone has obsessions. Once she makes a choice, she can no longer have any expectations or luck about Suzuki. Perhaps there is no loss, and the future may be even better. But she is unwilling to give up Suzuki just like that. Even though she has already formed a team with Suzuki, all competitors are gone, but now she has to give up. It would be the same for anyone. However, Sakura herself knows that Suzuki doesn't care about her at all, let alone in his heart. Sasuke's attitude towards Naruto is much better than hers. She keeps chasing after him, just because of a little luck in her heart. Although she was lucky in the original work, Sakura doesn't know it now. Maybe, I should make a change. After struggling for a long time, Sakura finally sighed and accepted her fate. It's not that she immediately firmly chooses Mew Mew, but that she gives up Suzuki and eliminates distractions to become stronger. As long as she doesn't hold the attitude of being in Cao's camp but her heart is in Han, even if she still doesn't recognize Miu Miu and continues to stay in the group, it won't be considered as betrayal. After thinking this through, Sakura felt as if a shackle on her body was opened, and suddenly she felt much more relaxed. Miu Miu didn't know what Sakura thought, and didn't care much. But Hinata's choice surprised him and made him very happy. As for the girl's intention to take the initiative to please him, this was expected long ago. Miu Miu, with the attitude of neither taking the initiative nor refusing, just waited for them to come. Today's affairs came to an end, and Miu Miu soon fell asleep in Hongdu's arms. The next day, he was woken up early by Hongdu, and he had to get up to make meatballs and dumplings for her breakfast. Miu Miu can also make other foods, and the taste is not necessarily worse than meatballs and dumplings, but Hongdu just loves these two, no matter what. There is no way, Miu Miu can only make a few more flavors. Who let this woman make him happy last night, and she will have to work hard for a while afterwards, how can he not spoil her? After feeding Hongdu, the two separated and went about their own business. Through the remote monitoring of the group system, Miu Miu knew that Ino and Tian Tian had made breakfast early in the morning and wanted to send it to him. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Miu Miu had moved yesterday, and he went straight to nothing. The house is now empty, so they naturally won't wait there stupidly. Just reminding the sisters in the group chat to pay attention to Miu Miu's current residence. Miu Miu smiled slightly, ignored it, and went straight to the dark team base. Soon, Tianzang took Miu Miu to the training ground where he practiced yesterday, and simply checked the results, and then exclaimed, "After yesterday's practice, your control of wood release chakra has reached a very high level. Even if you don't consider the strength issue, even I can't compare with you in terms of chakra control." This is just a short day of practice, and he was obviously a rookie who just graduated from the ninja school. If he continues to practice at this pace, Miu Miu's growth rate will be much faster than he expected. This is all thanks to the teaching of teacher Tianzang. Miu Miu smiled modestly. This has nothing to do with me. It's your own talent and willingness to endure hardships. 100 shadow clones practice together for a whole day. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Tianzang didn't dare to take credit. But even though he was wearing an Anbu mask, Miu Miu could still feel his high emotions. Miu Miu smiled and asked, "Teacher Tianzang, can I start practicing ninjutsu today?" "More than enough." Tianzang didn't want to block Miu Miu's idea, and nodded, "I'll teach you a few simple exercises first, and if there is still time, I'll teach you some more powerful ones." After all, Miu Miu has not yet come into contact with other ninjutsu except the three-body technique. Although the efficiency of learning ninjutsu will be very high after learning the nature change, Tianzang still needs to confirm Miu Miu's talent in ninjutsu. Miu Miu certainly has no objection to this. He had a premonition that he might start practicing ninjutsu today, so he made preparations in advance. Now Miu Miu has a pair of anti-discoloration contact lenses on his eyes, and he can open the Sharingan at any time. However, Tianzang's perception ability is still quite strong, so he still needs to be careful when using it. Hokage's office. After a day of investigation, the Sandame finally sorted out Mumu's family tree and matched them one by one. Just looking at the information in his hand, he couldn't believe it for a while, and his hands were shaking. Mumu's father is the grandson of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. If you count it, Mumu should call Tobirama great-grandfather. Then, Mumu's mother's identity is very surprising. She is the cousin of Uchiha Fugaku. Because she secretly had an affair with Mumu's father, she was not tolerated by the Uchiha clan. So she took advantage of an outing mission to fake her death and escape, changed her identity, and lived an anonymous life. Do you think it's over? No. Mumu's grandfather, the son of the second-generation Hokage, married a woman from the Uzumaki clan, and her identity was the direct niece of Uzumaki Mito. So Mumu not only has the blood of the Senju clan, but also the blood of the Uchiha clan and the blood of the Uzumaki clan. In summary, Mumu can be considered the grandson of the Sandame, and the fourth cousin of Tsunade, beyond 3 generations of blood relatives. This is very important. He is a cousin of Sasuke, and a distant cousin of Naruto. This identity is simply amazing. When the Sandame first saw this information, he was so shocked that he couldn't even hold the pipe in his mouth. The pipe fell and burned a hole in his pants, almost hurting Lao Niu Niu. After a long time, the Sandame came back to his senses and was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Sir, second, if you know about this, has he been protecting Konoha? Please rest assured, my lords. Although I have done many wrong things in the past, I will not let you down this time. I will definitely cultivate Mew Mew into a towering tree and inherit the will of fire from my lords. Thanks to Heaven and Earth No. 2 Gate Town for 1000 VIP points reward. Chapter 060 Hostility from Sasuke. Training Ground. At this time, Tianzang's face behind the mask was dull, and his eyes were lifeless. The day had not yet ended, and Mew Mew had already learned all his skills. At first, he planned to symbolically throw a few simple ones to let Mew Mew learn for a day or two. As a result, he had just demonstrated it once, and almost as soon as he finished, Mew Mew had copied it exactly. Even, the power he displayed was greater than his. It was outrageous. Tianzang didn't believe in evil, and displayed one ninjutsu after another. As long as it was below B level, no matter whether it was wood style, earth style, or water style, Mew Mew didn't need to watch it a second time, he could perfectly copy it. An A-level ninjutsu, Mew Mew didn't need to watch it a second time. It can be used successfully the first time, but the speed is slower and the power is smaller. After he got familiar with it a few times, he soon became a perfect replica, and even better than his master. This is a monster. Tianzang secretly complained in his heart, but he was also proud of accepting such a monster disciple. So Tianzang simply didn't hide it. As long as Mew Mew mastered a ninjutsu, he would immediately teach the next one. He really wanted to see where Mew Mew's limit was. Finally, there was this scene in front of us. Before it got dark, Tianzang had nothing to teach. Anyway, all he knew had been used, and all had been learned by Mew Mew. In addition, Mew Mew's would release strength far exceeds his. To some extent, Mew Mew is now stronger than him and has the qualifications to be a kage. Of course, he has learned it and has the qualifications, but it does not mean that Mew Mew is now a kage-level strongman. He has learned ninjutsu and performed it well, but it also depends on actual application. If you cannot apply it flexibly in actual combat, but do not know which ability to use when facing various situations, or choose the wrong ability to deal with it, then learning it is equivalent to not learning it. Let's stop here for today. Tenzo came back to his senses and did not know what tone to use to talk to Mew Mew. He could only sigh and said, "Have a good rest at night, and by the way, organize what you learned today and figure out what ability to use in what situation. Starting tomorrow, we will conduct actual combat training and apply the abilities we have mastered to actual combat. When you have mastered it, you can become a master. It's only the second day of training, and we can already consider the issue of becoming a master." Before today, Tianzang really couldn't imagine that there would be such a monster in the world. But when he thought that this monster was cultivated by him personally, Tianzang was so happy. "Yes, Teacher Tianzang." Mew Mew was as humble and polite as ever. This attitude made Tianzang even more satisfied. It's one thing to have strong talent, but if you become arrogant after your strength improves, it's not worth his effort to cultivate. Fortunately, Mew Mew's performance so far has made Tianzang feel impeccable. Mew Mew refused Tianzang's invitation to dinner again and left alone. That is, he has no money now, otherwise he should treat Tianzang to dinner instead. After all, he has plundered all the other people's inventory, and it would be too thick to stare at Tianzang's wallet. Unfortunately, there are no powerful wood-release ninjutsu in Tenzo's inventory, such as the Woodman Technique, Wood Dragon Technique, Tree World Advent, Thousand-Handed Buddha, etc. If you want to learn these ninjutsu, you may have to find the Sandame. Mumu remembered that in the original work, when Tenzo just started practicing wood-release ninjutsu, Danzo took out a wood-release ninjutsu scroll. I just don't know if Konoha only has that one copy. If the third generation doesn't have it, Mumu might have to go online with Danzo in advance. Of course. I won't consider these in the short term. As Tianzang said, after learning, you must also know how to use it flexibly in actual combat. The current progress is fast enough, there is no need to aim high. It is better to settle down first and master the existing abilities perfectly. According to the future video fabricated before, Miu Miu should have taken 5 to 6 days to learn all of Tianzang's inventory. But in order to speed up the progress, Miu Miu directly copied it with the Sharingan today. Don't say it, the Sharingan is used in learning ninjutsu, it is quite powerful, directly saving Miu Miu 4 or 5 times the time. No wonder Kakashi could get the title of the butt-picking ninja just by relying on a Sharingan given by others. While thinking about these things, Miu Miu habitually opened the chat group. Although it was still early, the 4 flowers of Konoha had completed their daily tasks. After all, they were still performing D-level tasks. Since last night, Sakura has been silent in the group and has basically not shown up today. The other girls were chatting happily, and they were also looking for Miu Miu's traces in their spare time. Unfortunately, none of them met Miu Miu now, and several girls were a little anxious. Please give me flowers. After Miu Miu had a brief understanding, he didn't care about them, but he didn't expect to meet Team 7 on the road. They had just finished their mission and were walking back. Kakashi had already separated from them in advance. Naruto suggested going out to eat together, but unfortunately Sasuke ignored him and Sakura was not in the mood. Hey? Aren't you that someone? Naruto was feeling lost when he saw Miu Miu walking towards him. Of course Naruto had an impression of a classmate. But in the past, he might have ignored it directly because Miu Miu was too invisible. But since awakening the wood release, Miu Miu's temperament has changed dramatically. Not only has he grown a lot taller, but his appearance has also been optimized. Standing in the crowd, he was like a crane standing out among chickens. It was hard for Naruto not to notice him. But Naruto only remembered that Miu Miu was a classmate, but he couldn't even remember his name. Idiot! It's Mumu-kun. Sakura looked up and saw Mumu, subconsciously scolded Naruto, and was about to hit him on the head with her fist, but soon she forced herself to hold it back. It's not that she wants to maintain her image in front of Mumu, but she has already decided to change herself. Sasuke, who was about to leave, also noticed Naruto's shout. Seeing Mumu's changed image, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But what Sasuke noticed was that Mumu not only looked different, but his breath also became steady and long, which made him, the first in the grade, feel pressured. What did this guy go through in the past 2 days? Sasuke was horrified, and his intuition told him that he was no match for Mumu. Because of this, Sasuke directly became hostile to Mumu, and his eyes became unfriendly when he looked at him. Mumu, hello, I didn't expect to meet you here. Sakura tried to act more ladylike, and said with a smile, we just finished the mission and we're about to go out for food, do you want to join us? Nice. The opportunity came just in time. Sakura waved her fist and shouted. She was so embarrassed in the chat group now. Which made her feel even more ashamed than when she first joined and was punished in public. Now she happened to meet Miu Miu, so it was a good opportunity to improve her favorability. As long as she could raise the level of the group, she wouldn't have to worry about those problems. Isn't it also an attitude to raise the level of the group? Next. Chapter 061, Ayam's love affair can't be hidden. Ah! Sakura, didn't you just say? It was the first time that Naruto saw Sakura showing a gentle expression when facing someone other than Sasuke, and his brain was a little confused for a while. Before he finished speaking, Sakura immediately interrupted and said, "Shut up." Naruto scratched his head, still not quite understanding. But he would only be happy if Sakura was willing to go out for food together. Yoshi. Naruto waved his fist excitedly and said, "In that case, I'll treat everyone to ramen. Mumu, come along too." Sasuke glanced at Sakura, whose attitude had changed drastically. Although he didn't care much, he was more curious about Mumu. So he also said, "I'll go too." Ah! Naruto was confused again. Why are all the people so weird today? But never mind, who cares? Ramen, ramen. Here I come. Naruto quickly became happy again and ran to the front to lead the way. Mumu, who hadn't decided whether to go with them, seemed to have lost the power to refuse. "Mumu, let's go." Sakura smiled gently at Mumu again and said, "It's rare to meet by chance on the road. This is also a kind of fate." "Okay." Mumu shrugged and nodded, "Then let's go together." Speaking of which, he hasn't tasted Ichiraku ramen since he traveled through time, so this is a good opportunity to try how delicious it is. When you come to the world of Naruto, Ichiraku ramen is one of the places you must visit. Sasuke didn't say anything, just followed behind, looking at Mumu with a hidden look. Mumu knew Sasuke's character very well, and was not surprised by his behavior, so he didn't care about him. Speaking of which, Mumu has joined the Anbu, right? I've always been curious about what it's like there, can you tell me about it? Sakura began to make small talk. Sasuke's pupils shrank slightly. Did this guy actually join the Anbu? Although Sasuke didn't know much about the Anbu, he knew that people without certain strength could not join the Anbu. And joining the Anbu seemed to require some special conditions. In other words, those who can join the Anbu are inherently higher than those who form a team after graduation. But in Sasuke's memory, Mumu doesn't seem to be very strong. In fact, I'm just a reserve member. Mumu spread his hands and said, "I've been training with a senior teacher these 2 days. I haven't officially joined the Anbu yet, so I don't know much about the situation there. But the reason why the Anbu is called the Anbu is to hide your identity and stay in the dark, so many things 7 if I know, I can't say more. And, I hope you can keep it a secret for me and don't disclose it casually." It turned out to be just a reserve member. Sasuke didn't care so much after hearing this, but he was still very curious about Mumu's strength. "Ah!" Sakura exclaimed after realizing it, and said apologetically, "Sorry, I was just curious for a moment and didn't think so much." "It doesn't matter." Mumu smiled and said, "I'm just a small person now, and I don't have so many taboos." During the conversation, the 4 of them soon came to Ichiraku Ramen restaurant. As soon as Naruto entered the door, he shouted loudly, "Ramen, ramen! Uncle Shouta, hurry up and serve us ramen." "Oh? It's Naruto, please wait." Shouta responded with a smile and immediately began to prepare. "Naruto, have you finished the task? How is it, are you used to becoming a ninja?" Ayam was helping out beside him, greeting Naruto. Naruto immediately boasted smugly, "Of course, with me here, the mission is easy and not difficult at all. If it weren't for the arrogant Sasuke holding us back, we could have completed the mission earlier." "You're the last one, are you talking about yourself?" Sasuke walked over with a dark face. Sakura, who followed closely behind, also said with an unhappy look on her face, "Naruto, you still dare to say that, you've been holding us back." "Sakura-chan, it's okay for the arrogant Sasuke to say that, but why don't you even give me some face?" Naruto was ruined and immediately drooped his head. Shouta and Ayam laughed, but they knew Naruto's character very well and didn't care at all. When Mumu came in, Ayam's eyes lit up and a crazy look appeared on her face. Uncle Shouta, there are 4 of us, 1 extra large bowl each, I'll treat you today. Naruto quickly cheered up again. This little blow was nothing to him, he was used to it. Shouta smiled and said, okay, since Naruto is treating, I'll give you a 20% discount and give you an extra egg each. Thank you so much, Uncle Shouta. Naruto felt very proud and immediately raised his head and chest. 0. This handsome little brother, my name is Ayam, are you also a Konoha ninja? Why have I never seen you before? Ayam had already given up fighting and approached Mew Mew, with an infatuated expression on her face that she couldn't hide. Sakura was a little alert and spoke first, his name is Mew Mew, and he is in the same class as us. Also, Sister Ayam, shouldn't you make our ramen first? Just kidding. Ino and the others couldn't find Mew Mew anywhere, and now she met him by accident. She wanted to take this opportunity to gain more favor from Mew Mew to improve the group level. How could Ayam divert Mew Mew's attention? But Ayam didn't care about Sakura's attitude at all, and still looked at Mew Mew with an infatuated expression, and even leaned on the table with her hands on her cheeks, looking at Mew Mew closely. So your name is Mew Mew, you are taller than me. And you just graduated from the ninja school? It seems that you have a good talent. Ayam still looked at Mumu with a dazed look. But, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Ayam, come and help quickly, how can you let the customer wait for a long time? Even the hand typing couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Oh, okay. Ayam was a little sober now, her face flushed and she looked at Mumu again, with a hint of shyness. Mumu, wait a moment, the ramen will be ready soon. 3.2 Sakura was speechless, now she understood what Ino often said, I'm so angry that it hurts. Although she is not big, she has it too. Mumu didn't care about it, he just thought it was very interesting. Of course he knew that his current charm was absolutely lethal to ordinary girls. Ayam herself had a little bit of a love-crazy attribute, so it was reasonable for her to fall for his genes. Mumu. In order to divert Mew Mew's attention, Sakura took the initiative to speak. You said you have been in special training these 2 days, so your strength must have improved a lot, right? Unlike us, we can only do some boring tasks now. Sasuke, who was next to him, pricked up his ears immediately after hearing this. He was not interested in anything else, but if it came to strength, he would not be sleepy. And because he had an inexplicable hostility towards Mew Mew in his heart, he also wanted to know more. Chapter 062 Sasuke is too far behind. Fortunately, I have indeed gained a lot. Mew Mew smiled and said, compared to when I was in the ninja school, I have indeed made much faster progress. But my situation is different from yours. We usually go alone. Even if the team acts together, we have our own duties and tasks, so personal strength is very important. And you have just formed a ninja team, and you will have to advance and retreat together for a long time in the future, so the cooperation between the teams becomes even more important. You are still in the running-in period, and you need to get to know each other better. The D-level missions in the early stage are also to promote the relationship between the team, so that you can play better cooperation in the future when you encounter battles. Although Sakura is not very good in many aspects, her theoretical knowledge is among the best. She understood Mew Mew's words at once, and she agreed with them deeply, which was completely consistent with what Kakashi taught them. I didn't expect you to know so much. Sakura was a little emotional. If the chat group hadn't appeared, she wouldn't have noticed Mew Mew at all. In the past, she only had Sasuke in her mind. Even if she noticed Mew Mew, she wouldn't have realized that he was so outstanding. Now that she has let go of her obsession, she has indeed discovered many things that she hadn't discovered before. Based on this alone, Sakura feels that she has grown a lot, and at the same time, she feels that she was too stupid before. Naruto is still waiting for his ramen. This topic is like listening to a book of heaven to him, and he can't listen to it at all. But Sasuke found that he seemed to have chosen the wrong major. He wanted to be alone and improve his personal strength. What's the matter with playing house with the team and cooperating with each other? Seeing Miu Miu's current appearance, it is obvious that he has made a huge improvement after joining the Anbu. Miu Miu, can I join the Anbu? Sasuke interrupted and asked without hesitation. Sasuke-kun, you. Sakura was shocked and subconsciously wanted to stop him. But she soon endured it again. She now had to change her previous thoughts and treat Sasuke as a normal teammate. Miu Miu glanced at Sasuke. To be honest, he didn't want to pay attention to this attitude according to his personality. However, for future development, he had already decided to establish a gentle and humble personality in front of others. So even though he was a little unhappy, he still smiled and replied, "It was just a coincidence that I could join. Most people who want to join must at least reach the level of Chunin first. Sasuke, if you are interested in us, you can first adapt to the ninja team while working hard to improve your strength. When you are promoted to Chunin, I will explain the conditions for joining to you. As long as you meet the standards, we will not refuse anyone here." Sasuke opened his mouth and wanted to ask Miu Miu if he looked down on him and deliberately blocked him. Miu Miu was able to join the Anbu right after graduating from the ninja school. Why can't he? The Uchiha clan can be compared with ordinary people? But he was not familiar with Miu Miu after all, and the two of them were almost in contact for the first time. Miu Miu was able to tell him these things, which was already a courtesy. What position did he have to question Miu Miu? Sakura winked obscurely and persuaded, "Sasuke-kun, let's talk about this later. Miu Miu just told us to keep it secret. It's really not appropriate to say this in public." The clear-headed Sakura noticed that Miu Miu always used more obscure words to replace the Anbu. It's not that the Anbu can't be discussed openly, but it's important to conceal the identity. What Sasuke said just now, others knew that Miu Miu was an Anbu, so how could he hide his identity? Sasuke also realized that he was reckless, but with his arrogant personality, he would never admit that he was wrong. He just snorted lightly and made a fuss with an ugly face. He secretly decided in his heart to join the Anbu as his goal, and the first thing to do was to be promoted to Chunin as soon as possible. Even if he started a little slowly now, he would definitely catch up later. This is the confidence of Uchiha. Sakura gave Miu Miu an apologetic look. Actually, she shouldn't have mentioned Miu Miu. Sasuke was a bit jealous. Maybe he was too good and couldn't stand seeing someone better than him. Sakura used to pursue Sasuke blindly, but now she realizes this. Sasuke is far behind Miu Miu, at least in terms of how he behaves. He is more like a child who has not grown up. No wonder Miu Miu is so popular with so many girls. Sakura now fully understands what it means to be one way in school and another way in society. Fortunately, the ramen was ready at this time, interrupting the awkward atmosphere. Ayam only served Miu Miu noodles, and continued to lean on the opposite side with her hands on her cheeks, looking at him infatuatedly. "Miu Miu, our ramen is of guaranteed quality and quantity, and it ranks first in the entire ninja world. You must try it. If you have any comments or suggestions, just tell me, and I will definitely work hard to improve it to your satisfaction." Seeing this, Shouta shook his head secretly. It seems that my little girl has reached the age of having an affair. He glanced at Miu Miu and thought that she was willing to get along with Naruto. So her character should be acceptable. As for other aspects, we still have to observe. However, the three little ones in Team 7 were several levels weaker in front of him. It seems that this Miu Miu is really outstanding and can be considered. It's a pity that he is too young. If he is the same age as Naruto, he will be 4 years younger than Ayam. Besides, he is a ninja, and I don't know if he can look down on ordinary people like them. As Ayam's old father, he is also worried about his daughter's happiness. Of course, Miu Miu didn't know these things. Not only did he not care about Ayam's attitude, but he was secretly happy in his heart. 953. He first tasted the ramen in the bowl, drank a mouthful of soup, and then gave a thumbs up and said, "Sister Icarus is right, this ramen is really great. I am a picky person, but now I can't find any faults." Icarus was so happy that she smiled and said, "If you like it, come often in the future. I will try to learn more different flavors and make sure you will never get tired of it." "No problem." Mew Mew agreed. Sakura watched from the side and felt a little sad, but she don't know how to interrupt. Even if she wants to get closer to Mew Mew, she can't do many things in front of other people. And if she knew how to please a man, she wouldn't be so annoying to Suzuki. As a result, she could only watch Mew Mew eating ramen while talking and laughing with Ayam. Fortunately, her trip was not in vain. She had more contact with Mew Mew. Even if she couldn't improve her good impression, they became more familiar with each other, and it would be more natural to meet again in the future. After eating and drinking, Suzuki, who was worried, left first without even saying hello. Naruto was also satisfied after eating ramen. After paying the bill, he said hello to Sakura and Mew Mew and left as well. Mew Mew couldn't help but laugh secretly. Did Naruto really come here just to eat ramen? And he left after eating ramen? No wonder in the original book, he had the right time, right place, and right people, but he still couldn't catch up with Sakura. This makes sense. Chapter 063 The Little Fairy Who Knows How to Flirt. Ah! Why are there only two of us left? Xiaoying looked at Mumu pretending to be stupid. Liang was yelling, "Nice! This is just the right time." Before Mumu could speak, Xiaoying said, "Thanks for your care the other day, I had dinner at your house, and I've been feeling embarrassed. How about we go to the commercial street in front, and I'll treat you to snacks, as a reward for you." Mumu pondered for a moment. He had nothing to do at home now, and Hengdu hadn't come back yet, so he nodded and agreed. Xiaoying didn't give him a good impression, but no matter what, she was the first heroine in the original work, and she was still very charming in the later period. It's not that she is hated from the beginning to the end, nor is she charming first and then hated. Since she can slowly get better, why can't you accept it? Besides, she has begun to change now, and Mumu can feel it completely. It's not impossible to give her a chance. When Sakura saw Mew Mew agreed, she was immediately overjoyed. She let her take this opportunity to overtake Ino, Tian Tian, and the others, and see if they are still embarrassed to say anything about her. Soon, the two came to the commercial street. Before they had walked a few steps, Sakura's face immediately sank. The reason was very simple. Ino and Tian Tian were arm in arm and just walked over from the opposite side. When they saw Mew Mew and Sakura, they were obviously stunned for a moment, and then their eyes lit up almost at the same time. "Mew Mew-kun! Kun! Mew Mew-kun!" Ino and Tian Tian immediately let go of each other's hands, ran to Mew Mew, and hugged Mew Mew's arms. It seemed that they didn't see Sakura, and Ino even pushed her away directly. "Mew Mew-kun, did you move? I went to your house this morning and it was empty." Ino complained like a spoiled child, "You moved without telling me, don't you want to see me again?" Tian Tian also said, "I specially made a lot of breakfast for you with Ino, to repay you for treating us to hot pot last time, but I didn't expect it to be a waste." While talking, the two girls swayed their bodies like they were spoiled. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but they kept dawdling in front of Mew Mew, basically taking advantage of him. Well, what is certain is that Ino is indeed a little older than Tian Tian, but only a little bit. Sorry. Mew Mew was secretly happy, but he remained calm on the surface. He said with a hint of apology, "Because the matter happened rather suddenly, I started moving just after I decided, so I didn't inform you in advance. I thought that since we are all from the same village, it would be easy for us to meet each other." It won't be too late to talk about it when we meet. Ino seemed a little angry, humming, but you made me worry for a long time. I thought something happened to you. I couldn't find you after searching for a long time. This is a little goblin who knows how to tease people. Mew Mew was sure in his heart that these two people were deliberately teasing him. I didn't expect that they had just reached a consensus in the group last night, and now they immediately took action, and they didn't restrain themselves at all. This is already a naked declaration that there is a love affair between them and Mew Mew. But in fact, there hasn't been anything that caused misunderstanding before, right? Thinking so, Mew Mew naturally would not push them away. He smiled and said, "Then to express my apology, I will treat you to milk tea." Milk tea? What is that? Ino and Tenten showed puzzled expressions at the same time. In this ninja world, there is no such drink as milk tea. It is a very delicious drink. I believe you will like it. Mew Mew did not explain too much. Because there is a foodie named Hungdu at home, he is going to make all kinds of snacks and desserts. See if there is anything that Hungdu likes to eat besides meatballs and dumplings. The method of making milk tea is relatively simple. He has prepared all the ingredients. He originally wanted to make it for Hungdu to try in the evening. Now it's just in time, let them try it too. Since Mumu-kun said so, I will try it reluctantly. Ino said hypocritically, but the hand holding Mumu's arm became stronger. Tian Tian also said with a smile, I believe in Mew Mew Jun's taste. If you say it's good, it must be excellent. Mew Mew turned around and called to Xiaoying, who was squeezed aside, Xiaoying, you come too. Also, do you want to call Hinata again? Since the four girls all want to win his favor, let's come together. See if there will be too many people to relax, or if there are too many people, the atmosphere will be right, but let go more. No matter what, it's a win for Mew Mew. Hey, wide forehead, you're here too, sorry I didn't see you just now. Ino said with a hint of sarcasm. Last night, Sakura clearly advised them to face reality, why is she running to Mew Mew now? Sakura was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she was indeed in the wrong in this matter. Otherwise, if Ino pushed her away just now, she would have exploded, and now she can only swallow her anger. A good opportunity to improve the favorability is now completely destroyed, how abominable. Thinking so, Sakura still followed. There is no way, if she doesn't go, let the other three improve Mew Mew's favorability, then even Ino and Tianation's group level will exceed her, and she will have even less status in the group. Don't worry about Hinata, we just agreed to meet in front. Tian Tian took the opportunity to explain to Mew Mew. But in fact, she was frantically tagging Hinata in the group, asking Hinata to hurry up and wait for them. Fortunately, Hinata was nearby and hadn't returned home yet. She rushed over immediately after receiving the message. Only Zionki, who was far away in Kyuzagakure village, shed tears of envy and jealousy. Hungdu naturally saw the message in the group. Knowing that the four flowers of Konoha went to Mew Mew's new home, which was her home, to drink milk tea. Hungdu didn't care. She was very open-minded about matters between men and women. As long as Mew Mew gave her meatballs, everything would be fine. As for milk tea? What is that? It's not as delicious as meatballs. Forget it, let Niu Zhao get close to them, and go back later. Then, go find Hong. I don't know when Hong will be able to join the chat group. On the other side, Mew Mew and his friends quickly met Hinata and returned home together. You sit down for a while. I'll go get ready. It won't take too long. Mew Mew took them to the living room on the second floor. He was not afraid that they would find out that this was Hungdu's house. He let them do whatever they wanted. Hey, wide forehead, what do you mean? When Mew Mew entered the kitchen, Ino immediately looked at Sakura as if questioning her. Although Tenten and Hinata didn't say it clearly, Sakura also understood their eyes. If Sakura still couldn't be as firm in her beliefs as they were, she might be excluded from the small group. Because the group had a live video broadcast, Zyonki on the other side could also see it. We are all sisters who advance and retreat together. We can't always have someone who is away from the group. Chapter 064 Who said that only adults can do it? Sakura opened her mouth, but couldn't say the decision she had made in her heart. Why? Everyone was selected by the group system and then joined the chat group. No one is superior to anyone else. Why do they join hands to interrogate me? Sakura has a rebellious mentality. If Ino and the others talk in a negotiating tone, she can still speak. But this attitude now gives people a feeling of being forced to abdicate, and Sakura is not willing to speak. Sakura, don't blame us for being direct and tough, we all mean the same thing. Tian seemed to see that Sakura was a little angry, and said bluntly, this chat group exists relying on the group owner, and we must defend his interests. Not only you, but all of us are the same. If you want to stay in the group and enjoy the benefits brought by the chat group, you must recognize your position and strengthen your beliefs. Now everyone has just joined the group for a short time, and you haven't seen many videos, and the gain effect is not great, but what about in the future? There will be more and more videos in the future, and there will be more and more secrets involved in the future. In addition to the members of our group, the one who is most involved is the group owner. We know so many of his secrets. If he has other intentions, how should we deal with it then? Although the chat group has a punishment function, no one can guarantee that 970 will not risk being punished and will definitely harm the group owner, or even think of dying with him. The chat group punishment function is one thing, and the rest of us group members must be a barrier outside. Because of this, whether it is the current group members or those who may join in the future, if we cannot reach this consensus, we will be our common enemy. These words were discussed once last night, and they were just rough ideas at the time. After thinking all day today, Tian has basically sorted out the clues and has been recognized by Jingyi and others. Either firmly follow Miu Miu's belief and enjoy the benefits brought by the chat group with peace of mind. Or quit the chat group and return to your previous life. If you don't choose either of the two, you will become the public enemy of other sisters in the group. Don't look at Tian and Jingyi always clamoring to fight for Miu Miu, but in fact they don't have a firm belief in their hearts, and they are more just talking nonsense. But with the implementation of this thought, even if I was not firm before, I must be firm now. After hearing this, Xiaoying fell silent. She knew that Tian was right. Join the chat now. Here aren't many people in the group, and not many future scenes can be seen. As time goes by, the situation will become more and more complicated. If we don't reach a consensus now, no one can tell what will happen in the future. However, it's embarrassing to let Xiaoying mix with them, and she soon thought of the loopholes in these words. Sakura showed a hint of sneer on her face and said sarcastically, "It sounds good, but don't forget that everyone is only 13 or 14 years old and can't be Miu Miu's woman at all. No matter how firm your belief is, what can you do? That Mitarashi Anko, Uzuki Yujeo, and Yui Hong teacher, they will all rush to the front. Besides them, I believe there will be more in the future. There are many adult women. Miu Miu's charm is so great, I don't know how many there will be in the future. How can you be sure that you can grab the right to speak in front of these adults, these special Jonin, and even the elite Jonin and shadow-level strong men who may appear in the future? Just making friends with Miu Miu and having a meal with him, our group level has been raised from LV1 to LV2. What if we become Miu Miu's woman? It will be raised even more. Now they don't know that Hongdu is already Miu Miu's woman in reality. According to the group system settings, Hongdu ate Muumu's meatballs yesterday morning, so the group level should be upgraded from LV1 to LV3. She slept with Muumu last night, so the level will be upgraded from LV3 to LV6. Group system gain effect, 450%. However, Hongdu has not sent a word, an emoticon, or a symbol in the chat group, which means she has not yet fully joined the network. So her group level experience value is now in an accumulated state. She has not directly broken through and is still a LV1 privilege. I don't know what kind of mood Hongdu will feel when she finds out. At this time, Sakura was just stubborn and refuted a few words, but she became more and more fluent and hit the point. These problems are indeed things that Tian Tian had not considered before. Tian Tian frowned and thought hard, but couldn't think of a way to solve it. There is no way. They are really too weak now. Even if a few people gather together, they are not as good as a special jonin. Maybe it is because of this that Mitarashi Hongdu, who has been in the group for 2 days, has never said a word from beginning to end. They didn't take them seriously at all. So even if they all agree, what does it matter? Hongdu will do what she wants. Since they can't even control Hongdu, why should they force Sakura to make a choice? Is it because Sakura is easy to bully? Then they are bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. Bang! Ino suddenly slammed the table and stood up, shocking everyone else. What's there to be entangled about? Ino said angrily, we are the first batch of people to join the group, so we have the biggest advantage. Isn't it just a special jonin? What's the big deal? I don't believe that with the buff effect of the group system, we can't beat her if we unite. Calm down. Jing Bao, calm down, we are not going to fight. Tian Tian hurriedly pulled Ino to sit down. Tian Tian turned around and said, but what Jing Bao said is not unreasonable. Our group level is in the leading state, and the group gain effect is also greater. Hinata has 300%. If we unite, even the special jonin can't ignore our opinions. And now, we are all trying to improve the group level. As long as we keep leading, not only will our strength be strengthened, but we can also use the improved talents to speed up our training and always surpass them. Sakura subconsciously retorted, we have a gain effect, and others will also have it after joining the group. Adults can sleep with us, and the group level will only increase faster. In fact, Sakura has agreed with Tianatian's statement, and she can't really quit the group or confront Tian Tian and others. But she is just stubborn by habit and can't easily say soft words. Ino, who had calmed down a little, stood up again and said angrily, who said that only adults can sleep with you? Aren't you worried that your group level will be surpassed? Now I'm going to make a sample for you. After saying that, he rushed directly to the kitchen regardless of Tianatian's obstruction. What are you talking about? Why do you sound so excited? Make a sample? What sample? Just at this moment, Miu Miu came out with a tray. Chapter 065 Miu Miu, I like you. Ino was hot-headed for a moment, and the momentum that had just been on his mind was instantly drained when Miu Miu came out. No, we were just discussing some topics between girls. Ino's expression was a little stiff, and a trace of unnaturalness flashed across her, and she directly changed the subject and said, Miu Miu, call me when you are done, just let us do this little thing. Looking at her nervous and flustered expression, Miu Miu couldn't help but laugh. Miu Miu had just seen their conversation through the chat group. He also discovered that Hongdu, who had gone to bother Xiri Hong after work, was also peeking at the screen silently, and was laughing at these little girls for being too naive. Of course, Hongdu didn't mean any harm, she just thought it was more fun to peek at the screen. Once she showed up in the group, she might not see this kind of interesting scene. It's just a small matter. Miu Miu put the tray on the table, handed a cup to each of the girls, and said with a smile, try it, this is my special milk tea, you can't get it anywhere else. Really? Haha. Ino with an awkward smile on her face. Sakura, who was sitting opposite her, gave her a contemptuous look, as if to say, aren't you going to make an example? Why are you so scared all of a sudden? Ino was almost stimulated and was going to do something. But at this time, Tian Tian suddenly shouted exaggeratedly. Wow! This is so delicious! It turned out that Tian Tian had taken the lead in tasting the milk tea. The fragrant milky aroma and the sweetness of the tea mixed together, interweaving a strange taste in the mouth. Tianatian's eyes lit up, and he said with surprise, "This tastes really great, I like it very much." As he said, Tian Tian couldn't help but drink a few more mouthfuls, and his face showed an expression of enjoyment. Is it really that exaggerated? Sakura was skeptical, then took a sip and was soon conquered by the taste of the milk tea. Hinata had already taken several sips and was also very surprised, but she didn't make any sound and just enjoyed it silently. Ino was actually very greedy. Looking at the looks of the others, you can tell that the taste of the milk tea is definitely beyond words. However, the other three girls were all paying attention to the milk tea at this time, and Ino didn't want to miss this opportunity. So she quietly pulled the corner of Miu Miu's clothes and winked at him to leave with her. Although Miu Miu didn't know what Ino wanted, whatever they did, they were looking forward to it, so they naturally wouldn't refuse. The two of them left the living room and came to the room, one after the other. When Tian Tian and the others drank a few sips and drew their attention back, they were shocked to find that Miu Miu and Jing Yi had actually walked away. The three of them looked at each other, staring at each other. It was Tian Tian who first discovered the traces of Miu Miu and Jing Yi, and gestured in the direction of the room with his eyes. The three of them quietly got up, slowly moved over, and then lay down by the door and listened to the wall. "Jing Yi, do you have anything to say? Is it that milk tea doesn't suit your taste? Then I'll make something else next time." Miu Miu pretended not to know what was going on. "No." Jing Yi shook his head and said, "I haven't drunk the milk tea yet, and as long as it's made by Miu Miu-jun, I will definitely like it." "Then what are you doing?" Miu Miu's face was full of confusion. Jing Yi suddenly stepped forward, hugged Miu Miu from the front, put his hands around his waist, and leaned his head in front of him. "Miu Miu-jun, I want to tell you, I like you." Ino's voice was trembling, and it could be heard that she was very nervous, but she still spoke the words firmly. But from the perspective that Miu Miu couldn't see, her whole face was red as if it was about to bleed. Although he couldn't see it, Miu Miu could feel it. After Ino said this, her heart started beating wildly, at least 3 times faster than usual. "Sorry, Ino." Miu Miu gently pushed Ino away. "Are you going to reject me?" Ino's face suddenly changed. She had already taken the initiative, and Miu Miu just pushed her away? "No, you misunderstood." Miu Miu hurriedly explained, "It's just that you were so sudden, I was not mentally prepared at all." "And why is this? We just met these few days and haven't known each other much yet." After hearing this, Ino heaved a sigh of relief. It was better not to reject directly. Perhaps because of this interruption, Ino was not so nervous. What she had to do now was to convince Miu Miu first. Even if she couldn't make Miu Miu accept her immediately, she had to leave a deep impression first. So, she looked at Miu Miu seriously and said, "There is no reason. I like you. No matter what kind of person you are, I only know that I like you very much, very much." The 3 girls who were eavesdropping outside the door widened their eyes. After looking at each other, they secretly gave Ino a thumbs up in their hearts. "0 Please give flowers. It's really Ino. Only she dares to do such a thing. Even if she claims to be the eldest sister every day, I'm afraid she can't do such a thing. You make me embarrassed." Miu Miu looked shy and embarrassed, and was at a loss. When Ino saw that Miu Miu had no resistance or disgust, she knew she was halfway to success. She also knew that she couldn't let Miu Miu calm down at this time, otherwise it would be a waste of all her efforts. So Ino mustered up her courage, pushed Miu Miu on the bed, and kissed him. There was no other way, she was not tall enough, and she couldn't kiss him at all if she stood there. Even if she stood on tiptoes, she could only kiss Miu Miu's chin at most, which would be funny. Ino was also desperate, and didn't care how to face it later, Anyway, she would do it first. 0. At this time, the 3 kids outside the door all covered their mouths tightly with their hands, fearing that they would make the slightest sound. Everyone admired Ino's bold performance, and even Sakura was completely convinced at this time. Kanako, who saw this scene through the live video, muttered to herself. If it were her, she would definitely be bolder than Ino. Haha, you are quite courageous. A certain Hongdu, who was playing with Yui Kurane, suddenly exclaimed. What have the courage? Hong was stunned for a moment, not understanding Hongdu's sudden words. Hongdu laughed and grabbed a handful in front of her, and said with a smile, I mean, is your hair inflated? It's actually bigger than me. Hongdu is just round, but in terms of size, it is still inferior to Hong. Hong rolled her eyes and said unhappily, what's good about being big? Being a ninja will only be a burden, so I usually tie it up. This is not good, it is said that it will be easily deformed. Hongdu said seriously, it's okay now that you are young, but you will definitely regret it when you are old. Is it like you, swinging left and right when you are fast? That must be tiring. Hong rolled her eyes again. It's better to be a little tired than to be deformed. Hongdu muttered, and then directly said, no, you are not allowed to tie it up again in the future, you have to consider your future happy life. Well, for Miu Miu's future happy life. Stop it, you female hooligan. Hong cried out, and soon the 2 of them got into a mess again. Chapter 066 Xiao Tian Tian, you actually stole the house. Ding! Congratulations to group member Yamanaka Ino, the level has been upgraded from LV2 to LV3. The gain effect has been increased from 250% to 300%. The chat group system sent a prompt, and the girls also showed expressions of as expected. If you want to improve the group level, you have to get closer to Miu Miu. If you want to get closer to Miu Miu, the behavior involving emotions is the easiest. After tasting the sweetness, Ino seemed to be encouraged and seemed to want to go further with Miu Miu, but was stopped by Miu Miu. They are all watching outside. Faced with Ino's doubtful and aggrieved look, Miu Miu pointed to the door of the room. He didn't care. He just didn't take the initiative or refuse. No matter what happened, he just had to take responsibility. But it would be interrupted at any time in the middle, and it would be neither good nor bad in the end. It's better not to start, otherwise he would be uncomfortable. 970 Ino subconsciously glanced outside the door. Although Tian Tian and the others had retracted their heads at the first time, how could the perception ability of ninjas be avoided like this? Ino's pretty face turned red. She was too involved just now and forgot where she was for a moment. She hurriedly got up from Miu Miu, tidied her appearance, and was about to run away. Just when she turned around, she seemed to realize something and looked back at Miu Miu again, suppressing her shame. Miu Miu, you haven't replied to me yet. Ino looked at Miu Miu steadily, and she didn't shy away no matter how shy she felt. Whether it was for the position in the group or to grab a place in Miu Miu's heart, she had to take the initiative, and she couldn't let others take advantage of her for nothing. Miu Miu raised his hand, hugged Ino again, and turned over to be on top. How could I not like a girl as cute as you? Miu Miu didn't answer directly, but just gave an answer that was enough to make others imagine, and then lowered his head. This time he took the initiative. As a scumbag, he often didn't take the initiative or refuse. But once he was set up, he should let the other party see hope, but it's best to be ambiguous. In this way, she thought Miu Miu had expressed his position, but in fact Miu Miu didn't say anything. After a while, Ino lay in Miu Miu's arms again with a shy face. However, she didn't receive any system prompts again because the group level had just been upgraded to LV3. Let's go out for milk tea. It won't taste so good when it's cold. Miu Miu said to Ino in his arms. Okay. Ino was almost obedient at this time, and naturally listened to Miu Miu. When the two of them had finished tidying up and walked out of the door holding hands, Tian and the other two had already returned to the sofa and sat down. While drinking milk tea, they chatted enthusiastically to prove that they were very busy now. Ino was no longer as flustered as before, but with a hint of pride. She walked ahead of the others, and now she should be the eldest sister in the group. Miu Miu pulled Ino over and sat down, and said to the girls, "How is it? Do you like the taste of this milk tea?" He didn't mention anything about him and Ino. As long as he was not embarrassed, others would be embarrassed. The girls were too embarrassed to ask, and they all said that the taste of this milk tea was excellent and it was the best drink they had ever tasted. "Let me try it too." Ino took her milk tea and took a sip. Her eyes suddenly brightened. "It's really delicious, I like this taste." Can you give me an extra cup? I want to take it back for Hanabi to try," Hinata said with an embarrassed expression. However, Miu Miu, who just glanced at the chat history, knew that she wanted to leave it for Xiangqi. "Don't worry, there is still a lot of milk tea, just tell me how much you want to take, and I will make a few more cups for you." Miu Miu naturally wouldn't refuse. And he really wanted Hanabi to taste the milk tea, so he prepared to let Hinata take 4 cups back. 1 cup for Hanabi, 1 cup for Hyaganatsu, 1 cup for Hinata's mother, and 1 cup for Hinata herself. Since Hinata was given 4 cups, the others naturally had a share, and everyone got 4 cups. As for who gave the extra cups to Hanabi, it had nothing to do with Miu Miu. Perhaps because of what happened in the room just now, the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so everyone didn't talk for long. After Miu Miu packed the milk tea for them to take back, they all got up and said goodbye. But what Miu Miu didn't expect was that Tian came back before he waited for Hungta to come back. "Miu Miu, I saw what you did with Ino just now." Tian had a teasing expression on her face. But a faint pink still appeared on her little face. "So?" Miu Miu looked at her leisurely and asked, "Do you want to threaten me with this?" Tian took a deep breath, jumped up and hugged Miu Miu's neck, hanging her body on Miu Miu 0. "How could it be? I like Miu Miu too, so I want to try it too." Tian said. Her heartbeat was obviously accelerating, and she closed her eyes nervously and expectantly. Miu Miu was very happy in his heart. As expected, there is motivation only when there is competition. Although Tian called Jing Bao affectionately, she, who claimed to be the eldest sister, naturally couldn't be suppressed by Ino. After thinking about it, she decided to take the initiative. "Beware of fire, theft, and best friends, no matter which world," it is a wise saying. Faced with Tianation's active pursuit, Miu Miu was of course not polite and copied everything he had done to Ino before. However, Tian wanted to suppress Ino and restore her prestige as the eldest sister, so of course she had to pay more than Ino. Not only did she turn the passive situation into the active one, but she was also like a peeled egg, and finally ate meatballs at Miu Miu's house. Ding! Congratulations to group member Tian, the level has been upgraded from LV2 to LV4. The gain effect has been increased from 250% to 350%. The sudden prompt sound of the group system shocked the other girls. "Yamanaka Ino, little Tian, you actually stole the house." At Tian. "Harano Sakura, I didn't expect that the most scheming person was Tian, your character in my heart collapsed." Hyaga Hinata. "Uzumaki Kori, oh?" Tian 3.2 Tian just drank some beauty drinks, which fascinated her more than the taste of milk tea just now, so she didn't care about the chat group. Ignoring Ino who was crazy about her in the group, Tian hugged Miu Miu tightly, with an intoxicated and happy expression on her face. "Miu Miu, I may never leave you again." Tian buried her head in Miu Miu's arms and murmured, "I won't ask you to have only me, but can you promise me that you will never abandon me no matter what?" After watching so many future videos, how could she still have the mind to monopolize Miu Miu? If she wants to monopolize, she may end up with nothing. In this case, let's settle for the second best, seize the opportunity, and get Miu Miu's promise first. And Tianation's requirements were not high, so Miu Miu naturally agreed. Don't worry, as long as you don't betray me, I will always make you happy. Chapter 067 Showing off his appearance and figure, making her greedy. As for Tianation's behavior of stealing the house, it must have been unanimously condemned by the sisters in the group. Tian didn't know what he had a private chat with Ino, but he quickly settled the matter with Ino, and the relationship between the two seemed to become closer. As for Xiangqi, Tian promised her to send all the 4 cups of milk tea given by Mumu, and Xiangqi also had no objection. After settling these two, Hinata basically didn't have to worry, just coax them a few words. Sakura? Sorry, it's not certain that they are in their camp. Don't worry about it at all. As a result, Sakura was very angry, and she almost learned from Tian to steal the house. But not to mention that everyone else became cautious, and now it was dark, it was not appropriate to run over again. Sakura could only look for another opportunity in anger. In fact, after Ino and Tian had prepared in advance, Hinata might still be a little shy, but Sakura's heart had been completely shaken. Not to mention whether she was willing to be with Mumu in the future, at least there was one thing that Ino and Tian said was right. After enjoying the benefits brought by the chat group, she had to pay a little to feel at ease. And she couldn't watch Ino get too proud. Now, except for Xiang, her level was the lowest. Xiang was not in Konoha. With Xiang's personality, Sakura had no doubt that as long as she was allowed to contact Miu Miu, the group level would be maxed out in a short time. As for Hongdu, she could rise as long as she slept with him. Sakura looked around and came to a conclusion. If she continued to be stubborn, even if she didn't take the initiative to quit the chat group, she would have less and less status in the future, and might even be isolated. So, how to pay for Miu Miu and to what extent, was the problem she had to consider at the moment. Not to mention the girls, Miu Miu was sitting opposite Hongdu with a half-smile on her face. Did you mess around with someone when I was away? Hongdu asked knowingly, pretending that she found out through some traces at home. Actually, she knew what happened before through the chat group. When the 4 flowers of Konoha were together, they were live broadcast, and their daily stealing was also exposed from the chat records. Of course, Hongdu didn't mind Miu Miu's extravagant play, nor did she mind how many women he had. Miu Miu knew her little thoughts clearly, just wanting to take advantage of Miu Miu's title as his first woman to get more benefits from him, such as meatballs and dumplings. Miu Miu pulled her over and held her in his arms, loved her hard. But even so, Hongdu still couldn't forget her original intention. Don't think I'll let you go easily like this, I won't buy it. Hongdu stared at Mumu breathlessly. Mumu smiled dumbly, and a bunch of meatballs appeared in his hand like a magic trick, and said with a smile, what about this? My newly developed leek meatballs. Give me 10 bunches, and I won't pursue it. Hongdu's eyes lit up immediately, and she immediately snatched the bunch of meatballs. The outside was fried crispy and the inside was soft and sticky. Delicious. Hongdu was quite satisfied, with a satisfied look on her face. Mumu hugged her and let her sit on his lap, one hand rolling the ball, and the other hand feeling the silky fishnet stockings. Did anyone tell you that you became more beautiful today? Mumu sighed in his heart. The setting of his physique in the future video was really powerful. It was only once, and Hongdu's face was like turning on the beauty filter, and her skin was more moist and smooth. While eating the meatballs, Hongdu said in a vague voice, everyone who sees me says this as the first sentence, but I don't feel anything at all. I just feel that my body has become lighter and the hidden injuries on my body have disappeared. Hong also asked me how I did it. I didn't do anything. I told her that I found a man and it was my man who brought the change. If she is envious, I can lend you to her. Hongdu never cared about appearance, otherwise she wouldn't have become a fat ant in the later part of the original book. Talking to her about makeup and beauty is like talking to a cow. But she can still feel that her physique has been strengthened. After all, she is a special ninja. So Hongdu was serious when she told Hong that she wanted to lend Miu Miu out. Even if there was no future video, she didn't care at all if her best friends just borrowed a man. Miu Miu understood Hongdu's thoughts. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh and cry. He pinched her fair face and said unhappily, "It's okay for you to lend me out, but you can't lend me to others, otherwise I will let you experience the taste of the cane." "Don't worry." Hongdu waved her hands and said nonchalantly, "I'm not stupid. Although that kind of thing is comfortable, it is not something that any man can bring. Compared with that kind of thing, I prefer to eat the meatballs you make." Miu Miu believed these words, and he was confident in his ability. He has left a hidden hand in the future video. Women who have been with him will no longer be interested in other men. So after Xian followed him, she separated directly from Jig Wang. After Hong followed him, she kept a distance from Asuma. "Then you mentioned to that bestie that you lent me to her. What did she say?" Miu Miu turned and asked about this curiously. Hongdu threw an expression of "I knew you were this kind of person," but she didn't mind. "Of course she slapped me. My butt still hurts." Hongdu pouted and said, "She is different from me. She has never met you. How could she agree to such a thing? But I can see that she is really interested in the changes in me. If she doesn't have to do that kind of thing, she might try it. I'm sorry, I'll help you rub it." Miu Miu moved her to another position. Hongdu half closed her eyes and enjoyed it while saying, "There will be a chance. Anyway, I can't bear you alone. I'll find a chance to help you deal with Xian and Hong. From now on, we will all be our own people, hee. In this way, they are relatives, which is more reliable than the relationship between besties and good friends." Miu Miu reminded, "Then don't do it like yesterday. If it backfires, you won't be able to cry even if I don't help you rub your butt." "I'm not that stupid." Hongdu snorted. The reason why she treated Xian like that was because she was misled by the future video. Why not use such a convenient method? But she is a special jonin after all, and she thought it through later. The situation is different, and the direction of things will naturally be different. This really can't be blamed on the future video, it can only be said that she thought too simply. But even so, Hongdu has not given up. Wait 2 days, when Xian's anger has subsided, she will go to Xian again and show her current appearance and figure, making her greedy. Chapter 068 New Member? Ugly Rejection. New Vest. Once again, Hongdu cried and begged for mercy, and then fell asleep from exhaustion, and Miu Miu sat there contentedly. Unknowingly, it's time to make up a future video again. What should I make up this time? At first, it was for ability and strength. With strength, I want women. After a few episodes, there are several women who have relationships with him in the future video. You can change to something else first to avoid visual fatigue, which will have a bad effect. Anyway, the 4 flowers of Konoha have already started to actively please him, so there is no need to continue to stimulate them through future videos. So, what about playing something exciting next? Ding! The number of new members in the Harem group +1, randomly selecting people to join the group, please wait. Just then, a prompt sounded from the system. Adding new people again. Miu Miu said he was used to it and was not surprised at all. Who will it be this time, Yui Kurane? Or Uzuki Yujao? Or Kurama Yakumo? Ding! The new member of the Harem group has been selected, it is not Ashiko Tokiwa, please write a character design for her. Nani? Who is this? A series of question marks hung on Miu Miu's head. He knew Nadeshiko, but he only knew one Nadeshiko Shizuka, the woman who was engaged to Naruto in the original book. But who is Nadeshiko Tokiwa? Could it be Shizuka's master, the head of the daughter village? System, who is Nadeshiko Tokiwa? Give me her information. Mew Mew asked the system in his heart. Ding. Nadeshiko Tokiwa, female, 20 years old, 165 centimeters tall, guard of Nadeshiko Shizuka, the candidate for head of Nadeshiko village. After the system briefly described the information, it also sent Mew Mew a few photos very considerately. There are not only full body, close-up photos, headshots, but also nude photos that show off her figure. Mew Mew. System, fuck you Yuan %* number at number Yuan. After Mew Mew was silent for a while, he cursed in his heart, spitting out foul language, and couldn't stop. No wonder I have no impression of her at all. Except for the two big lumps in front of me, I feel more manly than a man. Maybe there are some people with unique tastes who do like this, but Mew Mew is not one of them. Mew Mew prefers petite, cute, fair, and tender soft girls. And don't forget that this is a two-dimensional world. There are few ugly bitches walking on the roadside. But this Nadeshiko Tokiwa can make Mew Mew feel very manly, which shows how beautiful she is. Ding. Please write a character for her. Perhaps Mew Mew was stunned for a long time, and the system issued a second prompt. Write it, who wants this kind of woman? I have so many cute girls that I haven't accepted yet, how can I be interested in this kind of pure man from Northeast China? Mew Mew almost spit out sweet words again. Ding. The host has the right to refuse, but please note that once you refuse, the other party will not be selected again in the future. Take it, Amitabha. Mew Mew clasped his hands together and made the classic gesture of Tang Monk refusing to eat the ginseng fruit. The next moment, he suddenly remembered something and shouted again, "Hey, wait a minute. I remember saying before that after refusing to accept, you can use the other party's vest to appear in the chat group." Thinking of this, Mew Mew's eyes lit up immediately. This is simply a perfect opportunity. In his impression, there is no ugly young woman who has appeared in the entire Naruto world. So when the method of using a vest was mentioned at the beginning, Mew Mew felt hopeless. It's not worth it to lose a beautiful girl just for a vest. But now, the appearance of Nadeshiko Tokiwa doesn't meet the requirements? Ding. Are you sure to reject Nadeshiko Tokiwa and replace the other party's identity to join the chat group? Sure. Mew Mew said it decisively this time without any hesitation. Ding. The new harem member, Nadeshiko Tokiwa, has been rejected and will no longer be randomly selected by the group system. Ding. Nadeshiko Tokiwa group identity registration is successful. The host can log into this account to enter the chat group in the future. Ding. Please host write a character for Nadeshiko Tokiwa. Several prompts flashed by, and Mew Mew was relieved and excited at the same time. From today, he no longer has to peek at the screen silently, and can take the initiative to join in and lead the rhythm. However, this Nadeshiko Tokiwa character should be thought about carefully. Considering that it will be his own vest in the future, it should be no problem to make it perfect. Mew Mew, who was about to start thinking, suddenly realized another problem, and hurriedly asked the system in his heart, "System, if I change the image and appearance of Nadeshiko Tokiwa in the character setting, and this image appears in the future video, then what will happen to the real Nadeshiko Tokiwa?" You know, his ability to fabricate the future can turn false into true. He had been thinking about making up all kinds of events before, but what if he made up a way to change the other person's appearance? Just like in the next future video, if he made Hinata and others adults, what would happen? Ding! The future made up by the host is the real future, a future that has not yet happened, but it can be intervened by humans, and will develop in different directions due to different choices during the period. Although the system's statement sounded like it was equivalent to saying nothing, Mew Mew still understood it. For example, if he changed the appearance of Nadeshiko Tokiwa, if there was no human intervention and no butterfly effect, at the time point in the video, Nadeshiko Tokiwa would definitely become the appearance he set. Of course, it would definitely not be a sudden change without any warning, and the system would arrange a reasonable reason for it. There are many possibilities, such as plastic surgery after being disfigured, such as using the transformation technique at that time, such as eating something similar to the slippery fruit. So Miu Miu used Nadeshiko Tokiwa's vest, and mentioned her in the future video, which would also affect the real Nadeshiko Tokiwa. Since Nadeshiko Tokiwa is not in the harem group, things become a little complicated. If Nadeshiko Shizuka joins the group later, this vest will be exposed. But this is a matter for the future. Niu Zhao's Miu Miu only hesitated for a while and soon let it go. Even if he made Nadeshiko Tokiwa beautiful in the future video, she is the same in reality. Even if she becomes beautiful, Miu Miu will not take her into the harem. Just like Cho and Koharu Yudatan, can they be taken into the harem by making them younger? It's too disgusting. Anyway, Miu Miu himself can't accept it, but I don't know which readers with unique tastes will like it. Never mind, let's talk about it later. I don't think Shizuka Nadeshiko will join the group so soon. After she joins the group, I can just give up this vest directly. As long as they don't take the initiative to admit it, they don't know that the person behind it is me. Perfect. Miu Miu quickly sorted out the clues, and then began to write the character setting for his new vest. Forget Tokiwa, or don't know who she is, you can look at the picture. Chapter 069 Sakura was severely punished, I reported myself. Soon, Miu Miu wrote the effect he wanted, submitted it, and pushed it. Ding! The character setting has been determined, and new members are being pulled. Ding! New members were successfully added. Welcome to join the Mumu Harem group. Mumu logged into the Mumu Harem group account as soon as possible. And a prompt sound came from the chat group at the right time. Ding! Mumu Harem group, congratulations to Mumu Harem group, please consciously abide by the following group rules. 1. Familiar taste, familiar formula, every group member will do this when they just join the group. Those girls who are still waiting next to the chat group, waiting to refresh the future video in the early morning, have attracted their attention. Yamazaka Ino, another newcomer? It feels a little unexpected, but not very unexpected. Tien Tien, Mumu Harem Group, such a name can be confirmed not from Konoha. Hareno Sakura, this is the 7th group member, I don't know what kind of person it is. Uzumaki Kori, those who join the group are all Mumu Jun's future women, I just hope they can live in harmony with us. Hinata Hyuga, those who can be with Miu Miu should all be good women, right? Hareno Sakura, Hinata, since you have an idea, then say it for sure. If you are not sure yourself, how can you convince others? 970 And everyone, don't forget group rule 3. If you don't get along with us harmoniously, you will be punished. Yamanaka Ino, haha, wide forehead has been waiting for others to be punished so long that his neck has grown long. It's a pity that he has not had the chance to see others being punished until now. Hareno Sakura, humph, I seriously suspect that the group system is targeting me. I want to report that you were antagonizing me last night and collectively isolating me. Tien Tien, Xiaoying, what are you talking about? Are you sleepy and your mind is not clear? Last night, we considered the problem from the perspective of the group owner, and you are the one who is antagonizing. If someone has to be punished, do you think it will be us or you? Hareno Sakura. Tianation's words are completely correct. Although it was Tien Tien and her entire group that excluded Xiaoying, they were all obeying the group rules and protecting the interests of the group leader. At that time, Xiaoying wanted to enjoy the group benefits but didn't want to bear the obligations and responsibilities. She was being independent and didn't integrate into the group. How could she say that others isolated her? It's okay. Xiaoying patted her flat little body and said with some relief, this is not a serious case. It doesn't meet the standard for punishment. I have to be more careful in the future. Fortunately, she has stopped at the brink. Although she still believes that Miu Miu will definitely be her man, she has also accepted the fact that she will marry Miu Miu in the future. Accepting reality does not mean accepting it in the heart. These are two different things. But she has accepted it. Even if she doesn't agree in her heart, she will work towards that direction. Sooner or later, she will become accepting. That's probably it. So even if Xiao Ying hasn't expressed her position in the group, Ino, Tian and others have temporarily accepted Xiao Ying and have not mentioned asking her to leave the group. Ding! Received a member report that group member Harem Sakura violated Article 3 of the group rules. After review and confirmation, the report was successful. Ding! Group member Harem Sakura destroyed the harmony of the group and damaged the interests of the group owner. The circumstances are serious. After the new member's appearance CG is played, a heavy punishment will be imposed. After being punished, she will be expelled from the chat group and the relevant memories will be cleared. 2 consecutive group system prompts made everyone in the group dumbfounded, and even Miu Miu was a little unexpected. Harem Sakura. I reported myself? Sakura was completely numb. Not only will she be severely punished, but she will also be expelled from the chat group and the relevant memories will be cleared after the heavy punishment. How can this be? But the group system will not change because of personal will. At this time, Nadeshiko Tokiwa's appearance CG began to play. In a quiet valley, the moonlight was hazy, and 2 figures, a man and a woman, sat together in a cuddly manner. Both sides held their fingers tightly, with their heads touching. Then, the 2 turned their heads to look at each other almost at the same time, staring at each other for a moment, and couldn't help kissing each other. With the full moon as the background, the picture looks very beautiful. Soon the picture shifted to a dark bush not far away, where a figure squatted, looking at the 2 figures under the moonlight with complicated eyes. After a long while, the 2 figures slowly separated. Under the light, the faces of the 2 were revealed clearly. The man was Miu Miu, who looked a little more mature than now, probably 2 or 3 years later. The woman had black hair, green pupils, and a pure and beautiful appearance. She was about the same age as Miu Miu. Although she was not very old, she was quite impressive, surpassing the girls in the group. The girl's face was full of love and attachment, and a little shy. She hesitated for a moment, and soon seemed to have made up her mind, pulling Miu Miu's hand and running away. A woman with short brown hair stood up in the bushes. She looked at the 2 people running, gritted her teeth and whispered, "No. You are the young master. If you don't abide by the village rules, how can you inherit the position of village chief? For the sake of FUTURE village, I can't watch you mess around. Sorry, young master, whether you hate me or not, I have to do this." After saying that, she quickly chased after the 2 figures. The young master she mentioned was FUTURE Shizuka, the candidate for the village chief of FUTURE village, and she was Shizuka's bodyguard FUTURE Tokiwa. Compared to the photos that the system sent to Miu Miu, the FUTURE Tokiwa here is not so sturdy. The front is still as fierce as before, but the arms, legs, waist and other parts are much softer. The appearance is still the same, but it has also been softened, becoming more oriental and beautiful. Nadeko Tokiwa quickly caught up with the 2 people in front. As she expected, Shizuka took Miu Miu home. But Shizuka went into the room first, leaving Miu Miu waiting outside the door for a call. Tokiwa took advantage of this time to quietly climb in from the next window, and knocked Shizuka unconscious while she was changing clothes, and then hid in the closet. Tokiwa absorbed part of Shizuka's chakra, and used the Nadeshiko-style transformation technique to transform into Shizuka's appearance and called Miu Miu in. So the person who was with Miu Miu afterwards looked like Shizuka on the surface, but was actually Tokiwa. Although Miu Miu felt a little awkward, he was in a good mood and didn't think deeply. When the matter was over, Shizuka woke up and came out of the closet by herself. And Tokiwa also returned to his original appearance. The truth was revealed. Miu Miu was too embarrassed to see Shizuka again, and left alone. Shizuka was hit hard, sealed her heart and locked up her love, and took over the position of the head of Nadeshiko village. Tokiwa also felt sorry for Shizuka, and after leaving an apology letter, he quietly left Nadeshiko village. The appearance CG of Nadeshiko Tokiwa made people feel mixed emotions, and they didn't know how to sigh. But in comparison, the girls in the group were more concerned about Sakura being severely punished and expelled from the chat group, and they didn't care about the newcomer Nadeshiko Tokiwa at all. Chapter 070. This time it was the real body that was punished. Tian, isn't it a bit too serious? It's okay to be severely punished, but also expelled from the chat group? Uzumaki Kori, I also think that Sakura has changed, but she just doesn't admit it. Hinata Hyuga, Sakura. Yamanaka Ino, group system, wait a minute, we are just joking with Sakura. Harem no Sakura, everyone. Sakura was panicked and worried. Last time, she was only punished lightly, but she would remember it for the rest of her life. Now she is going to be severely punished. How severe will it be? What is most difficult for her to accept is that she will be expelled from the chat group after being punished. She finally made up her mind to let go of Suzuki and take Miu Miu as her goal. But the group system won't even give her this chance. After leaving the chat group, she and the people in the group will probably become two different worlds. Then they will go further and further away until they are strangers. No. I don't want this. Sakura was so panicked that she almost cried. Seeing that everyone in the group was thinking for her, Ino changed her attitude without even saying anything and helped her plead with the group system. Sakura couldn't help crying anymore. Wrong, she was really wrong. Everything was wrong. But the system is the system, everything seemed to be a preset program, no matter how the women begged, it was useless. It was agreed that Sakura would be severely punished after the appearance CG ended, and the moment the video ended, the severe punishment began. With a swish, Sakura disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Miu Miu, who was originally lying on the bed with Red Bean in his arms, also disappeared. This time, not only was her spirit taken away, but her body was also moved. And the place where they appeared was no longer the small room like last time, but an open-air stage. The dazzling neon lights were shining, and a lot of dry ice mist was spraying. There was a thrilling DJ sound, and endless waves of sound were boiling. Under the stage, at a glance, it was full and crowded, with a large number of people, countless. But what was strange was that these people were blurred, and their faces could not be seen clearly, as if they were just background boards. But what was certain was that these were all women. There were tall and short people, fat and thin people, all cheering at the top of their lungs. As soon as Sakura appeared on the stage, she was trembling with fear. This scene frightened her so much that she covered her ears and screamed loudly with her eyes closed. In the chat group, everyone could see this scene through the live broadcast screen. They had more or less been familiar with Sakura before. There are some opinions. Even though Sakura has changed her position, she has not firmly believed in it, so she has only superficially integrated into their group and has not really been recognized by them. But no matter what, they really don't want Sakura to be treated like this now. If it is just a minor punishment like last time, Ino will even laugh and add insult to injury. This time is different. The heavy punishment makes them feel uneasy and worried about Sakura. They feel bad when they think that Sakura will be expelled from the group in the future. At this time, the chat group was silent, and several girls held their breath and stared at the live screen. They could do nothing but pray for Sakura in their hearts, hoping that she could get through this. The next moment, they saw that Miu Miu was also teleported over in the screen, also standing on the stage. Just opposite Sakura. This time, is it a live-action version? Will the chat group be exposed directly? As a result, the girls suddenly became more nervous and uneasy. What they didn't know was that Miu Miu was also thinking about this problem at this time. Miu Miu didn't know that he would appear in person, not in spirit form, nor in stealth. So, how could he avoid exposing the fact that he knew about the existence of the chat group? Fortunately, he was quick-witted and soon came up with an idea. After looking at the surrounding scene for a while, Miu Miu muttered to himself, "I seem to be sleeping? So this is a dream? This dream is quite real. But what's going on in front of me? I'm on the stage, am I going to perform a show? I can't see the faces of those people below. Well, the background board in the dream. Sakura on the opposite side can see it clearly. Last time I realized that I was dreaming, I seemed to have defiled Hinata. Is it Sakura's turn this time? In fact, I hope it's Ino or Tenten. After all, they have confessed to me, and Sakura's figure is not that good. Of course, if the four of them come together, it will be better. Hehe, after all, it's my own dream, I can do anything, anyway, no one knows." Chatting crowd girl. Ino secretly said in his heart, as expected, Miu Miu-jun is a big sultry, and he actually YY them in his dream. But compared to that, at least the chat group was not exposed, it was acceptable. "Zero, please give me flowers." The other girls had similar ideas to Ino, except that they didn't know that Miu Miu and Sakura had entered in person, otherwise they would never think so. After Miu Miu's appearance fooled them, Sakura got used to the scene and discovered Miu Miu. When Miu Miu was talking, the background DJs and the cheers of the audience were automatically muted. So Sakura heard what Miu Miu said. Sakura knew that they had entered in person, so she subconsciously reminded Miu Miu and asked for his help. But she found that she couldn't say the words when she got to her throat. And she soon realized that she couldn't say such things. What if Miu Miu couldn't change this? Whatever happened to the two of them, at least now he thought he was dreaming. Zero. But once she said it, she would be too ashamed to see anyone in the future. No. After the severe punishment, her memory will be wiped out, so how can she think about whether she has the face to see people? It's too bad, too bad. Xiaoying wants to cry but has no tears, she is already desperate. Who will save her? If the group system can take back the order, Xiaoying swears that she can do anything, including wholeheartedly believing in Miu Miu in the future. Ding! The punished person, Harem Sakura, the punishment is about to officially start. You now have two choices. One, on this stage, in front of many audiences, please the harem group leader. No matter what method is used, until his satisfaction value reaches max. When the group leader's satisfaction value reaches max, it is the end of the punishment for the punished person. After that, the punished person, Harem Sakura, will be removed from the chat group and all memories related to the chat group will be erased. 2. On this stage, in front of many audiences, please the harem group leader. No matter what method is used, let his satisfaction value reach max, the audience's satisfaction value reach max, and your own satisfaction value also reach max. All three satisfaction values are max, which can offset the removal from the chat group and the elimination of related memories. The group system prompt sound echoed over the stage. Not only Xiaoying and Miu Miu heard it, but also all the girls in the chat group could hear it. At the same time, 3 progress bars appeared on the electronic screen behind the stage. Respectively marked, Miu Miu, Audience, Xiaoying. Currently, all 3 progress bars are 0, which should be the so-called satisfaction value. Chapter 071 Satisfaction value rises and falls again. The sudden system prompt sound almost silenced everyone, even Miu Miu didn't know what to say. 2 choices, in fact, Xiaoying can choose whether to continue to stay in the chat group. No matter what, she will accept the heavy punishment. Choose the first one, although the process may be extremely uncomfortable, but after leaving the chat group, the relevant memories are clear, which is equivalent to nothing happening. Of course, this is just self-deception. After all, there are live broadcasts in the group, and the video will be left, and Xiaoying will also be marked. But if she regards this as a painful thing, erasing the memory is obviously the best result. But if she chooses the second one, she will not only have to pay a greater price, but even if she can stay and continue to enjoy the benefits of chatting, will she still have the face to face others? Don't say that Xiaoying's face is so ugly, even the sisters in the group 970 feel pain for her. If it were them, no matter the first or the second one, they couldn't say it or do it. No, Xiangqi should be able to do it, she is a crazy fan of Miu Miu. Miu Miu. Xiaoying on the stage showed an ugly smile, holding a glimmer of luck and said, otherwise, you can just say that you are satisfied now. She knew that Miu Miu thought she was dreaming, and it would be easier to fool Miu Miu. Perhaps she could let Miu Miu increase his satisfaction value by chatting. Satisfied? Miu Miu grinned. At this time, Xiaoying is still only thinking about herself? Even if she wants to reduce the loss, shouldn't she do something to please Miu Miu first? If you want to get away with it just by talking nonsense, then this punishment is too much of a joke. Miu Miu felt sorry for Xiaoying before, but now he just thinks that Xiaoying deserves to be taught a lesson. Yes. Xiaoying tried to make herself look more gentle and began to guide, aren't we friends? Now I am facing difficulties. As long as you are satisfied with me, you can help me. I will definitely thank you. Did you see the progress bar at the back? Find a way to make it reach the maximum value. This should grow by sensing your emotions, so only you can help me. As for her own progress bar, she just tried to change her mood. Unfortunately, in this situation, she couldn't adjust her mood at all, and the progress bar didn't fluctuate at all. So she thought, maybe when the progress bar on Miu Miu's side increases, her mood will also improve, and the progress bar will also increase accordingly. As for the one in the middle representing the audience, she will think about it later. If it really doesn't work, she can only make the first choice and exit the chat group. However, Sakura thought too simply. Miu Miu spread his hands and said, I have tried it. I can't make the progress bar fluctuate by myself. I heard the prompt just now. Although I don't know what happened, and I don't know how I became the leader of the harem group, since it asks you to please me, it means that only by doing this can the progress bar change. Sakura didn't doubt Miu Miu's words. The expression that had shown a glimmer of hope immediately turned ugly again. Then what do you think I should do to please you? Sakura asked secretly, gritting her teeth. Miu Miu stroked his chin, thinking seriously, and said, the word please has a wide meaning. It can make me happy, it can be comfortable, and it can also be transparent in body and mind. These all represent different meanings. How about this? Since this is a stage, you can perform a few talents that can make people happy when they see it. Try it first. Because of the experience of being punished last time, the please in Sakura's mind is the kind that goes straight to the point. Besides, there was a progress bar, and she had to reach the max. She knew that she might even have to give up her body to make it happen. But now, after hearing what Miu Miu said, she was stunned. It seemed that this was also possible, right? Satisfaction value does not necessarily mean doing that kind of thing, right? Maybe being happy can also increase satisfaction value? Although Xiaoying did not have any talent, in order not to do that kind of thing, she tried to tell a few jokes, sang a few songs, and twisted her body to dance a dance that she didn't know what it was. After a round, the response was mediocre. The cheers of the audience had long disappeared, and they all looked at the stage quietly. Miu Miu's face was also calm, and he almost fell asleep. Xiaoying glanced at the electronic screen, and it was not completely without fluctuations, but it could only be said that something was better than nothing. Miu Miu's side increased by 5%, the audience increased by 1%, and she herself increased by 20%. If I mean if I keep repeating those programs just now, will the progress bar rise little by little until it is full? Xiaoying asked Miu Miu weakly. What do you think? Miu Miu looked at her expressionlessly. As the conversation between the two sides fell, the progress bar representing Miu Miu on the electronic screen dropped to 2%, and the progress bar of the audience was directly cleared. What a joke! It can fall back. Xiaoying was immediately anxious. If it can fall back after it is raised, how long will it take for me to raise it? I can't raise it in my lifetime. At this time, the girls in the chat group were also worried about Xiaoying. Yamanaka Ino, this really doesn't work. Although what Miu Miu said is also a method, even if you are versatile, it can only make people happy for a short time, and the satisfaction value can never reach max, not to mention that Xiaoying has no talent. Tianation, I think so too. The progress bar may be divided into several levels. The first level can be achieved as long as you are happy. The second level may require a big happy event. The third level is happiness. There may be more. Tianation, if I were to do it, I think I could only do 50 to 60, 60 to 70 at most. If I want to reach to max, at least I can't think of a way now. Hinata Hyuga, Sakura is so pitiful. If it were me, I wouldn't know what to do. 3.2 Uzumaki Kori, actually, at this time, I can just go up and kiss Mumu-kun and see how he reacts. At most, it's just sacrifice. It's just consciousness anyway, it's no big deal. Yamakana Ino, Kori, not everyone is like you. Even if it's just consciousness, it's a real experience. Sakura didn't have that kind of thought about Mumu-kun to begin with. It's too difficult for her to do this now. Hinata Hyuga, if Sakura can't get the satisfaction value full, will she be trapped there forever and can't get out? If Sakura can't get out, will Mumu-kun also be trapped inside? Yamakana Ino, It seems like that. Tian, whether it's like this or not, it's useless for us to say more here. It can't reach Sakura. We can't do anything except worry. Hinata Hyuga. Chapter 072 This is simply hell. Sakura. This method may not work. Miu Miu thought of a way for her, thinking about her, and said, although I also want to make myself happy, but to be honest, your talent is really not flattering, and it can't mobilize my emotions at all. Sakura's face flushed instantly. She knew it herself, but being directly exposed by others was simply ashamed. But just now, she had tried her best. Besides, she couldn't come up with more talents. What should I do? Sakura couldn't bear the pressure and burst into tears. While wiping her tears, she said, I am still a beautiful girl, and I haven't even been in love. I don't want to be trapped here forever. She has done the best she can, but the progress bar fluctuated a little bit and fell back. What's the difference between this and not moving at all? If it is so difficult to increase the satisfaction value, she will never be able to increase it in her lifetime. Wouldn't that mean she will never be able to get out? Even if she wants to accept the fate of being expelled from the group and having her memory cleared, she can't do it. As Xiaoying cried sadly, her 20% satisfaction value, which had risen due to self-indulgence, began to drop. Infected by this, Miu Miu's side was also cleared. Xiaoying, calm down. Miu Miu said helplessly, even if you keep crying, it won't solve the problem. Look, your side is almost gone. Xiaoying immediately looked at the electronic screen and covered her mouth in fear. But even if she didn't cry, she couldn't solve the problem in front of her, and her mood would not be good. If she couldn't feel good, her satisfaction value would still drop. The more it dropped, the worse her mood would be. At this point, there is only one way. Miu Miu suddenly gritted his teeth, as if he had made a difficult decision. Sakura was stunned for a moment, then said with joy, what method? As long as there is hope, I am willing to try any method. In order not to be trapped here forever, Sakura felt that she could accept even the most excessive things now, even if it was to sacrifice herself to Miu Miu. But she was not stupid, and knew that simply sacrificing herself would definitely not push Miu Miu's satisfaction value to max. If it drops again at that time, her efforts will be in vain, and she may even waste an opportunity to reach max. You just said that you haven't been in love yet, which just reminded me. Miu Miu said with an embarrassed expression, but what I say next is just my personal guess. I can't guarantee whether it is correct, and you don't have to listen to me. I just see that you have no way, so I give you a suggestion, and there is no other meaning. If you have a way, tell me quickly, I will definitely not think too much, and I won't blame you. Sakura urged anxiously. In fact, she had a hunch that the last time she was punished with a small punishment, she was taught a lesson, and this heavy punishment would not allow her to leave intact. The talent show just now was like child's play, and she just held a glimmer of luck in her heart. Now that it doesn't work, she can only choose to accept it. The pressure of staying here is really too great, and it almost drives her crazy. Xiaoying now just wants to leave this hellhole as soon as possible. As for the rest, she will take it one step at a time. Miu Miu said while thinking, if I remember correctly, the prompt sound just now said that you are a punished person, and I am here to cooperate with you to accept the punishment. I won't pursue the reason. Now it seems that I have taken a big advantage. Then what? Xiaoying intuitively felt that Miu Miu's words seemed to have a key point in it, but she couldn't grasp it for a while. Miu Miu continued, since I am the one who cooperates with you to accept the punishment, and there is also my satisfaction value later, then what kind of punishment you should receive should be determined by my heart. And the progress bar must reach 100% to be max, that is to say, you have to make me feel the greatest beauty and satisfaction in the world, so that my satisfaction value can reach max, isn't that the truth? After Miu Miu finished speaking, Xiaoying fell silent. The meaning is easy to understand, and it is also very simple and crude, and even a child may understand it. But before, Xiaoying was lucky enough to want to leave here without paying a price, or paying a small price, and thus ignored the most basic. As soon as Miu Miu finished speaking, Xiaoying immediately understood that what Miu Miu said was right. Even if she chose the first option given by the system, she had to make Miu Miu completely satisfied and clear his mind and body. Xiaoying did not express her opinion, but just looked at Miu Miu indifferently and asked mechanically, what is your true intention? What should I do to make you clear your mind and body and feel the greatest beauty and satisfaction in this world? It's not that she has any opinion on Miu Miu, but she is glad that Miu Miu, the intelligent tool man, is present, so that she can find blind spots. But even so, thinking that she may have to please the other party wholeheartedly in the future, it is difficult for her to look at Miu Miu calmly. Miu Miu smiled awkwardly and said, first of all, I really regard you as my friend, and I don't mean to blaspheme. But I am a boy after all, and now I am in a dream, so my ambitions and desires will be maximized. I raped Hinata in my last dream, and then I thought that I might meet Ino or Tenten, or even let the four of you be together. So, as long as I do that with you, your satisfaction value can reach max. Sakura interrupted Miu Miu directly. Well, it may not be that simple. Miu Miu coughed dryly, looking like he was trying his best to find loopholes, and said, if you ask me if I am satisfied, then I am definitely satisfied. But if it is max level, it should be 4 together. But now there is only me here, it is impossible for you to have 4. Sakura interrupted him again, and then sneered, otherwise, try to look for them under the stage, see if you can find them? Or find a few similar ones. I didn't expect Miu Miu's heart to be so dirty. It was right for me not to stay in the group. It was impossible for me to wholeheartedly and firmly believe in such a man. Miu Miu didn't care about Xiaoying's contempt. Now she despises me, and she will come to please me. She will soon recognize who is the father. I just took a rough look, and they shouldn't be there. Miu Miu pretended to laugh awkwardly, and then reminded, and don't forget, the one who is punished now is you, not them. Even if they can be found, they satisfy me, it should have nothing to do with you, right? Xiaoying was speechless for a moment. Why did she talk nonsense in the group before, saying that she would report them for being in opposition every day? This place is simply hell. Chapter 073. The system's ability is so terrifying. Just tell me, what do you want me to do to give you the greatest satisfaction? Xiaoying has lost her patience. The increasing pressure makes her on the verge of collapse, and she growls at Miu Miu. The girls in the chat group feel the same way. While sympathizing with Xiaoying, they are also very nervous. Although it seems that nothing has happened, the huge pressure on Xiaoying in the live video can also be transmitted to them through the screen. Xiaoying has taught them a lesson of blood and tears this time. In the future, even if they talk nonsense in the group, they must be careful and not have any bad thoughts towards Miu Miu. Your attitude is not okay. On the stage, Miu Miu shook his finger at Sakura and said, "You have to understand that I am not forcing you to do this, and you are not doing this for me. If you can't even correct your attitude, no matter what I say or what you do, it will be meaningless in the end." After that, Miu Miu murmured to himself in a low voice, "This is my dream, right? Shouldn't it develop in a beautiful direction? Why do I feel that this Sakura is completely opposite to the type I like? This is not what I want. Forget it, it's just a dream. If you can't be simple and direct, what's the point of coming here? Waste so much saliva, it's better to go back and find Hinata, she is a good baby, too cute." Although Miu Miu lowered his voice very low, this space seemed to be more unique, and the voice was very clear to Sakura's ears. Her expression froze instantly. If Miu Miu really ran away because of the trouble, how could she complete her mission? Wouldn't she really be trapped here for the rest of her life? Hinata? It turns out that Miu Miu likes Hinata's type. Maybe I can give it a try. Sakura took a deep breath. In order to leave this hellhole, she decided to go all out. What could be more terrifying than being trapped here forever? Isn't it just about having a correct attitude? Isn't it just about devoting yourself to Miu Miu wholeheartedly? She can do it. Sakura began to strengthen her belief and kept hypnotizing herself in her mind. Yes, she no longer likes Suzuki, but Miu Miu. No, she has always liked Miu Miu since she was very young. She can do anything for Miu Miu and give everything for him. With this idea in mind, Sakura's face was replaced with a loving expression, and she twisted her body to come to Miu Miu. She lowered her head slightly, twisted the corners of her clothes with her fingers, and said in a whispering tone, "Miu. Miu Miu, I really don't know what to do. Can you teach me? No matter what you do, I will definitely try my best to cooperate." Hinata Hyuga, hey? This. Yamanaka Ino, I didn't expect Miu Miu Kuni like Hinata's style. Can I learn it? Tien Tien, the soft and cute girl type? I learned it. I'll do it this way next time. Uzumaki Kori, for Miu Miu Kun, I can learn anything. Hinata, we will be best friends from now on. Hyuga Hinata, hey? Don't say that. I feel so shy. Yamanaka Ino, haha, Hinata, you have improved a lot. If it were before, you would have fainted by now. Tien Tien, I always feel that Sakura is a bit of an imitator, but at least she has corrected her attitude now. Maybe she has really found the right method. At this time, on the stage, Sakura finally put down her dignity and changed her attitude, which made Miu Miu feel relieved. This Sakura is too difficult to deal with. If she can't face the reality, Miu Miu is really going to give up. Anyway, for him, Sakura's personality is really not what he likes. Keeping her is just to complete the stamp collection of the 4 flowers of Konoha. Well, that's right. Mew Mew thought in his heart, and he didn't care about showing it on his face. He pinched Sakura's chin and said calmly, as for appearance, it's a little worse. As for the figure, it's average. Not to mention compared with Hinata, even Ino and Tenten can't compare. In the chat group, Ino and Tenten were so happy, Hinata was also very happy, sweeping away the tense atmosphere just now. Sakura's face darkened instantly, and she raised her hand to slap Mew Mew's hand away. But just when she raised her hand halfway, she forced herself to suppress her violent temper and put on a sweet smile again, but the corners of her mouth still couldn't help twitching slightly. Mumu-kun, don't say that. Sakura said in a gentle tone, I can do anything for you. It really hurts me that you evaluate me like this. Mumu nodded and said with satisfaction, although you said that, I have to test you first. Now you can use the best way you can think of to please me, let me feel your heart. Sakura paused slightly. When the time comes, it is still inevitable to resist. Since there is no sincerity, forget it, don't force it. Mumu sighed with a little disappointment, in fact, I still miss Hinata-chan more, she is really obedient. I will do it. Sakura immediately interrupted Mumu loudly, and the next moment she immediately returned to the appearance of a soft and cute girl, saying delicately, but I really don't know anything, I have no experience at all, I hope Mumu-kun can give me some advice. Mumu could feel that Sakura really didn't hesitate or struggle this time. In this case, I can barely experience it, give her a chance. If she had such an attitude from the beginning, how could so many things happen? Of course, if this is true, Sakura will no longer be Sakura. What is the difference between a person who is different from the original character and a passerby? Mew Mew quickly gathered his thoughts and began to guide Sakura in a simple way. This is the group system space, which is protected by the system. So even if there is any serious trauma, it can be repaired by using the system rules. In reality, Mew Mew can't take action, but here he doesn't have to worry about anything. This is also the signal conveyed to him by the group system. Of course, the group system pulled Sakura here for severe punishment, not just to let Mew Mew take action against her. So in the following time, several girls in the chat group were completely stunned. Hina couldn't stay awake anymore, and her double-faced steam princess fainted again. From the live broadcast, we can see that the video seems to have suddenly turned on the playback speed, and the characters' movements inside are getting faster and faster. Time passes several times faster than in reality, sometimes even dozens of times faster. Only 1 hour has passed in reality, but it seems that several days have passed inside. That is to say, although Xiao Ying has corrected her attitude and started to work hard to complete the task, she still failed to raise Mew Mew's satisfaction value in a short period of time, so she can only continue to work hard. In order to prevent the real time from passing too long, the group system has changed the speed of time in the system space. The ability of this system is simply terrifying. Chapter 074 There is no going back to the past. Mew Mew and Xiao Ying have been in the group system space for 5 days. In this space, they don't need to eat or sleep, their physical strength is always sufficient, and their spirits are always in the best state. This is hard for Xiao Ying. At the beginning, with the idea of leaving this space as soon as possible, she gritted her teeth and hypnotized herself, and devoted herself to it wholeheartedly. Then, under Mew Mew's guidance, she learned all kinds of knowledge and devoted everything to herself. At that time, both her own and Mew Mew's satisfaction values soared at a very fast speed, which gave Xiao Ying hope. Although the audience's satisfaction value increased slowly, it was also steadily increasing. Xiao Ying gave everything, learned all the knowledge that Mew Mew could learn, and even put it all into action, completely putting herself in the most humble position. Her own satisfaction value was max, and there was no trend of decline. Mew Mew's satisfaction value was only 90%, and the remaining 10% was not moving forward at all. What made Xiaoying most depressed was that the audience's satisfaction value was only 60%. She had done this, but she still failed to satisfy everyone. Even Miu Miu's satisfaction value was not full. Even if she wanted to choose the first option given by the system, she failed to meet the standard. In distress, Xiaoying could only ask Miu Miu for advice again, and here she could only discuss with Miu Miu. For me, what you have done now is good enough, and it has reached the limit of 970 that you can do. I am quite satisfied. Miu Miu's words were sincere. Compared with before and after, Xiaoying is absolutely well behaved and lovely now, and she is completely devoted to him, impeccable. And Xiaoying may be a little too deep into the play. As the two sides communicate frequently, Xiaoying's eyes looking at Miu Miu gradually have a little more love from the depths of her soul, which can't be pretended. But if that's the case, why can't your satisfaction value be max? You are lying to me. Xiaoying looked aggrieved. Now that she is familiar with Miu Miu's preferences, saying such words can only be regarded as coquetry at most, not embellishment. Miu Miu hugged her and chuckled, I'm not lying to you. What I just said was just my personal feeling. But the calculation method of this satisfaction value is not based on my subjective thoughts. Don't you understand it yet? After Xiaoying was stunned for a moment, she said with a bitter face, what should I do? If even you don't know the reason, will I really never get out in this life? Seeing the 3 progress bars rising continuously, she has decided to choose the second option. Even if she will be laughed at and looked at with strange eyes if she stays in the group. But if she is expelled from the group and her memory is cleared after paying so much, it will be a greater loss. Since there is a chance, she will certainly choose the lesser of 2 evils. Fortunately, Miu Miu changed the subject and said, I just said that satisfaction is not based on my personal feelings, not that I don't know the reason. Don't worry, since you have come this far, no matter what, I will definitely help you escape this cage. Although I have been in the dream for a long time, I like to do things from beginning to end. If I can't continue to the end, I will feel regretful when I wake up from the dream. Sakura really wants to ask him, does he still feel like he is in a dream until now? She has paid everything. When she returns to reality, will the two of them just pretend that nothing has happened? However, the existence of the chat group is a taboo, and Sakura dare not reveal it casually. If there is another punishment, she will not even have time to cry. So, Sakura could only pretend that she didn't hear Miu Miu's mumbling, hugged his arm and shook it, and said in a soft voice, Miu Miu, Master, Daddy, please, just tell me, as long as I can leave here, I will serve you wholeheartedly in the future. Okay, I will fall apart if you shake me again. Even if you don't beg me, I will tell you. Miu Miu didn't keep her in suspense and said quickly, I said before that you have done your best to the limit you can reach, but no one can be perfect. The only thing you lack now is that you are still a little reluctant. Sakura wrinkled her nose and snorted, I have already done your most excessive request, and you almost hurt me to death with those tools. Is this called reluctant? If she couldn't let go, she would be really wronged. During the few days that Sakura stayed here, she felt that there was no more depraved woman in the whole ninja world than her. Not in this aspect. Miu Miu pointed to the audience who had been acting as the background board under the stage and said, haven't you noticed that no matter what you do recently, the audience's satisfaction level has not increased? The problem lies with them. Xiaoying was stunned for a moment, and then her eyebrows were full of joy, and she said with expectation, Miu Miu-jun, you mean that you know why they are not satisfied, and if you solve this problem, your satisfaction level can also meet the standard. That's what I mean. Miu Miu smiled and nodded. Miu Miu-jun is great, you are the best, the most powerful in the world, and the hero I admire most. Xiaoying now speaks kindly, and it comes from the heart. She jumped up happily, put her arms around Miu Miu's neck, kissed him hard, and then asked, "Tell me quickly, tell me what to do." Miu Miu smiled and whispered his thoughts in her ear. "Ah? Is this really necessary?" Xiao Ying's face flushed. This is even worse than the most excessive thing Miu Miu has ever done to her, and she has to rest her teeth. But things have already progressed to this point, and even if Xiao Ying is restless in her heart, there is no reason to back down. So next, she began to do what Miu Miu said, and even performed beyond her normal performance on the basis of the original. What made her happy was that Miu Miu was right, and Miu Miu's satisfaction was rising, and the audience's satisfaction was also rapidly rising. Miu Miu looked at Xiao Ying, who had now completely turned into his own shape. Not to mention the satisfaction, even the satisfaction in his heart was about to reach max. What he told Xiao Ying was that although Xiao Ying had devoted herself wholeheartedly before, she still had some restlessness in the end, and often subconsciously covered her sight to avoid the audience's gaze. But now, she has completely let go, and even actively presented herself in front of everyone. When she did this, she saw what she saw were not those blurry figures that served as background boards, but the people she was familiar with in reality. That feeling made her want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. However, deep in her heart, there was a strong sense of stimulation that kept hitting her. Xiao Ying knew that she had learned bad things. After being punished this time, even if she left this space, she would never be able to go back to the past. She knew all this clearly, but she enjoyed it all, and there was no way to change it by her own will. After seeing all this, everyone in the chat group had their own thoughts. But it was rare that no one looked down on Xiao Ying, and there was even a little envy in their hearts. After all, she had been alone with Miu Miu for a long time. Chapter 075 Call me Miu Ying from now on. After staying in the group system space for another 3 days, Xiao Ying finally filled up all 3 satisfaction bars, perfectly completing the second choice given to her by the group system. Great! Sakura hugged Miu Miu and kissed him madly, her face full of joy, and she said, "Miu Miu, I love you so much." Finally she could leave this hellhole. She swore that she would never be punished by the system for the 3rd time in her lifetime. Miuji was a little regretful that Sakura was a little smaller. But after these days of getting along, he was worshipped like a landlord. After leaving here, without such a girl, I might not get used to it. After all, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Soon, the two disappeared in the group system space at the same time, without even having time to say hello. Everything in the space was fictitious, and as the two left, everything was broken like a dream bubble. Yamanaka Ino, fortunately, this is also considered happy ending. Tian, from now on, Sakura is our sister, no need to question. Hyuga Hinata, yes. Uzumaki Kori, hey? Hinata, are you awake? What I want to say is that I envy Sakura so much. How about I find a way to break the group rules? Hinata Hyuga. Yamakana Ino, your idea is very bold, but how do you control the depth? If it's shallow, like Sakura is the first. Okay, let's skip this topic. I support you. Uzumaki Kori. Forget it, I have to keep my virginity for the Mumu group. Ding! Congratulations to group member Hareno Sakura, the level has been raised from LV2 to LV8. The gain effect has been raised from 250% to 600%. Just then, a notification sound from the group system made several girls in the group stare with wide eyes. Yamakana Ino. Tian. Hinata Hyuga. Uzumaki Kori, oh. Yamana Ino, no, I was still worried about her, but I turned out to be the clown. Tian, so, Sakura is a blessing in disguise. LV8, how long will it take me to reach this level? The gain effect is 6 times, it's too good to be true. Uzumaki Kori, no, I really have to think of a way to actively violate the group rules. Hyuga Hinata, Sakura, congratulations! Harem no Sakura, 600% gain? I feel like I can kill several tigers with one punch now. He, everyone, I am the big sister now. Yamana Ino, big sister? Don't forget, both of your videos are still hanging there. Harem no Sakura, you can enjoy it as you like, I believe you will only be envious and jealous in your heart, ho 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 ho. Tien, it's over, this child can never go back. Yamanaka Ino, are you still the Sakura I know? Harem no Sakura, I can tell you for sure, no. Now I have been reborn, washed away all the dross, from now on, call me Mu Ying. Yamanaka Ino. Tianation. In fact, Sakura, who has returned home and lying on her bed, is not as proud as she showed in the group. After staying in the group system space for 8 days, after coming back, it feels like a very long dream, and even a feeling of having experienced life once and reincarnated again. Now that I am back, I can't tell which side is the dream and which side is the reality. So being so arrogant in the group is actually just venting my complicated emotions. But there is one thing Sakura did not lie about. She really doesn't care about those 2 videos being seen by others. In the next 3 days in the group system space, Sakura has completely thrown away her heart of rest. Not to mention that it was just for the sisters in the group to watch the video, even if she was asked to do it again with Miu in front of her sisters, she could do it without blushing or panting. 6 times the buff effect. Sakura clenched her fists, feeling the sudden surge of strength in her body, and murmured, based on my current physical fitness, even if I can't compare to the special ninja, I should be almost there, right? With 6 times the comprehension and talent, if I can find a teacher willing to teach me, I will soon become an excellent ninja who can stand on my own, or even an elite ninja. All this was brought by Master Daddy, from now on I will work hard for Master Daddy. Wait. I'm back to reality, not in the space of punishment. I should return to myself, Master Daddy what? Why do I miss him so much after just separating 0? Please give me flowers. How can I sleep at night without my Master Daddy around? Sakura buried her head in the quilt and screamed, rolling around, feeling uncomfortable all over. She wanted to return to herself, but the more she wanted to return, the clearer Miu's appearance would be in her mind, and then she would fall out of control again. Although Sakura's temperament changed drastically, it was difficult for several girls in the chat group to adapt and accept it for a while. But at least she stayed, and she also used this to make the group level explode, so the girls naturally no longer worried about her. In their opinion, Sakura's change was only temporary. After all, it was a punishment of that level, and no one could adjust back immediately. Yamakana Ino, by the way, I was interrupted by this matter and almost forgot that a new person was added to the group just now. 0. Yamakana Ino at Fuzitokiwa, what's the situation with the new person? After so long, he should have studied the chat group, right? Would you like to introduce yourself first, and then show me a photo? Tien, judging from the appearance of the group leader, the time for the CG appearance should be 3 or 4 years from now. The newcomer should look like he is in his 20s then. Is he about 20 now? Miu, who has also returned home, naturally saw the message in the group, but he didn't want to deal with it yet. Like Xiaoying, he has been in the group system space for a long time, and he needs to adjust himself. Besides, it is getting late now, and the push time of future videos will be refreshed soon. Although I have thought about the content of this video before, I have been hanging out with Xiaoying S for 8 days, so I have to reorganize my thoughts. Fortunately, he was the one who took the initiative before, and except that he felt that he had been on vacation for too long and his mind was a little scattered, it didn't affect him much. After carefully organizing for a while, he quickly sorted out his thoughts, and compiled the previously imagined content into a future video, and then clicked and pushed it. Ding! The group system pushed a future clip, future video 6.avi, which has been saved to the group file. At the same time, all the girls in the group received a system notification. Except for Hungdu, who had fallen asleep early due to Miu Miu's torment, everyone else was guarding the refresh point as usual. When the system notification sounded, everyone was refreshed and immediately started to click to watch.